I still remember. Yi suddenly bent down and leaned over Su Su, looking at Su Su wrapped under the quilt. A wolf-like smile appeared on his tough face.
Yes.
Su Su, who was below, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Yi Yu, who was leaning over her. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Yu pressed forward and bit Su Su's lips, mumbling, "Su, tell me, why did your brother come all the way back to Xiangqing to find you? It's the end of the world, and he's still messing around with you. Do you want to be a good person? Today, I'm going to tell you, don't get angry with me. I like you and I love you. Do you understand?" There was a bed quilt between the two of them, but Yi was pressing down on Su Su tightly. She opened her eyes wide, her mouth was held by Yi Yu, and a smell of tobacco and gunpowder filled her lips, tongue, mouth, and nose. Su Su struggled, wishing she could kick the guy who was pressing on her away. After the rain comes the sun. Your sister? Su Su was furious, panting, but she was being pressed so hard that she could hardly breathe. She lay back on the pillow angrily, looking at Yi Yu. She had no sleepiness in her mind at this moment, and said, "Get out of the way. Let me get up. I promise I won't cut you to death."
Ah.
Seeing that Su Su had returned to her original personality, laughing and scolding him, and no longer turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to him, Yi Yu felt relieved for some reason in the face of Su Su's anger. He kissed Su Su hard several times through the quilt, and when he was satisfied, he jumped up and ran away. "Yi Yu, come back, I want to fight you to the death." Su Su on the bed released a water dragon, chasing after Yi Yu. Yi Yu ran away, and the water dragon turned out of the door and fell apart. Su Su took a deep breath, sat up, and pounded the bed. At this moment, she felt that Yi Yu was the nemesis sent by God to kill her. She couldn't kill him, and she couldn't scold him. In the middle of the night, when she was sleeping, he came to take advantage of her. If he wasn't her nemesis, what was he? If she didn't want to see the scene of Xiao Ai's biological parents killing each other, Yi would have died 100 times for being so presumptuous. Su Su tried hard to calm the anger in her heart and lay back on the bed, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Her heart was beating a little fast, and she felt that the smell of tobacco and gunpowder in her mouth would not go away. So she got up, ran to the bathroom and rinsed her mouth for a few minutes, and then she felt that the smell left by Yi Yu was slightly lighter. But Su Su still couldn't sleep that night. She couldn't waste a sleepless night, so she counted all the crystal cores she had obtained along the way and used them all to cultivate her spirit. The next morning, Zhuo Shijia knocked on Su Su's door. Civilized people are still good. They know to knock before entering. Su Su sat cross-legged on the bed, threw away the pile of crystal core powder on the palm of her hand, got up and walked to the door, opened the door, looked at Zhuo Shijia with dark eyes outside the door, and asked, "You didn't sleep all night?" "No, I was busy all night and drew a map of the hospital for you." Zhuo Shijia walked in and raised a hotel opinion form in his hand toward Su Su. Each room in the hotel is equipped with such a form for customers to give their opinions. Zhuo Shijia couldn't find a suitable piece of white paper for a while, so he could only draw the map of the hospital on this hotel opinion form. Su Su rubbed her messy long hair, took a look at it, and was amazed. "Dr. Zhuo, I thought the villa attack and defense map my father drew was amazing enough, but I didn't expect that the real drawing master is here." It was a small piece of paper, about the size of an A4 paper, and Zhuo Shijia drew 3 maps of different sizes on it. One was a panoramic view of the hospital, and the other was an overhead floor map. She also clearly marked the departments on each floor. The last one was a detailed map of the gynecology, obstetrics, and neonatology departments, which was so detailed that it even clearly stated what each room was used for. Moreover, the painting skills he used were all very realistic sketches. It was clear that Zhuo Shijia was a highly intelligent person with excellent medical skills and painting skills. Su Su was looking down at the map. Outside the door, Yi Yu, King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller came in one after another. Su Su sat on the sofa and looked up at Yi Yu. Yi Yu smiled at her heartily, openly, and honestly, giving people a sense of openness, as if the lecture last night was just a dream. Su lowered her head expressionlessly and continued to look at the map in her hand. King Kong and the others didn't notice the undercurrent between the two at all. They came to Su, looked down, and smiled at Zhuo. "Hey, Dr. Zhuo, are you planning to attend the art exhibition?" Zhuo smiled modestly, sat on the sofa opposite Su, turned his head, and did not respond to King Kong's words. Yu pushed King Kong away from Su, sat on the armrest of the sofa, supported Su's back with one hand, took the map from Su with the other hand, looked at it for a while, and handed it to the scholar. "Memorize it. Don't worry, it's simple." The gentleman, with a scholarly air, took the map handed over by Yu, sat alone in a corner of the living room, and began to memorize the map. Zhuo turned back to look at the scholar and was about to ask, when King Kong explained, "Do you know why we call him a scholar? He is a top student like you, and his memorization is first-rate." "Oh." Zhuo smiled and lowered his head. "In today's society, there is no such thing as a top student or a bottom student. Life is all about survival. TSK. Upon hearing this, King Kong clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Look, this intellectual speaks differently. Every word is full of ink, and being able to survive is life. What a good saying." It was unclear whether this was genuine admiration or a hint of sarcasm. Zhuo turned her head away and did not ask. Su did not see clearly either. However, Yu beside her whispered to her, "I graduated from King Kong Primary School. What I envy most in my life is people with a high level of education."
"Oh."
Su made way and moved a little further away from Yu. But, not wanting to make her move too obvious, she stood up and went into the bedroom to pack her clothes. Just as Yu was about to follow her, there was another knock on Su's door. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Brother Pai and his men standing outside the door. Brother Pai is a typical gangster. Before the end of the world, he had never seen other people's faces. After the end of the world, he always had a face full of evil. Even when he ran up to the 6th floor early this morning, he looked like he was bringing people to fight. When he entered the door, he asked in a questioning tone, "Who is in charge of your team?" "Me, what's wrong?" Su and Yu's voices rang out at the same time. Yu tilted his head, pointed at Su who came out of the bedroom, and immediately changed his words. "She is responsible." Behind the crowd, Liang, who had rushed over after hearing the noise, had a changed expression, as if she felt that Su had taken her seat. Then she stood there calmly, listening quietly. "I'm responsible. What's wrong?" Su was standing at the door of the bedroom, turning up the collar of her down jacket. She asked Brother Pai one more question. Brother Pai nodded and pointed to the 12 or 20 men behind him. They all bowed to Su. Brother Pai said, "When I was young, I committed many sins, so I have never had a child. Now I am over 40 years old, and this is the only bloodline left. If you can save my son today, I would like to say thank you. Thank you very much." Straightforward and no nonsense. In such a world, everything he once had was gone. Brother Pai had no way to thank Su, so he could only bow to her. Then he straightened up, rubbed his haggard and sagging eyes, and smiled at everyone. "When I came here, I was ready to die. If I couldn't save my son, I really planned to be a zombie in the hospital. You can do whatever you want. If you can't hold on any longer, don't worry about me. I am willing to stay in the hospital with my son." These words were spoken to Su, to his subordinates behind him, and even more to Yu and others. These were the feelings of a father and also the last words of a boss before he did anything. Behind Brother Pai, there was a group of sturdy young men with dyed hair of various colors. Some of them had pierced noses, mouths and ears, and wore rings. They clearly had the temperament of gangsters, but after hearing Brother Pai's words, they became extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Su nodded, indicating that she understood. However, if she was not absolutely sure that she could control the situation in the hospital, how could she take Yu and other irrelevant people to risk her life in the zombie club? However, she couldn't say this directly to everyone, lest others think she was too immodest. "Okay, Then let's discuss where to break out from. The fortune teller, who was sitting in the corner and reciting with the scholar, took the map from the scholar, walked over, greeted Brother Pai and others, then spread the map on the coffee table and began to ask Shushurja routine questions, such as, before the end of the world, where were the most people in the hospital, which direction to enter from to reach the neonatal department faster, etc. Shushurja answered very carefully, and everyone listened attentively. Su glanced at Yu, who was sitting in the crowd, frowning and discussing the breakout plan with everyone. The seriousness and caution in his expression was completely different from his usual laziness and indolence. They were people who were used to planning this kind of breakout operation. Su could not get a word in and could not help, so she turned around and went to find Qinyu and Rue. Qinyu and Rue were sorting supplies in their own room. There were bags of various colors on the bed. Rue was helping Qinyu get towels from the bathroom. When he saw Su knocking on the door and coming in, he stood at the bathroom door and called out, "Good morning, sister. Call me Auntie." Su touched Ruerue's head, glanced at the large and small bags on the bed, and saw Qinyu stuffing a pair of slippers into her bag while greeting her. So she said, "Don't bring these disposable items from the hotel. It's like picking up rags." "Not taking it?" Qinyu looked down at the packed bag with some regret. "I'd better take it with me. It doesn't take up much space. Maybe it will be useful in the future." "Whatever you want." Su shrugged, sat down on the bed, took out a candy from her pocket, threw it to Rue with a smile, and said casually, "Will you come to the hospital with us?"
Go.
The one who answered Su was not Qinyu, but Xiao Rue. He climbed onto the bed with a grunt and sat next to Su, swinging his two short legs and trying hard to pick at the candy wrapper with his little hands. Su found it funny, but did not intend to help him. She just turned around to look at the busy Qinyu. Qinyu nodded and said to Su, "Let's go." "I said I would try my best to kill the zombies." Su was quite satisfied with Qinyu and Rue's reaction. She could allow the people in her team to be not strong enough, but she could not tolerate their cowardice. If Qinyu and Rue said they didn't want to go today, she would leave the mother and son in the hotel, and she would never come to pick them up after Su came out of the hospital tomorrow. "If you go, just walk at the back. Before you learn how to kill zombies, you must first learn how to save your life. Okay, we must protect ourselves well." After getting Qinyu's nod, Su smiled, propped her hands back on the bed, and watched Ruerue's little head swaying beside her. She felt that Ruerue's energy was a little stronger today than the previous 2 days, but the energy was more complicated, not like the energy of the 5 basic supernatural powers. If this child is trained well, he will definitely be an expert in fighting monsters in the future. The 3 of them, 2 adults and 1 child, chatted casually in a room for a while. There was a knock on the door. Liang stood outside the door and said to Su, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, "Brother Yi said we can set off now." Su nodded, stood up and walked out the door. Behind her, Rue put on a pair of small leather boots with the help of his mother and followed Su out happily. Qinyu fell behind because she had to take the large and small bags on the bed. Just as she was about to walk out the door, Liang stopped her with a frown and asked, "Are you going to the hospital too? With a child?" "Yes, we will protect ourselves well." Haha, Liang laughed and turned to look at Su, who had already walked to the elevator. Su looked like she didn't think Qinyu and Rue were a burden at all. She then looked at Qinyu again with a somewhat cold expression. "Well, we agreed before that if you are in danger, no one will come to save you because we will all be very busy. Don't worry, I don't need you to save me. This is my own choice. Even if I die, no one else will be to blame." Qinyu made a promise to Liang and looked at Rue at the elevator entrance with her bags. Rue had already held Su's hand, and Su did not refuse, still looking up at the elevator running numbers with a calm look. The reason why she decided to take Rue to the hospital was because Qinyu felt from the bottom of her heart that if she followed Su, no big accidents would happen. Su didn't need her and Rue to be the main force in fighting monsters. She just wanted to cultivate their courage and bravery. Moreover, all the zombies on their way here were dealt with by Su, Yiyu, and others. There were only 1 or 2 zombies left, and Chinyu could handle them now. Just like Su said, no one is born knowing how to fight zombies as long as you have the courage to pick up a weapon. Chinyu found that zombies are actually very easy to fight, because they are so slow. She ran faster than these zombies even with a child in her arms. And now the times have changed. Chinyu, as a mother, does not want to teach her son to be timid, since Su dared to take them to the hospital. Why would they not dare to go with them?
Bite.
The elevator door opened at this moment. Liang wanted to say something, but when she saw Su already holding Ruerue's hand and walking into the elevator, she stopped talking and followed them into the elevator. Chinyu followed. The 4 of them took the elevator and walked silently all the way to the lobby on the 1st floor. Outside the lobby, everyone had already got in the car, waiting for Su and the others to come. In fact, Su didn't want to ride in the same car with Yiyu, but the military jeep she was driving now originally belonged to Yiyu. Yiyu was very familiar with the performance of the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, he looked quite skilled and waved at Su, meaning for her to come over. Let the past be the past. Su sat in the passenger seat with a stern face and did not speak to Yiyu. Yiyu might also feel that he was a bit too unrestrained last night, so he smiled at Su good-naturedly, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away, followed by a long line of cars. The hospital was not far from the hotel. Just across an intersection and a short drive ahead was the big hospital where Shigeamo had worked recently. There were a lot of zombies wandering outside the hospital, so densely packed that it made people's scalps numb, not to mention how many zombies were trapped inside the hospital. Everyone got out of the car and started to clear from the outside to the inside, killing people happily. There were about 30 people in the group, and everyone was busy. Although most of the zombies were contracted by Su, Yiyu, King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller, the parking lot in front of the hospital was relatively spacious, and there were more zombies. Many zombies would bypass Su, Yiyu, and the other 5 and surround the team from behind. Having arrived here, Su and others were not in a hurry to go in. Their attitude was very relaxed. Plenty of crystal cores were waving at them, so there was no reason not to make some. Yiyu, King Kong, and others killed very quickly, especially Yiyu. This time, there was no need to use fireballs to kill the zombies one by one. He directly used firewalls instead, and walked along, setting up firewalls everywhere. His firewalls were also very powerful. As long as the zombies rushed into the firewall, they would be burned to charcoal. She grabbed a handful of crystal cores in her hand and drove the spirit in her body. A water man the same size as her emerged from the ground. She handed the other saber in her hand to the water man. The real person and the fake person teamed up to kill forward. In fact, Su felt that she could still challenge herself to create 2 water people, but she remembered Zhuoshizhia's words and decided to be careful. After all, the 3-month danger period had not yet passed. If the crystal core was used up, the soul essence would keep running. The energy in the soul essence would always be released at some point. Su was afraid that her supernatural energy would be used up, which would have a negative impact on her body. Liang, who was standing not far behind Su, was still at the stage of chopping monsters with a knife and giving people water to drink with her supernatural power. When she suddenly saw that Su was actually controlling a water man, who could use a knife to chop monsters and dig out crystal cores, she was so surprised that her eyes almost popped out. It turns out that water-based superpowers are not only auxiliary but can also do both offense and defense like Su. How strong is Su? Why can't she do the same as Su when they both have water-based superpowers? Liang's mind was a little complicated, while Su in front was only thinking that Yiyu and the other 4 were too good at snatching monsters. They had already come up with group attack skills, but she was still slashing them here. Even with the waterman as a helper, most of the zombies were still snatched away by Yiyu and the other 4. So Su made up her mind and looked through the crowd of zombies. Not far ahead was the door of the emergency room. This glass door was automatic. As long as it sensed the temperature of the human body, the glass door would open automatically. But at this moment, The glass door seemed to be out of power or something, and it was locked tightly. Inside the glass door, there were layers of zombies trying desperately to get out. She had an idea and decided not to compete with Yu for the monster. With a change of thought, the waterman turned into a pool of shapeless water. At the same time, inside the glass door of the emergency room, among the zombies, a waterman took shape. He casually held a small knife made of ice and began to kill zombies silently and dig out crystal cores. The waterman has no smell, and apart from the sound of flowing water when he moves, he cannot attract the attention of zombies at all. The zombies in the emergency hall are now completely attracted by the living people outside the door. Even if the waterman kills their own kind next to them, these zombies are unaware of it, and it is even more impossible for them to be on guard against the waterman. In an instant, Su obtained countless crystal cores, which made her very happy. More importantly, she found that she had broken through her limit and could use both ice and water. She was a person made of water and a knife made of ice. The perfect connection between water power and ice power did not cause any burden to her body except for consuming more energy. In the busy team, the 12 or 20 subordinates brought by Brother Pai were enough to deal with the remaining small groups of zombies, while Chinyu, Ruerue, and Li Xiuyu would kill the zombies that escaped the net. Originally, Chinyu tied Ruerue to his chest, and they joined forces with Li Xiaoyu to kill a zombie together. Looking at it now, Li Xiaoyu can already deal with 2 zombies alone. As long as there are not many zombies, she can basically handle it. As Chinyu has to carry Ruerue, her movements are not as agile as Li Xiuyu. Fortunately, when it is her turn, there are only 1 or 2 zombies, and some of them are about to be crippled by Li Xiaoyu. So Chinyu and Ruerue were responsible for dealing with the remnants of these zombies and followed the team to dig crystal cores. For some crystal cores that Li Xiaoyu did not have time to dig, Chinyu helped to dig them up. When they arrived at the resting place, Chinyu handed all the dug crystal cores to Su. Because Chinyu and Li Xiaoyu were not psychics, they had agreed to save the crystal cores they had dug up for Su. However, they had not collected many crystal cores along the way, and compared to Yu and the others who had so much that they couldn't even fit all the cores in their pockets, Chinyu and Li Xiaoyu felt that the crystal cores they had saved were a bit embarrassing, so they planned to save more so that they could give them to Su. Su was standing in front of a group of jumping zombies. Occasionally, she turned around and saw Chinyu, who was at the end of the team. She was running back and forth with a child tied to her chest, busy and sweating. Ruerue, who was also tied to her chest, didn't cry or make a fuss. He held a stick in his little hand and helped his mother beat the zombies opposite from time to time. Seeing this scene, Su couldn't help but smile. This is the correct way to raise a child in the apocalypse. Being a mother is not an easy job and physical fatigue is inevitable. It's just killing zombies, so of course the child's fearless spirit should be cultivated from an early age. Su felt that she had been thinking completely wrong before. She only knew to protect Xiao AI and let Xiao AI avoid danger as much as possible, so she never took Xiao AI out when going out on a mission. In fact, children living in the end times are the ones who should be least protected. After all, times are different now. As a mother, if you always keep your child in a safe place, the child probably won't have much of a future when he grows up. The group fought and killed each other, and finally had to go to the emergency room. Yu threw a fireball and melted the glass door. When the zombies were about to rush out, another wall of fire rose up. At this time, King Kong had already been swept in like the wind. When he came out again, he pointed at Su and said, "The zombies at the back were all snatched away by Su, leaving only these at the door." Ha ha ha, Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing her own waterman still killing zombies behind them, she patted Yu on the shoulder. "You guys are busy.
I'm tired.
Let me take a rest." After that, she really found a stone barrier outside the emergency room to block cars, sat down, and concentrated on controlling her waterman. She said she was tired and wanted to rest for a while, and she really wanted to rest and not kill, but her waterman didn't stop and kept snatching crystal cores. Yu turned back in the raging fire. His face was burned black and red by the flames, and grinned at Su with a big white tooth, deliberately provoking her, saying, "Why are you resting? There are more upstairs." Su shrugged. Her water man couldn't leave her sight. Once he was out of her sight, it would be difficult for Su to concentrate on controlling the water man. She stood up and knew that Yu had already seen through the limitations of her abilities. She followed Yu into the emergency room and prepared to take the stairs to the 7th floor from the emergency hall. Above the emergency hall are some departments of the hospital. There is an aerial corridor on the 7th floor that leads directly to the inpatient department at the back. Below the inpatient department is the outpatient hall. The reason for choosing to go through the emergency room was that there would be fewer zombies on this side and more zombies on the outpatient side. The neonatal department was on the 11th floor of the outpatient and inpatient departments. Su and his team fought their way to the sky corridor on the 7th floor and had to climb another 4 floors to reach the destination of this operation. No one knew who had closed the door of the emergency staircase, and there was a metal stick stuck in the door. King Kong stepped forward, grabbed the metal stick, and pulled it hard. The door was pushed open, and the surging zombies inside rolled out like a tide. Yu had already set up a wall of fire outside the door. The first zombies that rolled out were burned to death, without anyone else having to kill them. The remaining zombies stepped on the corpses of their ancestors and could barely get up and walk out of the range of the fire wall, but they were immediately divided up by the 5 people who were guarding outside: Su, King Kong, the scholar, the fortune teller, and of course Yu. The number of zombies in the emergency stairs was countless times less than that on the floors, but not much less. It was as if the floors could not hold all the zombies, so the zombies had to squeeze into the stairs. They were so densely packed from top to bottom that the zombies themselves could not even move. Such a crowd made Su and others feel that the zombies were easier to kill, because the emergency staircase only had such a narrow exit. They only needed to stand on both sides of the emergency corridor and wait for the zombies to rush out. The corpses of the killed zombies were all burned by Yu. His fire ability was very important at this moment. If these corpses were not burned to ashes, the entire emergency hall would be filled with zombie corpses. Brother Pai and the others couldn't grab the monsters, and they felt strangely disappointed. It was as if since they formed a team with Su and Yu, they had changed their attitude towards killing zombies from running away to passive counterattacks. How could they feel disappointed because they couldn't grab the monsters? This feeling was really strange. Who would feel disappointed because they didn't have zombies to kill?
But they just felt that.
But soon, Brother Pai and others had something to do again. Just as everyone was killing the zombies that kept rushing out from the emergency stairs, a few more zombies swayed over from the emergency hall not far away. The emergency hall is connected to the outpatient department. While the number of zombies here is decreasing, new zombies are coming over from the outpatient department one after another. However, since the emergency stairs and elevator are located in the corner of the emergency hall, it is equivalent to a small hall. There is also a door outside the small hall. As long as this door is blocked, the zombies in the emergency room will not come over so quickly. While Su, Yu and others were busy killing and burning near the stairs, Li Xiaoyu, Qinyu Ruerue, Pai Guzhua Shurjia, and others began to block the door with their bodies. However, they did not block the door completely. They left a gap, allowing only a few zombies to get in each time. They were either killed by Li Xiaoyu, Qinyu, or Pai Ji's men. The speed was quite fast. They killed the zombies one by one with a knife. When there were too many zombie corpses in the small hall to fit anymore, they called Yu again and asked him to help burn the corpses into ashes. As for Li Ying, her skills and abilities were originally only enough for her to follow Brother Pai, Li Xiaoyu, and Qinyu Ruerue. But after all, Li Ying felt that she was someone who wanted to do great things, and she didn't think highly of Brother Pai's team at all. Although her abilities were not as strong as Su and Yu, she relied on her unyielding perseverance and extraordinary courage to follow Yu and others. Along the way, perhaps Li Ying was really working hard, and her desire to become stronger was so persistent that she felt invincible while killing zombies with a knife. Of course, most of the zombies were killed by Yu and others, and Li Ying just followed behind them to pick up the leftovers. Even so, her skills were trained to be very agile. In the emergency staircase, flames were blazing all the way up to the sky. The walls and stairs in front were burned red, like a large furnace. The zombies rolled down the stairs, passed through the red-hot furnace, and when they rolled out again, they were almost dead. Then they were stabbed here and there by King Kong, the scholar, the fortune-teller, and Su. Basically, no zombies could successfully walk into the small hall. As the killing went on, Su had no more monsters to kill, and Liang had even less to pick up. She followed the 4 soldiers and suddenly felt bored, so she diligently gave them water to drink. However, the battle was fierce, and Yi Yu and the others had no time to drink water. After perfunctorily telling Liang to wait a few words to drink later, the fortune-teller, a gold-type mutant, took the lead, stepped on the red-hot steps, and ran into the emergency stairs. Because he was a gold-type mutant, he was the first to rush in to act as a meat shield to block the pouring zombies, and of course Yi Yu and the other 3 followed one after another. Liang thought for a moment, unsure if she could handle the furnace at the emergency staircase, so she looked at Su. Su yawned, and without hesitation, followed the scholar and was the last one to enter the emergency staircase. Liang saw that if Su could go in, then she must be able to do it too, so she gritted her teeth and followed Su in. With the degree of burntness it had just undergone, ordinary people certainly could not enter. Only those who entered knew what it felt like. Figuratively speaking, it was like a microwave oven, and it was a microwave oven turned on the highest power. As soon as Liang entered, she felt like she was about to be burnt to a crisp. She jumped a few times and came out. She looked at Su's back somewhat unwillingly. At this time, Su had already turned a corner and climbed up to the 2nd floor with Yi Yu and the other 3. As a water-based supernatural being, why is Su not afraid of fire?
Why?
She is getting stronger, but why can't she keep up with Yi Yu's pace? Why? Liang, who had no idea where she had done wrong, stood outside the emergency staircase with a frown and a knife in hand, waiting for the temperature of the furnace to drop. Then she took a deep breath, took a few steps, and still reluctantly rushed into the hot emergency staircase. But Su, Yi Yu, and the other 4 had already reached the 3rd and 4th floors, and Yi Yu had set fire all the way up. Even though the temperature of the first flight of stairs had dropped, the higher they went, the hotter it became. Liang could only walk and stop, and the more she tried to catch up with the strong men, the harder it was to keep up. In the end, when the temperature of the lowest flight of stairs had dropped almost completely, ordinary people like Brother Pai, Zhuo Shijia, Li Xiaoyu, Qin Yu Ruerwei, etc. also entered the emergency stairs. A group of people closed the door of the emergency stairs, and everyone was trapped in this long corridor. Ordinary zombies cannot climb stairs with their 2 feet like humans. They basically roll down the stairs and crawl up the stairs on all 4s. Except for the bottom stairs where there are so many zombies that there is no room, the higher you go, the fewer zombies there are, because the floors above the emergency hall are all examination departments, such as ultrasound, gastroscopy, etc. The emergency doors leading to the emergency stairs on some floors are also sealed, and the zombies cannot move out. If there are survivors, they will run down from the top of the emergency stairs, so the zombies on the stairs will also roll down following the survivors. So after passing the 4th floor, Su, Yi Yu, and the others climbed the stairs faster. Time passed little by little, and now the sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, an unknown amount of time had passed. Yi Yu, King Kong, and the others were in good spirits, without any signs of fatigue at all. However, it was different for the others, especially those subordinates of Brother Pai. Most of them were just ordinary people and could not withstand such high intensity and high density killing. Su also felt a little tired, really tired. She was a pregnant woman and should have been the kind of person who was well taken care of before the apocalypse. Now she had climbed 7 floors in a row, killing zombies while climbing. Xiao Ai had already been complaining, and Su felt that she was getting more and more unable to hold it back, and she could feel the acid in her stomach bubbling out. Take a rest for the night and continue tomorrow. Yi Yu, who was walking in the front, finally raised his hand and made a gesture to the people behind him. King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller then rushed into the door of the emergency staircase and began to clear the zombies on the 7th floor. When the people scattered on the stairs heard that they could finally take a rest, their legs went weak, and they sat down on the ground in a very ungraceful manner. Those who want to eat. Those who want to drink water, drink. Now that they are in a zombie den, they should not care about the quality of life. Just eat and drink quickly and take the time to sit on the ground and catch up on some sleep. In the dimly lit corridor, only the emergency lights were on. Zhuo Shijia climbed up and down with great effort and finally reached the 6th floor. She saw Su Su. She winked at Su Su and indicated the direction of the emergency staircase door on the 6th floor. Su Su sat on the ground, nodded silently, stood up, and went to the 6th floor with Zhuo Shijia. The 6th floor is where various ultrasound, gastroscopy, colonoscopy, and other examinations are performed. Although there are many zombies, before the end of the world, most of the patients who came to the hospital had conditions like colds and fevers, so relatively speaking, there are fewer patients doing these examinations. Of course, this is only relatively less. Compared with other places, there are many zombies in every corner of the hospital. Su Su got 2 watermen through the emergency staircase to kill zombies on the 6th floor. She had obtained so many crystal cores along the way that she could not fit them all in. Su Su thought, if you don't sacrifice the child, you can't catch the wolf. If you don't get one more waterman to help, how can you get more crystal cores? Those zombies just smelled the smell of living people and rushed to the emergency door. Su Su's watermen were colorless and odorless, so it was very easy to kill zombies. When there were only a few zombies left at the door, Su Su signaled Zhuo Shijia to open the emergency door. 2 or 3 zombies rushed out, and Zhuo Shijia could handle them alone. Su Su took 2 steps back and drove her 2 watermen to continue killing inside. She herself leaned against the wall, looking as weak as a sick beauty. In terms of physical fitness, the pregnant Su Su was already a little tired, but this did not prevent her from controlling the waterman to kill zombies while resting. This was equivalent to the red bar being almost there, and the blue bar. It was just that Su Su was not in good health now, and as the red bar became shorter, she did not dare to fight hard. So Su Su stood aside and watched, doing 3 things at once. One side watching Zhuo Shijia kill zombies, the other side controlling the 2 watermen to obtain the crystal core. In the emergency staircase, Qin Yu and Rue had already fallen asleep in each other's arms in the coolest place on the 3rd floor. Although Li Ying was too tired to move, she saw that Su Su and Zhuo Shijia had been gone for a long time and had not returned. She struggled mentally for a long time, stood up with trembling legs, held the knife tightly in her hand, and followed the direction Su Su and Zhuo Shijia had left and entered the 6th floor. When Li Ying entered the 6th floor, all the zombies there were lying on the ground in a mess. In the distance, 2 blue watermen were holding 2 sabers that Su Su got from Yu, 1 in each hand, and were chopping at the zombies that were standing stupidly in front of them without moving. Zombies have no IQ, only the most basic bloodthirsty instinct. Water people are colorless and odorless, and even if you draw a knife to chop them, the zombies will not even dodge. Li Ying watched from afar, feeling envious. How great would it be if she could also create a waterman like this? Where are Su Su and Zhuo Shijia, who created these 2 watermen, now? Right next to the watermen, separated by a wall, Su Su lay on the bed, closing her eyes and concentrating, carefully feeling the connection between her and her watermen. Although it was very weak, she still felt it. The output of the 2 energies and the sense of contact and collision formed an indescribable picture in her mind. But she couldn't make the waterman do more movements, because that required a lot of practice to be able to control the waterman to do more sophisticated movements through the wall, in a place where she couldn't see. So after the waterman killed 2 or 3 zombies in front of him, he stood stupidly by the door like the rest of the zombies, swaying his body slightly. At this time, beside Su Su's bed, Zhuo Shijia was adjusting the ultrasound machine. While pressing the buttons on the machine, she sighed, "The world is so chaotic. It's a pity that these medical equipment are just left here and wasted." Human civilization has developed for thousands of years to produce so many high-tech instruments. When the end of the world comes, zombies are everywhere, and humans are reduced to their original form. They can only work hard to survive, and have no time to care about anything else. The medical equipment in these hospitals and the medical system that was developed and built with great difficulty also fell apart with the coming of the end of the world. Su lay on the bed, propped up her legs, looking at the blurry black and white seahorse on the ultrasound monitor. Her heart softened. She blinked her glasses, pointed at the little AI on the monitor, and said to Zhuoshirjia, "Print out her photos for me. I want to make a growth album for Xiao AI." She seemed not to have heard Zhuoshirjia sigh, and happily waited for Zhuoshirjia to print out Xiao AI's ultrasound photos. Zhuoshirjia glanced at Su, and while printing the photos, he said, "The fetus is developing very healthily. It seems that your usual running and jumping around has not caused much trouble to it. That's natural. I've been very careful. I told you if it weren't for Xiao AI, I wouldn't be able to fly today." Su sat up and put her clothes in order. Because of Zhuoshirjia's words, she felt more relieved. She was worried before. Yi Yu's ability was fire, and hers was water. Would it have any effect on Xiao AI? Wasn't there a report after the end of the world saying that parents' abilities conflicted, and the chances of successful pregnancy and childbirth were very low? Facts proved that she was overthinking. In her previous life, she didn't know whether Yi Yu was an ability user or not, nor did she know that Yi Yu had fire ability, and she had completely forgotten about Yi Yu. As a result, Xiao AI was still born in the same way, and she was still alive and kicking. When Zhuoshirjia printed out Xiao AI's photo, Su looked at it again and again. She looked so fond of it that Zhuoshirjia couldn't help but smile slightly. After a long time, Su suddenly raised her head while looking at the photo. Her eyes were black and shiny. She stared at Zhuoshirjia and said dreamily, "Let's transport this ultrasound machine back." Ahem. Zhuoshirjia choked on her own saliva. She stared at Su's eyes for a long time before asking, "Are you serious? Really more real than pearls?" Su nodded, jumped off the bed with Xiao AI's photo, walked to the window, and painted a big pie for Zhuoshirjia. "We need a big truck. Move this ultrasound machine down from the 6th floor and put it in the trunk of the truck. Then, why don't you find a truck that's big enough? This is a hospital, and there are a lot of medical supplies and various medicines here. If they're left unused for a long time, they will get moldy." A glimmer of hope gradually rose in Zhuoshirjia's eyes because of seeing the big cake painted by Su. She was a doctor, and the skill she was most familiar with, and the most important skill that enabled her to survive in her life, was to cure diseases and save lives. Although she was more professionally familiar with pregnant women and childbirth, this did not prevent her from feeling regretful about the collapse of the doomsday medical system. Even if they cannot use these medical devices themselves, they can sell them to people in need in the future. Society will be rebuilt sooner or later, and it will not be long before humans regain civilization. Okay, in addition to what you mentioned, there are also commonly used items, those necessary for having a baby, and we also need to stock up on them. Nodding, Su's expression was very serious. She opened the door, walked out, turned back to look at Zhuoshirjia, and said, "So we have something to do in the future, and the goal is to find a big truck." Su's words suddenly stopped when she saw Liang standing at the door. Liang was standing next to her waterman, studying the waterman carefully. Not far away, there were 2 or 3 zombie corpses lying. It seemed that Liang killed the zombies and then returned to the waterman to study him.
Shushu.
Seeing Su suddenly open the door and walk out, Liang straightened up, looking a little embarrassed, and stretched out a finger, ready to poke the waterman. "What kind of meeting are you having in there? It's so secretive, and you even sent 2 guards to guard it. Don't move them, they'll chop you off like a zombie." Su spoke up to remind her, put away the photo of Xiao AI in her hand, and put it in the pocket of her down jacket. She didn't intend to have a heart-to-heart talk with Liang, nor did she intend to discuss anything with Liang. She just took Zhuoshirjia out the door, followed by 2 watermen, who were like Su's 2 bodyguards, swaying on both sides. Liang's face was dull, but fortunately, she was used to being ignored by Su. She just stood there thoughtfully, looking at Su and Joshurja's backs, and then looked up at the office door that Su walked out of. There was a number 1 hung on the door, and this was ultrasound room number 1. Did she accidentally discover some little secret between Su and Joshurja? Joshurja, who was walking in front, took 2 quick steps forward and caught up with Su. He lowered his voice and asked, "Aren't you worried that Liang might suspect something?" "What does she suspect?" Su inexplicably slowed down her pace and walked forward parallel to Joshurja, with a very indifferent expression on her face. "What could she suspect?" "Suspect that I'm pregnant? This is a fact. Even if she suspects me, what can it matter?" Joshurja thought about it. Liang suspected that Su was pregnant. What could she do to Su? The worst that could happen was to expose the fact that Su was pregnant, so that Yu and others would no longer bring Su out to kill zombies and earn crystal cores. But does Su need Yu and others? She needs them very much, to the point that without Yu and others, she can't go out to fight zombies and earn crystal cores. Obviously, Su can be self-reliant in the apocalypse. Without Yu and others, the worst that can happen is that she'll be more cautious. Thinking in this way, Joshurja felt relieved. For a woman, it is better to rely on herself than on others. If she has her own abilities, she will not be afraid of people coming and going around her. In this regard, she, a 30-year-old woman, should learn more from this girl who is not even 20 years old. As for Su, apart from not wanting Yu to know that she was pregnant, she didn't care who knew she was pregnant. Even if she was pregnant, she could hide it for a while, but she couldn't hide it forever, even if her belly was big. As long as Liang didn't harm her love, Liang could say it or not. If this matter was leaked in advance and Yu opposed it, the worst that could happen was that Su would break up with Yu in advance, as she didn't depend on Yu to live. As they were talking, they had already reached the emergency staircase door. Just as Su was about to reach out to open the door, the yellow wooden door suddenly opened. Yu's face appeared, frowning with thick black eyebrows, and shouted at Su, "Where have you been? I told you not to run around, but you disappeared when I turned my back." Can you keep your voice down?" Su rolled her eyes at Yu. "Why are you looking for me? What can I do for you?" "Good things." He reached out, grabbed Su's small hand, took her into the emergency stairs, stepped on the gaps where people were squatting, went up to the 7th floor, and entered a doctor's office. In the office, King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller lined up, each holding a cup in their hands. When Yu pulled Su in, the 3 of them immediately offered the cups and said in unison, "Give me some water to drink."
Puff.
Su couldn't help laughing. She pursed her lips and looked at the 3 burly men in front of her. They were wearing the same camouflage combat uniforms, with the same straight posture and eager glitter in their eyes. They should have had decisive and murderous faces, but now they all showed pitiful postures like beggars, which was very amusing. However, looking at their cracked lips, Su hid her smile, raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and the cups in the hands of the 3 people were filled with water. While the 3 people were drinking water in big gulps, Su turned to look at Yu. "You guys want some water? Why don't you go find Liang? What do you want to see her for?" Yu looked puzzled. He raised his hand and naturally placed his arm on Su's shoulder. He patted her shoulder, like a good brother. "You are our ready-made reservoir. Why don't I look for you but her? Are you sick? It is not the case that people who know how to kill only know how to kill. The reason why humans are the most intelligent creatures on Earth is that they know how to distinguish and feel. Everyone present here can clearly feel who is approaching them with a purpose, wanting to be friends with them, and wanting to use them to their advantage, and who is truly treating them as partners and equals. Even though I didn't understand it before, I can now feel it clearly by comparing Liang and Su's behavior in the past few days." Su slapped away Yu's hand that was demonstrating his sovereignty and glanced at the canteens hanging on the 4 people. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people felt that the empty canteens suddenly became heavy. Su could get them a pot of water without even opening the lid. How convenient. "Okay, you guys chat, I'll go find a bed and rest for a while." After preparing water for the 4 people, Su stretched, turned around and walked out. Behind her, she heard the rustling voices of King Kong and the other two, all of whom were urging Yu to follow her. Su turned around and looked at the four big men behind her who suddenly stopped moving and stood in military posture. She warned, "Don't follow me. Don't disturb my rest." Yes. As for the fight between Yu and King Kong, Su had no idea who won and who lost. She left the doctor's office, found a ward, lay down, and fell asleep. The rest of the people also saw that the zombies on the 7th floor had been cleared away, so they all went up to the 7th floor and found their own wards to sleep. The next morning, before the sun came out, Su was lying on the hospital bed. She glanced at the watch in her hand, then got up and planned to find Chinyu to get some food. She walked to the front of the sky corridor and looked from afar. The zombies that were originally wandering on the sky corridor were all clinging to the glass door. When they saw her come out, they made bursts of hungry sounds from their mouths. Wait a minute, I'll be there." Su was comforting the zombies outside who were waiting to be killed. She was hungry, and her stomach felt empty. Plus, her pregnancy reaction in the morning was the heaviest. She couldn't hold it in any longer, so she leaned against the wall, bent over, and vomited. Behind her, Liang was hiding behind the door of a ward, quietly observing through the gap, with no intention of lending a hand. In the doctor's office, Yu heard the noise and jumped up. He rushed out in a short-sleeved t-shirt without even wearing a coat. He ran behind Su, raised his hand and gently patted Su's back, and asked with a worried look on his face, "What's wrong with you? You a lot every morning. Is there something wrong with your stomach?" It's okay. Su shook her head, her face pale. Seeing this, Yi reached out and helped Su, who had just finished vomiting, up. He walked to the plastic chair by the wall and sat down. He hugged Su, worriedly, and just as he was about to shout Shushurja's name, Su grabbed him and shook her head. "It's nothing. You won't for a while after vomiting. Go find me something to eat." "Okay, just sit here and wait." At this moment, Yu was extremely obedient. His original stubborn attitude instantly turned into a submissive one. He helped Su lean against the back of the chair and hurried to Chinyu's ward. All the food for them now depended on Chinyu alone. After a while, Yu took out a box of cake from Chinyu, squatted in front of Su, tore off the cake wrapper, put the cake to Su's mouth, raised his eyes, and looked at her with hope. "Eat it." Su took the cake that Yu placed next to her mouth uncomfortably. "I have my own hands." "Okay, eat it. Eat it quickly, there's more after you finish it." Yu didn't argue with Su. It was fine for him to feed her or for her to eat by herself, but she just shouldn't have such a pale face. It looked a bit scary. Su forced a weak smile and looked at Yu, thinking that it would be nice if this man could always be like this and not make her angry from time to time. She lowered her head and took a bite of the cake, then looked at Yu, who was still squatting in front of her, watching her eat. She raised her foot and kicked him in the chest. "Go back and put on some clothes before coming out. I told you last time, don't keep staring at me like that. Your eyes are too indecent." Hey. Yu did not deny it. He lowered his head and turned around to find clothes to put on. He was a man, a normal man. It was normal for him to have dirty thoughts when a woman he had slept with once ate food in front of him with her little mouth moving. As soon as Yu left, Su's eating speed increased. She finished the 3 small cakes in front of her in no time. Feeling a little better in her stomach, she stood up and walked towards the group of cute zombies outside the glass door who had long been unable to contain themselves. Behind in the door, Liang finally finished her reading, closed the door of the ward, and looked at Li Xiuyu, who was sitting up and getting dressed on the bed next to her. She asked as if chatting casually, "Xiaoyu, you said that Su and Brother Yi have such a good relationship. What is their relationship?"
"Well."
Li Xiuyu was not sure what to say. "It doesn't matter. But I think Brother Yi seems to like Su very much." "How long have Su and Brother Yi known each other?" "Not long, maybe 2 months or so, I don't know." In fact, after being together for such a long time, Li Xiuyu, who knew Su's past very well, probably guessed that Yi was the man who had slept with Su. However, this matter was very complicated to explain, and it also involved Bai Luoluo, who had already been killed by Su Su, and the fact that Su Su was drugged by Bai Luoluo. After all, this was Su Su's private matter. Li Xiuyu certainly didn't want to say anything about this to Li Ying, whom she had only known for a few days. However, Li Xiaoyu's evasiveness made Li Ying have some rich associations. Li Ying sat on the edge of Li Xiaoyu's bed and was very affectionate, as if they were roommates. She gossiped, but I think Su Su doesn't seem to like Brother Yi that much. Do you think Su Su had a boyfriend before? What kind of boys does she like? It seems like she has a boyfriend. Really? Did they separate after the apocalypse? Or did they break up? So how is the relationship between Su Su and her boyfriend? It's okay. They have been together for many years and have not broken up. Well, it's hard to say.
Don't ask me.
How did Li Xiaoyu explain Li Ying's gossip? Su Su and Xie Qingyan did not break up. It was Xie Qingyan's admirer Bai Luoluo who drugged Su Su and made Su Su and Yu go to bed. Now Su Su and Xie Qingyan are almost enemies, but they live in the same place, and Yu came all the way to get together. Things were very chaotic, and she had a lot to learn recently, so much that Li Xiuyu had no mood to gossip with others about Su Su's mess. So Li Ying boldly guessed a story that Su Su was pregnant with her ex-boyfriend's child, and she was hiding it from Yu. She was absolutely sure that Su Su was pregnant. What normal woman would throw up every morning? Su Su was so good at killing zombies that she had long passed the point of being disgusted by them. When she thought about the mysterious look of Zhuoshijia and Su Su in the ultrasound room on the 6th floor, Su Su was not pregnant. Li Ying wrote her name upside down. Moreover, Li Ying could be sure that the child was not Yu's. With Su Su's personality and her bad and distant attitude towards Yu, it was impossible for her to have a relationship with Yu, whom she had only known for more than 2 months. The only explanation was that the child in Su Su's belly was her ex-boyfriend with whom she had been in love for many years. Shameless? Li Ying didn't have any special thoughts about Yu. She was born to admire the strong. She would follow whoever was strong. So when she found out about Su Su's little secret, she felt even more dissatisfied. How could someone like Su Su be worthy of Yu's attention? And she tried so hard, but still couldn't get into Yu's circle? A shameless woman like Su Su really doesn't deserve to have such a good team like Yu to follow her. In the ward, Li Ying's heart was in turmoil, and outside, when Yu came out again, Su Su was already killing zombies to a very high level. She had almost killed half of the zombies wandering in the entire sky corridor. Going further ahead was the outpatient and inpatient building, and the number of zombies there was n times that of the emergency room. No matter how powerful she was, she decided to take it easy because of the baby in her belly. She didn't want to run over alone and take risks. So she killed slowly in the sky corridor. When she got tired, she would take a break and let the 2 water men continue. She followed behind the 2 water men to pick up the crystal cores. Yi was wearing a camouflage combat uniform and a pair of hippie-looking black sunglasses on his face. He stood by the glass door and watched Su Su jumping around from afar, as if the man who was vomiting to death just now was his illusion. After watching for a while, he felt relieved and waited for his teammates to gather one after another. Then Yi leisurely stepped onto the sky corridor, intending to clean up some zombies along the way first. Brother Pai and the others got up at this time. Due to the environment, they didn't have to pay much attention to things like brushing their teeth and washing their faces. They just stood up from the bed, filled their stomachs, picked up their weapons and fought. They soon followed them to the sky corridor. Li Xiaoyu was still walking at the back with Qin Yu, Ruerue, and Zhuoshijia. Li Ying wanted to keep up with Yi Yu and the others, but Yi Yu and his 3 companions were heavy firepower. The 4 of them took on most of the zombies, which also meant that the place where these 4 were was the most dangerous place on the front line. In order to save her life, Li Ying had no choice but to follow Brother Pai's team. Su Su, who was standing at the very edge, looked at her monster with boredom. It was snatched away by Yu again. She yawned and turned her head to look at the dark mass of zombies in the glass door opposite. Perhaps they smelled the scent of living people, and all the zombies crowded towards this glass door. Su leaned against the window on the side of the sky corridor and waited. When the glass door was completely broken and countless zombies rolled out, roaring desperately and rushing towards them, Su stood up and stood on the window, jumped with one foot, and grabbed a clothesline on the top of the corridor with both hands. At the top of the entire corridor, on both sides near the windows, there are clotheslines which are used by the inpatients to dry their clothes. Su grabbed the clothesline and lifted her feet up. Her body was as soft as if she had no bones. She clung to the clothesline like a koala. Under him was a group of zombie heads. Each of them raised their heads and barked at Su. If they could talk, they would definitely want Su to come down. But Su refused to do so. Not only did she not come down, she also hung on the clothesline to provoke the zombies' hatred. She also sent 2 watermen down there to quietly kill the zombies and collect the crystal cores along the way. Wow, Mom! Sister Chinyu, who was walking at the back, held Ruerue in his arms. Ruerue's little finger was pointing at Su hanging on the top of the skywalk. His vocabulary was limited, but it did not prevent him from expressing his concern for Su. Chinyu looked in the direction of Ruerue's finger and was immediately impressed. He jumped so high, and even jumped up by holding onto the windowsill. What courage does it take? Zhuoshijia, who was carrying a large backpack, frowned tightly. It seemed that Su did not listen to a word she told her. As a pregnant woman who is still in the dangerous period of 3 months, was it appropriate for her to jump so high and hang on a clothesline? Li Xiaoyu, who was in the front, was originally frightened by the zombies that rolled out violently, but when he heard Ruerue's words, while looking at Su, Li Xiaoyu also looked forward and saw that the zombies that rolled out were divided into 2 groups. Most of them went towards Yu, King Kong, the scholar, and the fortune teller in front, while a small part bypassed these 4 people and went towards Su. But Su's men were hanging in the air and he sent 2 watermen to block the road, so there were not many zombies coming from behind. After passing through layers of interception by Brother Pai and others, there were only 5 or 6 zombies left on Li Xiaoyu's side. As soon as these 5 or 6 zombies came over, they were divided up and dealt with by Li Xiaoyu, Chinyu Ruerue, and Zhuoshijia. In fact, the place with the most zombies is the outpatient hall on the 1st floor. Not only is the outpatient hall packed with zombies, but the parking lot outside is also crowded with zombies. In the inpatient department, there are more zombies in the internal medicine department on the 5th floor. The situation on the other floors is relatively okay, which is the level that everyone sees now. This kind of ordinary zombie has no consciousness and only knows how to smell odors, listen to sounds, and satisfy their appetites. Therefore, they cannot go up and down stairs normally, and it is even more impossible for them to have the wisdom to hide somewhere and launch surprise attacks on humans. Basically, after clearing out the zombies on 1 floor, even if the cleanup is complete, it is impossible for some remnants to appear in the dead corners that cannot be cleared. With so many zombies, it only took Iyusu and Su a few hours to clear out all the zombies that approached them. Then they walked into the 7th floor of the inpatient department and went up the emergency stairs without a break. According to Zhuoshijia, above the 7th floor are some departments for elderly people to recuperate, such as gynecology, obstetrics, neonatology, adult intensive care unit, etc. There are not too many zombies on these floors, especially in the departments for elderly people to recuperate. It is called recuperation, so naturally a quiet and spacious environment is needed. There are only 2 or 3 children who come to visit the elderly. Even if all of them become zombies, there will not be many people left. The obstetrics department, in particular, was supposed to be the place with the most pregnant women. But when Su, Yu, and the others climbed the emergency door on the 10th floor, there were only 2 or 3 zombies left. It was even quieter inside the obstetrics department, as if none of the pregnant women had turned into zombies. It felt very weird. Yu, who was leading everyone to the neonatal department on the 11th floor, stopped when he heard the words and looked back at the locked emergency door of the obstetrics department. This door was unusually quiet. Only the emergency door of the obstetrics department was the quietest, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop inside. In the dim corridor, the green emergency lights cast an eerie glow. People looked at each other, then at each other, and finally all of their eyes were focused on Su. Su turned around and looked at the double-door emergency door of the obstetrics department. Through the door, she could only see a black and red color inside. It seemed to be full of blood, and there were some internal organs wrapped in the blood. There was an iron bolt on the door, and there were red bloody fingerprints on the bolt, as if a survivor had escaped from inside and locked it forcibly. She withdrew her foot from the steps and took a few steps towards the emergency door of the obstetrics department. She expanded her 5 senses and roughly sensed the situation inside. She indeed did not detect any signs of zombie activity. She was reaching out to open the iron bolt on the door when, in the quiet corridor, accompanied by the breathing and heartbeats of everyone, a text message alert sounded. Everyone looked at Zhuoshijia like a deflated ball. Zhuoshijia had an awkward look on his face. He took out his cell phone that was ringing with text messages, took a look, and said to Su, "It's from a colleague in the blue light room, asking where we are. A baby is already dehydrated, and they hope we can go up as soon as possible. Then go up and come back to check this obstetrics department later." Su shrugged and looked up to see the obstetrics department. She could hear the howling of zombies in the neonatal department from where she was standing. The last resort was the neonatal department, so she might as well go there to deliver the milk powder first. So everyone nodded in agreement, especially Brother Pai, who was about to see his son and naturally didn't want to waste any more time. When Su said this, he agreed with both hands and feet and was eager to run forward. Seeing that Brother Pai was about to squeeze to the front, the fortune teller with gold-type superpowers reached out, grabbed Brother Pai by the back of the collar, and threw him behind him. Seeing this, Yu nodded, indicating that he agreed to go to the neonatal department first. He turned around and pushed Brother Pai, throwing him backwards in front of King Kong. King Kong then reached out and grabbed Brother Pai by the back of his collar and dragged him behind him, forcibly moving Brother Pai, who was squeezed to the front, behind the 4 people. When everyone saw this, they realized that Brother Pai, the gang leader, was moved behind Yu and the other 3 people, which was quite funny. So I cheered myself up, kept a relaxed attitude, and arrived at the neonatal department. After the emergency door of the neonatal department was opened, the number of zombies slowly increased again. There were many women who gave birth before the end of the world. After giving birth, if there were any minor problems, the babies would be taken to the neonatal department for observation for 2 days. As a result, the neonatal department was crowded with fathers, grandparents, and relatives who were worried about the babies. Moreover, the end of the world came suddenly, and the survivors were blocked by the zombies in the outpatient hall downstairs and could not get out, so they could only run upstairs. Gradually, there were some survivors who turned into zombies and some survivors who were bitten into zombies. As a result, they all crowded on the top 2 floors of the inpatient department. The higher they went, the more zombies there were. The babies that Zhuoshijia mentioned and the doctors and nurses who take care of them are hiding in the blue light room and the neonatal intensive care unit of the neonatal department. Some babies have high jaundice when they are born, so they need to be exposed to blue light in the incubator for a few days. The neonatal intensive care unit admits babies with congenital problems, such as premature babies or babies with various physical defects. The sterile environment requirements in these 2 facilities are very strict, and the entire environment is strictly closed. The family members of the baby can only see the baby through a thick, transparent glass wall, and the baby will be held by a nurse for viewing. The baby's condition progresses very quickly, and there must be doctors and nurses to monitor him 24 hours a day. Where there are doctors and nurses, there will naturally be food. So even though the entire hospital is a concentration of doomsday viruses, the proportion of surviving doctors, nurses, and babies in the blue light room and the neonatal intensive care unit is very high. At this time, in front, Su was killing zombies, turned around and waved at Zhuoshijia, handed the remaining zombies to the 2 watermen, staggered to Zhuoshijia's side, frowned, and said, "I say, it will be dangerous to carry those babies out. After all, the hospital is a place where the doomsday virus is very common. Those babies have been in a sterile environment since birth, and then they are suddenly taken out. Their resistance is insufficient. Will they all turn into little zombies?
Shushu.
Zhuo Shijia frowned tightly, with the temperament of an academic. She stood up straight, carrying a huge backpack on her thin back. The backpack was full of baby milk powder, without any personal supplies. Zhuo Shijia looked at Su Su seriously and said seriously, "This is called natural selection. They can't live in a sterile environment all their lives. Do adults have good resistance? After all, it is much better than that of a baby." But look at the world today. There are so many ordinary people who have not evolved successfully, even more zombies who have failed to evolve, and a small number of superpowers who have successfully evolved. This is a good proof of Darwin's theory of biological evolution. Zhuo Shijia studied medicine. She is the chief physician of the obstetrics and gynecology department. When facing life and death, she has an open-mindedness that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Those who can survive will survive eventually, and those who cannot survive will not survive no matter what conditions are provided. This is cruel, but this is the reality. In fact, what they are doing now is just to provide a way out for those babies who can survive, while those who cannot survive will eventually become dust. For a moment, Su Su felt very sad. She suddenly thought of Xiao AI in her previous life. Xiao AI did win the 4 words survival of the fittest, but didn't she still die? She looked at Zhuo Shijia without saying a word, and Zhuo Shijia also looked at her, openly and without servility. Su Su knew that Zhuo Shijia was telling the truth and understood that she was acting emotionally, so she turned back silently, looking at the zombies in front of her who were getting fewer and fewer, and the faces full of joy behind a glass wall. Su Su retreated far away and silently looked at the cleared neonatal department, watched Zhuo Shijia carrying milk powder and entering the blue light room from the door on the side, watched Pagoba leaning against the glass wall, looking around anxiously. She thought for a long time, turned her head away, and felt a little bored. In this life, she provided a way for these babies to live, but in the previous life, who cared about her little love? Su Su felt uncomfortable, so she quietly hid aside, letting Zhuo Shijia and Pai Ge and others toss about. She just watched quietly, without saying a word. How can there be no one? "My son's name is Su Lei. You should check carefully." Brother Pai shouted loudly, through a small intercom on the wall. The scene was in a mess. His brothers were helping Yu and others throw the zombies out of the window. Brother Pai could not care less and anxiously leaned against the glass wall, shouting, "My son's mother is Wujing. Did you only write the name of the child's mother or father? My name is Su Sun. Please help me check it carefully."
Wujing, right?
A skinny doctor behind the glass wall, trying to suppress his hunger, thought for a moment and said to Brother Pai, "Your son was born prematurely. I remember we took him to the neonatal intensive care unit." The doctor pointed to the neonatal intensive care unit across the street, where there were also survivors, and far more than in the blue light room. Brother Pai nodded, and without calling anyone to follow him, he turned around and ran to the neonatal intensive care unit in a hurry. Because it was the neonatal intensive care unit, the conditions there were much more closed than the blue light room, and there were 3 sliding iron doors to pass through. As soon as Brother Pai opened the first iron door, a woman in a red nightgown with long flowing hair walked out. There were some bloodstains on the woman's face, and her nightgown looked like the color of blood. She had a calm expression on her face, staring at Brother Pai, and walked straight towards him.
Wujing.
Brother Pai didn't notice and shouted, "Why didn't you send me a letter, if you're not dead? Where's my son?" The woman in red named Wujing didn't say anything, but took a few quick steps towards Brother Pai. Brother Pai was about to ask again, but Su Su behind him glanced at him casually and immediately jumped up and shouted, "Brother Pai, run. That's a level 1 zombie. I have said it before, zombies also have levels and can evolve. Today's zombies are too ordinary. They are all ordinary zombies, walking as slowly as snails and very easy to kill. However, the movement speed of a level 1 zombie is almost the same as that of an adult. They can run and jump and can overcome obstacles by themselves. They can go up and down stairs and so on. They are very flexible and normal. If you don't look closely, a level 1 zombie with its appearance well preserved looks almost like a real person. To distinguish who is a first-level zombie and who is a human, it depends on the eyesight of each person. Su has been in the apocalypse for 12 years, so she can tell at a glance that this woman named Jing is not a human. Her nightgown is all covered with human blood. How much human flesh did she eat to get it stained like this? But Su shouted too late, and Pai Ji's reaction was also half a beat slower. He probably didn't believe that Jing, who was so agile, was a first-level zombie. By the time he reacted and turned around to run, Jing had already pounced on him from behind and knocked Pai Gu to the ground. Yu on the side was not slow in his movements. When Jing opened her mouth, revealing 2 fangs, and was about to bite Brother Pai, Yu threw a fireball in time. The fireball hit Jing's face and burned half of her well-preserved face. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would have been killed by this fireball, but not Jing. Her movements were only hindered for a moment, and then she bit Brother Pai on the shoulder as if she didn't feel any pain at all. Because it was winter, Brother Pai was wearing thick clothes, so the bite didn't hit his flesh but tore the clothes off his shoulders. He struggled under Jing, shrinking his neck to avoid Jing's bite, but this level of zombie was stronger than ordinary zombies, so he couldn't struggle at all. At this time, King Kong also came up. A shadow floated by, and a blood mark appeared on Jing's neck. After a moment, with a gulp, its head fell off from the slender body, revealing a scar the size of a bowl. Dead. Look dead. The second iron gate was opened at some point, and just when Jing's head fell, the second iron gate was completely opened, revealing a large group of survivors inside, all of whom looked jubilant. Brother Pai pushed Jing down from his back, sat up, and looked at Jing's head not far away. He didn't know what he was thinking. Looking at his expression, he seemed a little dazed, confused, and a little sad. Was he bitten? Don't go over there, stay away. He must have been bitten just now and is about to turn into a zombie. Yes, look at him. I saw the zombie bite him. Brother Bing, you are here to save us, right? Why don't you kill this man? The survivors, who came out one after another, kept far away from Brother Pai and rushed to the 4 soldiers to express their gratitude, talking in a flurry. At the same time, they stayed as far away from Brother Pai as possible, leaving him sitting on the ground, feeling alone as his lover turned into a zombie, his son's life or death unknown, and being deserted by everyone. Seeing this, Brother Pai's subordinates rushed up and were about to argue with the survivors. At the same time, they also protected Brother Pai, making it clear that they would not let anyone touch him. However, King Kong pushed everyone away, bent down, and stretched out a hand towards Brother Pai. He was closest to Brother Pai, so of course he saw it clearly. Brother Pai was not bitten by Jing at all. Even if he was bitten, it was impossible for Brother Pai to turn into a zombie immediately. The ignorant people in the world love to make a fuss and are unwilling to take even the slightest risk. When the survivors saw this, they all showed horrified expressions on their faces, as if King Kong was seeking death. They talked a lot and even forgot the joy they felt when they first met the soldiers. They just repeated in their minds the iron rule that if you are bitten by a zombie, you will become a zombie. Everyone stared at Brother Pai tremblingly, but Brother Pai looked up and saw that the iron door of the neonatal intensive care unit was half open. He immediately seemed to come to his senses and ignored the frightened survivors. He just rushed into the innermost iron door and shouted, "Son, where's my son? Where is my son?" The neonatal intensive care unit is now a mess. The boxes that needed to be turned over have been turned over, the cabinets that needed to be turned over have been turned over, and there are scattered medical supplies everywhere. There are also some baby milk powder bags on the ground that have been opened, and the milk powder is scattered all over the floor. There was a young nurse who was kneeling on the ground picking up the milk powder. When she saw Brother Pai rushing in, she shouted, "Don't step on it. These babies only had this little bit of milk powder left. You've already eaten it all. We don't have any more. We have nothing left." The food that should have been given to the survivors had already been given to them long ago, but they still wanted more. Not only did they eat it, they also wasted it, making the milk powder everywhere. The babies were crying loudly with hunger. Liang Xiaoqi could only kneel on the ground and carefully rub the milk powder on the ground, preparing to mix some saline and glucose for the babies to drink. Who knew that before she finished picking up the milk powder, another person rushed in impatiently and stepped on the milk powder on the ground? How could Liang Xiaoqi not be angry? The situation in the intensive care unit was even more miserable than that in the blue light room.
Why?
In fact, most of the tragedy that humans are experiencing now is not caused by zombies or various natural disasters, but by the survivors hurting each other. With so many survivors, even if there is a level 1 zombie outside, if they wrap themselves up and go together, they may not be unable to deal with it. However, no one is willing to rush out first, not a single person. They just squeeze the rations of the doctors and nurses in the intensive care unit and the babies. Su followed Brother Pai in step by step, looking at the mess along the way with cold eyes. Beside her, Brother Pai took back his feet stained with milk powder, and with trembling hands, he helped the little nurse on the ground and turned around to shout, Dr. Zhua, give me some milk powder. Here it comes, here it comes. Zhua Shijia didn't come, but Qinyu came with Ruerue in her arms. She was holding a bunch of cans of milk powder in her hands. She squeezed through the crowd and rushed in. She piled all the milk powder in her hands into the arms of the little nurse and said anxiously, Don't feed the babies milk powder on the ground. Eat this. It's clean. It's all the first-stage infant milk powder that your Dr. Zhua carefully selected in the supermarket. The young nurse Liang Xiaoqi was stunned, holding a pile of milk powder, standing there at a loss. She looked at Brother Pai, Su, Qinyu, and Rue, and suddenly she burst into tears and shouted, Dr. Hong, we are saved. The babies are saved. She shouted and cried, and bowed to Su, Pai Ge, and Qinyu while holding the milk powder. After bowing, she ran into an intensive care unit with the milk powder. After a while, a rustling sound was heard from inside, and a thin and listless male doctor came out. He was wearing a white doctor's uniform with a hint of yellow. It was obvious that he hadn't changed it for many days. But because he was a doctor and had been staying in the intensive care unit, he was particularly fond of cleanliness. Apart from a somewhat torn and messy look on his doctor's uniform, there was not a single stain on it. There was a stethoscope hanging around his neck. As he walked, one hand habitually rested on the stethoscope, as if ready to listen to the condition of the sick child at any time. Seeing Su, Qinyu, and Brother Pai, the doctor surnamed Hong frowned and said, Seriously, how many times have I told you that when you enter the intensive care unit, please put on disposable shoe covers and protective clothing? Forget it. Thank you for the milk powder. Is it safe outside? When will the government send a rescue team to take in these babies? Dr. Hong, you're Dr. Hong, right? My name is Su Sun, and my wife's name is Wu Jing. She gave birth to a son in your hospital the day before the end of the world. Where is my son? Is he still alive? Is he still alive? Without waiting for Su to answer, Brother Pai rushed over, grabbed Dr. Hong's shoulders, and shook him vigorously for a few times. Dr. Hong was about to faint on the ground, but he blinked twice, barely pulled himself together, nodded, and thought for a while. Yes, he's still alive. The baby in bed 13 is very tenacious, but he has been malnourished for many days, resulting in his condition in all aspects not being ideal. He also ate some unclean milk powder, and he has diarrhea today. Malnutrition? Why is he malnourished? Brother Pai was anxious, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly looked at the group of survivors outside the iron gate, his eyes wide open, his face ferocious, and he shouted, It was you who dumped my son's milk powder on the ground? It was you? At this moment, Brother Pai no longer looked lonely and pitiful like he had just now, abandoned by everyone. His expression instantly became ferocious, like a gangster boss. His eyes were red and full of hatred, and one could see that Brother Pai was going to kill the group of people outside in the next second. At this moment, the group of survivors outside who were originally pointing at Brother Pai and wanted to kill him immediately, when faced with Brother Pai's ferocious look, all of them became silent and timid, and some even hid behind the 4 soldiers, making it clear that they were afraid to face Brother Pai. But Brother Pai was just a fierce person. Now that his son was still alive, he didn't have the time to kill anyone. Of course, it was more important for him to see his son first. So, at Brother Pai's urging, Dr. Hong had to take Brother Pai to find the baby in bed 13. King Kong outside the 3 iron gates was really disgusted with the group of survivors hiding behind him. With a cruel light in his eyes, he turned around to find Zhu Jing's head to dig out the crystal core. As soon as he left, Yi Yu and the other 2 also dispersed and did their own things. Let them protect these survivors?
It's impossible in this life.
As soon as the 4 death-defying gold medalists left, all of Brother Pai's subordinates looked at the survivors with unfriendly eyes. However, they were not as tall and strong as the 4 soldiers, nor as imposing as Brother Pai. The survivors were not afraid of them at all, and were soon attracted by the large backpacks carried on the backs of the gangsters. Su Sulyu observed the neonatal intensive care unit and found it quite spacious. Behind 3 iron doors was a doctor's office. Walking into the doctor's office was where the incubators for the babies were placed. The instruments outside each incubator were still running. It seemed that the electrical equipment in the intensive care unit was operating normally. As Dr. Hong opened the heavy door of the ICU, bursts of babies' cries came out. Su followed from a distance behind and took a rough look. There were 5 or 6 babies inside, all waving their little hands and crying loudly. They must be very hungry. There was another doctor and nurse in the intensive care unit who were either taking the babies' temperatures or feeding them water. In short, they were very busy. When the doctor saw Brother Pai barging in, he was about to stop him, but the nurse who had entered the doctor's office with the milk powder earlier ran in with 5 milk bottles. She shouted to the other nurse, "Dao Mei, hurry up and feed the babies. This is new milk powder, brought by Dr. Zhua." "Really?" The nurse named Wu Daomei grabbed 2 bottles and jumped up excitedly. That's great, Xiaoqi is really great." After the 2 nurses finished their excitement, they quickly went to feed the baby. Brother Pai had already rushed to bed 13, to his son's side. Su watched for a while. This touching scene of the father and son reuniting made her feel even more depressed. Since her previous life, she didn't like watching this kind of scene. Maybe it was because she didn't find Xiao AI, so she didn't want to watch other people's reunion with their loved ones. So she turned and went into the doctor's office, took a quick look, and apart from the supplies that had been rummaged through by the survivors outside, there was nothing worth taking. Just as she was about to leave, she found a stack of papers on the table with some chemical data written on it. Su couldn't understand it, but with her sharp eyes, she saw a key word written on it, vaccine. So Su turned a page with interest, which recorded the daily data of each baby in the neonatal intensive care unit. Before the doomsday, a total of 8 babies who were newborn or only a few months old were admitted here. But after the doomsday, 2 babies went directly to heaven, and 1 baby was infected with the doomsday virus and turned directly into a little zombie. Dr. Hong was very interested in this little zombie, so he put it alone in a sealed incubator and conducted research on it for a few days. However, a few days later, the baby who was infected and turned into a zombie also died. Dr. Hong made some notes on the cause of death, saying that it was survival of the fittest. It's the survival of the fittest again. When Su saw these 4 words, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. The newborn baby was too weak. Even if it was infected with the doomsday virus, it couldn't keep the child alive. Poor child, if he didn't go to heaven, he could stay in the world and couldn't eat people or drink blood. Su, what are you doing? Zhuo Shijia stood by the door, frowned at Su and waved, "Come out quickly. Let's discuss how to deal with these children." So Su put down the pile of data in his hand and followed Zhuo Shijia out. At this time, Qinyu had already taken Ruerue to help feed the baby's milk. When Su walked out, he happened to see the group of survivors trying to steal the supplies behind Brother Pai's men. This time when they entered the hospital, each of Pigo's men carried a very large and exaggerated backpack on his back. The backpack was filled with the supplies needed for this operation. One person only had 1 or 2 days, and it was definitely impossible for him to finish all the things in the backpacks. Therefore, until now, there was still a lot of food in these backpacks. They ate right in front of them. The survivors wanted food? They didn't give it to them. Ha! So everyone started arguing, and by the time Su Su came out, they had already started fighting over it. Yi Yu and the other three were standing far away, almost at the emergency staircase. They were discussing something with their heads down. Li Ying was standing not far behind Yi Yu, and Li Xiaoyu was going in and out of the blue light room, as if she was helping out. When Yi Yu and the other three saw Su Su coming out with Zhuoshijia, they stopped talking and looked up at her. Su Su ignored the group of survivors and Pai Ge's subordinates who were about to fight each other, and walked straight to Yi Yu. King Kong raised his chin towards the blue light room, looked at Su Su and asked, "There are 4 in the blue light room, 5 in the intensive care unit, a total of 9 little butts. Take them all back? Take it back first." So many? Su Su frowned. 9 babies, not 9 pets, but also doctors and nurses, as well as various incubators and other facilities. How to take them all back? But if they are not taken back, how can these 9 babies survive? In this era, the government has long been gone, and the only one in power that is still able to act is the army. But it takes time for the army to come, and it also takes a process to build up the various functional departments of human society. The Wild Hospital will appear soon, but what role will it play? To put it bluntly, the Wild Hospital is a building built in the suburbs of Xiangqing. All the patients admitted there are some relatives. The sanitary conditions are poor, the attitudes of doctors and nurses are poor, and the skills are poor. Medical supplies are scarce. There are even explicit regulations that those who are dying will not be admitted, children will not be admitted, and the elderly will not be admitted. It is not written whether pregnant women can be admitted, but in that era, it seems that except for fools like Su Su, no pregnant women would go to the Wild Hospital to give birth. Pregnant women who are about to give birth can just solve the problem of giving birth at home. Why spend the crystal core to go to the hospital? Moreover, there were fewer and fewer pregnant women in that era. Women who were not pregnant did not dare to get pregnant, so why should they give birth? There were no welfare institutions to adopt children. Not only now, but also 10 years after the end of the world. In that world, the only ones who would come out to collect children and adopt children were some brothels or begging organizations. It was not until the Qinglong base in the north developed the doomsday vaccine that related training institutions for young superpowers were born, and the leaders of the base began to care about the various problems of the children. So Su Su could only decide to take these 9 babies back home. She would take them home first. Anyway, there were so many people, and she didn't want to take care of them. What was she worried about? How are we going to take care of them? No one else said anything, but Li Ying spoke up. She looked at Su Su with obvious disapproval on her face. So many babies. How much milk powder will they need every day? And what about the food for the doctors and nurses? Where will they live? Who will find supplies for them? Su Su, don't you think you are too saintly? I don't want you to support me anyway. At this time, Zhuoshijia, who had been silent all this time, stood up bravely. She raised her head and puffed out her chest, with a natural sense of pride. We are medical workers. Your health and lives depend on us. How can we give you less food and clothes? In the doomsday, a person's value is not only reflected by going out to fight zombies. A healthy team system needs brave people to go out and fight zombies, but it also needs many talented people with expertise, as long as they can be given a chance to demonstrate their value. And now, Su Su gave them this opportunity. To Zhuoshijia and these doctors and nurses. It's decided. Take them all back. Su Su glanced at Li Ying and said bluntly, Li Ying, people with different ideals cannot work together. If you feel that my decision is biased, you can choose to leave. She looked at Yi Yu again, and Yi Yu quickly waved his hand and took himself out. Don't look at me. I have no objection. We all have no objection. King Kong, the scholar and the fortune teller all shook their heads to express that they had no objection. King Kong even smiled at Zhuoshijia, and it seemed as if he was saying, Look, I voted for you, and I support you. On the side, Li Ying opened her mouth, sneered, and glanced at Su Su's belly. She was smart enough not to attack at this moment. Only a brainless person would choose this moment to poke out the best handle. Su Su's belly was not bulging, but she insisted that Su Su was pregnant. Su Su did not admit it, and Zhuoshijia also helped Su Su. In the end, she, Li Ying, would be accused of stirring up trouble. Then Brother Pai came out holding his son. Brother Pai's subordinates, who were beating the survivors like pigs, stopped immediately and ran over holding their backpacks. One looked at Brother Pai's son, and another looked at Brother Pai's son, all with happy expressions. The survivors, who had been beaten, became obedient and crouched on the ground groaning. Su, can I discuss something with you? Brother Pai ignored his subordinates and walked over with his son in his arms, smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. I am over 40 years old, and I only have this one son. My son's health is not good, so I want to take all these doctors and nurses away, and of course, all the children here. You know that our ability is limited, so I beg you to take us in. As he spoke, Pai Ge's smile faded, and he said very seriously, I promise, as long as you let us follow you, I will cover all the food for these people, including the children, doctors, nurses, and you. Do you want it? What this means is that Su and Yi's team will ensure safety, while Pai Ge's team will provide backup and take on the responsibility of feeding 9 babies, 3 doctors, and 5 nurses. Su looked back at Zhuoshijia, who blinked quickly, meaning, agree quickly. If someone is willing to support these doctors, nurses, and babies, then you are a fool if you don't agree. Su immediately nodded to Brother Pai. Okay, no problem. Then these babies and their doctors and nurses will be left to you. Well, this time I went to the hospital, Prung Yuzhong left, Zhuoshijia came, and there were 9 babies. In addition to Zhuoshijia, there were a total of 7 medical staff, plus a pre-apocalyptic gangster boss and a dozen of the boss's subordinates. This team is really getting bigger and bigger. Yi rolled his eyes behind Su and made a face at King Kong. King Kong had a stern face at first, but then he suddenly stuck out his tongue at Yi. Yi then burst into laughter and pounced on him, and they started fighting each other. These soldiers, who usually have too much energy to vent, can only consume it by fighting with their teammates. Ignoring Yi and King Kong, Su turned around and discussed the retreat with Zhuoshijia and Pai Ge. The retreat was simple, because the zombies had been cleared out on the way here. The only remaining obstetrics department on the 11th floor might be a bit weird, but Zhuojing's appearance just solved the cause of this weird incident. It was estimated that so many pregnant women in the obstetrics department were eaten by Zhuojing alone. So they just need to follow the same route they came from, find a few more cars downstairs, and have each of Brother Pai's subordinates hold a baby and follow Yi and Su's car. But they had decided to take in the baby and the medical staff. But what about the remaining survivors? The survivors who were beaten and lying on the ground, groaning, did not dare to act rashly. Seeing that Brother Pai's subordinates were preparing to retreat, some of them reluctantly surrounded him and asked the scholar, Brother Bing, can you take us with you? Everyone was busy. Su and Zhuoshijia were busy whispering in a corner. Li Xiaoyu and Qinyu Ruerue were busy collecting medical supplies. After the medical staff ate some of the food brought by the young and dangerous, they and Brother Pai's subordinates were busy preparing items for the baby. Brother Pai was busy teasing his son. Yi and King Kong were busy fighting. Li Ying and the fortune teller followed behind Yi and watched him fight with King Kong. Only the scholar was standing there idly, and he looked easy to talk to. Hearing this, the scholar folded his arms, looked at the survivor in front of him, and smiled politely. Of course, you can follow. No one has the right to stop you from following. But you must deal with the zombies that attack you by yourself, and collect supplies and feed yourself. He has no self-worth, no special powers, no courage to fight zombies, no diligence in searching for supplies, and only wants to rely on rescue forever. It would be better for such a person to die so as not to drag others down. What? Aren't you sent by the government to rescue us? Are you wasting our taxpayers' money? When times were good, we spent money to support you. Now times are bad, you should protect us. Words like these were uttered one after another from the mouths of the survivors, and the expression on the scholar's face gradually became colder and colder. They were once supported by the taxpayers, but they did not take the taxpayers' money in vain. They were giving back to the taxpayers with their lives. The relationship between recipients and givers had long been balanced, especially when they were deceived into the walls of the city, and when they came out, after rescuing several groups of such survivors, They did not have the psychological shadow of revenge against society, which was already very good. Now they are asked to be responsible for such people. Forget it. Shut up. Su, who was standing by, shook her head when she saw this. They were scared back by the fog, which had no killing power at all. It was a miracle for these survivors to survive. She winked at Zhuoshijia, and the two of them reported to the scholar, then slipped downstairs and went to the 6th floor to move the B ultrasound machine to the emergency room. The two of them discussed it and decided to get a large truck to move the medical equipment to the hospital. That would take more than a day or two. Now there were babies, doctors, and nurses, and it would be inappropriate to keep them wandering around outside. They had to send the babies, doctors, and nurses back to the Apple Villa area first. Anyway, zombies need to be killed and supplies need to be found, so it is better to come to the hospital a few more times, and next time you come, just find a large truck to drive over. Let's move the ultrasound machine back first. The machine is not big. Zhuoshijia said that the stand could be folded up and stacked like a table and put in the trunk of Su's Jeep. There should be enough space. Maybe there can be room for something else. Let's go to the 6th floor first to have a look. The 6th floor was very quiet. Su took Zhuoshijia for a walk and didn't encounter any surviving zombies, so they went into the ultrasound room together. Under Zhuoshijia's command, Su began to collect all the medical consumables in the ultrasound room, such as disposable gloves, condoms, toilet paper, developer, disinfectant, etc., and stuffed them all into Zhuoshijia's backpack. Originally, Zhuoshijia's backpack was full of milk powder. After a walk through the blue light room and the intensive care unit on the 11th floor, it was empty. Now, under Su's sweep, she was almost full of a big bag. Zhuoshijia herself started to dismantle the ultrasound machine. By the time she had dismantled the main unit, monitor, and probe, and then the stand of the ultrasound machine, and laid it flat like a computer desk, Su had collected almost everything. Wow, I packed a big backpack for just one ultrasound room. Looking at the bag full of medical supplies, Su frowned, stretched out her fair hands, picked up the backpack strap, and was about to carry it when Zhuoshijia called out, "Don't move. The backpack is so heavy. You are only 2 months pregnant.
Don't carry it.
Let me do it." "Oh, okay." Although Su didn't think it was a difficult task for her to carry such a small amount of things, since Zhuoshijia wanted to help her, Su was happy to do so. However, the two of them were busy in the B ultrasound room and no one noticed that outside the emergency door on the 6th floor, Ling was lying on the door and could see their whereabouts clearly. She was now leaning against the wall with a smirk on her face. Su was definitely pregnant. Otherwise, why would she leave all the medical equipment in the hospital untouched and go back with Zhuoshijia to get an ultrasound machine? Su's belly hadn't grown yet, so she must be still young. According to Li Xiuyu, she and Yiyu had only known each other for more than 2 months, so the child was definitely not Yiyu's, unless someone like Su had adult love with Yiyu on the first day they met. There are people who go to bed with each other on the first day they meet, but Su and Yiyu are not those casual people. Liang is absolutely confident about this. Liang, who was becoming more and more confident, left quietly, while Su and Zhuoshijia carried the ultrasound machine with large and small bags, and went down from the 6th floor to the outside of the emergency hall. At this moment, many zombies roamed in from other places. Su controlled 2 watermen and killed them slowly. Together with Zhuoshijia, they killed their way to the jeep parked outside. When Zhuoshijia opened the trunk and looked inside, he shouted, Su, how can we put all these supplies in? All lost. Su did not lie and walked forward to grab the supplies outside. These supplies were all collected along the way. For people who had no ability and even less courage, these supplies were as precious as gold. But for Su, these supplies could be obtained at any time as long as she moved her fingers. Just as she was throwing supplies out of the car, Yiyu and others had already brought Brother Pai out. Behind Brother Pai, his subordinates followed, each holding a baby carefully in his hand. Their expressions were so funny. Su turned her head and immediately thought of a good way to avoid wasting supplies. She waved to the medical staff. "Come here and help me eat all these things." She pointed to the biscuits, mineral water, various snacks, chocolates, and so on the ground. The medical staff had almost fainted from hunger and were barely alive by drinking glucose saline solution. Although they had just eaten some snacks handed to them by the gangsters, it was not enough to fill their teeth for those who had been hungry for so many days. So when the doctors and nurses saw the food on the ground, their eyes lit up and they walked over to eat it. The survivors who followed at the end pounced on the food like hungry tigers. You are not allowed to pick them up. Su had long disliked survivors who would rather let the leftover milk powder fall to waste on the ground than leave a bite for the babies. What she did was just an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Then, Su glanced and accidentally saw Yang Xiaoqi's face full of admiration. She stuffed the biscuit in her hand into her mouth, clasped her hands together, and placed them in front of her chest. Looking at Su was like seeing her idol. Revenge, revenge. Su avenged all the anger and dissatisfaction in her heart. What are you looking at? Do you want to eat? Not really understanding the train of thought of a young nurse like Liang Xiaoqi, Su turned around, took out a bag of snacks from the trunk, and put it in Liang Xiaoqi's arms. Take them and eat them. Each of you take a bag, while I clean out the trunk. Brother Yi, isn't this too much? Liang walked beside Yi, watching Su delivering bags of supplies to medical staff, and whispered to Yi, we collected these supplies with great effort. Are you letting Su give them away like this? We, Su, Li Xiaoyu, and Qin Yu collected it, not you. Yi stopped and turned to look at Li Ying, who was walking beside him. His eyes were filled with anger, and his voice became a little louder unconsciously. He said irritably, also, I've always wanted to say this. We're not that familiar with each other, but you always call me Brother Yi. Do you like me? No, I have someone I love, and I don't like you. Because Yi was a very straightforward person with a simple mind. He said whatever he thought and never considered that girls were thin-skinned. In addition, he vaguely felt that Li Ying's attitude towards Su was gradually getting worse, and he even felt that she was trying to stir up trouble. So when Yi got angry, he unconsciously raised his voice until it reached a decibel level that could be heard by everyone present. Ai Ling looked at Yi in astonishment and stamped her feet. You misunderstood. Yi, do you? I am not attracted to you. I am. Now is not the time to expose Su's true face. Liang held back the words that Su was pregnant. She looked at Su again. Su didn't pay any attention to her at all. She was discussing with Zhuo Shijia how to put the ultrasound machine and medical supplies. So Liang blushed, lowered her head, and walked back to her car angrily in front of everyone. As for Yi, he didn't feel that he had hurt the girl's self-esteem at all. He walked forward, put one hand on Su's shoulder, hugged Su, and leaned most of his body weight towards Su. He whistled. Have you finished squandering money? Can we go now? Let's go. Su squeezed Yi to the side, straightening his body, which was leaning on her, and slapped away Yi's hand, which was around her shoulder. Seeing that Zhuo Shijia had put all his things away and closed the trunk, she walked back to the passenger seat. When Yi sat in the driver's seat and started the car, Su asked leisurely, what happened between you and Liang just now? Did you break up? Hey, can you stop making fun of your brother? I broke up with her? What's the connection? Oh, you didn't break up? What kind of words are these? Even when they enter your mouth, they taste different. Let me try to see what they taste like today. She kept her mouth slightly open, staring at Yi in amazement. After a long while, she came to her senses and punched him. Yi, you are looking for death and taking advantage of me again. I will kill you. Ah. On the way back, there were much more laughter and joy than when we came here, and occasionally there were also the shouts of Brother Pai's subordinates. It's over, he peed, and he peed on me. Hold the child well. You are so clumsy. No wonder you can't find a wife to marry and have children with you at such an old age. Accompanied by the laughter of the convoy, the survivors behind them also quickly found a car and followed. Although they encountered many zombies along the way, they all went to meet Su, Yi, and others in front. Those zombies could not even reach the back. At worst, Qin Yu held Rue and killed those zombies who happened to move to the back. However, This group of survivors had been hungry for such a long time that when they passed by the big supermarket where Zhushurjia had collected milk powder before, they very cleverly separated from Su Suyu's convoy. Anyway, they would not get any food if they followed Su Suyu and his men, so they might as well take the opportunity when Su Suyu and his men were clearing out the zombies along the way and hide in the supermarket. The termites were about to leave, so Su Su and his people naturally would not try to keep them. They killed their zombies and drove away after that. They did not meet any other survivors along the way, and nothing unexpected happened. It took them almost a day and a night to reach the outside of the Apple Villa area before dawn. The closer we got to the Apple Villa district, the fewer zombies there were on the road, and the last one was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a convoy in front, preparing to enter the gate of the Apple Villa district. A small roadblock was set up at the gate, with some sandbags piled behind it. Cars had to enter the Apple Villa area one by one. Several survivors were talking to the owner of the first car behind such a roadblock. Su Su was sitting in the passenger seat. After waking up from a nap, she looked at the convoy in front. Xia Yaoshi came out of the first car, wearing a black sports suit. Even at such a distance, his muscular figure stood there, still standing out in the crowd, giving people a sense of superiority that could not be ignored. He was talking to the survivor guarding the gate when a woman came out from the passenger seat. She was wearing a well-fitting tweed coat and walked over to talk to the survivors. The survivors then opened the roadblock and let Xia Yaoshi and the convoy behind him pass. Another survivor has entered your villa area. Beside him, Yu twisted his neck in the driver's seat, his bones and joints creaking. Su Su said him indifferently, lay back in the passenger seat, and said to Yu, "They will ask us for supplies soon. Ignore them and rush in." In the survivor group organized by Xia Qingyan, there is a clear rule that if you want to join them, you must hand over all your supplies. All, not just a part of them. It seems that in the few days when she was away, many survivors have joined them. Their team seems to be getting bigger and bigger, and even the gate of the Apple Villa district has been occupied by these people. Yu tilted his head to glance at Su Su, stepped on the accelerator, and the car followed Xia Yaoshi's convoy. When they were about to enter the Apple Villa district, their car was stopped by a survivor wearing an armband behind an obstacle. "Hello, do you want to go in? Please hand over all the supplies." Living inside? The boy who blocked the road looked at Yu suspiciously. The camouflage uniform on Yu looked a bit like the people in Su's residence, but he had never seen Yu go in and out before, so he frowned and said proudly, "How do you prove that you lived here before? You should know that our Apple Villa area is the safest area in this area. We have special forces to protect us. There is no way zombies will appear around here. You want to go in wearing such clothes, but that's impossible. You must register all personnel information first, and then hand in all supplies. I say, when did you have such a rule here? What will happen if I don't hand it over?" The smile on Yu's face slowly fell. When did he go out for a few days, and his home was occupied by someone else, and he was asked to hand over all his supplies. During all these years of his doomsday life, no one dared to take advantage of him like this. And when did his people protect the entire Apple community? This is the rules set by our leader. If you don't hand over all your supplies, you can't go in.
Puff.
Su Su, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help laughing when she heard the young man mention the word leader. She tilted her head and looked out the window next to Yu, looking at the young man and asked, "Is your leader Xia Qingyan?"
Yes.
"He is the leader? Tell him to die. He is still the leader? He has no ability at all. He can only do these tricks to deceive people. Hand over all the supplies. Should we feed you or him?"
Yeyu, Chargain. Susupeti Yeika's shoulder.
He turned around and glared at her with a look of shock and annoyance. He stepped on the accelerator, and a ball of fire instantly came out from the front of the car. The car rushed towards the gate of the Apple Villa district with flames rising into the sky. With a bang, the gate of the Apple Villa district that all the survivors were proud of was burned to ashes. Yi's car rushed into the Apple Villa district in a moment. "Xia Qingyan, your boyfriend?" While stepping on the accelerator, Yi tilted his head to look at Su Su, with an unconscious questioning tone in his voice. Why is he here? Why can't he be here? Su yawned and lay back in the passenger seat with amusement. I found a place like this to stay, but I didn't expect that on the first day of the apocalypse, Xie Qingyan would come here with his brother Xie Yaoshi. I originally wanted to kill Xie Qingyan, but for the sake of his brother, I agreed to spare his life as long as Xie Qingyan stayed in Apple Villa district for one day. At this time, Yu had already rushed into the villa area with Su. His car had long deviated from the normal route to the Su family and ran to the deepest part of the villa area. The convoy following behind him also rushed in like bandits. Suddenly, the gate of the Apple Villa district was in chaos. Even Xie Yaoshi's team, who had just entered, ran out to check what was going on. However, when Xie Yaoshi saw that the first car was Su's Jeep, he did not react excessively. He greeted his team and continued on his way. On this side, Yu suddenly heard Xie Qingyan's name and felt a little upset, so he got a little angry and drove faster and faster, as if he was not going to let Su go back to reunite with her parents right now. When he heard Su's explanation, Yu stepped on the brakes and their car stopped in a quiet path surrounded by greenery. The environment was quite quiet and there were no other cars following behind. Yu frowned and looked at Su, who looked calm, and asked, "Did you know that Xie Qingyan lived here?" "I knew it. Why didn't you tell me if you knew this?" "I told you what would happen." Yu opened his mouth and rubbed his short hair in annoyance. He didn't know what to say at this moment. He uttered one word and couldn't say any more. Under Su's curious and waiting eyes, Yu thought for a long time before saying, "Sua, originally, I thought your boyfriend was dead, so I couldn't wait to confess my deepest feelings to you. That night, I couldn't help myself and rubbed you twice. But now Xie Qingyan is alive. Why do I feel that it has become difficult for me to get promoted? I finally felt that I was legitimate, but this time I became a mistress." If he hadn't confessed, Yu could still be Su's brother. Now that things have gotten so messed up, isn't it a shame for a man like him to be a mistress?
"I'm dizzy."
Su rolled her eyes unconsciously. "You've been struggling for so long, and you're telling me this? The deepest feelings in your heart? You're so literary. Isn't this the truth? Xie Qingyan is your boyfriend."
"Who am I?"
"I'm just a Qingyao Jin who shows up halfway. I thought the end of the world had come, and I could take advantage of you. What should I do this time? I definitely can't give in. I definitely can't let Xie Qingyan spit out this fat piece of meat that's in my mouth. You're my sister. Tell me, what should I do?" Su, who was called fat meat by Yu, stared at him for a long time. Seeing that Yu was very conflicted, she couldn't help but laugh and asked, "How about you go and kill Xie Qingyan?"
"Can I?"
"Will you let me kill you?" "Of course, if you kill him, you can save me a lot of worry. It also eliminates a potential threat to your daughter Xiao AI.
Differently.
She just said it casually, just to tease Yu, who knew that Yu really pursed his lips, thought about the feasibility, and finally shook his head and said simply, "No, this is too inhumane. I stole his girlfriend in the first place, and I did such a despicable thing and killed her. I am not a bully." Ha 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 ha. Su raised her head and smiled. It seemed that she was very happy because of Yu's words. What kind of world is this? How can Xie Qingyan be called a human being? Is he worthy of being called a human being? Su did not argue with Yu. Now in the eyes of everyone, Xie Qingyan is a merciful saint, but he will not hide his true colors for the rest of his life. One day, Xie Qingyan will definitely reveal his ugly true face. But after laughing, Su sniffed, raised her fingers, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her expression became more and more serious. Finally, she said seriously, "Yu, I have thought seriously about the problems between us these past few days. To be honest, I don't quite understand your thoughts. Why do you just? I don't want to give you any hope. The world is so chaotic. My wish is very small. I just want to protect my family. I have no intention of getting involved in the relationship again. I have just finished my business this time. If you have a good way out, go for it." Su is a very complicated person, and her thought process is much more complicated than that of a simple creature like Yu. So Su realized that perhaps Yu would take a word she said unintentionally as an imperial decree to execute. Su felt that this was not good, and she did not want to use Yu to do anything for her. This time when she went out to rescue Zhuashijia, she felt that the relationship between her and Yu was just a win-win cooperative relationship. She rescued people and also helped Yu and others kill zombies. Yu helped her rescue people, but Yu and others also took a lot of crystal cores. Moreover, people like Yu, with such a strong team, are the targets of every force in the end times. Liang is very smart and knows how to strike first, while Su is not very ambitious and does not want to go to great lengths to keep Yu by her side. She does not want Yu to stay by her side and be ordered around by her. People go up, water flows down. Yu has high ability, a good starting point, and a team as a background. If he develops well, he may become the second or third in command of the base. Why not the first in command? His IQ is not enough, but he can only make up for it with ability. He is still not ready to be the first in command. The atmosphere at this moment was inexplicably cold. Su took a deep breath, made his words clear, turned around, opened the door of the passenger seat and walked out. This was deep in the villa area, and it seemed that no survivors had ever set foot here. The fallen leaves on the ground were mixed with snow particles, and they made a crackling sound when stepped on. Su planned to take a walk to get rid of the serious and cold atmosphere. Just after she took 2 steps out of the car door, Yu caught up with her, hugged her from behind, supported Su's body, and pressed her onto the car with a bang.
This is impossible. Su.
I'm here for you this time. I've made my thoughts clear to you just now.
You don't want to get involved, right?
You don't want me to follow you, right? Well, I'm going to follow you anyway. Not only will I follow you, I'll have to watch over you. What's a boyfriend? From now on, you belong to me. I won't let anyone else. Yu was angry. It was the first time he was really angry after knowing Su for so long. Was it because he suddenly knew that Xie Qingyan was not dead and was right beside Su, so he couldn't wait to walk around? Or was it because Su's words just now seemed to be a way of drawing a line and parting ways? Or maybe it was both. Anyway, Yu was really angry. He tended to do stupid things when he was angry. He was anxious and said angrily, "What are you doing? We were supposed to have a good conversation, but you had to turn it into this. Let me go, you rascal. If you don't let go, what can you do to me? Hate. Can you please talk properly? Get up, let's talk it out. Be civilized and don't force me to hit you."
Hit here.
Yu raised his hands and feet, turned Su over, brushed away the messy hair on her face, pointed a finger at his own face, and the expression on his face was like that of a hungry wolf, hungry and thirsty. Have you beaten me enough these days? Hurry up, finish beating me, and I will kill you today.
Ah.
As Yu cried out in pain, Su really hit him, but not with her hands. Instead, she raised her knee. Su hit him mercilessly, and his face changed color instantly. His expression was distorted, and his mouth pursed into an O shape. He covered his gear and rolled out of the back of the car while howling. He landed on the ground covered with fallen leaves and snow, and rolled over in pain. Su quickly stood up and jumped out of her chair, straightened her clothes and hairstyle, and ran to Yu's side. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. After struggling for a long time, she finally squeezed out a concerned expression. "Are you okay? You asked me to hit you. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. Okay, that's enough. You just hurt me too."
Susurrad her chest.
Yu had just lost his temper. Su was afraid that Yu would hurt Xiao Ai. She touched her belly, and luckily Xiao Ai was fine. So she helped Yu up from the ground, who was groaning and crying. She comforted this man without any guilt. "We are even now. Let's stop fighting, go home, eat, and sleep. We'll talk about the future later." But things in the future can only be discussed later. Yu came with great momentum, and Su had clearly expressed her refusal, but what was the result? Yu almost turned into a beast. Yu, who was barely helped up, ignored Su with a sullen face. Supported by Su, he limped into the passenger seat with his legs bent. In just a short while, Su could hear the sound of Yu grinding his teeth, giving people a terrifying feeling as if he was sharpening his knife to kill pigs and sheep. He was in pain and was almost impotent after being pushed by Su. Now facing Su, he felt helpless, but it didn't matter. There was still a long time to come, and he would avenge this grudge sooner or later. When he did, he would kill this little girl. Otherwise, he would be sorry for the pain his brother had suffered today. So, after all this trouble, Su and Yu, who were originally at the front of the convoy, were now at the end. Back at the Su family villa, Su drove the car, and Yu lay in the passenger seat, with an angry face, staring at Su's eyes without blinking. Fortunately, the car arrived at the gate of Su's villa in time. Su leaned over the steering wheel and took a look. Wow, this is not her villa at all. It is a modern bunker. The 3-meter-high wall has completely surrounded the 2 floors of the villa. No one can see anything inside the villa from the outside. There are 2 watchtowers in the walls on both sides of the villa. There is a circle of small square holes on the watchtowers, and there are circles of iron spikes on the walls. The iron spikes are all electrified. The walls are still being expanded to the sides, as if to surround the 2 villas next to them in such a defensive circle. Su's father and mother had been waiting outside the gate. There were a row of cars parked outside the gate. Yu's brothers were moving supplies back and forth into the Su's yard. Brother Pai and his brothers, also with the baby and doctors and nurses, pried open a few villas nearby and moved supplies inside. Su, my daughter, you're finally back. As soon as they saw Su park the car, Su's father and mother hurried over. Su's mother was more emotional. As soon as Su got out of the car, she hugged Su and cried, as if they hadn't seen each other for many years. Su's father was still relatively restrained, but he couldn't hide his inner excitement. There was no way, the outside world was too cruel. He and Su's mother were worried about Su every moment. The few days Su was out, they suffered from sleepless nights. Su's feeling of reunion after a long absence was not as strong as that of Su's father and mother. Su's mother only waited for Su's mother to calm down a little while holding her, and then persuaded her parents to enter the villa. At this time, Yu also grinned and tried to behave normally. He limped out of the car, casually said a few words to Su's father, and then went to find a hidden corner to check on his brother's injuries. After returning home, Su found that her home had changed a lot in just a few days. The most significant change was that in addition to the exterior being made like a city wall, the vegetable greenhouses in the yard had been expanded several times. And the original fence was only built along the iron fence. Now the fence extends far away, and a warehouse is built behind the villa. This is where Yu and his dozen brothers store the supplies they bring back from outside every day. Seeing Su staring at the warehouse in the backyard, Su's mother explained, "We really have no place to put them, so we had to build a warehouse and let them put all the supplies in it. I didn't let them put anything in our basement. The basement is only used to store the things that the previous landlord stockpiled." Su's mother had always thought that the things stored in the basement were stored by the owner of the villa a long time ago, because most of the things in the basement could be used in the end times, so it was natural for her to use them. Su did not explain, but just nodded and walked into the house. When the heater blew, she couldn't help yawning, her eyes were a little wet, and she said to Su's mother, "Mom, please prepare something for us to eat. I'm going to go upstairs and take a nap. I'm exhausted these days." "Okay, go ahead." These days, Su had not eaten well and had not slept well outside, so she must have been very tired. Su's mother understood her and stopped pestering Su to talk. Instead, she went straight to the kitchen to prepare food for this large group of people. Su went upstairs to her bedroom, ran a hot bath, changed into pajamas, and went to bed comfortably. Su's father had always had this plan before, to build a water tank on the roof so that the whole villa would have convenient water supply. Solar panels were also laid on the roof, so clean hot water could be discharged from the faucet, which was really convenient. A group of people were bustling around outside. Su drew the curtains and lay on the bed. In the dimly lit room, she could vaguely hear someone outside calling Yu's name. He must have been away for a few days, and when he reunited with his brothers, it would naturally be a lively occasion. Over here, there was a festive atmosphere outside the Su family villa. Over there, Xie Qingyan knelt on the ground and kowtowed to his mother, who was sitting on the sofa. The well-dressed woman quickly stood up from the sofa, helped Xie Qingyan up, and the two hugged each other and cried. Xie Yaoshi, who was sitting next to him, also had some emotions on his handsome face. This time, while he was out recuperating from his injuries, he also returned to Jie City to check whether Xie Qingyan's parents had also met with misfortune. On the way, he happened to meet Xie's mother, who was fleeing south, so he brought her back. Also returning with them was a convoy that had also escaped from Jie City. There were several people with special abilities in the convoy, and they formed a team and collected some supplies along the way. Of course, these things were nothing worth mentioning for the current situation. Although Xie Yaoshi was dissatisfied with Xie Qingyan's request for the survivors to hand over all the supplies, he didn't say anything at this moment. Don't cry, child. It is a great blessing from God that we can see you again. Mother Xie cried for a while, then wiped the tears from her face, pulled Xie Qingyan to sit on the sofa, and wiped the tears from Xie Qingyan's face. Xie Qingyan had a face full of sorrow and held his mother's hand. It's a pity that Dad. That's all fate. I won't say any more. That's all fate. When a natural disaster comes, it really makes no sense to say who can become a human, who can become a god, and who can become a ghost. Xie Qingyan's mother has always had poor physical fitness. Xie Qingyan's father ran a senior marathon years ago, but when the end of the world came, it was Xie Qingyan's father, who had always been in good health, who turned into a zombie, while Xie Qingyan's mother was fine. She followed a group of survivors, escaped from Jie City, and prepared to go south to find Xie Qingyan. By the way, kid, where's Su? Is she here too? Xie Qingyan's mother didn't dare to continue talking, because she saw Xie Qingyan's face change, and she guessed that Su might have turned into a zombie, so she sighed and said, "What a nice girl. Mom thought she would be able to drink at your wedding in 2 years." The affair between Su and Xie Qingyan was more open in the Xie family than in the Su family, because Xie Qingyan never concealed his love for Su and had invited Su to the Xie family to attend their family gatherings. Xie's mother also had a very good impression of Su and thought that her son was suitable for this kind of girl who is easier to control. Xie Qingyan, who was sitting on the sofa, had a stern face and shook his head. "No, Mom, Su didn't turn into a zombie. She is in this villa area." Before Xie's mother could show a happy expression on her face, Xie Qingyan stood up, looked past Xie's mother, and looked at Xie Yaoshi, who was sitting silently beside him. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, his whole body full of pain, and with his head down, he begged, "Brother, I beg you, please save Su. The beast who hurt Su is back again." He openly took Su away. Now Su is living a life worse than death. Xie Yaoshi sat on the sofa. He had a strong body and a kind of aura that could not be ignored in his every move. After hearing what Xie Qingyan said, Xie Yaoshi frowned. His eyes flashed with purple sparks. He straightened his waist and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me clearly, what's going on? That rascal who bullied Su before the end of the world is not dead. He came back and went straight to Su. He also manipulated his men to control Su's parents. During the time when you were out, Su's parents were placed under house arrest in their villa." Xie Qingyan lowered his head, his eyes flashing with the pleasure of revenge. "Yu, that beast, not only stole his Su, but also smashed the gate of his villa complex to pieces. This time, Xie Qingyan would avenge all the new and old grudges. Isn't it just a superpower team? Apart from that, Yu is nothing special. Now Xie Qingyan also has a superpower team. Xie Yaoshi's people are his people. What's going on? Why is Su being bullied?" Xie's mother heard this and asked in time. Xie Qingyan lowered his head and knelt in front of Xie Yaoshi, without saying a word. Xie Yaoshi stood up, not wanting to tell others about Su's incident. He was a little angry and felt sorry for Su. He didn't know what Su had experienced during the time he was away that made Xie Qingyan kneel down and beg him, After thinking for a while, Xia Yaoshi bent down, pulled up Xia Qingyan, who was kneeling on the ground, took him upstairs, and said seriously, "Tell me clearly, what exactly is going on?" Just when Xia Qingyan didn't know what he was making up in front of Xia Yaoshi, Su's vision on the bed gradually blurred. The name Yi kept echoing in her ears. Someone was calling, and someone was laughing. The noise didn't seem to subside, but instead slowly became louder and louder. I don't know if it was influenced by Yi's words, but he asked her how much she remembered about that night. In fact, Su didn't remember what happened that night very clearly since her previous life, and she has never recalled the fragments of that day in this life. Now that she was dreaming, she remembered that in the dream, she was standing in a bar full of people. In front of her was the laughter of a group of boys and girls. Not far away, a group of soldiers who seemed to be on vacation also ran to the bar for a party, playing cards and rolling dice, and it was very noisy. Su felt a throbbing pain in her head. She turned around shakily and was about to leave this smoky place. In the dim room, mixed lights were floating everywhere, and there were people everywhere. She left the group of men and women in front of her and walked towards the door with unsteady steps. She didn't know how many people she bumped into along the way. When she reached the door, Su felt that the world began to spin. At this moment, she felt very cold all over and fell outside the door shivering. At this moment, a pair of warm hands reached out from behind her and helped Su, who fell to the ground. She was really too cold. She turned around and saw Yu's face with bright eyes. Su reached out and hooked Yu's neck. Cold Su uttered a word tremblingly, and then she realized that Yu had picked her up sideways. He lowered his head and kissed her lips hard. The two of them entangled while rolling into the elevator. In the golden elevator, the smooth elevator door closed the picture inside the elevator. Finally, Su woke up with a ding sound from the elevator. The memories buried deep in her mind were brought up by Yu's words. Su touched her cold back and sat up with a jump. The cold touch of the elevator wall was still on her back. Su's heart was beating lightly. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a loud knock on the door. Su was startled and stood up barefoot, stepped on the carpet, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was Su's mother, who was wearing home clothes and slippers. Seeing Su open the door, she asked in confusion, Su, what's wrong with you? Mom has been knocking on your door for a long time. Why are you opening it now? I was so exhausted these past few days. Once I got to a safe place, I fell into a deep sleep. Mom, you go down first, I'll come up in a moment. Holding back the discomfort in her stomach, Su persuaded her mother to go downstairs. She watched her mother leave mumbling something, then she closed the door, ran back to the bathroom, and vomited into the toilet. Su didn't know what was going on these days when she was outside. When she was with Yu, she rarely vomited like this. Most of the time, she could endure morning sickness. Maybe Xiao Ai knew that his father was right next to him, so he was more obedient? With a pale face, Su leaned weakly on the toilet after vomiting. After a long time, she finally caught her breath, got up slowly, cleaned herself on the sink, went back to her room, changed into clean clothes, put on a medium-length down jacket, and walked out of the room. It was already late, but the outside of the wall was still bustling. There were few lights above the yard, and the soldiers in their camouflage uniforms were busy setting up tables and serving food. It was quite lively. Next to the wall of the Su family was a big pot with a makeshift stove under it. Yi was sitting by the stove. What was he doing? Setting a fire. Su's mother was standing opposite Yu, swinging a large spatula and vigorously frying the vegetables. At the door of the villa not far away, Brother Pai's men were busy coming in and out carrying supplies over, and it seemed that they were planning to join in the fun. Qin Yu and Rui were washing dishes, planning to put the dishes on the table after it was set. Su was wearing a light green down jacket, with her long hair gathered behind her head and tied into a ponytail. In the bright lights, she looked at Yu, who was serving as a source of firewood. When he saw Su, the smile on his face immediately melted and disappeared. Through the smoke and fire, He stared at Su with a furry look like a hungry wolf, as if in his eyes, Su was like she was not wearing any clothes. She felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and she was also a little angry. It was just a pushover, so why did you hate her so much? Su glared back at Yu, turned around, ignored the man who was almost impotent because of her, and walked to the villas occupied by Brother Pai to look for Zhuoshizhia. Brother Pai had a lot of people with him. In addition to himself and 19 gangsters, there were also 8 medical staff and 9 babies. So Brother Pai pried open a circle of villas near the Su family's villa, just enough to surround the Su family. While things were bustling outside, in one of Brother Pai's villas, 9 babies were being cared for by medical staff. After being fed and washed, they were lying in a makeshift nest built for them, and were sleeping soundly. 9 babies, including Pai's son, were placed in 2 rooms. The lighting in each room was adjusted to be warm and the air conditioner was set to a comfortable temperature of 26 degrees. The large beds originally placed in the room were moved away. 1 doctor and 5 nurses were shuttling back and forth between the 2 rooms, recording the body temperature of each baby. Su walked around the 2 rooms and received a few smiles from the doctors and nurses. She did not see Zhuoshizhia in either room. Instead, in another room that had been cleaned out, she saw Dr. Hong sitting on the floor sorting out his pile of precious information. Su stood outside the door and watched for a while. Dr. Hong might have been too focused and did not realize Su's presence. So Su didn't disturb him, turned around and went downstairs, and found Zhuoshizhia eating cereal at the kitchen table. Zhuoshizhia held a pen in one hand and an iron spoon in the other, and was eating cereal while writing something on paper. Seeing Su coming in, she looked up at Su and said with a distressed look on her face, "These babies are big consumers of milk. In just one day today, I have used up 1/10 of the milk powder I stockpiled. You can eat so much?" Su walked to Zhuoshizhia, picked up the paper on the table, and took a look at what is written on it. "I do have a few packs of diapers, but they are all in size N and S. You can take them over and use them on the babies first. I'll see if I can find some disposable diapers tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If that doesn't work, just use cloth diapers. You guys should be more diligent in washing them." Before the end of the world, Su had stockpiled thousands of dollars worth of diapers for Xiao AI, and now they were just in time for emergency use. However, among the 9 babies, some were 5 or 6 months old and were not suitable for size N and S diapers. Of course, this is the end of the world, and it is not necessary to be convenient and use diapers. If these supplies are really in short supply, just cut the cloth and make some diapers.
Su is lazy.
She finds it very troublesome to change Xiao AI's cloth diapers from time to time and wash them herself. If she takes Xiao AI out to fight zombies and Xiao AI suddenly pees, where can she change her diapers? Besides, it's tiring enough to run around with a child in the apocalypse, and I have to wash piles of diapers along the way. Just thinking about it makes me want to die. But now they are in the Apple Villa area. In addition to the medical staff, there are also many subordinates of Brother Pai around the 9 babies. There are enough people to wash the cloth diapers, and Su doesn't have to wash them herself, so it doesn't matter if she uses cloth diapers for those children. Are you going out alone? Or with Yu? When she heard that Su was going out to look for supplies again, Zhuoshizhia was really worried about the fetus in Su's belly. She was an obstetrician and gynecologist, and now Su was a pregnant woman. Her relationship with Su had become so good again, so it was natural for her to ask with concern. "Well, I don't know." Su raised her head. She really didn't know whether Yu would go with her because she had bumped into Yu with his knee today. She didn't know whether Yu would be willing to care about her in the future. In fact, it didn't matter if she went out to find supplies alone. She could handle it. "I'll go with you. With your body like this, if I don't go out to watch over you, I'm afraid you might fly." Zhuoshizhia looked at Su with concern because Su was so restless and had no awareness of being a pregnant woman at all. When they were in the hospital, Zhuoshizhia didn't know how many things Su had done in just one morning. After a while, Zhuoshizhia saw that Su raised her eyebrows and had no objection, and said, Brother Pai should send someone to help. His son also needs milk powder and diapers. That's great. Su smiled and didn't object to someone going out with her to help move the milk powder and diapers. As the two were talking, someone outside called for dinner to be served. A few doctors on duty and Pigo's subordinates were left in the villa area, and the rest of the people, including Su and Zhuoshijia, went out and started to take their seats according to their numbers. It was said that they were seated according to their assigned seats, but in reality, Yiyu's group sat together, Pai Ji's group sat together, Zhuoshijia's group of doctors and nurses sat together, and Eru, Li Ying, Wang Jun, Li Xiaoyu, Qin Yu, and Ruerui sat at a separate table, each finding their own group. Su watched as Father Su found Yiyu and sat at the same table with him. Then she and Mother Su sat at Zhuoshijia's table. They ate and drank and made noise for an hour or so. Father and Mother Su were old and could not stand it anymore, so after eating and drinking, they went back to their room to sleep. As soon as Su's father and mother left, the people at Yiyu's table started to make a fuss. King Kong slapped the scholar sitting next to Yiyu and shouted, "Scholar, do you have any vision?
Get out of here."
The scholar bowed his head, holding the bowl, and found another seat to sit in a dejected manner. The young men at the table began to knock on the bowls with their chopsticks. Some started to make a noise, some started to laugh. As for Yiyu, in this chaos, he tilted his head and looked at Su, who was several tables away. At this time, Su happened to be tired and was discussing the plan of transporting equipment to the hospital with Zhuoshijia. When she heard someone deliberately creating chaos behind her, she turned around and saw Yiyu tilting his head to look at her. He had a malicious smile on his face, as if to say, "Are you coming over? If not, I will. Wait, let's talk about it tomorrow." Under such circumstances, Su had no choice but to give instructions to Zhuoshijia, stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and walked to Yiyu's side. Seeing this, the others whistled or laughed, but Yiyu reached out and pulled Su to sit in the empty seat next to him. "What?" Su was a little confused and asked Yiyu in a low voice. "They're itching to make fun of us." Yiyu, who knew how boring these people were, glanced at the brothers in front of him as if they were class enemies and lowered his voice to whisper in Su's ear, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." King Kong beside her immediately handed over a transparent glass cup and toasted Su. "Goddess, I have never formally thanked you before. I toast you with this glass of wine. You and Yi Pa Pai can drink it together. How about we drink together? Let's drink together. From now on, we will call you sister-in-law." Someone shouted this directly, and Su didn't know how to respond. She turned her head to look at Yiyu, but that guy was staring at the wine glass in front of him, as if he was also waiting for Su's answer. Should they drink the wine or not? Will they succeed or not? Behind the laughter and scolding, there are actually many tricks. Su has fallen into a trap set by a group of people. She was thinking about how to resolve this routine, but Yiyu on the side could not wait any longer, and drank the wine in front of him in one gulp, and took the wine glass in front of Su, raised his head and drank it, and everyone immediately went crazy, throwing food and rice at Yiyu, and they only heard them cursing. "You are such a loser. You deserve it. You still can't handle our goddess after such a long time. Ha 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 ha, you feel sorry for your wife. Isn't it just a toast? Oh, Su hasn't even had her drink yet, and you drank it all. Brothers are helping you, Yi Baopi. If you lose your composure and become a bachelor for the rest of your life, don't blame us." Li Ying, who was sitting at another table, saw how noisy Yiyu's table was and smiled sarcastically. She thought that these people were worshipping Su like a goddess now, and when Su's belly got bigger, they would realize how wrong they were. Isn't it shameless to bring a woman who is pregnant with another man's child close to your brother? Looking at Wang Jun, who was sitting next to him, although he looked like a scholar, he was such a loser, fiddling with mud and blueprints every day. If he had the ability, he could go out and kill people. Just when Li Ying was feeling extremely disgusted with Wang Jun, not far away, in the dim light, two familiar figures walked out. One was tall and slender, with a refined and elegant temperament, and the other was dignified and imposing, with a hint of thunder as he walked. These were Xia Yaoshi and Xia Qingyan. They were standing at the far end of the banquet table and stopped in silence. The noisy tables suddenly became quiet. The mischievous smile on Yiyu's face instantly flattened after he saw who was coming. Su raised her head and narrowed her eyes. What were these two people doing here? Su, come here for a moment. Xia Qingyan stood in front of Xia Yaoshi and glanced at Yiyu with cold eyes. Yiyu scratched his head, feeling guilty, and seemed to not know how to face Xia Qingyan. He then lowered his eyelids, clenched his fists, and there was an overwhelming emotion in his eyes.
Yebapi. Come on.
King Kong was so angry that he squatted down, slipped behind Yiyu, poked his waist, and growled. Come on. Claim your sovereignty. Yiyu turned around and opened King Kong's hand with his backhand. He felt miserable. He had already felt sorry for Xia Qingyan over what happened between him and Su. Now he was asked to go over and openly declare his sovereignty. Yiyu had no experience. But to be honest, he was reluctant to watch Su return to Xia Qingyan. After all, he really loves Su now and is reluctant to let her go. While he was struggling and hesitating about how to take Su legitimately, Su, who was sitting on the side, had already stood up and walked over. She put her hands in the pockets of her down jacket, but her eyes were looking at Xia Yaoshi behind Xia Qingyan. She asked as if she was chatting casually, but with a hint of a spear in her eyes. You're back. You've gained a lot this time. Looking at the convoy that Xia Yaoshi brought back, Su knew it. The roof of each car was with things, which must be supplies. She also vaguely heard the gossip of those young nurses just now. They said that there were many people with special abilities on the other side. She didn't know where these young nurses got such well-informed information since they had only been here for a short time. Under the dim streetlights, Xia Yaoshi's eyes were heavy. He looked at Su and carefully examined her. If he had seen correctly, Su was joking with the group of rascals? Xia Yaoshi had some doubts about what Xia Qingyan said. He glanced at Yiyu, who was watching them from behind Su. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Qingyan in front of him asked in a questioning tone, Su, why is this rascal here? It was as if Su's laughter and jokes with Yiyu were a great betrayal to Xia Qingyan. Her tone was not timid at all.
Why?
Because Xia Yaoshi was standing behind him? Su sneered and turned to look at Xia Qingyan with contempt, as if she had only just realized that Xia Qingyan was standing here. She spoke with a long tone of awe, raised her eyebrows and said, I'm glad he's here, right here. Does it have anything to do with you?
Shushu.
Xia Qingyan was angry. Maybe it was because Xia Yaoshi was backing him up, or maybe he was afraid that Xia Yaoshi would find out he was lying. Xia Qingyan suddenly stretched out a hand and pointed at Su's nose. Don't be so ungrateful. We are here to save you. Save you paralysis. Su was instantly furious and kicked Xia Qingyan in the stomach. She had originally intended to kill Xia Qingyan. Originally, because she had promised Xia Yaoshi that if Xia Qingyan did not come to her to seek death, she would not touch this person in the Apple Villa district. Now that Xia Qingyan had come to her on his own initiative and said such disgusting words, Su couldn't help but want to hurt Xia Qingyan.
Shushu.
At the moment when Xia Qingyan was kicked to the ground by Su, Xia Yaoshi took 2 steps forward, blocked Su with one hand, and frowned. What did you promise me? Get out of here. Su was disgusted by Xia Qingyan, and at this time Xia Yaoshi unexpectedly showed up again, showing an attitude of protecting Xia Qingyan at all costs, which made Su's anger even stronger. She immediately wanted to try to what extent Xia Yaoshi's supernatural powers had developed. Su pushed Xia Yaoshi, but failed. Instead, she turned around and grabbed the air with one hand, as if grabbing an ice sword from the air. The ice sword made a sound of breaking wind and chopped towards Xia Yaoshi's shoulder blade. Xia Yaoshi's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect Su's momentum to be so swift. He couldn't control himself for a moment. Electric light poured out of his body, forming a net, and rushed back towards Su's ice sword. In the distance, Yiyu, who had been observing the movements here, stood up suddenly and ran over like the wind. He had no idea that the 3 of them would suddenly start fighting while talking. Two grown men bullying Su Su was something Yi Yu could no longer tolerate. He ran forward, and without asking any questions, threw a fireball as big as a yoga ball at Xia Yaoshi. At this moment, Xia Yaoshi was a little worried that Su Su would be hurt by him, so without thinking, he raised his hand and caught Yi Yu's fireball. The fireball was too hot and had a sense of equal strength, which knocked Xia Yaoshi back a few steps. He took a deep breath and finally stood still on the ground, taking the fireball from Yi Yu head-on. A burst of purple electric sparks flashed, and the fireball turned into black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Xia Yaoshi raised his pair of black eyes and looked thoughtfully at Yi Yu, who was running towards him. In an instant, behind Yi Yu, the 17 Special Forces soldiers sitting at the two round tables all stood up straight, their bodies tense and ready to go, as if they were supporting Yi Yu to the end. Everyone was waiting for Xia Yaoshi to make another move, and then attack as a group. If their brother's woman was beaten and they don't help their brother get revenge, they should not survive in the apocalypse. But Xia Yaoshi just stood there, looking at Yi Yu with a serious face, just looking at him. At the same moment, the ice sword in Su Su's hand turned into water when it touched Xia Yaoshi's electric net. She quickly threw the water sword away, clenched her numb palm, looked at Xia Yaoshi, and said angrily, "Xia Yaoshi, are you bullying me because I don't dare to hit you?" The sword she gave to Xia Yaoshi was not half of her strength. If she had used all her strength, she could have fought Xia Yaoshi to the death. But was it necessary? What if the love in her belly was affected? So Su Su hesitated, but Xia Yaoshi shook his head, not caring about his scalded hands. His handsome face showed obvious concern for Su Su. "I still can't control my ability very well." "Su Su, are you injured?" Yi Yu, who was standing by, was preparing to continue his efforts and fight with Xia Yaoshi and clarify the issue of Su Su's belonging. However, when he heard Xia Yaoshi's words, he turned around, grabbed Su Su's hand, looked around, and asked, "Where are you hurt?" "It's okay. I was just numbed by the electric shock. It's a small problem." Su Su pulled back her hand, pointed at Xia Qingyan, who was still in shock on the ground, and said to Yi Yu without joking, "Yi Yu, go kill him." Letting Yi Yu kill Xia Qingyan would be the grudge between Yi Yu and Xia Yaoshi. Su Su was at most an instigator of murder, and it was not considered a violation of the agreement between him and Xia Yaoshi. Even if Yi Yu was beaten half to death by Xia Yaoshi in the future, it would not matter because of his thick skin. Moreover, looking at this situation, Yi Yu could still beat Xia Yaoshi back. It is hard to say who has higher level of supernatural powers between the two. "Su Su, are you crazy?" Xia Qingyan, who was lying on the ground, was about to stand up, but after hearing what Su Su said, he fell back in fear. Su Su actually wanted Yi Yu to kill him? Wanted Yi Yu to kill him? Xia Qingyan couldn't believe what she said. Not only Xia Qingyan didn't dare to believe it, but Xia Yaoshi and Yi Yu on the side also didn't dare to believe it. It's not that they didn't dare to believe it, they simply didn't believe it. They didn't believe that Su Su was really instructing Yi Yu to kill Xia Qingyan. Xia Yaoshi glanced at Yi Yu, then looked at Su Su's cold and serious face. The expression on his face was a little helpless and a little funny. It seemed that Su Su was living a good life. At least she was not living a life worse than death, as Xia Qingyan said. Moreover, Yi Yu seemed to care about Su Su very much. When he saw Su Su being beaten, he immediately rushed up. As for Yi Yu, he scratched his head and cheeks, looked at Xia Qingyan and then at Su Su, and said with some embarrassment, "Su, let's put our affairs in a different light. If the two of them bullied you, I would definitely help you, no doubt about that. But helping you kill your ex-boyfriend? Well, you see, he didn't do anything wrong, so you are still my fault." According to Yi Yu's logic, the reason why Su Su hated Xia Qingyan to the point of wanting to kill him was because Xia Qingyan indulged by Luo and was unable to protect her from being drugged by Luo. This was the only explanation for the matter, and it made sense why Su Su had a falling out with Xia Qingyan. But from Yi Yu's perspective, Xia Qingyan did a great job. He sent Su Su to him and let Su Su go to bed with him. It wasn't that she went to bed with someone else, but she went to bed with him, Yi Yu, over and over again that night. Xie Qingyan is the matchmaker between Yiyu and Su, right? Although Xie Qingyan is a little cowardly and doesn't distinguish right from wrong, he didn't push Su into the arms of someone else. Su was licked from head to toe by Yiyu and became Yiyu's woman. So when he thought of this, Yiyu couldn't help but feel grateful to Xie Qingyan on the ground. He was grateful for Xie Qingyan's incompetence, which allowed him to enjoy a wonderful and enjoyable night. Yiyu couldn't bring himself to kill Xie Qingyan, his great benefactor. Su was so angry that she jumped up and down, pointing at Yiyu, the rascal who had failed in front of outsiders, with a trembling finger. She snorted coldly and said, "Okay, don't regret it later. Sooner or later, you will show mercy to your men today, and you will regret it." Hey. Yiyu knew what to do, and kept his mouth shut without refuting Su's words. Experience told him that when Su was angry, the more he refuted, the angrier Su would get. So Yiyu obediently stood behind Su and just looked at Xie Yaoshi.
What are you looking at?
Have you finished the show? Because of Yiyu's inaction, Su was in a terrible mood. She looked up and yelled at Xie Yaoshi. Xie Yaoshi didn't answer her. He took a deep breath and looked at Su with eyes as if he was looking at a little girl who was throwing a tantrum. Even though Su wanted to irritate Xie Yaoshi, she no longer had the interest. She snorted coldly, pointed at Xie Qingyan, who was still on the ground with a look of shock, raised her head and said to Xie Yaoshi, "You always ignore my words. I told you not to let this person come to me again to seek death." Xie Yaoshi, don't think I'm joking. Look at the current situation with your eyes open and use your brain. Don't listen to what this villain says. You don't even know when he will sell you out. What do you mean they are here to save her? Su was not quite sure what Xie Qingyan said in front of Xie Yaoshi, but according to Xie Yaoshi's character, he would never choose this time to come out and meddle in her affairs. He was not the kind of person who didn't know the limits. It was obvious that Su had become a gang with Yiyu, and anyone with eyes could see it clearly. Xie Yaoshi was walking with electric sparks all the way, and his mood was obviously manipulated by Xie Qingyan to a very intense degree. If Su and Yiyu were not sitting outside to eat tonight, and everyone was not laughing and joking happily, would Xie Yaoshi not even ask a question and go straight to you to kill him? Fortunately, Yiyu and his group liked to make such a fuss, and every 2 or 3 days they would set up a few big round tables and call everyone out to eat and drink together. Otherwise, everyone would have killed him bloody in the Apple community as Xie Qingyan wished. Xie Qingyan is such a dangerous person, but apart from Su, no one can see his evil intentions. You can't see it, and Xie Yaoshi can't see it either. These two men are pigs. At this time, behind Su, you couldn't help but grin when he heard it. This is the best situation. No matter what the reason is, he can see that Su is determined to break up with Xie Qingyan, so this is not called robbing a woman. Su really doesn't want Xie Qingyan anymore, so it's natural for him to dominate Su. Yiyu, who had inexplicably gotten rid of his status as a mistress, began to feel better. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xie Yaoshi was not as murderous as before. He now wished he could personally help Xie Qingyan up from the ground and give him a big red envelope as a matchmaker. Xie Yaoshi looked at Su and Yiyu's reactions, frowned, looked down at Xie Qingyan, and was about to speak when Xie Qingyan stood up, pointed at Yiyu and cursed. "You beast, what kind of magic potion did you give Su? What did you do to her?" Xie Qingyan, go back. Without waiting for Su to roll up her sleeves and fight again, Xie Yaoshi, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out and grabbed Xie Qingyan's clothes on his back to stop him from rushing up to hit Yiyu. Then he frowned and locked his eyes on Su's face. Su, I didn't understand what happened today. Sorry for disturbing you. He was also anxious because of Xie Qingyan's words. When he heard that the man who bullied Su before the end of the world was now openly taking Su, Xie Yaoshi felt distressed for Su. He was dragged to the vicinity of the Su family villa by Xie Qingyan's repeated urging. Xie Qingyan intended to ask him to kill Yiyu, but Xie Yaoshi just wanted to come and see what was going on. Therefore, Xie Yaoshi only believed half of Xie Qingyan's words. This was also the reason why he did not kill Yiyu, as soon as he arrived. Another reason was that the banquet tables in front of the Su family's wall were too lively. Everyone was laughing and scolding, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. Even from such a distance, Xia Yaoshi could even see Su Su beside Yu with a faint smile on her face. Su Su on the opposite side opened her mouth and originally wanted to scold Xia Yaoshi for meddling in other people's business and ask Xia Yaoshi to take care of Xia Qingyan, the dog. But then she changed her mind and realized that Xia Yaoshi was willing to come here today because he was fooled by Xia Qingyan. He also cared about her and was afraid that she would be bullied by Yu. So Su Su didn't say anything. She glanced at Xia Yaoshi, turned around and returned to her own sphere of influence. After taking 2 steps, she stopped again, reached out her hand, grabbed Yu, who was still standing there like a wooden stake, and dragged Yu's hand and walked back together. The place where the 4 people were talking and fighting was quite far from the banquet. At such a distance, Liang, whose 5 senses were not well developed, could not hear a single word. She could only guess what happened between them based on their actions. She tilted her head and asked Li Xiuyu beside her, "Xiuyu, who are those 2 men? Is that one with lightning ability?"
Wow, I finally saw a real strong man.
Let's not talk about who the 2 men are, why they came, and why they fought with Su Su and Yu. Li Ying's primary concern was the lightning superpower. She suddenly realized that this Apple Villa district was really a place where dragons and crouching tigers were hidden. There was Su Su, who might be the best water master in the world, and there was a second-time mutant who actually had lightning superpowers. What else was there in the Apple Villa district? After living in the apocalypse for so long, it was the first time that Li Ying saw a superpower with lightning superpowers. She immediately analyzed the interests involved in her mind and made up her mind to get to know Xia Yaoshi. Oh, that one. That's Xia Qingyan's elder brother, Xia Yaoshi. Is he a lightning user? Haha, I didn't notice him. It's my first time seeing him. Li Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to Li Ying, was a little dazed. She had been having a fever these days. She didn't take it seriously at first, after all. Apart from the fever, there were no other signs. But today she felt a little different. She always felt unwell all over and had no appetite. After chatting with Li Ying for a few words, she got up and left the banquet and went back to the villa where she lived to rest. After Su Su pulled Yu back, she sat at Chua Shurjia's table angrily. She confirmed with her the plan to go out to find milk powder and diapers the next day. Then she yawned, didn't even want to look at Yu, and went straight back to her room to sleep. At the Su family, the feast was almost over. On the other side, Xia Yaoshi, with the aura of a strong man, walked forward slowly on the floor tiles. Xia Qingyan hurriedly caught up with him, stopped Xia Yaoshi and asked, "Brother, are you not going to help me save Su Su?" Save? Xia Yaoshi stopped walking. He was wearing a black pullover and a black down jacket. He felt like he was about to blend into the darkness. He stared at Xia Qingyan with a dark look in his eyes. "Are you sure Su Su needs you to save her?"
Why not? Big brother, susuis mine.
It was Yu, the beast, who bullied Su Su. "I want to kill Yu. You said you would help me, big brother." Xia Qingyan seemed very excited, his inner pain overflowing. He reached out and held Xia Yaoshi's shoulders, his eyes flashing with a pleading look and his knees bent, ready to kneel again. "Brother, you know how much I love Su Su, I beg you, brother, help me kill Yu, help me get Su Su back." The dim street lights in the distance emitted a little light. Fine snowflakes fell from the sky. The weather was getting cold again. It was near the end of January. The air he breathed into his lungs was so cold that it penetrated his bones. Xia Yaoshi looked at Xia Qingyan and stretched out his hand to stop him from kneeling. He couldn't help but sigh and suddenly asked, "Qingyan, how did you become like this?" The sunny and beautiful boy was like the sun of the sun, never sparingly radiating his light and warmth. Everything surrounding Xia Qingyan was beautiful and positive. He was like an angel with a halo. Such a person made people feel comfortable no matter how they looked at him. But now, Xia Qingyan since some time ago has actually learned to show weakness, to keep a low profile, and to use the identity of a weak person to beg others. even if he has to kneel down and beg, and he seems to do such things very easily. This made Xia Yaoshi feel a little hard to accept. Just for Su Su, in order for Xia Yaoshi to kill a man and rob a woman, Xia Qingyan even gave up his self-esteem. Was it love that made Xia Qingyan become like this? Or was it hatred that made Xia Qingyan become like this? With a frown on his face, Xia Yaoshi left Xia Qingyan on the path after saying this and walked straight back to his villa. It was impossible for him to kill Yu. Not to mention whether he could do it or not. Even if he could, why would he want to kill Yu? Because of Xia Qingyan's hatred? Unconvinced? Unbalanced? Now Yu and Su Su are together. Looking at Su Su's attitude towards Yu, she doesn't look forced at all. When Yu saw Xia Yaoshi attacking Su Su, he put on the attitude of a protector and ran out in a hurry to protect Su Su. Just because of Yu's protection of Su Su, Xia Yaoshi would never kill Yu. There can only be one reason for him to kill Yu, that is, Yu hurt Su Su. Otherwise, it would be better to keep Yu by Su Su's side. Yu is quite capable, and it is even possible that he and Xia Yaoshi can fight to the death. If Yu lives by Su Su's side, the girl who is jumping around happily everywhere will still have someone to rely on in the end times. Brother in the snow, Xia Qingyan still did not give up and shouted loudly for Xia Yaoshi, but Xia Yaoshi walked very fast and disappeared after turning a corner. Xia Qingyan shook his head, and the sense of imbalance in his heart became stronger and stronger. There were more and more people with special abilities around him, but he was never one.
Why?
Why was he just an ordinary person? Why could a beast like Yu inspire special abilities? Why couldn't he? Xia Qingyan, who was complaining about everything, didn't notice that his feet were slowly getting wet. He was just immersed in his sorrow and hatred. Since Xia Yaoshi refused to help him kill Yu, he would find a way himself. No matter what, he must kill Yu to commemorate the beautiful love he and Su Su had once had. The snow fell all night. The next morning, the gray snow covered the whole world. Su Su got up, washed up, climbed onto the roof, filled the water tank with a box of water, then slipped back to the kitchen, took a steamed bun, ate it, and went out. Before going to find milk powder and diapers, Su Su planned to drive her RV back. After all, there were more and more survivors in the Apple Villa area, and she could never tell when a survivor would want to take her RV, so Su Su planned to strike first. Zhuo Shijiao was worried about her going out alone while pregnant, so he insisted on going out with Su Su. So Su Su decided to go out with the doctor and drive the RV to find milk powder and diapers. It was so cool. The RV was parked not far from Su Su's villa. Now the Apple Villa district was divided into two large areas. Su Su's people occupied one area, and Xia Qingyan and Xia Yaoshi's people occupied another area. The villa where the RV was parked was just a few buildings behind Su Su's villa, deep in the Apple Villa district. Originally, not many villas in the Apple Villa district had been sold. The deeper one went into the villa district, the fewer people there were. When Su Su walked outside the villa where the RV was parked, the trees had grown very tall, and the fallen leaves on the ground had not been cleaned up for a long time, so they had accumulated very thickly. It felt like entering a dense forest deep in the mountains. The forest was so dense that not much snow had fallen, and one could hear a crunching sound when walking on the leaves. Vegetation mutation is not far away. Su Su looked up at the towering trees, but her mind was on the pig she raised. Animals would mutate earlier than vegetation, so her pig had to be killed quickly, otherwise it would be more difficult to kill it after it mutated. After a while, no one touched those thorns, and the thorns on the bushes slowly retracted, as if they had never grown, and returned to the appearance of ordinary bushes. She glanced at the RV and the iron fence opposite, then turned and walked towards the bush. She squatted down and looked at the bush that was only as high as her thigh. She stretched out her hand, but before she touched the leaves of the bush, green thorns grew on the dark green leaves. When Su Su took her hand away, the spikes retracted. Su Su immediately became interested and thought about going to find Wang Jun later and asking him to think of a way to get the bush back for study. Then she turned around and saw the RV again. She walked forward, kicked open the artistic iron gate surrounding the yard, and entered the villa to look for the key to the RV. That night, Su watched the owner of the villa drive the RV into the villa area. She had already prepared herself, thinking that she would meet the RV owner who had turned into a zombie in the villa. However, after searching the villa up and down, she only found a dried and rotten corpse at the bathroom door of a room on the second floor. The corpse was not a zombie, and the possibility of homicide was ruled out. Instead, it was suicide by hanging. 2 rotten legs were dangling at the bathroom door, like hanging wind chimes. Su raised her head and glanced at the face of the corpse. Her eyes were wide open, and half of her crimson-purple tongue was sticking out. Because she died in winter, there was nothing else on her skin except for some pale and swollen skin. She found it was a suicide note, so she glanced at it casually. The note roughly said that the world had become very scary, and he could not bear the sudden changes in the world, so he decided to die. Alas, Su sighed and looked back at the body hanging at the bathroom door. You said you have the courage to die. Why don't you have the courage to kill zombies? The 2 legs of the corpse hung limply. A gust of wind blew in from the window, and its legs shook. Suddenly, several white maggots emerged from the bare feet. Su hurriedly took a step back, staring at the maggots, and found that each of them had a small red on its body. That was the maggot's mouth parts, which were opening and closing towards Su, as if it wanted to pounce on her and bite her. These maggots must be killed. Otherwise, they will become trouble sooner or later. Su, who had experienced all kinds of mutated animals and plants in the apocalypse, decided to get rid of these maggots as soon as possible. It was impossible to kill these little maggots by crushing them one by one. As long as there were corpses and bloodstains, these maggots would come back again. The best way was to burn them with fire, along with the body of the RV owner, and burn them cleanly. She thought of Yiyu. She was still angry about Yiyu's inaction last night. When she came out this morning, she deliberately concealed the truth from Yiyu and showed that she didn't want to bother with Yiyu. But thinking about the seriousness of the mutant maggots, she planned to find Yiyu soon to burn these maggots and the corpse hanging on the door. Now, she had to find the key to the RV first. The key was easy to find. It was piled on the bed in the RV owner's bedroom along with a pile of cash. Perhaps he felt that the world had changed and there was no point keeping these material possessions, so the RV owner took out all his property, including the car keys, cash, various share contracts, real estate certificates, etc., and piled them on the bed. He was hanged on the bathroom door, facing the pile of property on the bed. Su twisted her fingers and picked up the only 2 black car keys from a pile of gold bars, cash, watches, and jewelry. She didn't know which one was for the RV, so she took 2 and left the rest untouched. Then she turned around and went downstairs to drive her RV. The RV had been parked in the yard for quite some time, and the body of the car was covered with fallen snow and dead leaves. Su opened the door and went in, looking around. Fortunately, it was quite clean inside, and the decoration was very high-end. Not only was the space spacious, but the floor was also made of high-end solid wood. Behind a cockpit is a small bar. Behind the bar is a circle of round leather sofas. Opposite is the kitchen and bathroom, and at the back is a separate bedroom with a very soft and comfortable double bed. It seems that the owner of the RV is a person who knows how to enjoy life very much. Su was a little bored and didn't know what she was thinking. She sat on the edge of the snow-white bed, squinting her eyes and looking inside. With a curious mentality, the door of the RV suddenly clanged. When she looked up again, she saw Yiyu, wearing a camouflage jungle combat uniform, had already got on the RV and was walking towards her in 2 or 3 steps.
Huh?
Su looked at Yiyu strangely. Why are you here? I asked Aunt Su, and she said you were coming this way. Yiyu grinned, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and walked to the bedroom door, leaning his hands on the door, but his eyes were sharp. He kept looking and asked absent-mindedly, You want this RV? Yes, that's right. As if she had sensed some dangerous signal rising in Yiyu's eyes, she pretended to be unaware of Yiyu's intentions, stood up, walked in front of Yiyu, and said with a smile, It's getting late. I have something to ask you. I have something to ask you, too. Yi stood up straight, withdrew his hands from the door, and without waiting for Su to ask, he suddenly took 2 steps forward, bent down, hugged Su's waist, turned around, closed the door, and turned a few more circles, as if to celebrate. In a moment, he pushed Su against the door. This series of actions was extremely fast. Su was already in a period of severe pregnancy reaction. After being hugged and turned by Yiyu, she felt a little dizzy. She closed her eyes and shouted, "Yiyu, are you courting death again? Hey, baby, you finally fell into my hands again." Yiyu seemed a little anxious and a little happy with success. He pressed Su, supported Su with one hand, and touched Su's face with the other hand. He looked like he couldn't let go of her and sighed, "Why is it such a coincidence today?" He was still thinking about the knee that Su had hit him with, and he was always thinking about how to avenge her. He would not let go of any chance he got. So, although he came to Su with the simple purpose of worrying about her, he now seemed particularly reckless and as bad as a gangster. Let go, I'm going to. Yiyu, I really want to, I don't feel well." Su screamed and pushed Yiyu hard with both hands. She was not joking with Yiyu, she really wanted to. Before Yiyu let her go, Su dodged Yiyu's kiss, hung on Yiyu's body, and began to dry heave. "What's wrong?" At first Yiyu had no intention of letting Su go, but seeing her vomiting so violently, Yiyu softened his heart. He frowned and carried Su out of the bedroom and put her on the kitchen counter. Su was still retching because she had not eaten breakfast yet and she couldn't anything. She just leaned on Yiyu's shoulder and vomited weakly and painfully. "Let's go see a doctor." He hugged the powerless Su tightly, raised his hand to brush away the sweaty hair stuck to Su's face, looked down at Su's extremely pale face, and his heart began to ache. At this moment, he no longer thought about revenge. He had to cure Su's illness first. "It's okay, it will be fine in a few months." Su was panting, being held tightly by Yiyu, and she felt a little suffocated. Then she thought about it again. They were both men she had slept with once, and she hadn't bothered Yiyu on the first day of her rebirth. So why was she being so hypocritical now? She could only helplessly be held by him like this, shaking her head and saying, "I'm more severely in the morning and when I don't eat, but it's fine at other times." "Your stomach is not feeling well? Then let's go back and eat something." "Don't do that yet. Help me do something." "Do it. Don't just say one, even if it's 100. I'll help you do them all." Yiyu nodded quickly and held Su carefully, as if he was holding a fragile porcelain doll. His extremely nervous expression made Su couldn't help but smile. She sighed, but in the end she couldn't be angry with Yiyu's just now, so she let the matter go. After Su rested for a while and took a deep breath, she raised her head from Yiyu's arms, pushed him away, jumped off the kitchen counter, took Yiyu's hand, got out of the RV, pointed at the villa in front of them, and said to Yiyu, "I found a body inside. There were mutated maggots on the body. I had to burn them to prevent future troubles. I wanted to find some gasoline and a lighter." "Why are you looking for gasoline and lighters when your brother is here?" Yiyu interrupted Su in a gruff voice, let go of Su's hand, rolled up his sleeves, and strode up the stairs, looking like he was taking on a big responsibility. Su smiled, followed Yiyu, and guided Yiyu upstairs and into the bedroom where the RV owner hanged himself. "Oh, just him?" Standing at the door, Yiyu turned around and raised his thumb in the direction of the corpse. After getting Su's nod, Yiyu casually threw out a ball of fire. The fireball seemed to have consciousness and flew directly to the corpse. It instantly spread into a sea of fire and burned the owner of the RV hanging on the bathroom door into charcoal. The fire was so big and burning fiercely, but it did not burn the door frame next to it at all. It can be seen that Yiyu's control of fire has become very sophisticated. Yiyu in front was somewhat proud. He turned around and began to seek Su's praise. "Okay, brother's fire is more effective than gasoline and lighters, right?" Yeah, it works." Su clasped her hands together in a pretentious manner, like a little girl, and looked at Yiyu with admiration in her eyes. "Wow, Gasoline and lighters are no match for you. You are amazing. Praising you doesn't cost any money. If this is what you benefits from, Su doesn't mind being more exaggerated.
Certainly.
Yu puffed out his chest and smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. He knew, of course, that Su's behavior was exaggerated. Su, who was usually very cold in her dealings with others, would never sincerely show the expression of a little girl like this. But there was nothing he could do. Yu just felt very happy. Even if Su's praise was fake, he still felt happy. The two of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the RV. Yu drove the car and took Su back to the Su family villa. Just as they drove away, a man and a woman walked over on a small road not far away. This isn't a good idea. I heard from them that this is the Su family's territory. Let's go back. The woman walked slower than the man. They looked like two survivors, or survivors from Xieqingyan's side. Most of the survivors Xieqingyan had led had the same temperament. They all looked like they were in a state of transition, but definitely not starving to death. The man said indifferently, "This is the innermost part of the Apple Villa district. There is no way that the Su family with so few people could have come here. Let me tell you, the last time I came here, I found a rare Rolls-Royce in this villa. Wow, what a luxury car. There is also an RV. If we take the Rolls-Royce and the RV back, I guarantee that others will be envious." As he spoke, the man dragged the woman to the front of the villa's yard, but paused, looking at the empty yard, and muttered to himself strangely, "Where's my RV? Maybe someone else has gotten there first, so let's go." The woman's intuition made her feel that this place was not safe. The surrounding trees were towering, blocking out most of the daylight. Standing in front of the villa, blown by the cold wind, she felt the chilly gusts of wind. She suddenly lost all interest. Luxury cars, Rolls-Royces, they were all the end of the world and had no meaning at all. But what she thought was boring was very different for a man. The man next to her looked up and found that the door of the villa was just closed. He didn't know who opened it, so he was delighted and dragged the woman's hand into the villa. "Let's go in and see if there is anything valuable inside." Obviously, he was still a dreamer who had not gotten rid of his old dreams. Seeing the door of the mansion open, he was eager to find out what was going on. He pulled the reluctant woman into the villa and walked around it up and down. "Haha, honey, look, there is so much money here, and there are gold bars." The man held the woman's hand and stood in the room where the RV owner hanged himself. He pointed at the pile of property on the bed and said, "There are also famous watches. Ha ha ha, now we are rich." As he spoke, the man's eyes shone with greed. He pounced forward and fell on the pile of cash, pressing down the property on the bed. He rolled over. Neither he nor the woman noticed that not far from the bed, at the entrance to the bathroom, there was a pile of black ash. The man sat up, hugged the woman on the bed, rolled over, and pressed her under him. "Ha ha ha, before the end of the world, I had a dream of being on a mountain of gold and silver. Now this dream has come true. It's come true. Ha ha ha. We're rich." Any woman would give in to the piles of cash, gold bars, silver, jewelry, and watches. Really. A man and a woman did not notice that maggots were slowly crawling out from under the cash. Those maggots were a little bigger than normal maggots. They were white all over except for a little scarlet on their heads. Because they had no flesh and blood to eat, they looked like they were about to starve to death. This man and woman just happened to be their food. In the cracks of the cash, white strips with a little scarlet were wriggling, and they were moving towards the tumbling man and woman. Two screams echoed in this quiet world, and then stopped abruptly, without any sound. No matter what happened in the villa, Su felt that she had nipped the maggot in the bud. She sat happily in the RV, touching here and there, and then waited for Yu to drive the RV to the Su villa. Su got out of the car and went back to her villa to have breakfast. By the way, she asked her mother to prepare a new set of bedding for the RV. After breakfast, Su gave the RV to the fortune teller. The fortune teller was a gold-related mutant, and he could think of coating the RV with a layer of hard metal. This was the latest skill developed by the fortune teller, so not only Susu's RV was taken to him for gilding, but all the cars that were about to go out to look for baby supplies were taken to the fortune teller for gilding. Then Susu went to find Wang Jun and 2 helpers. The 4 of them got a trailer and returned to the depths of the villa area. They transplanted the mutated bush back. The reason they asked Wang Jun for help was that as long as any living creature approached the bush, it would grow sharp thorns like a hedgehog. Wang Jun's earth-related ability allows him to control the shape of the soil. Susu asked Wang Jun to pick up the soil near the mutant bushes with its roots, put it in a trailer, and transport it back. Wang Jun was quite helpful and not as cunning as Liang. He didn't talk much along the way and didn't take the opportunity to ask Susu anything. However, Susu became a little curious about the relationship between Wang Jun and Liang. But in the end, she didn't ask anything. Some people and some things just watch. It's better not to ask about other people's privacy. The mutated bush was transported back to the Su family villa. Susu did not take it back with her, but asked Wang Jun to plant it outside the wall at random. She planned to come back and study it in detail after finding milk powder and diapers. In the time it took her to come and go, Zhushurjia had already gotten up and finished his breakfast. He was carrying a large backpack on his back and holding a manual blood pressure monitor in his hand. He walked towards Susu and said, "I was still eating early in the morning when you asked me to check your body. What's going on between you two? He actually cares about your health more than I do." Zhushurjia frowned. After saying this, he accidentally glanced at the red and purple kiss mark on Susu's neck and looked at Susu hesitantly. Susu stood beside the RV and raised her eyebrows at Zhushurjia, meaning that Zhushurjia could say whatever he wanted to say. Zhushurjia then said, "Susu, did I ever tell you to avoid having adult love within 3 months? It's a dangerous period." "You did." Susu pursed her lips and smiled, glancing at Yiyu, who was walking into the wall with King Kong arm in arm to get his meal not far away, waved to Zhushurjia, turned around and got into her RV. She wondered what Zhushurjia wanted to say to her, but it turned out to be this. Susu unconsciously touched the painful spot on her neck caused by Yiyu and sighed. As for Yiyu, even if she had passed the 3-month dangerous period, she did not dare to have adult love with Yiyu.
Susu didn't dare to take the risk.
She thought to herself, either she should tell Yiyu that she was pregnant, or find an excuse to get Yiyu out of the way. Otherwise, how could she bear it if things continued like this? Looking back at Zhushurjia, Susu felt that Zhushurjia's curiosity was basically zero. After knowing Zhushurjia for such a long time, this person had never asked her about who Xiao Ai's biological father was. Compared with Zhushurjia and Liang, one lacked the most basic curiosity, while the other was too curious, almost prying into other people's privacy. Susu did not say whether she and Yiyu had slept together or not, and just asked Zhushurjia to get in the RV. So, Zhushurjia had to take the blood pressure monitor and get in the RV with her. As soon as they entered the RV, she did not ask Susu whether she had slept with Yiyu or not. Anyway, she was just a doctor, and a doctor's duty was to warn the patient of all the dangers. Whether the patient listened or not was up to the patient. After getting on the RV, Zhushurjia looked around, nodded, and without saying anything, sat on the sofa, set up the blood pressure monitor, and waved to Susu. "Come here, I'll take your blood pressure." Susu followed her instructions, took off one side of her down jacket, sat next to Zhushurjia, and rolled up one sleeve. Zhushurjia was very active, taking her blood pressure and saying, "It's almost 3 months, and it's time for the first prenatal checkup. The conditions are not convenient right now, and I don't have more evidence to judge the health of the fetus. You should be careful. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. In a situation like today where you vomited blood, you must tell me, and you can't let others convey it." "When did I blood?" Seeing that Zhushurjia had finished measuring her blood pressure, Susu covered her sleeves and put on her down jacket, with a puzzled look on her face. Zhushurjia raised his eyelids and glanced at her, saying, "You said so." He was spreading rumors. "I just vomited a lot." "Where did the blood come out?" Su Su admired Yi Yu's imagination of exaggerating facts, but she still had to tell Zhuo Shijia what she should tell him, so she continued, "My appetite has been pretty good recently. I'm not picky about food, and I don't as frequently as I did a few days ago. I'm busy during the day and basically don't think about vomiting. It's just more severe in the morning." "Oh, this is a good sign. Your body is gradually adapting to the fetus. The symptoms of vomiting will become less and less severe. Congratulations, you are about to enter the most relaxing period of your entire pregnancy." Zhuo Shijia said congratulations, but her expression was dull, and she didn't look relaxed. In fact, everyone who has been pregnant knows that after the severe vomiting in the early stages of pregnancy, the second trimester will only make the expectant mother feel relatively relaxed, but in turn, she will start to suffer from coccyx pain, excessive anxiety about the fetus, memory loss, constipation, muscle spasms, edema, prenatal depression, and difficulty breathing. None of these are easy. Su Su herself knew that being pregnant for 10 months was not an easy thing. It was not that she could be optimistic and relaxed just because Zhuo Shijia didn't say it. In fact, in her previous life, she had severe leg cramps throughout the middle and late stages of pregnancy. She would often get cramps in one of her legs while she was sleeping in the middle of the night. Only those who have smoked it know how it feels. There was no one to help massage it, and I was young and timid, living in fear all day long. Moreover, I was in a chaotic environment like the end of the world. I had to look at the faces of Xie Qingyan and others with a big belly. It was so difficult to endure. So a woman who is pregnant with her first child may be ignorant and fearless, but if she is pregnant with her second child, she is definitely a warrior. Knowing what kind of suffering is waiting for her, she still wants to have a second child. If she is not a warrior, what is she? Although Su Su is pregnant with her first child physically, she is already pregnant with her second child psychologically. She thinks happily that she is also a warrior. So, you have to tell the doctor everything in person. If you tell someone else, a mild symptom might become as serious as leaving you with only one breath left. Zhuo Shijia was still nagging her, but Su Su was distracted for a moment. She suddenly turned around and asked, "What should I do for the first prenatal checkup?" Hearing this, Zhuo Shijia's expression instantly became more and more uneasy. When Su Su saw Zhuo Shijia's serious and solemn look, she felt a little nervous. That's right. It's the end of the world. How can we still have the conditions for prenatal checkups? A lot. The first prenatal checkup has the most items: G6PD, first stage Down syndrome screening, leukorrhea routine, TCT, trace elements, electrocardiogram, and 4 items of eugenics. Zhuo Shijia opened his mouth and listed everything one by one. As Zhuo Shijia continued to talk, Su Su became more and more surprised. She looked up at Zhuo Shijia, who was packing up the blood pressure monitor, and asked hesitantly, "You have to do so many projects, but it's the end of the world now. It should be okay, such as Down syndrome screening. Is the child's father in good health? This is quite healthy, but. Thinking of Yi Yu's superpowers, which were completely incompatible with hers, and remembering the authoritative report after the end of the world that said couples with incompatible superpowers were more likely to have miscarriages, Su Su became a little uncertain. Xiao Ai was born safely in her previous life, but at that time Su Su was completely confused. She didn't know anything about Yi Yu. Now that she knew, Su Su was a little uncertain. History could change. Didn't her parents die in her previous life? They were still alive and well in this life, so who could guarantee that her little AI would be born safely in this life? Zhuo Shijia, who was standing by, saw the worry on Su Su's face and patted her shoulder comfortingly. "It will be fine. Your body is very good. The baby will be born safely. Don't think too much. 99 out of 100 pregnant women will develop anxiety disorders. This is normal. You have to learn to adjust your mood." But. Su Su was a little cautious about Xiao Ai's safety. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said illogically, "It's okay if we don't do anything else, but we still have to check the trace elements. I might have leg cramps in the future. Is it related to not taking enough trace elements? Anyway, didn't we plan to get a big truck to haul the medical equipment in the hospital? Let's bring back the instrument for checking trace elements now." You really are a man of your word. Where are we going to put all this medical equipment if we bring it back now? Seeing that Su had already shown some signs of anxiety, Zhuo Shijia frowned. What did maybe my legs will cramp in the future mean? So I have to check the trace elements now? In Zhuo Shijia's life dictionary, it is always her, the doctor, who should consider these things. The doctor will find out all the problems that pregnant women may encounter during pregnancy, rather than letting the pregnant woman guess them out of her own imagination. In her past career as a gynecologist and obstetrician, she often saw pregnant women suffering from anxiety. She felt that Su now had a tendency to be anxious. Zhuo Shijia believed that if Su was not given counseling now, she was worried that this sign of anxiety would develop into prenatal depression and then into postpartum depression. So she didn't say anything else to Su and tried to go along with Su in everything, intending to let Su maintain a good and smooth mentality first, and then further strengthen Su's confidence. If Su wanted to check the trace elements, then she would find a way to check it. Anyway, this test would not do any harm to the mother and fetus. If the results were good, it could also effectively relieve Su's anxiety. After putting the blood pressure monitor into the backpack, Zhuo Shijia stood up and lifted the white curtains on the window. While asking Su casually, he happened to see King Kong leading a group of soldiers for a morning run. He ran past the RV, raised his hand, revealing 2 tufts of black hair in his armpits, and waved happily at Zhuo Shijia through the window. Nodding, as a response to King Kong, Zhuo Shijia's face was full of a dull scholar's expression. She lowered the curtains, turned to look at Su, thought for a moment, and said, "It's up to you. I have no objection if you go get the equipment now, but didn't we agree to look for milk powder and diapers first? Let's go to the hospital to get the equipment after we have made plans in a few days. Put it in the villa for the time being. There is definitely not enough space for so many medical equipment in one villa. We don't know when we will need it. It's a pity that the government system has collapsed now. Otherwise, we can sell the medical equipment to the government." Zhuo Shijia was sighing in his heart. The end of the world had come, and all humans could do was to stick together for warmth. Hospitals and clinics were all gone. If there were any, the medical equipment they brought back could be sold to hospitals so that they could make the best use of them. It is such a pity to leave the hard work of mankind and the crystallization of medical wisdom among a pile of zombies. You'll have that opportunity soon, don't worry. Su sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, calculating the time. The army would be here soon, and the field hospital would be built soon. Before building the field hospital, the army would purchase a large number of medical equipment and medicines from the survivors. So what she was thinking about now was whether she should sell these medical equipment in exchange for other supplies. Should I open a hospital myself? Just look at the sanitary conditions of the Wild Field Hospital. So many people spend their crystal cores to seek treatment every day, and you still need connections to get in. Once you get in, the doctors and nurses have low skills and their attitudes are terrible. Many people go in alive, but even more people are carried out dead. The reputation is getting worse and worse, and the injured people are still trying to get in. Su felt annoyed when she thought of the Wild Hospital. She wanted to build a better building by herself with cleaner sanitary conditions so that she could treat minor illnesses and pains for the people around her. She would not need to rely on the Wild Hospital anymore. How great would it be to be self-sufficient? Then she can have a prenatal checkup whenever she wants. She can check whatever items she wants. The environment is good, and she is confident in the doctor's medical skills. Her mood will improve, and Xiao AI's personality will become more cheerful in the future. As they were talking, the door of the RV was opened from the outside with a bang. Seeing that the person didn't even knock on the door, Su rolled her eyes. Who else could it be but Yu? Yu was holding a bag of steamed buns and a lunchbox. He stepped onto the RV and walked to the sofa where Su was sitting. He sat down and put the lunchbox and his head in Su's arms. He looked up at Zhuo Shijia and asked directly, "Is our Su okay? Is she suffering from some terminal illness?" Ahem, Zhuo Shijia was choked by Yu's shocking words. She raised her hand, waved it, and said hurriedly, "It's okay. It's not a terminal illness. We are all superpowers, so how can there be any terminal illness? Just make sure you eat nutritiously, get more rest, and don't have adult love for a while. That's good. That's good. Yu felt relieved a little. He didn't know whether he had listened to Zhuo Shijia's last medical advice or not. Maybe he had listened but didn't understand. Anyway, he didn't ask for the truth. He just nodded repeatedly. After nodding, Yu took out a steamed bun from Su Su's bag of food and stuffed it into her mouth. He said rather ferociously, "Did you hear what the doctor said? Your body is not well nourished, so you can't have adult love with me. You and I touch you. Eat quickly, finish all these buns." Zhuo Shijia and Su Su looked at each other speechlessly. Neither of them understood what was going on with Yi Yu's brain circuit. Why was his comprehension ability so weak? When others spoke to him, they had to make the slightest detour, and if they did, Yi Yu would misunderstand the meaning. Since Yi Yu misunderstood, Su Su did not confess to Yi Yu that she was pregnant. Anyway, it didn't matter now. Yi Yu concluded from Zhuo Shijia that Su Su's body was too malnourished and she could not go to bed with him, so he naturally would not touch her again in the short term. After a few months, Su Su's belly became bigger, and Yi Yu should understand what was going on, what the situation would be like by then, and whether Yi Yu would be opposed or happy. We'll see when the time comes. Su Su was silent, and Zhuo Shijia naturally didn't say much. She turned around, got out of the RV, and went to the medical building to look for a disinfectant. Perhaps it was an occupational disease of being a doctor. She had to disinfect any new things before she could use them with confidence. The same went for Su Su's RV. Zhuo Shijia planned to get some disinfectant and help Su Su disinfect the RV. At this time, in front of Su Su, who was sitting on the sofa, was a big bag of steamed buns. These were the steamed buns specially made by Su's mother for the entire special team. Yu took all of them away just to give them to Su Su as snacks on the road. Dodging Yu's hand that was trying to force the steamed bun into her mouth, Su Su pulled the bun out of her mouth, looked at Yu and said, "Zhuo Shijia and I are going to go for a drive in this car today. You get out." "I'm going too." Yu grinned and took the initiative to sit next to Su Su. He raised one hand and placed it on the sofa pillow behind Su Su. It looked like he was hugging Su Su. "I'll be the driver for both of you. It's not far, just a stroll on the street outside. Why do you need to be a driver?" Su Su turned around and took away the hand that Yu had placed on her back. However, no matter what she said, Yu insisted on being her driver, so Su Su had no choice but to give up. In this way, she got a free driver, so she naturally had no reason to insist on opposing it. After the driver decided that Yi Yu, who refused to leave, would be in charge, King Kong also got on the RV after a while. He glanced at Zhuo Shijia, who had returned to the RV and was wiping everything, and walked straight into the cockpit and sat on the co-pilot seat. It was obvious from his appearance that he wanted to go out with Yi Yu. Li Xiuyu told Qin Yu early this morning that she felt a little dizzy and uncomfortable, so she would not go out with them. Qin Yu thought that Ruerue seemed to eat more in recent days and had grown a little taller, so his original clothes, pants, and shoes seemed a little tight, so she took Ruerue and drove a separate car, planning to go out together to find some clothes for Ruerue. At this time, Brother Pai also came out with his brothers, followed by the young nurse named Liang Xiaoqi. Liang Xiaoqi was holding Brother Pai's son in her arms. Brother Pai turned around and kissed the son in Liang Xiaoqi's arms. Then he turned around reluctantly, went up to the RV, and said hello to Su Su and Zhuo Shijia. He explained how many brothers he would bring out this time, and that each brother would drive a car that would be filled with milk powder, diapers, some baby clothes, etc. Then he got off the RV, drove a car alone, and followed the RV in front out of the Apple Villa district. The gate of the Apple Villa district was still guarded by the survivors from Xie Qingyan's side. The original gate, that looked very grand, had long since disappeared. Now, outside the gate, there were only a few rows of bare barriers and a group of survivors standing beside the barriers. Those survivors seemed to know that this convoy belonged to Su Su's side. When Yi drove out, they did not stop him. Moreover, zombies have started to appear on the streets again recently, and they were eager for Yi Yu and his men to go out and clean up the zombies. As soon as Su Su's convoy left, Xie Qingyan and Xie Yaoshi also assembled a team of psychics and planned to go out to find supplies. Just after Su Su's convoy had completely left, Xia Yaoshi drove a black jeep, stopped at the gate, rolled down the window, and looked at the eye-catching RV in the convoy in front of him with a thoughtful expression. Brother Xia, the survivor guarding the gate, came over and greeted Xia Yaoshi. Xia Yaoshi tilted his head, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled as usual, his dark eyes staring at the RV, and asked, "Didn't the Su family come back just a few days ago? Why are they out again?" "Who knows? I heard from Eru over there that they rescued 9 babies this time. It seems that the babies ran out of milk powder or something, so they went out to make trouble again." The survivor guarding the gate was very attentive and answered every question from Xia Yaoshi, telling as much as he could. Although everyone was led by Xia Qingyan now, they all knew that Xia Yaoshi was the most powerful person in the entire villa area because he was a person with lightning abilities. It's just a pity that Xia Yaoshi doesn't seem to have much interest in leading ordinary survivors like them. After returning, he didn't rush to seize Xia Qingyan's power. On weekdays, he only interacted with the few psychics he brought back. So now the one leading the survivors is still Xia Qingyan. As for the people on Xia Qingyan's side, although there are many smart people who have seen that Xia Qingyan is nothing but a fool, but because Xia Qingyan has Feifei, who can make plants grow and is wholeheartedly supporting Xia Qingyan, everyone has to give Xia Qingyan some face on the surface. Anyway, in today's society, they either join this group or that group. If they stay here and follow Xia Qingyan's instructions, they won't lose much weight and can get 1 or 2 vegetable leaves every day. It's such a good deal. Xia Yaoshi in the car nodded coldly, closed the window without saying a word, stepped on the accelerator, and led the convoy behind him out. Just after Xia Yaoshi's convoy left, Liang realized belatedly at the Su family villa that Yi Yu and King Kong had actually followed Su Su and the others out. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She originally thought that Yi Yu's large forces would stay here. This time they were looking for some unimportant baby formula and diapers. Liang was not interested, and Yi would not be very interested either. Who would have known that Yi Yu actually followed Su Su out as a driver? If she had known, she would have gone out with him to show off her presence. This street was always being swept by Yi Yu's men, so there were very few zombies, and the supplies on the street had been taken away accordingly. In the apocalypse, adults take care of themselves first, and children are rarely taken care of, and there are few children. Most of the children have been knocked down by the doomsday virus and turned into little zombies. The remaining small number of children who have developed antibodies in their bodies are also huddled in some corners, either waiting to starve to death or to be bitten to death by zombies. Perhaps some children were protected by brave parents like Qinyu. However, since they all had the ability to protect their children, they would surely be able to survive well at the beginning of the apocalypse without having to rely on banding together with other survivors for warmth. So in the Apple Villa area, there are really only the 9 babies from Su Su's family, and the rest are all adults. Unless the adults in the Apple Villa area were extremely hungry, they would not eat the baby formula that would not fill their stomachs. They would not even touch the diapers, underwear, clothes, and baby food, so all the stores on the whole street were basically emptied. The only store that still had some things left was the mother and baby product store. There are 2 maternal and child supplies stores outside the Apple Villa area. There are basically no signs that they have been visited by survivors. The milk powder cans and bags of diapers on the shelves are covered with a layer of dust, indicating that no one really needs these baby products. Yi parked the RV in front of a maternal and child supplies store. Brother Pai and his subordinates in the car behind him also parked their cars. Then everyone opened the car doors and ran into the maternal and child supplies store to carry milk powder and diapers. Qinyu brought Ruerue into the store, bought a few down jackets for Ruerue, and also bought a few pairs of pants and shoes. Seeing Qinyu choosing enthusiastically, Su Su also got out of the car, wearing a long down jacket, walked to a set of monk clothes for low-age babies, and touched the texture of the material. Quite comfortable. She picked up the monk's robe and looked at it carefully. She didn't like the color, it was too gray. Xiao Ai is a girl, so she needs to wear clothes with brighter colors. Then Su Su lowered her head and went to the row of shelves to pick out 2 sets of monk's robes for young babies, 1 pink and 1 light yellow, both made of soft cotton. Then she looked up and saw maternity nightgowns hanging on another row of shelves. She remembered that she gave birth in August, and the weather was extremely hot at that time, so she changed direction and went to pick out maternity nightgowns. Su, are you pregnant? Brother Pai was holding a box of freshly found milk powder in his arms. When he walked past Su, he smiled at her with wrinkles all over his face. Su pursed her lips and did not refute. She just said, just take a look. Having said that, she still chose carefully and picked out a set of coral fleece pajamas with a Totoro pattern, the kind designed specifically for pregnant women with a big belly, with a large swing quilt and an adjustable waist. She also picked out 2 summer skirts for pregnant women with big bellies. These ones are either too thick or too tacky. What do you care about me?
Susugulanjet at yeyu.
Lace pajamas? Who are you wearing this with your big belly?
Ba.
Brother Pai and the others behind him moved very quickly. In a short while, they had cleared out all the baby milk powder, diapers, and baby clothes in the maternity and baby store. Su also moved some diapers, but Yi was helpless. He was just leaning against the window smoking and chatting with King Kong. He had no intention of helping Su stock up these things. Zhua Shijia stayed in the RV, disinfecting every corner. The things Su could move were limited, far less than what Pai Ge and others moved. Qin Yu and Ruerue worked together, but they only moved clothes and toys suitable for Ruerue. Ruerue was a boy, and the toys he played with were only train carts and forklifts. After a while, Qin Yu's car was also full. This maternity and baby store was emptied, and Brother Pai sent several vehicles back to the Apple Villa area to unload the goods. Qin Yu and Rue also went back with them. The remaining vehicles followed Su's RV and prepared to go to the gas station to get some gasoline. However, when the convoy drove to the front of the gas station, they found that there was already a convoy parked inside the gas station, and that convoy was moving oil cans back and forth into the trunk. Generally, there are several refueling machines in gas stations. There were not many people in the team in front, and they seemed to have filled up their tanks and were ready to leave. However, when they saw Su's team coming, 2 people walked out of the team in front. Without saying hello, one of them raised his hand and a metal wall appeared directly in front of the RV. "MD, you mess with me?" When Yu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, saw this, he was furious. He didn't go to cause trouble, but trouble came to trouble him. He threw a fireball directly, melting a big hole in the metal wall in front of him. This was not over yet. Yu continued to throw 2 fireballs, flying directly at the gold-type mutant who was blocking the way behind the metal wall, and the person next to him. When the 2 people blocking the road saw Yu's fireball flying towards them, they turned around and ran. Then, King Kong sitting in the passenger seat floated out like a gust of wind, caught up with the gold-type psychic, jumped up, kicked him in the back, and knocked the gold-type psychic, who took the initiative to provoke him to the ground. Oops, as the gold-type mutant groaned in pain, the man who had finally dodged the fireball opened his hands, and a wave appeared out of thin air, hitting King Kong. King Kong was caught off guard and was drenched in water. He stood there wet, like a drowned chicken. There was a burst of laughter all around immediately. They were all the people in the convoy who were watching the fun. They stood beside their cars with various weapons in their hands, laughing at King Kong's embarrassed appearance with his eyes wide open. Yu became more and more angry. He opened the car door and got out. He clenched his fists and walked towards the water-based mutant with a smug look on his face. At this time, Su happened to lift the curtain from the window. When she saw this, she also got out of the car. Brother Pai and others who were following behind her RV also took up their weapons and followed. Unexpectedly, the water-type psychic on the other side didn't even look at Yu, who was standing in front of him with a heroic spirit. Instead, he turned to look at Su behind Yu with a provocative look on his face. He hooked his finger at Su and said loudly, "I heard you can release a lot of water. How about a competition?"
Ill.
Su raised her eyelids and spat lightly, but she stood still and drew a semicircle in the air with her finger. A huge wave rose up behind her and rushed directly towards the people in front who were watching the show, knocking them to the ground. Only the water-based mutant was left, standing there in a daze with a dull look on his face, without a drop of water on his body. "Come on, All those annoying people should go away. Let's have a competition now. Su took a step forward, stepped on the water stains on the ground, and walked in front of the water-type psychic who had been petrified. She raised her eyebrows, and her delicate face was full of provocation. The water-type psychic just smiled awkwardly. How did you do it? He was really embarrassed, thinking that his water ability was the best in the Apple Villa district, but he didn't expect that the really powerful person was here. Susu's strength did not lie in how much water she could release or how high the waves could be, but in her ability to control it. While the waves were rising from the ground, she only overturned the people she wanted to overturn, and the people she didn't want to overturn stood there just fine without a drop of water on their bodies. This was the most amazing and admirable thing about Susu. Ha 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 Yu, who was originally burning with rage, and whose every cell in his body was clamoring to come up and pick a fight, now stood with his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Beside him, King Kong, who was covered in water, was also laughing from ear to ear, and Brother Pai and the others laughed without hesitation to express their contempt. Just when the situation turned to Susu's side, Xia Yaoshi walked out of the supermarket, his muscular body wrapped in black clothes and black pants. His whole temperament gave off a hint of looking down on the world. He stood on the threshold, looked down at his teammates who were like drowned rats, frowned, and looked at Susu silently, as if he was waiting for Susu to explain to him. Susu shrugged. Clearly there was nothing to explain. It was common for young people to show off their strength and compete with each other. Seeing that Susu didn't speak, Xia Yaoshi glanced at Yu again. Yu straightened his chest and was about to speak when the water-type supernaturalist laughed and raised his hand to Xia Yaoshi. It's okay, Captain. We're just joking with them. We've heard that the people in the Su family are pretty powerful. Let's have a try. The gold-type mutant who was kicked to the ground by King Kong and was washed under the wheels by Susu's huge wave also climbed up, went all over, looked at King Kong with a smile on his face and said, hello, my name is Zhang Anquan. Nice to meet you. My name is Su Xiaofeng. We finally got to know each other today. I hope we can team up to complete missions together in the future. The water-based mutant was also smiling at Susu. Without waiting for Susu to answer, he walked to Xia Yaoshi's side. As if he was afraid that Xia Yaoshi would get angry, he took the initiative to go into the supermarket behind Xia Yaoshi and pretended to be busy moving things. The gold-type superpower named Zhang Anquan was left behind. He still looked at King Kong and Yu with a smile on his face, trying to observe who was the captain of the team. Yu scratched his head, scratched his cheek, and looked at King Kong. Both of them were helpless in this situation. In their world, they would fight if they wanted to fight, and kill if they wanted to kill. They would provoke them and introduce themselves to them. Isn't this a bit confusing? They have been out of touch with society for too long and don't quite understand the normal logic of people in society. In this situation, Susu was not very good at coming forward. Her interests and hobbies were not on how to make friends, but on how to give birth to Xiao AI and take care of Xiao AI. So in the face of the other party's greetings and deliberate acquaintance, Susu's face turned cold, and she turned around and got on her RV. At this time, it was the stage for gangsters like Brother Pai. He had been in the underworld for decades and had seen all kinds of storms. He saw through at a glance that the other party just wanted to use this method to get to know each other, so he walked up and shook hands with Zhang Anquan enthusiastically and greeted him half seriously. Aya, there is no acquaintance without fighting. There is no acquaintance without fighting. You young men are really energetic. It makes my blood boil. I really want to come up and have some passion. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. What's this old man's name? Zhang Anquan was also smiling. He was younger than Brother Pai, probably in his early 30s, but he was as experienced as Brother Pai. He looked like an official and spoke in a very sophisticated way. Officials and gangsters. In fact, there is no essential difference between the two. It's just that officials will disguise themselves to be more amiable, and how could Brother Pai not understand this? He and Zhang Anquan just chatted happily. However, after 10 or 20 minutes, when Yu, King Kong, and Pai Ge's subordinates refueled the car, they saw Pai Go and Zhang Anquan, who were arm in arm, looking like brothers, as if the tension just now did not exist at all. As for Xia Yaoshi, he glanced at the communication between Zhang Anquan and Brother Pai without any interest, then glanced at Su Su's RV, then sat back in his jeep, folded his arms, leaned back in the driver's seat, and closed his eyes to take a nap. Su Su had enough supplies for a few days, and she didn't plan to go far this time. She just searched for baby supplies in a few blocks near the Apple Villa area. After refueling, as Zhang Anquan reluctantly said goodbye, Brother Pai got in the car, and Yu started the RV and left. As soon as their convoy left, the smile on Zhang Anquan's face gradually disappeared. He turned around and walked to Xia Yaoshi's car window, raised his finger and knocked it. Seeing Xia Yaoshi lower the window, revealing his handsome and cold face, Zhang Anquan smiled and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "Captain, look at their fleet of cars. Every car is full of diapers and milk powder. At this time, they actually have 9 babies to raise. Are they crazy? You don't understand this." Su Xiaofeng was carrying a box of hams, passing by Zhang Anquan, and said casually, "Their pursuits are different from ours. We are still just surviving on the poverty line, but they still have dreams and hopes." TSK, haha, this not only made Zhang Anquan laugh, but also the people who were moving supplies around started laughing. Everyone could hear how sarcastic Su Xiaofeng's tone was. Dreams and hopes? In this era, talking about these 2 words is really courting death. Among the group of people, only Xia Yaoshi had a stern face, without smiling. He leaned back in his chair, tapped the leather cover on the steering wheel with his finger, turned his head suddenly, and said to Zhang Anquan, who was standing outside the car window and smiling, "Are there any small toys among the supplies found last time?"
Ah?
Zhang Anquan tilted his head, somewhat puzzled as to why Xia Yaoshi asked that, but he still nodded seriously. "Yes, there are some. All piled up in Villa number 09, gathering dust. Send those little toys to the Su family. When you look for supplies in the future, also keep an eye out for some baby products. We don't need them, but they do. Pick them out and send them over there." After saying this, regardless of Zhang Anquan's stunned face, Xia Yaoshi rolled up the car window and started the car to continue sweeping the next block. He did not explain why he asked his teammates to do this. This was his usual style. He did not need to explain anything to anyone. Su Su and the others, who had already arrived at another street, still only found one maternity and baby store, but this one was slightly larger than the previous one. In addition to baby formula, diapers, and clothes, there were also many children's toys. Su Su went in and took a look around and found a bamboo baby stroller. She seemed to find it quite interesting, so she sat on a low stool beside the aisle and played with the stroller. Brother Pai and the others had already been busy. At this time, Zhuoshijia came in with 2 prenatal yoga CDs in her hand. She handed them to Su Su, who was sitting on a low stool, and said, "I found them in the gift area. If you have nothing to do, do some exercise. It will help with a smooth birth." Okay. Upon hearing Zhuoshijia say this, Su Su reached out to take the 2 pregnancy yoga discs, looked at both sides, and frowned. "Then we have to find a DVD player. Just find a laptop with a CD-ROM drive, and then get a magnesium air water battery, the kind that can generate electricity with water." After Zhuoshijia finished speaking, he went to look for some maternity bags, filled his arms with big and small bags, and walked out of the mother and baby store. As soon as he walked out of the door, he dropped a bag of maternity bags. Seeing this, King Kong in the co-pilot seat of the RV hurriedly opened the door, flew to Zhuoshijia, picked up the bag of maternity bags on the ground for her, and took the bags in Zhuoshijia's arms. Yiyu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, leaned his head against the window, looking bored and panicking, and even winked at King Kong. King Kong seemed a little shy and glared at him. He pulled out a hand, took out a box of crumpled cigarettes from his hip pocket, threw it at Yiyu's face, and cursed, "Smoke your cigarette and stop talking nonsense." "Really? I didn't say anything." Grabbing the cigarette box that flew over with one hand, Yiyu's smile became more exaggerated. King Kong ignored him and got into the car with the maternity bag. Yiyu stretched his neck and shouted towards the maternity store, "Su Su, Su ah Su, do you need your brother's help?" Su came out carrying a bamboo baby carriage with 2 CDs in her hand. She glanced at Yu, ignored the boring man, and followed Zhuo Shijiao into the car. This time, they didn't spend much time, and they didn't fight many zombies. They just found 2 maternity and baby stores, bought some daily necessities for the 9 babies, and then drove back in a convoy. When passing by the barrier at the entrance of the Apple Villa district, the survivors guarding the barrier all lowered their heads and smiled secretly, as if they were very disdainful of their behavior of coming back so soon after going out and just looking for some baby supplies. Who doesn't bring back as many supplies as possible when they go out? Only those who hate that their car is too small to carry as much supplies as possible are not like Su's team, who wish they could grow wings and come back immediately. The Su family is indeed led by women, which is really unsophisticated. In fact, Su also knew the situation of her own family. Although the food supplies were not much, it was enough to feed so many people. She would not stay in the Apple Villa district for the rest of her life. With her personality, she would go out and have fun every now and then, so she was not in a hurry at this moment. Recently, Su's mother's wood-related abilities have improved a lot without her noticing. The vegetables she planted on the first day can be harvested on the second morning. She even thought that her soil contained mutant substances. Otherwise, why would the vegetables grow faster and faster? Su did not reveal this, and let her mother develop her wood-related abilities freely, allowing her to slowly explore a set of upgrade systems of her own in the fields. It's just that the Su family has too many vegetables, and they can't be eaten all. The 6 greenhouses have vegetables that grow a crop every other day. Even though the Su family has to support so many people now, there are still extra vegetables. The vegetables that can't be eaten are piled in the corner to feed the pigs. So Su originally wanted to kill the pig, but now he is not in a hurry to kill the pig. After all, as a pig, it has made a contribution to the consumption of vegetables. She entered the villa carrying several sets of baby monk clothes and maternity pajamas and looked for Su's mother in the kitchen. She asked Mom, "Give me a basin, I'll wash these clothes." Su's mother was sitting at the dining table fiddling with millet, planning to plant it tomorrow to see if she could harvest some rice. When she heard Su's words, she turned around, glanced at the monk's clothes for the young baby in Su's hand, and was stunned. Her hand trembled, and the millet in her palm just scattered all over the ground. "Mom?" Su called her mother again. Seeing her mother like this, she roughly understood. Her mother was an experienced person and must have suspected it a long time ago. So when she was about to tell her the truth about her pregnancy, her mother lowered her head, wiped her tears, and did not pick up the grain on the ground. She took the baby monk clothes and maternity pajamas from Su's hand and choked up, "Mom, wash them. You don't know how to do these. The baby's skin is too delicate. These clothes are still new. They need to be washed several times."
Oh.
Su squinted at her mother, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't understand why her mother didn't ask her when she already had doubts in her heart. Would her mother agree to her giving birth to Xiao AI? "Go upstairs and have a rest. You've been busy all day. Mom will call you down after she finishes cooking." When saying this, Su's mother kept her back to Su, not wanting Su to see the worry and sadness on her face. She had been suspicious and observing for a long time, but she still didn't dare to face this problem. Giving birth is like having one foot at the gate of Hades. These days, Su vomits every morning, and her mother sees it. There are some things she dares not ask or confirm because the future is too difficult. Even her mother, who has been through it herself, doesn't know whether she should support Su to move on. Su hesitated for a long time behind her mother, not knowing how to tell her mother about her pregnancy. She felt that if she told her mother would definitely be angry, because if she put herself in her shoes, if Xiao AI gave birth to a grandson without saying anything, she would be so angry that her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys would ache, right? Su lowered her head and saw that her mother had completely ignored her, so she had to go back to her room to rest. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled the smell of wooden furniture. Su couldn't help but again. She rushed to the bathroom, knelt beside the toilet, and vomited until she was dizzy. After a long time, Su sat on the cold tiles with a pale face and sweat all over her head. She turned her head suddenly and saw her mother standing outside the bathroom door. The color of Su's mother's face was not much better than Su's, also pale, and revealed a sense of caution.
Mom.
Su raised her little face. Her black hair was messy and wet, and she sat on the ground with a pitiful look. Mother Su couldn't hold back her tears. She sorted out Xiao Ai's clothes in her hands, walked into the bathroom in a pair of slippers, squatted on the ground, took Su into her arms, and asked with a sad heart, "Kid, what's wrong with you?" As they are all mothers, Su's mother observed various details about Su along the way, and all of them told her that Su was pregnant, but now it was the end of the world, and Su's mother could not imagine how Su would survive with a big belly, and how the child would survive. So she didn't dare to ask, and didn't dare to confirm with Su. However, seeing Su vomiting like this, Su's mother couldn't help it. She was an experienced person, and she knew what a painful and happy process a woman would go through when she was pregnant and gave birth. Su's mother was worried that Su didn't understand, and was also worried that Su would do something wrong, so she still planned to have a frank talk with Su, talk about Su's thoughts, and talk about the future of Su and the child. On the ground, Su was helped to stand up by her mother, and then she was taken back to the bedroom by her mother. She sat on the edge of the bed, turned her head to look at her mother, stammered a few times, and honestly admitted, "Mom, I'm pregnant." Pregnant. Mother Su didn't look surprised at all. She repeated Su's words and asked seriously, "Whose? Is the baby Yiyu's or Xie Qingyan's? There's nothing going on between Xie Qingyan and me. He never even touched me." Su raised her voice slightly, frowned, and distanced herself from the relationship between Xiao Ai and Xie Qingyan. She really hated Xie Qingyan to a certain extent, and would not tolerate others linking her Xiao Ai with Xie Qingyan in any way. That would be an insult to her and to Xiao Ai. Since the baby is not Xie Qingyan's, then it must be Yiyu's. In Su's 19-year-old life, there are only these two men. Su's mother's brows relaxed a little. The child is Yiyu's, so that's easy to say. Although Su's mother has a prejudice against Yiyu, it is also because Yiyu bullied Su before the end of the world. Of course, she also understood that the world is different now, and she can no longer always look at people in the same way she did before the end of the world. Yiyu is capable and responsible, and most importantly, he takes good care of Su. With Yiyu's personality, Su's mother is not worried about the future of Su and the baby. He will take on this responsibility. The key now is, what does Su think? Are you going to give birth to the baby? Give birth, Mom, no matter what, I want to give birth too. Have you discussed this with Yiyu?
No. Shook her head.
Seeing a look of disapproval on her mother's face, Su quickly said, "Mom, this is a matter between Yiyu and me. I will work it out with Yiyu.
Don't worry about it.
I can get pregnant and give birth. I can give birth and raise the baby. Don't worry. Do you think it's that easy to get pregnant?" Su's mother obviously didn't agree with what Su said. She suddenly seemed to think of something, stared at Su with wide eyes, and asked, "Is Yiyu still unaware? You didn't tell him?" Su smiled at her mother, full of flattery. She didn't say anything, answering her mother's question with silence. "Yes, you just didn't know yet. You are confused, child. How could you not tell Yiyu about this?" Mother Su jumped up anxiously, turned around on the spot, looked down at Su in disbelief, and asked again, "Why didn't you tell Yiyu?" "Mom, he has his own way to go, and we have our own life to live. Why did you tie up a child?" Su seemed unable to agree with her mother's old idea. This was the end of the world, and Yiyu was a soldier. It wouldn't be long before the army surrounded him, and Yiyu might go to seek bigger and better development. Su had no ambition and just wanted to take care of Xiao Ai and his parents in a peaceful corner in this life. She had to use a child to tie Yiyu down, which would make Yiyu unhappy, and Xiao Ai would also feel like a burden. This was not the situation Su wanted to see. Mother Su shook her head. She understood what Su meant. Although she understood, she felt it was very unfair. She felt it was unfair for her daughter. Su's future was destined to be difficult. She just wanted you to know about this, so that he could share some of the hardship of raising children with her daughter. As for whether Yu was happy or not, what did Mother Su care about? As long as Yu was willing to take responsibility, it would be fine. If you want to be happy, you shouldn't have done such a sin in the first place. You must tell Yu about this matter. The child is not yours alone. Yu also has responsibilities. Mother Su frowned, her face serious. If you don't want to say it, or are too embarrassed to say it, then Mom will say it for you. If Yu is not responsible, he should not appear in front of our Su family from now on. Mom Su called out to her mother with some weakness and a headache. The old lady's concept was a single-minded persistence. She could only nod and perfunctorily said, "Okay, I'll go and tell her, I'll go and tell her. You have to give me a few days and find a suitable opportunity. Hurry up, your belly is getting bigger day by day. You can't delay any longer." Su's mother urged him verbally, but she was quite open-minded in her heart. After all, the fact that Su and Yu had a child was not a trivial matter, and they had to choose a time when Yu was still in good condition. It was not good for parents to talk about this kind of thing directly. After all, it was the young people's own business. Su should confess to Yu first, and then the parents could come forward and ask Yu what he thought.
Based vid sues mujeres erging, Susu nodded.
She could only nod and deal with it for a few days. She had already made plans. She would delay it as many days as possible. Anyway, she didn't plan to tell Yu about Xiao Ai's existence in these few days. While she was changing her mind, Su's mother kept nagging and telling Su a lot of things, such as not being able to sit on the ground, not wearing slippers barefoot, and must wear socks and not jumping around. Su ignored all of them. She waited for her mother to continue muttering and run downstairs to make soup for Su before she tilted her head, fell on the pillow, and fell asleep. This sleep lasted for another whole night. Su's mother cooked some soup. Thinking that Su was ill, she let her sleep. The next morning, Su got up from the bed, walked into the kitchen with disheveled hair, and saw the soup that Su's mother had cooked all night on the dining table. The dry goods used for stewing the soup were stockpiled by Su before the end of the world. Some wolfberries were added to the pork rib soup, and the pork ribs were also frozen goods kept in the refrigerator. The casserole used for stewing the soup was left by the landlord of the villa. It was made of fine purple clay and was an excellent utensil for stewing soup.
Susu licked her lips.
Her stomach had already begun to churn. She looked around and saw that her mother was not there, so she took out her bowl and chopsticks, stirred the clay pot, scooped out a bowl of soup, blew on it, and drank it slowly, feeling very satisfied. A child with a mother is a treasure, a treasure. As she was drinking, she heard an unusual noise outside the wall. Su stood up, holding a bowl of soup, wearing woolen slippers, walked through the living room, walked to the half-open gate of the wall, and looked outside. The noisy sound came from Brother Pai's side. To be more precise, it came from the doctors and nurses building on Brother Pai's side. It seemed that there were several survivors carrying several bags to give to the doctors and nurses, but the people on Brother Pai's side were politely refusing to accept them. Su took the bowl of soup and took a closer look. The people who delivered the bags were none other than Zhang Anquan and Su Xiaofeng, whom she had met yesterday, as well as several people behind them. Each of them was carrying a large bag of baby supplies, indicating that they were from Xia Yaoshi's side, and these things were also sent by Xia Yaoshi. Zhang Anquan said politely, "These things are useless to us, and we don't have any children there, so Captain Xia asked us to send them over, which can be regarded as making the best use of them." "How can this be? How can you be so polite? Haha, take it back, take it back. We already have enough baby supplies here." Although Brother Pai was smiling, he was still very determined to refuse the supplies. Everyone could see that Su and Xia Qingyan from the Apple Villa district were not getting along. Now that they were Su's people, how could they accept the supplies sent by the Xia family? Wasn't this making Brother Pai difficult? But Zhang Anquan was determined to leave the supplies behind. He took the lead in putting the big bag of baby products in his hand on the ground and stepped back repeatedly, saying, "Brother, please just help us. These things will be thrown away like garbage if we leave them there. Please be kind and help us deal with these garbage. That's it. We can do the mission together another day. As they spoke, the group of people behind Zhang Anquan put down the baby products in their hands and retreated with Zhang Anquan. After retreating a few steps, under the leadership of Zhang Anquan, the group actually ran back. People who didn't know the truth thought that they had put some bombs in the bags. Brother Pai pretended to chase them for a few steps, shouting, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed, oh, I'm so embarrassed, take it back finally." When he saw that he really could not catch up with Zhang Anquan and his group, he turned back and lowered his head to glance at the 12 or 20 large bags on the ground. Of the bags on the ground was ridiculously large, like the largest plastic bags used in shopping malls, and the baby products inside were stuffed quite tightly. Under the command of Brother Pai, his gang of gangsters poured out the baby products in the bags and took a brief inventory. Most of them were baby toys, with a small amount of milk powder and baby clothes. Su, what should we do with these things? Seeing Su coming out with an empty bowl and a porcelain spoon, Brother Pai, standing among a pile of baby supplies, frowned and asked Su's opinion. But after all, Su has the final say over these people. If Su says to accept it, then it will be accepted. If Su says not to accept it, Brother Pai will not feel bad about sending it back to the Xie family. Su raised her eyebrows, bent down, picked up a red rattle from the ground, shook it casually, and nodded. Keep it. Since they insist that we take it, we will take it. Check the milk powder packaging carefully. If there are any damaged ones, don't take them. If you really feel bad, you can give Xie Yaoshi some crystal cores as a purchase. Xie Yaoshi is much more practical than Xie Qingyan, that brainless middle school boy. He is also much more sincere in what he does and does. Even the things he sent over are exactly what Su needs, so it is hard to think of any reason to refuse. According to normal interpersonal communication, Su should also give back some of the extra materials that are not used to Xie Yaoshi. It happened that they didn't have much of anything, but there were so many vegetables and water that the pigs were almost stuffed to death. Su thought about giving some vegetables to Xie Yaoshi as a gift, but after thinking about it, the vegetables she gave to Xie Yaoshi would definitely fall into Xie Qingyan's hands in the end, so she immediately gave up the idea. If she wanted to give back, she would give back the crystal core. Xie Yaoshi was a superpower, and he had a superpower team. There would be many times when he needed the crystal core. Moreover, the crystal core after the end of the world could be circulated as currency in the future. If Xie Yaoshi wanted to show off his status as the best master in the end of the world, he would definitely need the crystal core. On the other hand, Su felt that since Xie Yaoshi still owed her a life, she shouldn't care too much about Brother Pai taking some baby products from Xie Yaoshi. At this time, Yu had already returned from morning jogging with the soldiers behind him. It was very cold weather, and there were 18 of them in the group, all wearing short-sleeved t-shirts with steam coming out of their foreheads. They shouted the command 121, 121, 1234 in unison, ran to the wall of the Su family, stopped, lined up on the spot, and did the final head count. Seeing Yu, Su couldn't help but turn around to look for Su's mother. She happened to find Su's mother standing by the gate. Her eyes were like two searchlights, staring at Yu's back, as if she wanted to call Yu over and have a talk with him the next second. Su couldn't help but feel a headache and glared at Yu. Yu had just finished calling the number of people. He turned his head and gave Su a brilliant smile in the warm winter morning light. That smile was as sweet as the one Xiao AI gave Su when she woke up in the early morning, lay on her body and smiled at her. They were indeed father and daughter. The curvature of their eyebrows were exactly the same. Restraining the trace of nostalgia in her heart, Su turned around and entered the RV. A new day had begun. She wanted to go out for some fun. Today she planned to find a large truck and put the plan of going to the hospital to tow the equipment on the agenda. It is a little unrealistic to go out and travel in an RV in the apocalypse, but she is about to be 3 months pregnant. When she woke up this morning, she felt a little pain in her tailbone. If she drove a car out and sat in the car all day long, it would be more tiring. So Su thought it is better to drive an RV out. It is so convenient to drive an RV. You can sit when you want to sit, lie down when you want to lie down, and when you are hungry, you can prepare some nutritious food in the small kitchen. She planned to ask a fortune teller if he could help her reinforce the surroundings of the RV. After all, if she was driving an RV in the apocalypse, the RV had to be strong enough to be able to hit zombies and withstand pressure. Just as she was thinking, the door of the RV was opened. Su was standing in front of the cooking table in the small kitchen. She turned her head and saw Yu walking in. She straightened her head and ignored Yu, thinking about how to transform her RV. Two big hands suddenly stretched out from behind her slender waist and held her waist. The next second, Yu's hot body pressed against her. You still don't admit it? The way you looked at me just now was full of affection, as if water could drip out of it. TSK, let me hug you. It's been a long time since I hugged you, and I missed you so much. The pervert behind her yelled, let go of Su, took a few steps back, and jumped a few circles on the spot holding his foot.
You.
Yu was shaking his feet, looking at Su's face full of disbelief, and asked with distorted features, You lured me into the car just to step on me? Su spoke righteously, pinching her 5-finger joint seriously, and the joints made a crackling sound. There was a warning light in her eyes. Yu, if you dare to touch me again, I promise to beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. Oh, sister, you've become more capable now.
Yu stared at Su teasingly.
Before he finished speaking, he pounced on her. His speed was so fast that Su didn't even have time to react. He picked up Su, turned around, and threw her on the sofa. Yu bent down proudly, looked at Su's wide eyes, and patted his thick skin. Brother is letting you go, little guy. Look how cocky you are. If I were serious, I would punish you 1,000 times. And you still want to beat me? I let you beat me. Come on, if you hit me once, I'll give you a kiss.
Come on, hee.
Whether this deal is fair or not, you can decide for yourself. How could there be such a person in this world? His face was so thick that it was outrageous. Su looked into Yu's eyes and didn't see any joking in it. He really wanted her to beat him up, and he really planned to kiss her after she beat him up. He would kiss her as many times as she beat him up.
Su understood Yu's intention.
Although she wanted to beat Yu half to death, she held back. She raised her head and smiled at Yu, raised her eyebrows and said calmly, It's so boring to fight so early in the morning. Have you finished your training? It's over. What's going on today? There are no activities today. I'll follow your arrangements. But I have to take a few people to look for Li Xia's mother tomorrow. Li Xia? Su frowned slightly, looking at Yu, who had returned to normal, and was stunned for a moment. Then Su seemed to remember something and asked again, Why didn't you go to find your family? What about others? Why didn't they go to find their families? We have no family. Speaking of this topic, Yu's face had a rare, ethereal look. He sat on the coffee table in front of Su and stepped on the carpet with his heavy military boots. His eyes missed Su's face and looked at the scenery outside the window behind her. Most of us are orphans, with no worries. Their unit is very special. It is called the Suicide Squad among Special Forces. It is specialized in carrying out some killing missions. Because they are orphans, they will only have one life if they are caught.
If they die, they die.
No one will be reluctant to die, and no one will be sad or distressed for their death. Many times they don't know anything before they go on a mission, and after they complete the mission, no one tells them why. From the way the army selects its members, we can tell that they have to be the best soldiers and have no worries about their status. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a team picked from thousands of miles away. What about Li Xia's mother? Looking at the vague expression on Yu's face, Su suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. If she remembered correctly, Li Xia was a member of Yu's team. Since the others were orphans and had no family, where did Li Xia have a mother? His godmother. Yu lowered his eyes, sat on the coffee table, took out a photo from his jacket pocket and looked down at it. We have to find someone to rely on, not for others, but for such a large pension after death. Someone has to collect it, so we have to find such a person for ourselves and put aside the affairs after death. Look at Yu's eyes. There is no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, nor is he as unrestrained as usual. But precisely because he looks so normal and calm, it seems that the photo means a lot to him. Out of curiosity, Susu stretched her neck to look at the photo and was stunned and speechless. The photo that Yu took out was none other than Susu's. At the beginning, Susu asked Yu to go to the city to look for someone and gave Yu a family photo of her and Su's father and mother. Yu returned the people to Susu, but he withheld the photo. Not only that, he also cut out the portraits of Su's father and mother in the photo, leaving only the portrait of Susu. Susu looked at Yu rubbing the face that belonged to her in the photo, and she opened her mouth, wanting to pick a fight with Yu, because she only had that one family photo, and now Yu had ruined it like this. Where did her parents cut it? But looking at Yu's somewhat lonely face, Susu chose not to ask him about the photo. She smiled a little brokenly and asked softly, "Why?" "Because you don't want to turn into a cup of dirt or die in a foreign country with no one missing you." Well, that's interesting. Those who receive their pensions may not necessarily be close relatives to them, nor may they have deep feelings with them. Some may be like Susu and Yu, people they have only interacted with once or twice. For these people, Yu and others may just be passers-by in their hearts, but people like Yu place their hopes on these people. There is a fixed name in the column for pension recipients, which means that they still have someone they want to see in this world, they still have some thoughts about them, and there are some grudges that need to be resolved. Perhaps when they die, they will not be so eager to die.
Susu suddenly felt a little sad.
She reached out and touched Yu's clean face. The stubble on his face had been shaved off at some point, and the hair on top of his head had grown a little longer, but it still stood straight up like a hedgehog. In this world, there will always be someone who cares about you. She may not know your name or what you look like, but she will remember you and will think about you from time to time and miss you and imagine what you look like. Yu, there really is such a person in this world. That person was Xiao AI, the 2-year-old Xiao AI who already had her own cognition. Sometimes, she would try very hard to call out Dad, Dad, and say things like Dad is missing. No one knew who taught her this, and Susu had never taught her this, but Xiao AI just knew how to call out. Is this a child's natural cognition? When she reaches a certain age, she will naturally know that she should have a father. Where is her father? Why has he never appeared? Every time this happens, Susu doesn't know how to answer Xiao AI. She also believes that as Xiao AI grows older, she will have a deeper understanding of the name Dad and will definitely ask her more questions about Yu. But Yu told her that he didn't want to have a child, didn't want to give birth to a child. It was not because he was afraid that Xiao AI would drag him down, but because he was afraid that after he died at some unknown time, he would leave behind a child without a father. How pitiful and how much suffering that would be. But the reality is not as good as Yu imagined. Little AI is already here, growing healthily in her belly. It is not a question of whether Yu wants it or not. It has already come. The question is how to adjust her mood to welcome the birth of little AI. She looked at Yu. Yu had a confused expression on his face, and he obviously didn't understand what Susu meant. So Susu sighed, withdrew her hand, and decided to wait for Yu to find out himself. She really didn't have the courage to tell Yu about Xiao AI's existence. She really didn't want to see the unhappy expression on Yu's face. She didn't want her Xiao AI to become a child who is not loved and pleased by her father. Yu opened his mouth and was about to ask if the person who was thinking about him was Susu when there was a knock on the door of the RV. Yu turned around, stood up from the coffee table, opened the door of the RV, and saw Zhuo standing outside. "What's the matter? Come in and tell me." Susu sat on the sofa, looking up at Zhuo outside the door. Zhuo had a serious look on his face. He shook his head, looked at Susu, and said directly, "I'm not going in, Susu. Something happened to Li Xiuyu."
Li Xiaoyu.
Susu was a little surprised. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Indeed, she seemed to have not seen Li Xiuyu for many days. She stood up from the sofa and said to Yu, "I'll go and see." Together. Curious about the look on Zhuo's face, Yu asked Su Su to get out of the RV, and then he followed her out. On the way to the villa where Li Xiuyu lived, Zhuo Shijia briefly said, since returning from the hospital that night, Li Xiuyu showed up at the banquet for a while, and then she never left her room again. I heard from Qinyu, who lives in the same building with her, that Li Xiuyu has been locking herself in her room for the past few days, not eating or drinking. When I knocked on her door, there were sounds of activity, but since this morning, there has been no sound in Li Xiuyu's room. Li Xiaoyu, Qinyu, Ruerue, and Era live in the same villa. Their villa and the villas occupied by Brother Pai are located in completely opposite directions. When Su Su and Yiyu, led by Zhuo Shijia, walked to the villa where Li Xiuyu lived, a circle of people had already gathered outside the villa. Qinyu was holding Ruerue, standing in the yard, with an expression of indescribable anxiety on her face. To be honest, Li Xiuyu had been having a fever for many days, and they all knew about it, but Su Su didn't say anything, so they just thought that Li Xiuyu had an ordinary cold and fever. After all, Qinyu and Li Xiaoyu had lived and died together so many times, so she naturally cared more about Li Xiuyu's affairs than others. So Qinyu got up early every day and went out. When she passed by Li Xiuyu's door, she would knock on Li Xiuyu's door. Only when there was a response from inside would Qinyu feel at ease to go out. But today, no matter how Qinyu knocked on the door, there was no response from inside Li Xiuyu's door. She became anxious, fearing that something had happened to Li Xiuyu. Su Su, Yiyu, and Zhuo Shijia walked into the yard of the villa where Li Xiuyu lived. There were already quite a few people standing in the yard. Standing not far from Qinyu and Ruerue were Li Ying, and Wang Jun. Li Ying was holding a knife in her hand with a very serious expression on her face. When Su Su and Yiyu arrived, Li Ying stepped forward and said, "There was no sound in the room. I didn't know if the person was alive or dead. I thought it best not to take it lightly." When saying this, Qinyu opened her mouth, wanting to retort Li Ying, but Su Su walked straight forward and walked into the villa, followed closely by Yiyu. Qinyu also entered the villa, holding Ruerue. Zhuo Shijia's speed was a little slower, but she glanced at Li Ying, said nothing, and followed her in. "Where is Li Xiaoyu's room?" Su Su entered the villa, looked around, and casually asked Qinyu. Qinyu pointed upstairs, holding Ruerue, and was about to lead the way. Su Su dragged Qinyu back and scolded. "Go to the back. Don't let your mind get distracted. You still have a child." Su Su didn't want to say more. She knew what Li Ying was thinking and understood what Li Ying meant. But Su Su was not Li Ying after all. They had been together for so long and had some feelings for each other. Li Ying could say, "I don't know whether the person is alive or dead," but Su Su couldn't say that. She thought Qinyu also understood. Li Xiuyu's condition was unclear, and Qinyu was holding a child. If Li Xiaoyu turned into a zombie, Qinyu would be running in the front in a hurry, and Ruerue would be the one who would be unlucky. The possibility of a zombie transformation is very small. There is no zombie sound. Yiyu, who was following behind Su Su, whispered, following closely behind her. They soon came to Li Xiaoyu's door. Su Su listened carefully and found that there was no sound inside. There was indeed no sign of any activity. She frowned and said to Yiyu behind her, "Kick the door." Yiyu raised his foot and kicked Li Xiaoyu's door open. Everything in the room was working fine. There was a faint floral scent in the air, but Li Xiaoyu was lying on the ground, his brows furrowed, his teeth clenched, his face flushed. Su Su stepped forward and was about to check Li Xiaoyu's breath, but was dragged by Yiyu behind him and protected. Su Su looked up and saw Yiyu rolled up his sleeves without saying a word, took 2 steps forward, squatted beside Li Xiaoyu, stretched out 2 bony fingers, touched Li Xiaoyu's carotid artery, then raised his head, looked at Su Su, and frowned. "Alive, pulse is beating fast." Judging from the appearance alone, Li Xiaoyu looks like a cooked shrimp, with the color of his face almost approaching orange. However, a person who is transformed into a zombie would not have such a fast pulse. Even the slowest zombie would have a very slow heartbeat, and finally it stopped beating and the person turned into a zombie. But Li Xiaoyu's condition didn't look like the awakening of a superpower. How could someone get burned like this before awakening a superpower? His face was burned orange. Even for a fire-type superpower like Yu, it was impossible. Su frowned, took a step forward, squatted down, touched Li Xiuyu's forehead, and found some white spider webs on her bangs. Su brushed them away and looked up at Qinyu, who was worried behind her. Go get some people to tie up Li Xiuyu. This isn't a normal situation. Then you and Ruerue and Eru pack up and move in with Brother Pai. You're not going to kill her? Outside the door, Qinyu didn't say anything, but Liang spoke up. She had already picked up the knife, frowned, and looked at Su with disapproval on her face. Su, you can't be soft-hearted just because Li Xiuyu is your classmate. She's obviously not normal. You also said it's abnormal. Qinyu couldn't help but turned around and scolded Li Xiuyu. It's abnormal, but it doesn't mean she's going to turn into a zombie. Why are you so anxious to kill Xiuyu? Who can guarantee that she won't turn into a zombie? People come and go in this Apple Villa area, and no one is on guard. If Li Xiuyu turns into the level 1 zombie in the hospital and bites someone without any warning, can you afford it? Liang replied to Qinyu without mercy, who said there is only one way to become a zombie. Li Xiuyu's condition is not normal. Maybe she'll become a level 1 or a level 2 zombie. It is a miracle that someone as soft-hearted as Su and Qinyu can survive to this day in the end of the world.
Liang.
Qinyu was angry, put down Ruerue in her arms, and shouted at Liang, Xiuyu has also been through life and death with us. Can you have a little humanity? I don't have humanity. It's because of my humanity that I nipped the danger in the bud. Qinyu, stop acting like a saint. If I don't kill Li Xiuyu today, and he becomes a troublesome person in the future, will you be responsible? Liang was also angry, and she started yelling at Qinyu. Qinyu stamped her feet in anger, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She stubbornly blocked the door, choking with sobs, looking at Liang, and said, It's not that we haven't taken any measures. Su just said that we should find a few people to tie up Xiuyu. If you want to kill her, can't you wait until Xiuyu turns into a zombie before killing her? What if I can't tie it up? Looking at Qinyu coldly, Liang wanted to kill her. In a team, there are always some burdens that hold people back, and Qinyu is the worst. Liang despised this kind of burden the most in her life. Now she was crying in front of her. When Li Xiuyu really succeeded in her corpse transformation, Qinyu would be a sinner for eternity. If you can't tie her up, I'm still here. Why are you in such a hurry? Su walked behind Qinyu and looked at Liang with an expression that said, Are you going to rebel? She patted Qinyu's shoulder, signaling Qinyu to move away from the door. She took 2 steps closer to Liang and said directly, This is my territory, Su. It's not your turn to give orders here. It's not that Su is arrogant. This is really not Su's overconfidence. This place is what she found for Xiao AI and her parents. Now, everyone here can be said to be stepping on her territory. Are you unhappy? If you are unhappy, you can leave. Why are you staying here? Isn't it true that Su still relies on Liang and others for support? Being slapped in the face in public like this, Li Ying's expression suddenly changed. She looked directly at Su standing opposite her and just looked at her like that, with a strange stubbornness in her eyes. Behind her, Wang Jun quickly went upstairs, pulled Liang, and said to her in a low voice, Liang, come back with me. Everyone calm down and don't quarrel.
Wang Jun understood Liang's words.
Before the end of the world, she was the kind of person who was diligent and motivated and worked hard to get to the top. Facing anyone, Liang had a mentality of not admitting defeat. It was this mentality that made Liang work so hard. In a very short period of time, she went from a small salesperson in the company to the company's youngest senior manager. This mentality even affected Liang after the end of the world. Wang Jun knew that Liang could never accept Su, who was younger than her and whose personality was not as mellow and likable as hers. There was no one in the world who could make Liang feel convinced. Especially when Liang thought she had caught some handle of Su, the feeling of unwillingness to submit to Su tormented Liang every day. All that was missing was a trigger. And Liang would definitely have a quarrel with Su, so Wang Jun was a little anxious. He didn't want Li Ying and Su Su to have a quarrel. Subconsciously, Wang Jun had a premonition that even if Li Ying had the handle on Su Su, she wouldn't be able to bring Su Su down. But Li Ying didn't think so. She hadn't told Wang Jun what handle she had on Su Su, so Wang Jun thought it was understandable that she couldn't bring Su Su down. Li Ying shook off Wang Jun's hand, looked at Su Su, sneered, and asked, Su Su, what are you relying on to be so arrogant? Su Su cannot rely on her Li Ying, because Li Ying knows how much she weighs, but she can never not rely on Yiyu. But if Yiyu knew that Su Su was already 3 months pregnant, how would Yiyu, who had only known Su Su for 3 months, feel? By then, Yiyu would definitely not be like today, always holding Su Su in his arms. She, Li Ying, was waiting for the day when Su Su lost her support. What do you want to say? What do you want to express? Seeing Li Ying so confident, Su Su took 2 steps closer, and her black eyes met Li Ying's gaze without fear. She was quite curious about what was going on in Li Ying's mind. How dare she talk to her like this? A water-type superpower of only the 1st level actually wanted to threaten a water-type superpower of the 3rd level. What did Li Ying know? If Li Ying had the guts, she would say what she wanted to say. After she said it, Su Su promised that Li Ying would not die too badly. Li Ying opened her mouth and looked at Yiyu, who walked out of Li Xiaoyu's house. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. Now Su Su's belly hasn't shown up yet. Even if she said Su Su was pregnant, if Su Su denied it, Li Ying wouldn't have the evidence. So she held back, glanced at Su Su, took a breath and said, Okay, Su Su, you have a backer now. I won't seek death in front of you. We don't share the same ideals, so you take care of yourself. After that, Li Ying turned around and left with her knife in hand. She had had enough of this place. She lived with a bunch of brainless saints all day long. When she went out to find supplies, all she brought back were milk powder and diapers. What kind of future could such a group of people have? She, Li Ying, had wanted to pack up and leave a long time ago. She had no intention of leaving, and today she would not be so blatant in front of this group of people, exposing her true contempt for them. In Li Ying's mind, she seemed to have seen the miserable future after Su Su and Yiyu fell out, so she was not in a hurry to get closer to Yiyu and others. Anyway, as long as Yiyu found out that he was deceived, Li Ying would have plenty of opportunities to bring Yiyu and his team over. Li Ying walked out, and the people along the way just looked at her. Since Su Su didn't ask them to stay, they didn't ask to keep her either. What was there to ask them to stay? They were lucky not to be with a teammate who had lived and died together and could prevent it before it happened. In the whole team, only Wang Jun chased out. When he saw Li Ying had already entered the villa, he also chased in. When he entered, Li Ying had already started to pack her clothes. When she saw Wang Jun walking into her bedroom, she said, I'm leaving. Wang Jun, you stay here and keep an eye on Yiyu and the others for me. If Yiyu and Su Su have a falling out, notify me at any time.
Li Ying.
Looking at Li Ying helplessly, Wang Jun didn't know what to say. In fact, before he entered the room, he didn't think too much about whether he would stay or leave. He just wanted to come and persuade Li Ying, to let go of her stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat and have a good talk with Su Su. Su Su was not the kind of unreasonable person. On the other hand, Wang Jun felt that his life was very good here at the Su family. He built houses and drew blueprints every day, and he felt stable and fulfilled. So, if Li Ying wanted to take him away, he would be reluctant. But if Li Ying insisted on leaving, it would be bad for Wang Jun to stay here alone. Given the relationship between Wang Jun and Li Ying, why would he stay here, as an insider? Wouldn't the people on Su Su's side look at him with a very strange look? In an instant, Wang Jun felt like a ball tossed around by Li Ying, picked up and thrown away at will. She had always been focused on moving up the ladder and had never considered his feelings. Just like now, Li Ying wanted to leave without considering whether Wang Jun was willing to stay or leave. She left as she pleased, but she wanted Wang Jun to stay. Where would Wang Jun's situation be? In the bedroom, Wang Jun stood there without saying a word. His tall and thin figure stood like a flagpole, feeling a little lonely and desolate. He looked at Liang, packed up his suitcases, went downstairs to search for some supplies, piled the boxes of clothes and supplies together in the car parked in the yard, and then drove away without any regrets. Wang Jun slowly walked downstairs and sat on the steps at the gate, looking at the red sun in the sky, which was gradually setting in the west. In other people's villas, smoke was rising, and the daily routine of making fire and cooking had begun. He and the villa behind him seemed to be trapped in a cold and dark cave, feeling awkward and lonely. Su was delayed by Liang for a day, so she naturally didn't go out today. Because Li Suyu's situation was too special, Su planned to stay in the villa area for the next few days and wait until Li Suyu's situation became clearer before going out. She then gave the task of finding the truck to Brother Pai. Anyway, even if she didn't go out, Brother Pai and his people would not be able to sit idle. Brother Pai and his gang would go out for some fun every day, and Su had never asked the people who followed her to hand over their supplies for unified management. In fact, to Su, these people were all independent teams and equal individuals. In her worldview, there was no such idea that survivors should stick together for warmth, because such an idea was absolutely wrong as proven by history. Everyone should work hard to obtain supplies, manage their own supplies, and find ways to feed themselves. If they don't have enough food, don't think of asking others for it first. Instead, think about how to go out and get supplies from outside. Human nature is like this. They stick together to keep warm. All supplies are confiscated. This can only temporarily avoid large-scale casualties. After a long time, someone will definitely complain. Why should the supplies I worked hard to get be used to feed those lazy people? Why can he have food and drink without going out to find supplies? Why should I go out and risk my life? So now in Su's territory, everyone manages their own supplies, including Qinyu and Ruerue. As for Brother Pai and the others, since they had taken on the responsibility of feeding 9 babies and the medical staff, of course they had to go out and have fun every day. They had the largest population and the most cars, so any extra supplies they found would be sent inside the Su family's wall. It seemed to have become an unwritten rule that the Su family gave them clean water and fresh vegetables, and they gave any extra supplies they could not use up to the Su family. This was fair, and there was no such thing as who depended on whom or who depended on whom. Occasionally, when everyone has nothing to do, they will set up a few large round tables in front of the Su family's wall and have a banquet to have fun. Life in Su's place is so willful. Wang Jun sat on the steps, silently watching the people coming and going outside the yard. He didn't know whether he should be shameless enough to go out and greet everyone, or roll up his bedding and find a car to stay in a corner alone. But at this time, Su's father came to find Wang Jun, wearing glasses on his face and holding a blueprint in his hand. Wang Jun, come and show me, how about going around this wall like this? Father Su, who was in high spirits, seemed not to feel Wang Jun's embarrassing situation at all. He had a new idea recently and planned to build a small area and enclose all the villas where people lived on their side within the wall to prevent people from the Xie family across the street from running over to look around from time to time. Wang Jun, who was originally sitting on the steps, was feeling a little bleak. When he saw the blueprint handed over by Su's father, he was about to tell Su's father that he was leaving. However, he found an obvious calculation error on Su's father's blueprint, so he couldn't help but correct it. The amount of cement needed for this fence is too little. According to your calculation, with this little cement to enclose such a large area, the height of the fence would not even reach the knee of an adult.
Ah?
So short? Father Su quickly took a pencil from behind his ear and handed it to Wang Jun. You are a great architect. You can fix it. Looking at the pencil handed over, Wang Jun sighed, took it, put Su's father's drawing on his knees, and still maintained the original sitting posture, and began to recalculate the amount of cement needed. After a while, Wang Jun handed the revised drawing to Su's father, who was sitting next to him, and said, Uncle, I may not be able to modify the drawings for you in the future. You are a really talented kid. Father Su folded the blueprint with great satisfaction and put it in the pocket of his down jacket. He did not ask Wang Jun why he said this, but just said, Wang Jun, I will tell you the truth. Don't be offended. Li Ying is not suitable for you. Uncle, I understand that you two want different things. Li Ying and my daughter are at odds, but we can't say that Li Ying is completely wrong and my daughter is completely right. Different philosophies lead to different approaches. It's only a matter of time before she leaves. I don't know how to face you next. To be honest, I still love her. Wang Jun still loves Li Ying, but Li Ying left him and ran towards the future alone. Wang Jun wanted to chase her, but Li Ying wouldn't let him. Wang Jun wanted to stay in the Su family, but he was worried that the people in the Su family would be wary of him and exclude him from now on. That would be very boring, so it would be better for him to leave on his own initiative. He couldn't let go of Li Ying and didn't want to fall out with Su, but Li Ying was determined to draw a line between herself and Su and stop dealing with her. How does Wang Jun choose? He can only choose to walk alone on this long road to the end of the world. Thank you, uncle, but I know it's time for me to go. Before Su's father came, Wang Jun was still hesitating whether to leave or not. After Su's father came, he had already made up his mind to leave here. Others in the end times have parents and friends accompanying them, but where are his parents and friends? Alas, in this world, where are you going to go alone? I want to take this opportunity to go out and look for my parents and relatives. He thought that what Su's father said was right. Perhaps he and Li Ying were really not on the same path. He had no interest in what Li Ying wanted to pursue, and Li Ying felt that the life he wanted was not ambitious. This time when Wang Jun leaves, he will not look for Li Ying. He has been abandoned by Li Ying more than once or twice. This time he plans to go alone to find his parents and relatives. In the past, as a son, he was blinded by love and ignored the feelings of his parents and relatives too much. After the end of the world, Wang Jun wants to pick up the responsibility of being a son again. That's fine. Since Wang Jun already has a target, Su's father can't keep him here any longer. It is natural and right for him to go looking for his relatives. He can persuade Wang Jun to let go of Li Ying, but there is no way he can stop Wang Jun from looking for his relatives. So as the sun set, Wang Jun said his final goodbyes to Su's father, then stood up, entered the dimly lit villa alone, and began to pack his things. Father Su watched outside Wang Jun's villa for a long time, then lowered his head and sighed, then walked back to his own villa with the blueprint in his arms. These days, it is rare to meet one or two close friends of different ages with whom he can get along, but none of them want to stay to accompany him, an old man. Father Su feels that life is so lonely. In the kitchen of the Su family, Su's mother and Su were peeling peanuts. Su's mother looked back at Su's father who walked into the yard and asked Su in a low voice, "Have you told you about this?" Su glanced at her mother and saw that she looked serious and a little guilty. Yi said that he is to go out tomorrow to pick up Li Xia's godmother, so I want to wait until he comes back. Mom, you also know that the world outside is so dangerous.
I have told him now.
If he is distracted by this matter, then your grandson will be without a father. You have to hurry up. Mother Su threw a few peanuts into the bowl and urged, "It's been 3 months, and the belly will soon be bulging. We have to start making the necessary preparations, and you must also take on the responsibilities that he should take on." "Oh, I know.
Susupartangterali answered Su's madre.
She felt that Su's mother completely treated her as an ignorant child. She didn't want to listen to Su's mother's nagging, so she threw the peanuts in her hand into the bowl, got up and ran away, saying as she ran, "Mom, I'm going to see Li Xiu. You have made the soup and wait for me to come back and eat it. Run slower, and be careful not to fall. Watch out for your stomach. Behind her, Su's mother propped up her head, looking at Su's back with worry on her face, covering her beating heart, scared half to death by Su's jumping around. With her fragile heart, it would be better for her not to know that Su was pregnant. Once she knew, she wanted to tie Su up and not let this naughty child go anywhere. "What's wrong with your stomach?" Father Su happened to open the kitchen door at this time and walked in from the yard. Looking at his wife, who was holding her heart, he asked again, "Do you have a stomachache?" "It's not me, Su's mother stood up, holding a large bowl of peeled peanuts. She was going to stew a pig's trotter peanut soup for Su today. She walked around Su's father anxiously, intending to wash the peanuts in the bowl, but she poured the large bowl of peanuts directly into the sink. Then she yelled in frustration, turned around and punched Su's father, who was blocking her way, and cursed. "Do you think there is a good man among you? None of you are good people. Oh, my daughter, what should I do? I am so worried all day long. I can't sleep well, and I can't eat. How can I live? What happened?" Originally, Father Su thought Mother Su's complaints were just ordinary. He was used to Mother Su's complaints. He had heard them every day for 10 years and knew them by heart. But today Mother Su's complaints had some new words. So Father Su asked curiously, "What happened to our Su? Why are you worrying so much?" Su's mother opened her mouth, and her eyes were suddenly filled with tears. She hugged Su's father's neck and started crying. Outside the kitchen, Su had already put on her clothes, tiptoed into the living room, took Yiyu's 2 sabers, and quietly left the door. It seemed that her mother still couldn't hold back and wanted to tell her father about Xiao Ai's existence. When her father found out, how would he react? Would he get furious or something? Although her father was usually smiling and didn't care much about things, that was because his bottom line had not been touched. If his bottom line was touched, he would get angry and his face would become stern, which would make people tremble in their hearts. So Su ran away quietly, holding a saber and slipping out of the gate of the wall, stepping on the bright moonlight, preparing to go to the villa where Li Xiuyu was. However, just as she was about to leave, she was blocked by Yiyu. He grabbed her and pressed her against the wall, laughing slyly. "Sister, it's so late. Do you know that your brother is outside watching over you? Let go, I'm going to see Li Xiuyu." "No, kiss me and I'll let you go." Su pursed her lips and stopped talking. She had some understanding of this man. The more she went against him, the more excited he became. He was a typical rogue, but he was wearing a soldier's skin, so he seemed normal occasionally. She just looked at Yiyu under the moonlight. There was a little scarlet light in his eyes, like 2 of flames hidden deep inside, which was very beautiful. Slowly, Yiyu's eyes got closer and closer. When Su came to her senses, his hot lips had already touched her cold lips. He was not as rude as before, but just held them gently, with a hint of reluctance in his voice, and said, "Sister, I really want to do it to you again, but it's not the right time. It's not the right time." He has to leave early tomorrow morning. This time, he has to cross the entire Dashang city. He doesn't know how many days it will take for him to come back. The situation when he gets there is even more unclear. Li Xia's godmother sent Li Xia a text message, but no one knows whether it was sent by Li Xia's godmother. Yiyu really can't bear to leave Su. If Li Xiuyu hadn't played such a trick and needed someone to watch over her here, Yiyu really wanted to take Su with him. Su's heartbeat was a little brisk. She frowned, tilted her neck back, lowered her eyes, and moved her lips away. She struggled gently to push Yiyu away, but Yiyu's lips went down and kissed Su's neck. He lowered his voice in her ear and said, "King Kong and the fortune teller will bring a few people to stay. Don't go out during the days I'm away. Wait for me to come back and take you out to play. Be obedient and don't let your brother worry." This tone was like a brother telling his little sister that there were wolves outside and she should not go out alone. Su could not help but chuckle. At this moment, she did not feel disgusted by Yiyu's treatment of her. Perhaps it was because Yiyu was Xiao Ai's biological father? She only felt itchy and numb on her neck, so she avoided Yiyu while panting softly and said, "I'm not a child anymore. Don't bite me. Go quickly and come back quickly. Be careful on the road. Fight if you can win. Run if you can't. No way. Is there anyone in this world that I can't defeat?" After a few words, Yiyu's tail was up. He kissed Su's neck again, released the arms that were holding Su, and pulled Su to walk towards Li Xiuyu's villa. He kept giving instructions along the way. Li Xiuyu is a bit evil, and Li Ying's concerns are not entirely wrong. You should think about it yourself. If it really doesn't work, you should kill her as soon as possible. I know what's going on.
Su naturally understood the EOS abnormality.
Many people were worried about Li Xiaoyu. She was also worried that Li Xiaoyu would become a trouble. Li Ying's behavior was right. But Su Su and everyone else had no regrets about Li Ying's departure. Compared with Li Xiaoyu, who was in an unknown condition, Li Ying was the biggest hidden danger. A person who can sacrifice teammates at will for the overall situation is very scary because she can sacrifice Li Xiaoyu today and sacrifice Su Su and Xiao AI tomorrow, or sacrifice anyone who may affect the overall situation, and it is the kind of sacrifice that is preventive before it happens. It is better to avoid associating with such people as soon as possible. Li Ying left on her own, so Su Su didn't have to find a way to chase her away. It was a pity that once Li Ying left, Wang Jun couldn't stay anymore. The two of them held hands, like two young men before the end of the world, and walked slowly in the moonlight, and slowly came to the front of Li Xiaoyu's villa. Now, except for Li Xiaoyu, everyone in the villa had moved out. Qin Yu and Ruerwei went to the medical building, Era squeezed in with Pai Ji's group, and Li Xiaoyu was placed on the cushion in the living room. The lights in the villa were on. When Su Su and Yi went in, Dr. Hong was leading two nurses, Liang Xiaoqi and Wu Daomei, to draw blood from Li Xiaoyu. Qin Yu and Ruerwei were sitting not far away. Ruerwei was eating a bowl of noodles, while Qin Yu was looking at Li Xiaoyu while wiping the soup stains from the corners of Ruerwei's mouth. Seeing Su Su coming in, Ruerwei raised his head and called out sister obediently. Dr. Wu stood up, flicked the tube containing Li Xiaoyu's blood in his hand, turned his head to look at Su Su, raised his eyes, nodded, and explained, I want to take some blood samples from Li Xiaoyu and do a virus test so that we can know whether she'll transform into a corpse or mutate. Corpse? Mutation? Su Su repeated these two words and looked at Dr. Hong with interest. She probably understood what Dr. Hong meant. Corpse transformation means becoming a zombie, and mutation means becoming a person with superpowers. So she nodded and let Dr. Hong leave with Li Xiaoyu's blood. Liang Xiaoqi and Wu Daomei stayed by Li Xiaoyu's side. As nurses, it was their duty to take care of patients. They also helped Dr. Hong monitor Li Xiaoyu's vital signs at all times. Liang Xiaoqi and Wu Daomei carefully recorded Li Xiaoyu's temperature and body abnormalities every hour on a form. Suddenly, Su Su felt that the doctors and nurses he had saved were quite useful. At least at this time, they were of great use. How's it going? While asking Qin Yu in the restaurant, Su Su took the form handed over by Liang Xiaoqi and glanced at Li Xiaoyu's temperature record. She found that Li Xiaoyu's temperature was basically maintained at around 37 degrees. Although her face looked so red, her temperature was normal and she did not have a fever. Although she didn't have a fever, Qin Yu's face was still full of worry. She took Ruerwei, who had just finished his noodles, down from the table, walked to Su Su and frowned, saying, He doesn't have a fever, but his complexion has been strange. It was orange during the day, but now it's almost sunset red. While talking, Su Su caught a glimpse of Liang Xiaoqi, who was combing Li Xiaoyu's hair with a comb, so she tilted her head and asked, Why are you combing her hair? Liang Xiaoqi looked confused. She raised her head and waved the comb in her hand toward Su Su. She pointed at the white spider webs on the teeth and explained, I don't know where the spiders came from. There are so many spider webs on Li Xiaoyu's head. I combed them off for her.
Don't move.
Su Su raised her hand and walked over quickly. Yu behind her also moved forward. Qin Yu picked up Ruerwei and stood there watching worriedly. Su Su walked to Liang Xiaoqi's side and took the comb from her hand. Upon closer inspection, she saw that there were indeed several white silk threads on the teeth. What on earth is going on? Qin Yu, who had not noticed these abnormalities before, hugged Ruerwei and asked worriedly. Su Su shook her head, returned the comb in her hand to Liang Xiaoqi, and said, Don't take these threads off her. Let her grow and see what she will look like. But Liang Xiaoqi was also frightened by the silk thread coming out of Li Xiaoyu's head. Is this okay? There won't be any problem, right?
She's like this.
Even if she's in danger, it's enough time for you to run away. Glancing at Li Xiaoyu, who was like a big dumpling, the rope she was tied with was a climbing rope, so you can imagine how strong it was. Su Su comforted Liang Xiaoqi and the others and said, looking at Su Su's expression, it seemed as if she was not worried at all that Li Xiaoyu would suddenly mutate into some kind of monster and kill everyone in seconds. What she meant was that even if Li Xiaoyu turned into a monster, it would be enough for these people to escape. After all, in today's world, it is absolutely impossible for someone to quickly turn into a monster within the reaction speed of a human, quickly break free from the constraints of the climbing rope, and then quickly kill people. If there is, and it has reached a level that even Su Su cannot stop it, then no one in the entire villa area can escape, and neither can the survivors in the entire Dashang city. What's more, Su Su's 5 senses are very sensitive. She sensed some unusual energy fluctuations from Li Xiaoyu. That is the energy of a psychic. It was not very obvious during the day, but now at night, it is becoming more and more obvious. Therefore, it is very likely that Li Xiaoyu is undergoing an extremely complex evolutionary process. The evolution process varies from person to person. Not everyone will experience repeated fevers and then unknowingly awaken the 5 basic superpowers. Just like Xia Yaoshi, he directly mutated twice and developed lightning superpowers. Who says Li Xiaoyu will not be the same as Xia Yaoshi? Liang Xiaoqi, Wu Daomei, and Qin Yu, who was holding Ruerui, were a little nervous at first, but seeing Su Su's determined attitude, they gradually calmed down. However, these people were ordinary people after all, and had never seen the evolution process of such superpowers. Without them saying anything, Su Su took the initiative to dismiss these people for safety reasons. Qin Yu held Ruerui in her arms, standing at the gate of the villa area. She was reluctant to leave and was hesitant, but when she looked at her 2-year-old son in her arms, she sighed and walked out anyway. Su Su and Yi Yu were the only ones left in the villa. Yi Yu crossed his arms and looked at Li Xiaoyu lying on the cushion. There were more and more white cables on Li Xiaoyu's head. In just a short while, her black hair had turned white. Yi Yu frowned and said to Su Su, "I'd better not go tomorrow. I'm too worried about leaving you alone."
Why not?
Su Su walked a few steps closer to Li Xiaoyu, lowered her head and looked carefully, and found that Li Xiaoyu not only had white threads in her hair, but also slowly formed white threads around her body. She raised her head, and in order to reassure Yi Yu, she told the truth. "I was not sure at first, but now I can be sure that Li Xiaoyu is undergoing a supernatural evolution." "How do you know?" "I can sense that there are supernatural energy fluctuations around her." "Why can't I feel it?" Yi Yu squatted closer to Li Xiaoyu, looked at Li Xiaoyu's face with his eyes wide open, and didn't feel any energy fluctuations at all. "You're really going to be killed by your own stupidity." Su Su looked at Yi Yu, who was staring at Li Xiaoyu. She walked half a circle and stood behind Yi Yu. When she thought that such a stupid man was actually her daughter's biological father, would such a low IQ be passed on to Xiao AI? She suddenly wanted to kick the man in front of her. However, he changed his mind and thought again. This person did not know how to absorb energy. He could passively absorb the crystal cores he ate. He was obviously a 3rd-level fire-type mutant. Apart from his sharp ears and eyes, his other 3 senses were not developed at all. It was a miracle that he could walk out of the city alive. Maybe some people are born like this, weaker in some aspects and more prominent in some aspects. Yi Yu's IQ and EQ are too low, but his supernatural power is super strong, which just proves this point, doesn't it? Su Su comforted herself that Yi Yu must be saved, so she frowned, bent down, stood behind Yi Yu, pressed Yi Yu's shoulders with both hands, and released her water energy to the fullest, slowly wrapping Yi Yu's whole body. Her long hair fell beside Yi Yu's ears, and she said in a gentle and persuasive way, "Close your eyes. What do you feel?" "Your hair is tickling my ears." "What else?" "No more." "Well, you're hopeless." Su Su withdrew her hand and her water energy, drew a conclusion, turned around and walked out of the villa. Yi Yu opened his eyes, stood up and chased after her, smilingly holding Su Su's hand. Su Su struggled twice but failed to break free, So she let him hold her hand all the way and sent her back to the Su family. Since Su Su was so sure that Li Xiaoyu would not turn into a monster, Yu believed Su Su. He decided to follow the schedule tomorrow and take a few people with Li Xia to pick up people. Since he was leaving, he was sure that he would be reluctant to let Su Su go. He looked very clingy and kept pestering Su Su outside the wall of the Su family. He let Su Su go home only when she was about to lose her temper. As soon as Su Su entered the door of her own villa and put the 2 sabers belonging to Yu in her hand on the shoe cabinet at the entrance, she felt that the atmosphere of the whole house was a little different. She stretched her neck and looked in the living room and the kitchen, but did not find any trace of her parents. She was about to go upstairs, but heard a click and the sound of a lighter was heard in the backyard. Su Su walked into the kitchen and through the glass door, saw her father sitting under the eaves smoking. As far as she could remember, Su's father had quit smoking for many years. He would only take a puff when he was very upset. Su Su shrank her neck, thinking back to when she sneaked out and her mother was about to tell her father everything, so she wanted to pretend that she hadn't seen her father.
Susu, back.
Father Su, who was sitting outside the house, called Su Su without turning around. There was an unusual sense of oldness in his voice, which made Su Su's heart ache. He opened the glass door, walked out, and nodded in response. Yes, Dad. Sit down and talk to Dad for a while. As soon as Su Su opened the glass door, Su's father threw away the cigarette in his hand and waved away the remaining smoke in the air to prevent Su Su from inhaling secondhand smoke. At this time, Su's father was sitting under the eaves, looking at the cold world outside, and the breath he exuded was full of heaviness. Su Su paused for a moment, but still followed his words and sat next to her father. The father and daughter leaned against each other, looking at the high wall not far away.
They were silent for a while.
Happy birthday to all readers who have birthdays. I wish all the kids who have finished their exams good grades. Dad, I must give birth to this child. Su Su was firm in her attitude, and no one could shake her determination to give birth to Xiao Ai. After the baby is born, how do you plan to raise it? Raise it as usual. Raise it the way you should. Su Su told her father the truth that after Xiao Ai was born, they should raise her the way she wanted. She had experience in raising children, so her parents didn't need to worry about this. Father Su, who was sitting next to her, had heavy eyes. He nodded and said, Now that you have made the decision, don't regret it if you encounter any problems in the future. You should talk to Yu nicely. It would be best if he is willing to take responsibility. If he is not willing, we won't beg him. You have to be responsible for your descendants. Your mother and I will also do our best to be responsible for them. Who is approaching the age of 50, doesn't want to see his children and grandchildren flourish. Of course, Su's father and mother also want to enjoy the happiness of having children and grandchildren around them, but the world is too difficult. An adult man will have a very hard life, not to mention a pregnant woman and a baby. To be honest, Su's father and mother did not want Su Su to give birth to the baby in her belly. Although they were so eager for Su Su to be happy, the baby was growing in her belly day by day, and Su Su would feel more and more tired. 10 months of pregnancy and giving birth is not as simple as opening and closing your eyes. It is a gamble for a woman with 1 foot on the gate of Hades. If the mother and child are safe, everyone is happy. If there is a slight mistake, it will be 4 lives. Why 4 lives? At that time, Su's father and mother did not want to live anymore, and they died with Su Su and her child.
Dad, don't worry.
I'm confident that everything will be fine. Su Su tilted her head and looked at her father's temples in the dark. The night was so dark, but it still couldn't cover the graying hair on her father's temples. Her eyes suddenly became moist and she smiled. You and Mom, just wait for your grandson to be born. Su's father smiled but said nothing. Even though Su Su acted so confidently, the worries of a parent could not be soothed with just a few words. After laughing, Su's father patted Su Su's head, just like he did when Su Su was a child, as if telling Su Su to take care of himself. Then he sighed, got up, and went back to his bedroom to rest. Su Su, on the other hand, had been sitting under the eaves, watching her father disappear into the living room. She lowered her head, touched her belly with a somewhat uncomfortable mood, and said softly, "Xiao Ai, Grandpa and Grandma are really worried about you and Mom. It's okay. When you grow up, you must prove to Grandpa and Grandma that you are a filial child. You will love and take care of them together with Mom." As a child, Su felt that she had never done anything for her parents. When she was almost 20 years old, her parents had always been worried about her, both before and after the end of the world. She knew that her parents were worried and distressed, but she was also a mother. As a mother, she should not be a coward. No matter how difficult the 10 months of pregnancy were, she would overcome all difficulties and bring little love into this world. Even if her parents will be worried and sad. Filled with guilt towards her parents and a beautiful vision for the future, Su sat with Xiao Ai for a while and then went back to her room to sleep. On the second day, Su's father and mother seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding with each other. They both suffered from insomnia and went to bed near the dawn. Su was the same and slept until noon. When the 4 members of the Su family got up again, Yu had already brought 10 people, including Li Xia and Xu Sheng, and set off early. Su's mother opened the iron gate. She had just harvested a batch of millet in the greenhouse in the yard when she heard a burst of hustle and bustle outside the iron gate. She straightened up and planned to go out to take a look. Su slipped out of the iron gate in slippers. Su's mother dropped the knife and millet in her hand and ran after Su. She was going to call Su back to drink the soup. Outside the door, a large truck full of Coca-Cola bottles stopped right in front of Su. Brother Pai jumped out of the cockpit, greeted Su, threw a bunch of car keys to Su, and ran to the medical building to see his son. However, Pigo's gang of gangsters could no longer hold back and opened the rear door of the truck to move the Coca-Cola inside. Before all the Coca-Cola was unloaded, some gangsters had already opened the Coca-Cola and started drinking it. Coca-Cola, the favorite of the young and dangerous, yeah. Even King Kong ran up to pick up 2 bottles of Coca-Cola, came to Zhuoshijia and kindly handed her a bottle, but Zhuoshijia shook her head and rejected King Kong's kindness. "Thank you. Carbonated drinks are not good for the body and will increase unnecessary sugar intake." King Kong smiled shyly. Since Zhuoshijia didn't want it, he handed the Coke in his hand to Su. Su also shook her head and declined King Kong's kindness. "Thank you, I don't want it." "I understand. You all need to lose weight." King Kong nodded, holding 2 bottles of Coca-Cola, and walked away. Su took 2 steps forward and walked around the truck. Just then, one of Pai Ji's subordinates came over and explained to Su, "We found this truck behind the big supermarket in the next block. It is estimated that this truck was delivering goods to the supermarket at the end of the world." "Yeah." Su nodded and looked up at the truck. "You only ran 2 blocks in this morning? Are there no zombies nearby?" No more zombies. Occasionally, you can still see people running around on the streets." "Are there already survivors on the streets?" Hearing this, Su was a little surprised. It was noon now, and the long-lost sun had appeared, shining warmly on people's bodies. The subordinate of Brother Pai who was talking to her nodded, then shook his head and said to Su, "No, they are military personnel. We saw military personnel wandering around nearby, so we went directly to the big supermarket in the next block. We were afraid that when all the military personnel arrived, the big supermarket would be emptied. In fact, it was almost completely empty. I heard that the team of superpowers led by Xie Yaoshi went to that big supermarket to raid it every day." Thinking back to when Su, Yu, and a few others walked from outside the Apple Villa area to the big supermarket in the next block, which was where they met Qinyu, it took them almost a whole day. That was because they were psychics, so they could kill the zombies more quickly. But now Brother Pai and other ordinary people actually went back and forth in just one morning and brought back several trucks of supplies. It can be seen that the army really came. The army came as soon as you left. Su tilted her head and looked at the back of the truck. Brother Pai's men were unloading supplies from a row of small carts. They were all quilts, bedding, various red and white beers, shower gels, soaps, dressing mirrors, clocks, computers, etc. These were all the leftover supplies from the raid. It was obvious that the big supermarket was indeed the one left behind by Xia Yaosher's team. Hey, an orange notebook. Su was sharp-eyed and saw a gangster about to throw an orange notebook out of the car. She raised her hand and called out, then walked over, looked at the orange notebook, and said with a smile, "I just happen to need a laptop. Can you give it to me? I'll trade it with you for supplies." No. Take it if you want it. This thing is valuable before the apocalypse, but it will be garbage after the apocalypse. Young and dangerous hurriedly gave the orange notebook he was about to throw away to Su. Before the apocalypse, this thing was worth tens of thousands of dollars, but after the apocalypse, the network is sometimes good and sometimes bad, and the signal is sometimes there and sometimes not. I don't know what to use it for. Su took it with a smile and nodded. Okay, I'll ask my mother to give you a few more vegetables later. Hey, okay. When they heard about vegetables, the gangsters didn't look happy. Following Su's family, they had no worries about drinking water and eating vegetables. There was nothing fresh. They also knew that the Su family had enough vegetables to feed pigs. I brought back so much garbage. Let's see if any of you girls need anything. If you need anything, take it. The rest can be thrown away. Not far away, Brother Pai came out of the medical building holding his son Su Lei, followed by Liang Xiaoqi. He also greeted the other 4 nurses and said generously, "Those shower gels and soaps. Go pick them out quickly. The little girl loves to be clean. Go quickly." Su turned around and happened to see Brother Pai holding his son with a very happy and satisfied smile. She raised her eyebrows and said casually, "After you've picked them out, don't throw away the remaining things. These things will come in handy sooner or later. Brother Pai, have someone clean up a villa and pile these things in it. They'll be useful soon. When the army arrives, they will build the prototype of a base, but it will not be a base at that time. It can only be called a safe area, or safe zone for short. At that time, everything will have to be exchanged for crystal cores and supplies. The survivors need to hand in a certain number of crystal cores to enter the safe zone they have designated. If they don't have crystal cores, they can exchange them for supplies. Any supplies will be fine, not necessarily food. Their Apple Villa district is so safe, it must have been within the military security zone long ago. The army will not drive out the people who have already moved in, but Su and the others cannot stay in the safe zone forever. They will have to go out sooner or later. If they come in again, they will need to hand over their supplies. Generally, the supplies required to enter a safe zone and a future base are 1/3 of the entire team's supplies. In other words, if 10 vehicles go out, you need to pay for 3 vehicles of supplies. This is certainly a bit of a scam, but the army is responsible for the safety of the entire safe zone. Those who live in it can be safe and worry-free, wander around without worry, and sleep well. When you think about it this way, you will naturally feel that it is fair. At this time, the young nurses picked and chose some sheets, quilt covers, mirrors, lipsticks, cosmetics, etc., and chattered excitedly as if it was the new year. Brother Pai held his son and smiled at him. He took 2 steps closer to Su and asked Su, "I heard that you and doctors will have a plan to go to the hospital to get some medical auxiliary equipment?"
Yes.
"So when are we going?" "To be honest, my son has diarrhea every other day. His foundation is not strong enough. I asked Dr. June, and he said it would be best to keep him in an incubator for a few days. It's too cold today, so I'm wondering when I can go back to the hospital and get those incubators back." Dr. June is one of the doctors who came back with us this time. He was starved to death in the blue light room and looked like he was about to die. He was brought back and had a good meal for a few days, and he looks healthy and energetic again. When Brother Pai talked about Dr. June, his face was full of respect. There was no other way. Now his son's health all depended on these doctors, so naturally he needed to be respectful to these doctors. And when he said this, Pai Ge's smile wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were wrinkled several layers, as if he was afraid that Su would refuse. There was a clear, flattering tone in his voice, but Su nodded, patted the truck beside him, and said seriously, "Since the army is here, we'd better leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when they set up the cordon, they will have to collect supplies from everyone entering and leaving." A truckload of medical equipment has to be divided into 1/3 for the army. Isn't that a pity? Of course, we have to move things back and forth quickly before they set up the safe zone. Zhuo Shijia, who was fiddling with the parts of a small bed not far away, frowned and stood up when he heard this. He walked to Su Su's side and looked at Su Su, expressing his disapproval. Yi Yu hasn't come back yet. Are you going to lead us there alone? Don't we still have King Kong? Su Su's expression was somewhat ambiguous. She lightly bumped Zhuo Shijia's shoulder and glanced at King Kong. King Kong beside him immediately raised his head and chest, stood at attention, and showed off his muscles. So Su Su deliberately smiled and said, King Kong will protect you well, Dr. Zhuo. What's the connection? Zhuo Shijia, who had no idea what Su Su meant, glanced at King Kong without feeling anything, then turned around and went about his own business. Since Su Su felt that there was no problem, Zhuo Shijia didn't say anything more. Yi left 8 people with them this time, and King Kong could just pick 3 people to accompany them. In addition, the zombies in this area were almost cleared out, and the obstacles on the road must have been removed. They would be able to go to the hospital much faster than last time, and maybe they could do it in 1 round trip in a day. Once Su Su and Brother Pai decided to set off tomorrow, all parties began to make intensive preparations. Brother Pai planned to take away 15 subordinates, leaving behind 4 gangsters, and follow the remaining 4 Special Forces soldiers to protect their small safe zone. Last time, the fortune teller went out with them for a few days, so this time he would stay in the villa area. The Special Forces soldiers who went out with them were led by King Kong. It's rare for King Kong to take on the responsibility. Although he kept in mind Yi Yu's words that he shouldn't let Su Su go out alone before he came back, it was rare for him to show off his strength in front of Zhuo Shijia. After Su Su's encouragement, he completely turned a deaf ear to Yi Yu's words. So a team led by Su Su, including gangster boss Brother Pai, 15 gangsters, 2 doctors, a nurse, and 4 Special Forces soldiers, was temporarily assembled under the noses of Su's father and mother. Qin Yu originally wanted to go with them, but Li Xiaoyu needed someone to take care of her, so she did not go. After the departure was agreed, Su Su got on the RV at 3 a.m. Her parents were still asleep at that time. If her parents knew about it, they would definitely not agree to Su Su going out with her pregnancy. Moreover, Su Su estimated that she only needed to go back and forth once a day. Her parents might not have time to come out to look for her. She might come back. King Kong drove the RV, and Paiga sat in the passenger seat. All the doctors and nurses would stay in the RV. They put some medical supplies in the RV, such as disinfectant, cotton swabs, gauze, hemostatic forceps, and other not too bulky things, in case of emergency. Su Su got on the RV and just placed the 2 sabers left by Yi Yu on the coffee table when everyone was preparing to leave quietly. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Zhuo Shijia was about to measure the blood pressure of Su Su, who was sitting on the sofa. When he heard the knock on the door, he got up and opened the car door. He saw Dr. Hong standing outside the car door. He was still thin, with a night of bright stars behind him. He stood in the dark, said a few words to Zhuo Shijia, handed her a piece of paper, and then turned and left. What is it? Su Su tilted her head and looked at the lonely back of Dr. Hong, who disappeared in the light and shadow. She then looked at the paper in Zhuo Shijia's hand, which had a long list of names, such as instruments and devices. He wants to do some research on the doomsday virus to see if he can develop a vaccine for newborns. These are the instruments he listed for us. He hopes we can help him get them back. After turning the paper in his hand, Zhuo Shijia handed it to Su Su to read. Su Su took it, but couldn't understand it at all, so she shook her head and returned the paper to Zhuo Shijia, frowning and asking, Dr. Hong has this ability? Does he have research on vaccines? You don't know? Dr. Hong is a doctor of virology and bacteriology. Zhuo Shijia smiled, put the paper away and put it in his pocket, and continued. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialties. You are good at killing zombies, but the development and progress of mankind still cannot do without high-tech talents. Su Su, you will definitely not lose money by keeping this Dr. Hong. Su Su on the side raised her eyebrows and did not refute Zhuo Shijia's words. She was familiar with the Doomsday Vaccine. The Qinglong base in the north launched a Doomsday Vaccine for 6-month-old newborns 10 years after the apocalypse. However, the Qinglong base strictly guarded the research and development team, and outsiders could not know who developed the Doomsday Vaccine. So Su didn't know whether the Doomsday Vaccine at Qinglong base was developed by Dr. Hong, but she felt that an 80% success rate was a bit too low. The 20% of 6-month-old babies who failed to evolve would directly turn into zombies. If this ratio was converted into a real number, that would be a huge group of children. If Su was the leader of the Qinglong base, she would never release a vaccine with such a low success rate into the society. She would continue to invest materials and crystal cores in Dr. Hong's research until she found a 99.999% success rate for evolution. However, the leaders have their own interests to consider. Su doesn't want to be the leader of the base, and Xiao AI won't need to be injected with the Doomsday Vaccine in the future. The Qinglong base can do whatever it wants. Su has no right to interfere and doesn't want to interfere. She was just responding to Zhuo Shijia's words, so she thought about it. It's just a matter of supporting Dr. Hong. He won't consume much food in total, and she doesn't need to pay any crystal cores as compensation, so it doesn't matter. Junjiu and Liang Xiaoqi on the side lowered their heads and smiled, while they were still packing medical cotton and other things into the cabinet. Dr. Zhuo ran to the cockpit and said something, and King Kong started the RV, taking advantage of the night, leading a large truck behind and 10 city SUVs on the road. The journey was indeed very smooth. Not only did they not see any zombies, but the cars that were once scattered on the road were also almost all cleared away. The large comprehensive hospital where Zhuo Shijia worked was not far from the Apple Villa district where Su was. They drove for less than half an hour and arrived outside the large supermarket where they met Zhuo Shijia and Pai Ge. When the convoy arrived here, they could hear a lot of noise ahead from afar. There were gunshots, various special effects sounds from supernatural powers, and the roars of countless zombies as dubbing. Su opened the window of the RV, stuck her head out, and looked forward. There was a colorful scene ahead under the stars. Soldiers had set up a temporary roadblock on the road, and outside the roadblock, there seemed to be a civilian team preparing to rush out. What happened? Su retracted her head and walked to the cockpit again, looking at the noisy world outside the windshield from the front. This time she saw it more clearly. In the team that was about to rush out of the zombie pile, Xia Yaoshi was opening his hands and condensing a purple electric net. Was Xia Yaoshi desperate or crazy? Why did he run to the most dangerous place every day? How many people did he have to support? It's okay, it's all a routine.
I'll go down and ask.
King Kong, with a toothpick in his mouth, parked the car behind the roadblock, turned around, opened the door, and got out of the car. He grabbed a soldier in camouflage uniform at random. When the soldier saw the clothes on King Kong, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, and the two began to chat. But after a while, King Kong came back and said to Su and Brother Pai, "The troops are here and are preparing to set up a safe zone here to establish a position for the counterattack on Xiangqing. They can let us out, but when we come in again, they hope we will cooperate to measure our body temperature and observe our vital signs." Normal and reasonable request. Let's go. Su stared at the outside of the roadblock. The soldiers in those troops were cooperating with Xia Yaoshi's team, supporting that team with bullets. As Xia Yaoshi and his team pushed the defense line farther and farther, the open space outside the roadblock became wider and wider. The remaining soldiers began to clean up the zombie corpses on the ground. Wearing gloves and gas masks, they moved the zombie corpses one by one and moved them to the open space on the side to burn them. At first glance, there seems to be nothing wrong with this scene. Xia Yaoshi and others are going out to look for supplies, and the regular team is kindly cooperating with them. This is such a considerate act towards the civilian psychics. But Su looked at them coldly, sneered, and without saying a word, returned to the RV from the cockpit and sat down. Weren't the people in this team really using Xia Yaoshi and the others to rush forward, hiding behind and firing a few shots, taking the opportunity to set up a cordon and expand the scope of the safe zone? Of course, The establishment of any base is a wall built on the corpses of the superpowers. There is nothing to say about it, and the establishment of a base is beneficial to mankind without any harm. We cannot reject the positive significance of these teams just because they use people with special abilities to charge outside while they set up cordons behind to expand the safe zone. Sitting in the driver's seat of the RV, King Kong saw that the road ahead was clearer, so he stretched his hand out of the window and gestured to his colleague outside. That colleague nodded and signaled another colleague to open the roadblock and let Sue's convoy out. There is a big supermarket on the left, and in front is Brother Pai's 5-star hotel. Turning right is the big hospital where Zhuoshijia is. It is not far away. The zombies have almost been attracted by Xia Yaoshi's team. As soon as they passed the roadblock, King Kong turned right and went straight to the hospital without any intention of stopping to say hello to Xia Yaoshi and others. It was Xia Yaoshi who was standing next to his Volvo, about to open the door and get in the driver's seat, when he looked up and saw the RV in front of him turned a corner. The lights in the RV were warm and cozy, and several people in white medical uniforms were busy at work. Su walked to the window, raising her hand to close the window and draw the curtains. She seemed to glance at Xia Yaoshi, her big, bright eyes always containing something to say. Xia Yaoshi moved his body and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he said nothing and did not set out to chase. After the RV turned successfully and led the vehicles behind it away smoothly, Xia Yaoshi lowered his eyes, concealing the deepest emotions in his eyes, and turned to get in the car. 2 convoys, 2 directions, running in opposite directions in the night. They are looking for different supplies, which represents that the teams led by Su and Xia Yaoshi have different policies, different life philosophies, and different pursuits. Gradually moving away this time when Su and the others entered the hospital, they already had the previous clearance as a foundation. Although there were many zombies, the density was not high. King Kong and the other 4 psychics, together with Su and Su's 2 watermen, were able to completely control the situation outside the emergency hall, and soon they had almost cleared out the zombies outside the hall. A group of people rushed into the emergency hall while being attacked by zombies that were slowly moving towards them from both sides. There were also zombies in the emergency hall, all of which came from the outpatient department through the internal passage. However, there were not many of them, and there were no higher-level zombies. King Kong is a secondary mutated wind-type user. The 3 users he brought with him are a secondary mutated speed-type user named Unveiling, a secondary mutated strength-type user named Wandishan, and an earth-type user named Gotzi. Su didn't know the real names of Yi Yu's people. It seemed that they called each other by code names. For example, Yu's code name was Paopi and King Kong's code name was King Kong. This might be some kind of habit between them. Su had no intention of exploring it too much. She called them by their code names. Unveiling and Wandishan, together with Su's 2 watermen, rushed to the front, ready to cut off the internal passage between the emergency room and the outpatient department. Behind them, Gotzi would act according to the situation. King Kong and Su were left behind to concentrate on cleaning up the scattered zombies in the hall. Brother Pai and his subordinates, as well as Zhuoshijia, also helped in killing the zombies, but they were just the rear guard. Now all the zombies outside the clinic had been cleared out, and the number of zombies wandering over was negligible. Junjiu and Liang Xiaoqi's original task was to take care of the injured, but now there were no injured people for them to take care of, so they began to pack up the medical supplies in the emergency hall as everyone was clearing them out in an orderly manner. After everyone entered the emergency hall, Gotzi raised his hands, and a huge rock fell from the sky, blocking the door of the emergency hall. Then there was another turn, and a huge rock appeared, blocking the passage between the outpatient department and the emergency room. Gotzi's earth element ability is undoubtedly much stronger than Su's father's earth element ability. Su's father did not develop in the direction of attack. In recent days, he has been concentrating on studying how to use the earth element ability to build walls and houses. Su also allowed him to develop his interests and hobbies freely. Anyway, she didn't want her parents to go out to fight zombies to earn crystal cores for her. However, although Gotzi's stone was big, there were many gaps left, and there were still zombies that could crawl in through those tiny gaps. However, there were not many of them, and only 2 or 3 zombies could crawl into the emergency hall at a time. Any one of Brother Pai's subordinates can deal with 2 or 3 zombies. Collect the equipment in the emergency room first. Junji gave the instructions and pointed towards the emergency room, where in addition to some equipment needed for emergency treatment, there were also a lot of disinfectants, cotton swabs, various sutures, etc. From the emergency room, there was also a small path that led directly to the Western Pharmacy. Opposite the Western Pharmacy was the Chinese Pharmacy, and then there was the infusion room. Following Junjio's instructions, Pai Ji's 15 subordinates took off their backpacks one by one and began to quickly collect all the medical equipment in the emergency room. 2 of them even carried out an emergency operating table. Seeing this, Paiga quickly ran to Su, who was jumping around killing zombies, and asked, Su, I don't think this will work. We still have to move the stones at the door and drive the truck to the gate. There are too many things. We have to move them onto the truck slowly. This is efficient. Otherwise, after we clear all the things and pile them up in the hall, we'll have to spend time moving them into the truck one by one later. Su killed the zombie in his hand and looked back at the big stone blocking the door. Because the 2 big stones blocked the 2 openings of the outpatient clinic, there were not many zombies to kill in the hall. Those zombies that crawled in from the cracks in the stones were basically killed by the 4 King Kong men guarding nearby. King Kong is not good at group attacks, and the killing power of Mo Weiming, Wandishan, and Gotzi is not great. If the stone at the entrance of the emergency hall is moved away, 2 or 3 people will have to be stationed by the truck, and 2 more people will be stationed in the hall to kill the zombies that sneak over from the outpatient department. In this way, those gangsters who are collecting medical supplies will follow Junjio and others to collect them.
Who will protect them?
We are only on 1 floor now. The higher we go, the more combat power we will need to protect the people who are collecting medical supplies, and then we will be even less manpower by then. In fact, the people guarding the truck outside should be guarded by someone who can attack in a group. Then 1 person is more than enough. At this time, Yi's importance is extremely highlighted. He can just set the fire in a circle around the outside of the truck to achieve the effect of a group kill. Su could indeed create huge waves, but those waves could only wash away the zombies, but they were not enough to kill them. 2 or 3 watermen were powerful, but she had to guard the truck alone. She would rather follow Junjio and Shushurjia to protect them. Just as Su was hesitating and wondering whether she should go to guard the truck outside by herself, outside the emergency hall, across a large parking lot, the zombies nearby slowly gathered around again. And on the street outside the parking lot, a convoy of cars came rushing over. The Volvo at the front was speeding and directly hit several zombies in front of it and rushed towards Su's RV and truck parked in the parking lot. His Volvo did a tailspin, knocking away several zombies that had already wandered to the side of the RV and stopped the car next to the RV. Within a second, Xia Yaoshen got out of the car, and the electric net on his body spread out, whizzing towards the zombies that were not dead yet and were struggling to crawl up. The cars that rushed in after the Volvo stopped one after another. The people got out and ran towards the zombies in the distance, actively fighting them. There was an indescribable sense of urgency in their postures. 2 people jumped out of one of the cars, and another person was carried out from the back of the car. Someone among them shouted, Su, where are you, doctor? Come out and save people, help people. While speaking, it seemed that Xia Yaoshe had already determined that Su and others were behind the boulder, so he covered his teammates and ran all the way to the door of the emergency hall. Su, who was inside the door, stretched his neck and looked through the glass wall next to the door. Among Xia Yaoshe's team, the person being carried was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and his hanging arms swayed with the people who were carrying him. It seemed that the situation was very critical. Wandishan moved the stone. Su turned around and called Wandishan, and at the same time shouted, Zhushurjia, Junjiu, come and take a look. As she finished speaking, Wandishan ran forward and pushed the huge rock blocking the entrance of the emergency hall with one palm, creating a huge gap. Xia Yaoshi's teammates hurriedly carried the person into the hall through the gap. At the same time, Zhuo Shijia and Junjiu also ran out of the emergency room.
Put him down. Put him down.
Junjiu shouted as he ran. He's been injured so badly, and you're still carrying him around. You'll get hurt again, don't you understand?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Zhang Anquan was holding the man's head. Hearing this, he hurriedly directed his teammates to put Su Xiaofeng on the ground. Seeing this, Junjiu stamped his feet anxiously and pointed at the emergency operating table that was still being held by two gangsters, shouting, "Put it here, put it here." So Zhang Anquan and his teammates hurriedly and carefully carried Su Xiaofeng to the emergency operating table. At this time, Zhuo Shijia came out, rolled up his sleeves, and instructed the nurse Liang Xiaoqi clean water, hemostatic forceps, medical gloves, cleaning clothes, disinfectant, cotton, scissors, and wine. Check if he is still conscious.
Yes.
Get ready now. Okay. At this moment, the energy in Liang Xiaoqi was different, and the energy in Zhuo Shijia and Junjiu was also completely different. Junjiu picked up a mask he was carrying and put it on. Together with Zhuo Shijia, they stood on the left and right of the operating table. Liang Xiaoqi rummaged around and took out a round basin made of iron and aluminum. She ran to Su Su, held the basin in both hands and raised it in front of Su Su. At first, Su Su didn't understand what it meant. She paused for a moment, then reacted. She snapped her fingers, and the basin was filled with water. Liang Xiaoqi hurriedly ran to the operating table with the basin and placed the water next to Su Xiaofeng's head. She then hurriedly turned around and searched through a pile of backpacks for cotton, hemostatic forceps, etc. The stomach is ruptured, and the intestines are all hanging out. If you don't know how to give first aid, don't try to save him. You're carrying him around like this. He's not dead to begin with, but you've already shaken him halfway to death. Zhuo Shijia stood beside the operating table, glanced at Su Xiaofeng's belly, and cursed angrily. At the same time, she couldn't wait for Liang Xiaoqi to turn over the scissors. She raised her eyes and glanced at Junjiu opposite her, and ordered, "Dr. Jun, I will tear off the injured person's clothes first. I will try to be careful not to touch the wound." Good. Junjiu, wearing a mask, had quickly checked Su Xiaofeng's pupils. She tilted her head to glance at the empty side of her body, and a layer of sweat broke out on her forehead. At this time, there should be a nurse to wipe her sweat, but the situation was urgent, and she couldn't care less. When Zhuo Shijia started to tear Su Xiaofeng's clothes, Junjiu had already leaned over to Su Xiaofeng's ear and shouted at a very fast speed, "Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?" Su Xiaofeng frowned and groaned softly, with a very painful expression. Junjiu was immediately overjoyed and said to Zhuo Shijia, who was sweating profusely, "Still conscious." Zhuo Shijia nodded, took the scissors handed over by Liang Xiaoqi, and carefully cut off the clothes near the wound on Su Xiaofeng's stomach. Junjiu took the sterile forceps handed over by Liang Xiaoqi, clamped a piece of cotton, dipped it in clean water, and cleaned the dirty blood on Su Xiaofeng's body while patting Su Xiaofeng's face and talking to him very quickly. "What's your name?" "Answer me, can you answer it?" Su Xiaofeng snorted again. Junjiu was still asking, her hands were moving quickly, and soon the cotton on the pliers was stained with blood. She threw the cotton into the trash can that Liang Xiaoqi found, and then she plied out a large piece of cotton and continued to clean up. After a while, she told Liang Xiaoqi. At this time, Zhuo Shijia had already cleaned the clothes around Su Xiaofeng's stomach. She looked at the huge cut on his stomach and the intestines that fell out of it, and she turned around and cursed Zhang Anquan in anger. "Idiot!" Zhang Anquan and others couldn't even raise their heads in front of the doctors and nurses. They were not angry even when they were called idiots. They just stared at Su Xiaofeng on the operating table nervously. As long as Su Xiaofeng was okay and their teammates were okay, it didn't matter even if the doctors called them idiots thousands of times. Xia Yaoshi quietly left the emergency room and was outside killing the zombies that gathered around him. Su Su was originally watching how Zhuo Shijia and the other two were demonstrating their own value. Seeing this, she winked at King Kong and whispered, "Are you going out to rob the monsters?" No, I want to see Dr. Zhua to save people. King Kong glanced at Xie Yaoshi, who was silently killing zombies outside. The other person has lightning abilities and is great at group attacks. He is just a wind ability user and can't win the fight. So, let Xie Yaoshi be the silent hero. King Kong didn't participate just now because he felt that Dr. Zhuo was more charming than the zombies at the moment. Well, Su didn't want to get involved. She glanced at Xie Yaoshi. Although she felt a little sorry to let Xie Yaoshi guard the gate alone, the momentum was so cool when Zhuo Shijia, Jun Jiao, and Liang Xiaoqi rescued people. Su planned to take a good look at it. Establish an intravenous access. Zhuo Shijia had already put on the sterile surgical gown Liang Xiaoqi had found for him and was putting on sterile gloves. While putting on the gloves, he said to Jun Jiao opposite him, "Dr. Jun, I will start to put the injured patient's intestines back." Good. Jun Jiao nodded, her eyes sparkling behind the mask. She was also wearing sterile gloves and working with Zhuo Shijia. She began to widen the Su Xiaofeng's stomach to make it easier for Zhuo Shijia to put his intestines back. Zhuo Shijia moved quickly and carefully. Liang Xiaoqi was running around busily beside the operating table, starting to establish an intravenous access for Su Xiaofeng. Brother Pai, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the initiative to instruct his subordinates to pour out the contents of the backpacks and place them on the floor one by one so that Liang Xiaoqi could see them clearly and it would be convenient for her to find them. Xie Yaoshi's subordinates and Su Sijingang, who were surrounding the operating table, also automatically made way for Liang Xiaoqi, who was running around. It didn't take long before Zhuo Shijia put Su Xiaofeng's intestines back. She nodded, with a layer of sweat on her forehead. Although the weather was not hot, and even a little cold, only doctors who perform the operation personally would understand that if a person's spirit is concentrated to the extreme, he will be covered in sweat. Stitch. When these two words came out of Zhuo Shijia's mouth, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Junju nodded and began the intensive finishing work. However, Zhuo Shijia turned around, took off the sterile hood on his head, and his legs went weak, and he was about to sit on the ground. King Kong was the first to float up. He stretched out his hands to hug Zhuo Shijia, whose feet were numb, and lifted him up sideways. Then he disappeared in a flash. Su had sharp eyes and seemed to see King Kong carrying Zhuo Shijia into the emergency room. She pursed her lips and smiled, not planning to chase him. She glanced at Junjiao, who was holding a needle holder and a suture thread, carefully and patiently suturing Su Xiaofeng's belly wound. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a charismatic profession and group of people this is. These doctors and nurses, their performance today was really amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing that Su Xiaofeng seemed to be fine, Zhang Anquan turned around, walked to Su, and expressed his gratitude sincerely. His eyes were slightly red, and his hands were shaking slightly because he was too nervous. He took out a handful of crystal cores from his trouser pocket, handed them to Su, and said with a sob, Su, you see, before the end of the world, saving a person required money. Now it is the end of the world, and the money in the past is just a piece of waste paper. We have nothing to express our gratitude. Please accept these crystal cores. I didn't save them. Su put her hands behind her back, took a step back, rejected the crystal core that Zhang Anquan handed over, raised her eyebrows, looked at Junjiao and Liang Xiaoqi. Give it to them.
Fine.
I will definitely thank them. Definitely. But you must accept these crystal cores, definitely. Holding a handful of crystal cores in his hand, Zhang Anquan insisted that Su keep them. It was the doomsday, and everyone wanted to fight as a team. This team was led by Su, so it was only natural for him to give Su a handful of crystal cores as a thank you. Of course, they had previously laughed at Su for being a narrow-minded woman. Apart from accepting people like Yi Yu, she only kept some burdens around her. What babies? 9 of them. None of the doctors and nurses have special powers. They can't kill monsters when they advance, and they can't warm the bed when they retreat. Brother Pai, the gangster, is quite capable, but his gang of gangsters are only good at finding supplies and killing zombies. Before today, Zhang Anquan and others had always looked at Su Su and his group with contempt. Now they finally realized how outrageous their mistake was. Just because their superpowers were stimulated doesn't mean they won't get hurt or need doctors and nurses. Just because they can kill zombies doesn't mean they can look down on the world. A doctor with a scalpel has the momentum to point at a group of people with superpowers and scold them and make them convinced. This is called value. Liang Xiaoqi. Su Su was so annoyed by Zhang Anquan's insistence that she stretched her neck and shouted. Liang Xiaoqi quickly ran over from the operating table and stood beside Su Su. Su Su pointed at Zhang Anquan, who was trying to give her the crystal core, and said, "You register the number of crystal cores in his hand, then collect the crystal cores and divide them among the three of you, Dr. Zhua and Dr. Jun, to see if there are enough." When Su Su said this, it was obvious that a red color appeared on Zhang Anquan's face. She said this on purpose to make Zhang Anquan feel ashamed. To be honest, Su Su was not a beggar. It would only take her a few minutes to get such a large handful of crystal cores. Zhang Anquan still had that kind of machismo in his bones, and was a bit bureaucratic. Taking out a handful of crystal cores to thank Su Su was like taking out a few big bills to give to Su Su before the end of the world. Who does Su Su think she is? Is she so bored that she doesn't need these few crystal cores? She is not a waitress who is collecting tips, and you are giving her a handful of crystal cores as a thank you? Su Su never takes such small advantages. Her pride will not allow it. Okay. Liang Xiaoqi held the crystal core with both hands and placed it directly in front of Zhang Anquan. At this time, Zhang Anquan also realized that his behavior of giving the crystal core to Su Su was inappropriate. Su Su's vision was not as small as he thought. The bigger the vision of a woman, the more she would look down on these small favors. So Liang Xiaoqi's hands appeared just in time, as if she was collecting medical treatment and surgery fees. So naturally, Zhang Anquan took the opportunity to put the crystal cores in his hand into Liang Xiaoqi's hands. After putting one handful in, he remembered what Su Su said, "Divide it among the three of you, and see if it's enough." So he took out all the crystal cores on his body and put them all in Liang Xiaoqi's hands. Before the end of the world, treating illnesses and saving lives required money. Hospitals had clear price tags, and the cost details would be clearly calculated for the patient's family. Although death is very common after the end of the world, how much a life is worth depends on its weight among teammates, relatives, and friends. Zhang Anquan knew Su Xiaofeng before the end of the world. Su Xiaofeng was also his brother-in-law. Thinking of his wife who had turned into a zombie and died at his hands, Zhang Anquan's heart trembled. He called out to his teammates, "Quick, take out all your crystal cores. I'll lend them to you. I'll return them after this mission." Seeing that Xia Yaoshi's teammates were taking out crystal cores and Liang Xiaoqi's hands were almost full of crystal cores, Su Su raised her eyebrows and was slightly satisfied with the price of saving people. As for Liang Xiaoqi, she had been holding her hands to receive the crystal cores until Su Su said enough. This was until more than 10 of Xia Yaoshi's teammates had taken all the crystal cores they had collected this time, and there was no more crystal core left. Only then did Liang Xiaoqi turn around and look at Su Su. Holding the piles of crystal cores, she looked at Su Su with a questioning look on her face and asked, "How should I divide so many crystal cores?" Brother Pai came over, took out a plastic bag, and asked Liang Xiaoqi to put the pile of crystal cores into the plastic bag. Su Su smiled, waved her hand lazily, and said to Liang Xiaoqi, who was asking, "You can divide it however you want. It's what you three deserve. No one else will take half of it from you."
Oh.
Liang Xiaoqi suddenly felt like a wealthy woman. She carefully picked up the bag of crystal cores and turned to discuss with Dr. Jun and Dr. Zhua. Su Su stood there watching for a long time. When she looked back at the sky, she found that it had already dawned. She felt a little hungry, so she walked out of the emergency hall alone and prepared to go back to the RV to find something to eat. The zombies outside the emergency hall were almost cleared out by Xia Yaoshi alone. When Su Su walked out, Xia Yaoshi was setting up an electric net not far away, jumping rapidly with his tall figure. At the same time, He looked back at Su Su, with his lips tightly pursed and his brows slightly frowned, as if he had something to say to Su Su. Su Su had nothing to say to Xia Yaosher. She was about to if she was hungry, so she glanced at Xia Yaosher quickly, walked for a while, got into her RV, and started looking for something to eat by rummaging through the drawers. There were quite a few snacks in the RV, all put there by the young nurse Liang Xiaoqi. Su Su glanced at the egg yolk pie in her hand and felt that it was a bit unnutritious, so she took out a pack of noodles from the kitchen cabinet, found a small pot, put some water in it, and started cooking the noodles leisurely. There was a small induction cooker on the kitchen counter. Su Su was waiting for the water to boil when someone knocked on the window outside the kitchen. She straightened her back, pulled open the white curtains, and saw that it was Xia Yaosher standing outside the window, raising a slender finger, ready to knock on the glass window again. Su Su opened the glass window and looked at Xia Yaosher. While putting noodles into the boiling water, she asked, "What's the matter?" Xia Yaosher's brows were still slightly furrowed, and his handsome face was serious. He turned his head to look at the zombies staggering towards him in the distance. Under the pale yellow sunlight, he looked back at Su Su and said, "Su Su, let's build a hospital. I'll let my people help you transport medical supplies." Why? As if she felt that Xia Yaosher's train of thought was a little strange, Su Su held 2 chopsticks in her hand, stirring the noodles in the pot, but her eyes were looking at Xia Yaosher, wanting to know what Xia Yaosher's intention was in coming over and telling her this. "Because we need it." In a word, Xia Yaosher answered very straightforwardly and frankly. His teammates needed medical resources, and other survivor teams also needed medical resources. Su Su now had medical resources in her hands. If these resources were left unused, it would be a loss for everyone. "You need them? I have to build a hospital for you?" Su Su laughed sarcastically, narrowed her eyelids slightly, and her curled eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes. She picked up the cooked noodles and put them into the bowl and continued, "If you want me to build a hospital, it's not impossible. I will clearly mark the price, not work in vain, and provide medical treatment according to needs. I am not allowed to default on debts, delay debts, or owe debts. If I don't have crystal cores, I will use materials to pay for them. That's natural." Xia Yaosher also smiled, looking at Su Su as if he was looking at a little girl who had to bargain with adults. He nodded, "I will never let you suffer a loss, and I will never allow others to make you suffer a loss. Okay, you guys help drag the medical supplies back." Su Su originally had this idea and wanted to build a hospital to facilitate the convenience of her parents and Xiao AI. She was thinking in her mind that since she wanted to build a hospital, it would be a bit of a loss if it was not open to the public. However, once it was open to the public, things would become more complicated. The most complicated issue is the debt problem. She is not worried about the debts owed by Xia Yaosher and other teams of superpowers. She is just worried about those ordinary survivors who come for medical treatment. Those ordinary survivors are the most numerous, the most difficult to deal with, and the most difficult to control. Without crystal cores, abilities, or supplies, they were lying in front of the hospital. Should the doctors and nurses save them or not? If they didn't save them, watching these ordinary survivors die would go against the nature of the angels in white to save the dying and heal the wounded. If they saved them, they really couldn't afford the crystal cores and supplies to pay for the medical expenses, and there was a great possibility that they would stay in the hospital. Su Su was thinking in her mind. The golden sunlight shone on this side of the RV. Su Su stood in the window, looking down and fiddling with her noodles. Xia Yaosher leaned against the side of the RV and suddenly asked, "Is you treating you well?"
Fine.
That's good. Xia Yaosher chatted with Su Su for a few words, then straightened up and went back to killing zombies. Su Su looked at Xia Yaosher's back through the small window for a while, closed the window, sat on the sofa with the bowl of noodles in his hands and started eating noodles. At this time, in the emergency room of the hospital, Zhuo Shijia and King Kong were sitting on 2 stools, staring at each other. Zhuo Shijia didn't quite understand why King Kong made her sit in this secluded corner, and she looked like she had something to say. She was quietly waiting for what King Kong was about to say, and by the way, she took a rest for her feet. But King Kong just sat opposite her, his hands clenched into fists, resting on his knees, his eyes wide open like a cow. He seemed quite stubborn, but he pursed his lips tightly, staring at Zhuo Shijia motionlessly. The clock on the wall was ticking. Zhuo Shijia couldn't help but blink. King Kong immediately lowered his head. There was a strange black and red on his dark face. He scratched his short hair and looked a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak, Liang Xiaoqi ran in. "Dr. Zhuo, what should we do with this bag of crystal cores?" "This is the medical fee paid by the patient's friend. Dr. Jun said that she is not a superpower and can't use it. Her share will go to Su Su. I am not a superpower either, so I decided to give my share to my idol. What about you, Dr. Zhuo? Give them all to Su Su. I have no objection." Zhuo Shijia tilted his head, moving his gaze away from King Kong's face and looking at Liang Xiaoqi. As he spoke, he stood up and shook his sore and numb hands and feet, then nodded to King Kong again and said, "Thank you. Since you haven't thought of what to tell me, I'll go and do something else." Okay, Dr. Zhuo. You are busy, Dr. Zhuo. Please take care." King Kong's face turned red. He stood up. The burly man bowed and said goodbye to Zhuo Shijia. People who didn't know the situation might think that Zhuo Shijia had saved the lives of his family. Otherwise, why would King Kong be so humble? Everyone started to work in an orderly manner. Su Su finished her noodles in the RV and took a nap on the sofa. When Liang Xiaoqi got on the RV with a large bag of medical supplies, Su Su woke up from her light sleep and looked at Liang Xiaoqi and asked, "Are you done?" "It's done." Liang Xiaoqi was holding a large bag of cotton wool. She thought for a moment, stuffed the cotton wool into the cabinet under the kitchen, and said naggingly, "Dr. Jun said that Su Xiaofeng's condition is still unclear. He suggested moving him into the medical vehicle and bringing him back with us. We need to observe his condition for a few days, and if necessary, we may need to give him some blood transfusion." "Where did you get the medical vehicle?" "Oh, every hospital has 1 or 2 medical vehicles for cadres. They are well-equipped, and even simple surgeries can be performed on them." "So, awesome?" "It's really awesome." Liang Xiaoqi said this with a sense of pride. Brother Pai and his subordinates drove over. Look, that's a medical vehicle and an ambulance. Our hospital has 2 medical vehicles and 10 ambulances. Drive them all back." Su Su sat on the sofa and followed the direction of Liang Xiaoqi's finger. She found that several large white trucks were starting outside the emergency parking lot. Before, because there were too many cars and many zombies in the parking lot, she had not noticed that there were more than a dozen medical ambulances among these cars. Now the cars were moving, and at first glance they looked quite new and very eye-catching. This time, Brother Pai brought out a total of 15 subordinates. Considering the need to load medical supplies, each of them drove a car. This time, 12 medical ambulances were added, so naturally there were not enough people to drive their own cars back. Fortunately, Xia Yaoshi's teammates came to help. Pai Ge's people drove the medical ambulance back first and loaded as much medical supplies as possible on the ambulance. After they drove the medical ambulances back, they came back to move the medical supplies and drove back their city SUVs that had been modified by the fortune teller. During this gap, Xia Yaoshi's people will join forces with King Kong and his 4 companions to help clean up the supplies in the hospital and at the same time load medical supplies into Brother Pai's car. Jun Jie will take care of Su Xiaofeng and return to the Apple Villa area with Brother Pai's medical vehicle. The 2 teams became unprecedentedly united because of Su Xiaofeng's incident. They went back and forth like industrious little bees, moving the hospital bit by bit. Near the afternoon, Zhuo Shijia drove the RV. Su Su sat in the co-pilot seat and towed a large RV of Western medicine. When they passed the obstacles set up by the troops, their group finally attracted the attention of the troop leaders. The army's defense line has been pushed to the outside of Pai Ge's hotel. The zombies outside are gathering more and more. Su Su's side is short of manpower. King Kong and Pai Ge both became drivers to transport medical supplies, so Zhuo Shijia stepped on as the driver. Because they were in a hurry, Su Su did his best and created 3 watermen. Two of them were holding Yiyu's sabers, and one of them was holding an ice knife. They were working hard to clear the way for the RV. In front, the soldiers behind the roadblocks were also using machine guns to shoot at the zombies outside. Not far away, behind a building, there was a man in a straight military uniform, about 30 years old, with a black leather eye patch on his face. On his extremely handsome face, his single eye flashed a cold light. He was sitting behind the floor-to-ceiling glass window, with an eagle standing on his shoulder. The eagle's eyes, like his, flashed a cold and ruthless light. One man, one eagle, three eyes, all looking at the street outside the window. A few cars had just passed by on the street, and outside the roadblock, an RV and a truck were breaking through the encirclement of the zombies and were gradually approaching the roadblock. Behind him, a soldier knocked on the door and walked in with a document in his hand. He stood behind the man and said in a low and serious voice, "Commander, we have already found out that these two teams live in the Apple Villa district. Before the apocalypse, it was a high-end villa district in Xiangqing. The supplies they dragged in this time were all medical supplies." Medical supplies? The 30-year-old man, wearing white gloves on his fingers, folded his fingers, placed them under his chin, tapping his fingers gently, with a slight curve at the corner of his lips, as if he thought the group of people in the Apple Villa district were quite intriguing. In the end times, they didn't even look for food, but collected medical supplies so generously. Then, the man suddenly asked, "Among the people with special abilities that I asked you to recruit from the survivors last time, was there one named Liang? Mention her position and let her be responsible for recruiting those superpowers in the Apple Villa district." The one-eyed commander tilted his head slightly, pointing to the three water men jumping among the zombies outside the window, and ordered, "Also, find out who the water-type supernatural being who can summon three water men is. It's a pity to leave such a strong water-type supernatural power in the hands of ordinary people." "Yes." The men behind him stood at attention and received the order, then handed the document in his hand to the one-eyed man in front. "Commander, I found something interesting while investigating the Apple Villa district. Take a look." Hearing what his men behind him were saying with great interest, the one-eyed man turned around, took the document, and flipped it open. The first page was Yiyu's personal information. He immediately sneered and whispered, "These people are lucky. They are not dead. Do they have fire abilities?" Before he finished reading the information, the one-eyed commander slammed the document in his hand shut. He turned around, his shiny black military boots stepping on the floor tiles, and ordered, "Tell this death squad to report back to the team immediately." "Yes." The sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the air in the room, full of confidence, as if there was no worry at all about whether Yiyu would accept the order. At this moment, Su on the street had already commanded three watermen to successfully clear the way. Under the fire from the opposite side, Zhuoshijia drove the RV into the roadblock, and the truck behind them followed their car and also quickly passed the roadblock. Then they were stopped by men in front of them, who were wearing uniforms and white coats. The men in charge of medical care came up with electronic thermometers in their hands and took the temperature of Su and Zhuoshijia one by one. After registering their names, addresses, and temperatures, they released the RV and left. In the departing RV, Su sat in the passenger seat and looked back. The men in the regular team began to dismantle the roadblocks again. They pushed the roadblocks forward bit by bit. Although they had only advanced a few meters in a whole day, the overall scope of the safe zone was visibly expanding. In a few days, when the regular team lets in the survivor team, they will probably collect a certain amount of crystal cores and supplies. And according to this historical process, I'm afraid that the regular team has already begun to secretly absorb people with special abilities from the public a long time ago. The base will be completed within the next year, and Xiangqing will be one of the first bases established in the south. However, Xiangqing Base is not one of the 4 major bases in the future Doomsday, because it only survived for about 2 or 3 years and was finally completely obliterated in the Doomsday. If you really want to count, the Xiangqing Base is a small base in the early days of the Doomsday. The leader of these men at this time is a 30-year-old commander named Lu Yin, who has the ability to control animals. He is cold and ruthless, and is the same kind of person as Liang. And he might be someone even more terrifying than Li Ying. Su doesn't like to associate with such people. This matter started after Lu Ying recruited civilians with special abilities. At that time, he promised those civilians with special abilities that he would organize them into a regular team, pay them monthly salaries, take care of their families, and provide them with various welfare policies after the base was built, etc. This attracted a large number of civilians with special abilities to join his team. He organized these people with special abilities who were recruited from the public into an independent team called the Special Ability Vanguard Team. What is the Special Ability Vanguard Team? It is just like what Xie Yaoshi had done before, with the people with special abilities leading the way in front and the ordinary teammates firing a few shots from behind. This is the Special Ability Vanguard Team. After the establishment of the Superpower Vanguard Team, Lu Ying did what he promised in the next 2 years. Before and after the base was built, he gave these superpowers many preferential treatments, but at the same time, he also used these preferential policies to restrain and lure these superpowers step by step. The treatment of these superpowers was that, on the surface, they had unlimited glory, but in reality, they were full of dangers. Many things may not seem obvious while they are happening, but Su is a reborn person. She looks at the entire historical event from the perspective of someone who has experienced it. People like Lu Ying are always unwilling to live a dull life and are extremely ambitious, so they always use all kinds of fancy names to lure the psychics to the most dangerous places. What about defending the base and eliminating hidden dangers? In fact, most of the time, some dangers can be avoided, but Lu Ying prefers quick success and lets the psychics rush forward regardless of their lives. He has never regarded other people's lives as a life. In fact, the Xiangqing base did not need to decline so quickly. It was just that Lu Ying consumed too many psychics and expanded the base too quickly, resulting in the death of many of the few psychics who had already been built just 2 years ago. The few who survived did so because they saw it too clearly and could not stand Lu Ying's exploitation, so they ran away, and eventually the Xiangqing base slowly declined. Of course, people die for money, and birds die for food. It can be said that a large number of people with special abilities were willing to be used by Lu Ying at the beginning. That doesn't matter. For the various preferential policies given by Lu Ying, they would risk their lives and go to any dangerous place. But all of this has nothing to do with Su. What she wanted was stability, safety, and a healthy and ordinary life for her family. Why did she have to charge into battle with a big belly? Even if she was given a mountain made of crystal cores, she would not go. In her previous life, Su was timid and cowardly. At that time, she did not know that she had superpowers. She lived every day like most ordinary survivors today. Apart from running for her life, she was thinking about where to get the next meal. So naturally, she had no chance to catch Lu Ying's eye. When she found out that she had superpowers, she also knew that she was pregnant. So after thinking it over and over again, and struggling again and again, she decided not to work for Lu Ying's regular team. Later, she and Xie Qingyan stayed in the survivor team of Xiongda University, and they could exchange for enough supplies to feed themselves and Xie Qingyan. Sometimes they could even have some food left over to exchange for some crystal cores to save. Later, she gave birth to Xiao Ai, and her life was manageable again. It was even more impossible for her to go to Lu Ying to join in the fun. Then, with the birth of Xiao Ai, she gradually grew up, and the Xiangqing base established by Lu Ying was beginning to fail. Su followed the Xiongda team and left the Xiangqing base early. In this life, Su's supernatural power has swept everyone's senses with a crushing momentum from the very beginning. Although she wanted to keep a low profile, she knew that she couldn't do it no matter what. Since she couldn't keep a low profile, she might as well let go and continue to be high profile. After all, she would definitely not get involved with Lu Ying. She only planned to stay in Xiangqing base until Xiao Ai was born. As long as she waited for Xiao Ai to be born, she would be able to go anywhere. But if Su did not get involved with Lu Ying, would Yi Yu? If Yi Yu and his team fell into the hands of someone like Lu Ying, it would be better for them to fall into the hands of Li Ying. At least Li Ying was a woman. She did not have the rampant ambition of Lu Ying. In the end, she could still save Yi Yu's life. But Lu Yin, perhaps in the end, not even Yi Yu's body would be left. Thinking of this, Su put one hand on the window and pressed her temple with her fingers. She didn't know where Yi Yu was now. She and Yi Yu had stopped using cell phones a long time ago. Otherwise, she could have asked Yi Yu what he thought specifically. "What are you sighing about?" Zhuo Shijia, who was driving the RV, frowned slightly and tilted his head to look at Su. Pay attention to prenatal education. Pregnant women should smile more so that the child's personality will be more cheerful in the future. Is that so? Su raised her eyebrows when she mentioned Xiao AI and unconsciously revealed a gentle expression. She couldn't tell Zhuo Shijia about her worries, so she had to change her mind and asked Zhuo Shijia, before the end of the world, what would your hospital do if it encountered someone who defaulted on medical bills? What can we do? Zhuo Shijia smiled indifferently. He refuses to pay for your medical expenses, so you won't treat him? Restrict his freedom and don't let him leave the hospital? Call a bunch of hooligans to his house to collect debts? In order to reduce losses, the hospital will deduct the money from the salaries of the doctors and nurses on duty. This is the dumbest and most beneficial way for the hospital. So scary? Yeah, it's just that scary. That won't do. How can you deduct money from the doctors' and nurses' salaries? Su shook her head and frowned slightly. As she thought, she said, it's the end of the world now. The hospital's charter needs to be revised. If someone is dragged to us, we can save him, but we won't pay for his medical expenses after saving him, right? You restrict his personal freedom and leave him to do laundry, bedsheets, chores, and build houses to pay off debts. Why don't you do it? Are you lazy? Let Brother Pai beat him up first, and then send some hooligans to threaten and intimidate him every day. TSK, Zhuo Shijia turned the steering wheel and drove the RV into the Apple Villa district, asking casually, "Don't tell me you are planning to open a hospital." "Why not?" Su had a grin on her face. "We should clearly mark the prices and charge according to the regulations. We should charge the same as before the apocalypse and the same as after the apocalypse. There should be detailed information on registration fees, examination fees, medical treatment fees, bed fees, and other charges. If we don't have enough crystal cores, we can exchange them for supplies." Zhuo Shijia turned his head speechlessly and looked at Su. Finally, after thinking for a while, he said, "If you have decided to open a hospital, I will naturally agree. After all, I also want to go back to my old business. But this is not a trivial matter. I have to communicate with Brother Pai. I am afraid that his people will be too busy by then." The gangsters not only had to take care of the 9 babies, but also had to go out to find supplies. After they came back, they had to greet those who owed money over and over again. Zhuo Shijia was a little worried that Brother Pai would not do it. After all, people are made of iron and steel. It is easy to imagine how many people would not pay their debts once the hospital opened. There were only 19 gangsters. How could they greet them all? If you are too busy, let Brother Pai expand the team of gangsters. Su was now determined to open a hospital. She nodded, looking at her villa, and smiled at Zhuo Shijia. "See, Brother Pai has experience and vision. He can definitely see at first glance who has the potential to be a gangster." After a pause, Su continued, "I thought about it and decided to open a high-end hospital in the Apple Villa district. We won't do any extra publicity. Those who know about it will come. We don't have to make it known to everyone. But those who come will still be treated whether they have crystal cores or not. I hope to have more people without crystal cores come, as we are short of manpower to do the hard work."
You.
I wanted to ask, is Su's values really suitable for prenatal education? Who would open a hospital and run it like a black-hearted hospital, and even work with the underworld? And want to hire more coolies? But Su's words were so natural that Zhuo Shijia couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Perhaps in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Otherwise, the survivors will think that our hospital is a welfare home and will not pay for their medical treatment. They will act as if it is their own thing, and we will be so angry that they will die. Are there not many such things before the end of the world? So, in the end, Zhuo Shijia agreed with what Su said. As soon as the RV was parked in front of the Su family villa, she took advantage of the night to discuss the opening of the hospital with Junjio, Dr. Hong, and the 5 nurses. After getting the consent of the doctors and nurses, she planned to hold a meeting with Brother Pai to discuss the specific details. Watching Zhuo Shijia hurriedly get off the RV, Su also opened the door and jumped out. As soon as she got off the car, she saw her parents standing in the night. Looking at her worried and angry face, Su felt a little empty in her heart and felt guilty. She pretended to yawn and went to greet her parents. Originally, Su's father and mother were extremely angry and dissatisfied with Su's ignorance of the seriousness of the matter and going out while being more than 3 months pregnant. But before they could scold Su, they saw that Su looked extremely tired and yawned continuously as she walked. Su's father and mother could only look at each other helplessly, holding back their anger, and let Su go back to sleep. After Su woke up, they would find an opportunity to teach this naughty child a lesson. With a snicker on her face, Su safely passed the test of her parents, returned to her bedroom at ease, washed up, closed the curtains, and prepared to go to bed. It was already late at night, and their convoy and Xia Yaoshi's convoy had already returned one after another with the last load of supplies. Su was slowly closing her eyes as she heard the sound of a car outside the window, when suddenly there was a knock on the bedroom door. Su frowned, stood up, walked barefoot to the door, opened it, and saw Zhuo Shijia standing outside her door. "I forgot to give you this." Zhuo Shijia picked up a plastic bag, which was half filled with crystal cores. She handed the bag to Su. "We don't have any superpowers, so we don't need these, so we unanimously agreed to give you all these crystal cores and use them to buy your family's purified water, vegetables, and supplies. But the supplies were given to you by Brother Pai." Su hesitated and took the crystal core handed to her by Zhuo Shijia. If she remembered correctly, this bag of crystal cores should be the surgery fee paid by Zhang Anquan for Su Xiaofeng. Zhuo Shijia gave it all to her, so shouldn't he give some to Brother Pai? Brother Pai said that he still owes you a lot of crystal cores. They have been using your water and eating your vegetables a lot during this period. Zhuo Shijia, who was standing at the door, smiled and waved at Su, not caring too much about the details of the accounts. Anyway, they all regarded Su as the big boss and they all followed Su, so it was natural for them to give the unused crystal cores to Su. What's more, when the hospital opens in the future, Su will get a share of the profits, so don't worry too much about such a small amount of crystal cores now. After saying this, Zhuo Shijia turned and went downstairs, leaving Su holding a plastic bag of crystal cores, standing inside the door, tilting her head and thinking for a long time. This equivalent conversion relationship was a bit confusing. She took Pai Go, Zhuo Shijia, and others out to get supplies. She got the crystal cores and Pai Go, Zhuo Shijia, and others got the supplies. After that, Pai Go and Zhuo Shijia and others still wanted to give her the crystal cores, saying that they didn't need them and they would use them to buy her water and vegetables. But usually people like Pai Go and Yi would often send a lot of supplies to her home. It was too late, and Su was too tired. Her mind was numb, and she couldn't figure it out in the end. She had to carry the crystal cores back to her room to rest, and wanted to wait until she woke up the next day to calculate this equivalent relationship. But the next morning everyone was busy, and the reason was what Su said to Zhuo Shijia last night, that she wanted to open a hospital. The medical building had been cleaned by Pai Ge's people inside and out. 5 nurses fed milk and changed diapers for 9 babies, leaving 1 nurse to look after the babies, while the other 4 started washing and scrubbing. The white sheets and quilts brought back from the hospital were hung all over the front and back of the medical building to dry in the morning. After checking Su Xiaofeng's bed, Junjiu, together with Zhuo Shijia, Dr. Hong, King Kong, and 8 other Special Forces soldiers, began to rummage through the piles of medical supplies. At this time, a small line had formed in front of the medical building. They were all the psychics from Xia Yaoshi's side. They had some scratches and bruises on their bodies, the kind that they could normally get by with a little bit of gritting their teeth, but now they all came to help the medical building get some business started. Qin Yu and Rui were so busy that their feet were almost flying. One big and one small, they were running around with bed sheets in their arms. The mother and son also had the task of taking Li Xiaoyu's temperature, so at this moment, they were just short of having 6 hands. Even Su's father and mother came out of the wall to help, but they were both old, so they were just asked to move things and do some light chores.
So fast?
Su took a bowl of soup and walked out of the gate of the wall. While drinking the soup, she asked Brother Pai, who was walking around the area with his son in his arms, basking in the rare sunshine of early spring. When he heard Su's words, he stopped and turned to look at the bustling medical building behind him. He nodded and smiled with wrinkles on his face, saying Liang Xiaoqi and the other young nurses were excited last night. They even copied a set of feed details overnight. They haven't figured out anything yet this morning, but they're already shouting that they want to open the business. Isn't it true that nothing has been sorted out yet? We spent the whole day pulling medical supplies yesterday. Some of those supplies were piled in the yard of the medical building, and some were piled on the truck. They haven't been sorted out yet, but they have already opened. The funny thing is that the superpowers on Xia Yaoshi's side are playing with Liang Xiaoqi and other young nurses. They are lining up one by one, waiting to enter the medical building to see a doctor. Su yawned, ignored the group of adults who seemed to be playing house, teased little Su lay in Brother Pai's arms, and turned to do her daily tasks. Her daily routine was to drain water into the large water tanks on the roof of the Su family villa. Under Su's father's day and night research, his skills in construction are improving day by day. Not only did he install a water purification system for the Su family villa, he also opened several pipes from the water tank on his own villa. Those pipes extend directly from the roof to several villas nearby. Therefore, all the people who follow Su can use clean water by turning on the faucet in the villa where they live. At this moment, on the other side of the Apple Villa district, Li Ying, wearing a green military uniform skirt, a dark green tweed military coat, a female officer's hat on her head, her long hair curled into big waves, and a delicate yet elegant makeup, led a team of soldiers in a heroic manner, carrying several documents, and visited Xia Yaoshi and Xia Qingyan. It was a pity that Xia Yaoshi didn't come out to greet her. Last night, Xia Yaoshi was the last person to return to the Apple Villa district. He dragged a large truck of medical supplies to the medical building to unload them. He was busy until 2 or 3 in the morning before he went to bed. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, so Xia Yaoshi naturally didn't get up that early. Li Ying sat on the sofa in the living room of Xia Yao's family. Behind her stood 2 soldiers with guns. Opposite her sat Xia Qingyan, who was flipping through the army conscription order brought by Li Ying. He nodded as he flipped through the order, and his handsome face showed a very satisfied look. I've checked it out. The conditions are very good in all aspects. However, there are many survivors here. Will Commander Lu Yin really give each of us a job so that the survivors here can support themselves? That's natural. As long as your eldest brother Xia Yaoshi can bring his team of superpowers to join the superpower vanguard of the army, our commander can arrange for all of you to have a self-sufficient job. Li Ying had a very decent smile on her face, which made people feel that she was trustworthy at first glance. She also answered Xia Qingyan's questions in a very detailed and patient manner. Her attitude was full of patience, but in her heart, she actually despised Xia Qingyan. Li Ying did not think that Xia Qingyan could represent Xia Yaoshi, so she did not have much hope for Xia Qingyan. But Li Ying has lived in the Apple Villa district for many days. During this time, she has also done her homework on the people on Xia Qingyan and Xia Yaoshi's side. According to her investigation, there is a wood-type mutant named Feifei next to Xia Qingyan. She has very good abilities and is said to be able to promote the growth of plants. If plants can be stimulated to grow, vegetables can be stimulated to grow. If Feifei can be brought into Lu Yin's team, who knows how many soldiers can be fed. Although Lu Yin did not specifically explain this matter, it is easy to imagine that if she can get this girl named Feifei for the army, it will definitely be a meritorious deed. If that's the case, I will definitely persuade my brother to join you. Xia Qingyan smiled and closed the document in front of him. Then he seemed to remember something, looked up at Li Ying, frowned, and asked, Commander is so eager to recruit talents. I wonder if he also knows something about the other group of people in our Apple Villa district? You mean Su's group? Liang looked at Xie Qingyan, carefully observing the expression on this man's face. She wanted to know if this man knew that Su was pregnant with his child. He should not be aware of this. Otherwise, why would he allow Su and Yu to get so close? At the very least, they won't keep silent and hide in a corner of the Apple Villa district, doing nothing. As expected, Liang could not see any love for Su on Xie Qingyan's face. She only saw jealousy, anger, and a certain madness of revenge. She only heard Xie Qingyan shaking his head and saying, I advise Miss Li not to have any ideas about Su and her group. They have very bad character. Recruiting them into the regular team would be a blasphemy to the regular team. They are just a mob, parasites of society. At this moment, Xie Qingyan did not think that Liang might know Su's group. In his eyes, how could a woman like Liang, who looked very tough and capable, be compared with Su's group of burdens? He had never looked at Su's people. Except for Yu, Xie Qingyan did not know anyone and did not want to know them. His daily life was just staying in the villa, eating and sleeping, imagining that he was the spiritual leader of a group of survivors and how to lead this group of people to live well, and so on. Really? Haha, then I really want to meet this group of people. Liang was increasingly disappointed with Xie Qingyan. If she were Su, she would not continue to be with a man like Xie Qingyan. It was already this time, but she still could not see the situation clearly. She thought that the original person was still the person before the end of the world. In fact, it was enough for a person to be useful. As long as he was useful, being a mob, a parasite in society, or having bad character were all secondary. After all, although Li Ying joined Lu Yin's regular team, she did not feel that she was persuading other psychics to join with any lofty purpose. Her purpose was simple, which was to get promoted and live a superior life by stepping on the blood and tears of others. She also saw clearly that what Lu Yin wanted was a group of psychics who could work for him, not some talents who could jointly build a beautiful home for the base. It's a pity to leave Yu and his group to be ruined by Lu Yin, but so much time has passed and Su's belly should be bigger, so it's a good opportunity to let Yu leave Su. Coincidentally, Yu is also a member of the regular team and should be more obedient to Lu Yin's call. As long as Liang puts in a little effort to rebuild the relationship with Yu and others in the regular team, there will be no problem at all.
So Liang decided to encourage Xie to provoke Susu.
It would be best if Su took the initiative to tell Xie Qingyan about her pregnancy. Maybe because of the baby in her belly, Su and Xie Qingyan would rekindle their old love. That would be the best result. If they couldn't rekindle their old love, when Liang exposed Su's pregnancy and Xie Qingyan happened to be there, that scene would be enough to make Yu very angry. As for Lu Yin's desire to have Su join the regular team and solve the water problem for the entire regular team because of her special abilities, Liang felt that the chances of success were very small. Not to mention anything else, Su was pregnant now. Would she join the regular team and fight to the death? But if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that Su can join Lu Yin's regular team, Liang will have made another great contribution. Thinking about this, Liang said to Xie Qingyan, I have checked the relationship between you and Su. I heard that you used to be a very close couple. Of course, if you can persuade Su to join our team of superpowers, we will arrange a special position for you. As she spoke, Liang handed over a letter of appointment, which said that someone was appointed as the base's so and so officer. The name was a horizontal line, which meant that Liang could fill in any name she wanted. The so and so officer was actually a title made up by Lu Yin. Anyway, it was the end of the world, and the base had not been established yet. What position did he want? Isn't it just a random creation? When she came, she had already made a plan in her mind. Su's ability to let go was exactly what the regular team needed. Whether Xie Qingyan could convince Su or not, it would be no loss to Liang. Of course, it would be great if Xie Qingyan could convince Su, and it would be even better if he couldn't. Liang didn't want to finally separate Yu and Su and then have them get together in the regular team. Looking at the appointment letter in front of him, Xie Qingyan was somewhat tempted by the position of officer so and so, but it was an organization. A person with a weak constitution like Su Su would have to live in the camp every day after joining the army, participate in high-intensity regular team training every day, and obey the arrangements of his superiors to go on missions. Would Su Su agree to such a hard life? Xie Qingyan was not sure, but he was really tempted by the appointment letter. After thinking for a long time, he nodded and agreed. I can only try my best to help you talk to her. After all, she is different from my eldest brother and doesn't listen to me anymore. If Su Su doesn't want to, can anyone else do it? That depends on how strong this person's ability is. You should know that the water made by Su Su is enough for dozens of people to drink until they are full. You should try your best to persuade Su Su first, and we can talk about the rest later. Liang understood what Xie Qingyan meant and probably realized that he wanted to push Fei Fei out to replace Su Su. This is a good idea, as it suits her wishes both ways. Xie Qingyan can't convince Su Su, so he can use Fei Fei instead. In this way, Liang can get the reward as well. After chatting with Xie Qingyan for a few more sentences and describing a beautiful blueprint for the future base to Xie Qingyan, Liang stood up and said goodbye. Xie Qingyan personally sent Liang out the door. At this time, just outside the door, a peach tree was in full bloom, and the pink petals fluttered in the wind and flew into the air. Under the peach tree, there stood a woman wearing a black short down jacket. Her pearl collar set off her short hair, and she looked very lively and pretty. Her hands were placed on the peach tree. As the peach petals fell, big pink peaches were slowly growing among the branches. Liang looked for a while, but didn't go forward to recognize the woman who was giving birth to the peach tree. She didn't need to recognize her. Who else could it be but Fei Fei? Xie Qingyan would send Fei Fei to her sooner or later, so why rush to get to know her now? Liang is no longer the same as before. She is no longer the little water-based psychic who followed behind Yu's team and was eager to get into Yu's team, nor is she the pitiful little girl who kept observing Su Su and wanted to learn a trick from her. Liang is an officer now. As long as she does a good job, even if she does not have powerful superpowers, she will still be able to call the shots in the base in the future. She should be in such a position, and others should come to her to establish relationships and curry favor with her. Now, she has finally stood in the right position and done something that makes her feel comfortable. A soldier standing next to the military jeep parked outside the yard saluted immediately after seeing Liang coming out and asked, "Team leader, are we going back now?" "No rush, I haven't been back to Applevilla for a long time, I'll take a look around." Liang curved her rosy lips, revealing an intriguing smile on her delicate makeup. She pulled together her military woolen coat, bent down, and got into the jeep. It was so easy to get into this kind of military jeep. Looked just like Su Su had it, she would have the same. In late February and early March, the temperature in early spring was sometimes hot and sometimes cold, and the plants grew irregularly. Some began to sprout long ago, and some had not yet shown any signs of growth. People were also a little out of rhythm when it came to getting dressed. Elderly people like Su's mother wanted to wrap themselves in layer after layer of clothes, while Su Su, who had 2 different body temperatures, had already taken off her down jacket today and was only wearing a pair of fleece pants for pregnant women and a dark red pullover as she strolled outside. Her belly was slightly bulging, but because she was thin and had a small frame, the clothes she wore were slightly loose, so her belly was still not visible. With the narrow-legged maternity pants she wore, she really didn't look bloated at all. As she walked leisurely in the garden, the diamond-studded black owl on her red sweater flickered and was dazzling in the sun, looking very fashionable and beautiful. Early spring was gradually approaching. Su Su, wearing a pair of flat leather boots, stopped beside the bush that she had transplanted with great care. She basked in the sun and looked lazily. Just beside the bush, a small cluster of new bushes began to emerge. The tender green branches were covered with fine and dense thorns. At the end of the tree-lined path, a brand-new, spotless military jeep was approaching from afar. Su Su looked up and couldn't help but feel happy. Could it be that Yu was back? But immediately, she denied her guess. When Yu went out, there were 10 people with him. 10 people could not fit into a military jeep. He also had to bring Li Xia's godmother with him. His godmother might bring a group of survivors. Look at the body of the car. It was clean without a trace of dirt. It didn't look like it had traveled through the entire Xiangqing. At the side of the wall, King Kong and the others stopped helping the young nurse to pick and choose and came over, looking curiously at the military jeep that had driven up in front of them and suddenly stopped. The rear window of the jeep was open. Liang, who was wearing delicate makeup and looked like a KMT female spy, was sitting in the back seat. She tilted her head and looked at Su Su standing in the middle of a group of Special Forces soldiers. She curled her red lips and smiled with an unclear intention. Su Su, long time no see. Long time no see. Su Su's eyes were like water, which seemed particularly bland compared to Li Ying's heavy appearance. She was also smiling, as if she and Li Ying had no unpleasant experiences in the past. She praised, "You're doing well. You've joined the army and become an officer." Li Ying just smiled and said nothing, but that smile was so proud, not humble at all. The accompanying soldier got off the car and opened the door of the rear compartment for her. She bent down and walked out gracefully. She glanced at King Kong and others who were looking at her curiously behind Su Su and turned to ask Su Su, "Where is Yu? Not here? I'm out on a mission." There was no need to hide anything. Su Su spoke the truth and guessed Li Ying's intention. She remained calm as she watched Li Ying take out a document from a soldier beside her and handed it to her. There was a proud smile on her carefully painted face. Li Ying said, "Oh, you didn't go with them. It just so happens that I have a document here that I want to deliver to Yu and the others. The same applies to you." Li Ying seemed to be showing off on purpose. Obviously, King Kong and others were standing behind Su Su. She wanted to give the documents to Yu and others, but she didn't give them directly to King Kong. Instead, she handed them to Su Su. It was obvious that she wanted to intimidate Su Su. It seemed to be saying, "Look, my current status is so important that I can look down upon you. I will hand the document to whoever you want. Just take it. You will regret it if you don't." Seeing Li Ying's proud attitude like a peacock, Su Su didn't mind. She took it and saw that it was a recall order for Yu and 18 others. It roughly meant to order Yu and 18 others to return to the team as soon as possible and report directly to Luin. There was a stamp of the army at the end of the document, which looked very formal. Just behind Su Su, King Kong stretched his neck to take a look. Su Su realized that this was after all a document concerning King Kong and his men, so he tilted his head slightly and handed the document in his hand to King Kong. His original intention was to let King Kong take a good look at it carefully, and then he would privately analyze the pros and cons of joining Lu Yin's troops for them. King Kong refused to take it. He and his other teammates all took a big step back, each with a complex and resentful expression on their face. "Li Ying, why is it that nothing good happens when I see you? It's the end of the world. Where did you steal such a document that looks exactly like the real thing?" Not sure what King Kong was thinking, he looked up and said something to Li Ying, then brushed off the dust on his camouflage pants, turned around and left as if he was looking very gloomy. The remaining 7 teammates also looked at Li Ying deeply, then turned around and left as if it had nothing to do with them. Such a reaction surprised Li Ying. She had thought that Yu and his group were all from the army, and they must have a sense of belonging to the army that ordinary people could hardly achieve. It was possible that Yu would still remember his friendship with Su Su and would persuade teammates like King Kong not to leave when they received the recall order. But she never expected that without Yu's presence, people like King Kong would be so disgusted with a recall order issued by Luin. Li Ying cast a questioning look at Su Su. Su Su shrugged and handed the recall order in her hand back to the man beside Li Ying with an innocent face. She was originally thinking that Yu and others would fall into Lu Yin's hands and be squeezed by Lu Yin until nothing was left. Seeing the reactions of King Kong and others, Su Su was relieved. At least King Kong and others were not interested in working for Lu Yin. Su Su knew that Yu, King Kong and others were deceived into the wall of the City Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Most of these people were orphans. Precisely because they were orphans, they had no worries, so the bosses didn't have to worry about using them. They wanted to sacrifice a small group of people like Yiyu to save the overall situation, and they didn't even think about letting Yiyu, King Kong, and others live. These people were already cold-hearted, and there was no way to warm them up. And the person who sent them the recall order happened to be Liang, who left a very bad impression on people. King Kong and others did not beat Liang back with a broom, which was already giving Liang face. Liang's image of being someone who only cares about the future and the overall situation and can nip any crisis in the bud has been deeply rooted in everyone's mind. And her joining the team has greatly reduced King Kong and others' first impression of Liu Yin's team. It is estimated that not only King Kong and others have a bad influence on Liu Yin, even non-superpower people like Brother Pai have little influence on Liu Yin. At this moment, King Kong and the others only felt that Liu Yin's team was the kind of people who could sacrifice them at will, and they had been abandoned and sacrificed once, and there was no way they would put themselves in such a miserable situation again. They were not stupid. So naturally I have no interest in returning to the team. But Liang had no way of knowing the reasons, and Su was too lazy to tell her, so Liang just thought that the leader of this group was Yiyu, and Yiyu was trapped in love and didn't want to leave Su. So King Kong and others under his command refused to accept the recall order. She smiled charmingly, not paying much attention to the accident today. She glanced at the backs of King Kong and the others as they left, and then looked at the hospital not far away which had been almost tidied up, as well as Zhang Anquan and the others who were queuing outside the hospital waiting to go in. She asked Su with a little indifference and a bit of a bystander attitude, "Look, are you planning to open a hospital? The burden is getting bigger and bigger. Can you handle it in the future?" "I don't know, it's okay now." Su also looked back and happened to see Brother Pai and others moving an operating bed out of the truck. Seeing more and more medical supplies piled up in the yard, Su thought that Brother Pai and others would definitely have to renovate a villa next, otherwise it would be too messy with both a hospital and a baby. Su had never been in charge of these matters. She just took the lead in opening the hospital. The rest were all handled by doctors and nurses like Zhuoshijia, as well as Brother Pai and others. At most, there were also some people like Zhang Anquan who helped to transport medical supplies. As for the materials to feed these doctors and nurses, it was not Su who provided these materials, but Brother Pai and others who were looking for materials to feed them. On the contrary, all of these people were now sending crystal cores and materials to Su in exchange for water and vegetables. Before the official opening of the business, these doctors and nurses were already earning crystal cores and giving her dividends. So could Su afford it? Very much so. Liang uttered a meaningful interjection, making it clear that she thought Su was just holding on. She felt from the bottom of her heart that these doctors, nurses, and babies were burdens, so she just regarded them as useless burdens. Although she also knew that to feed these doctors, nurses, and babies, Su didn't need to go out to find supplies herself, but if she encountered any dangerous situation in the future, she would have to divide her mind to take care of these burdens, such as when escaping at the end of the world. Thinking of this, Liang felt that Su was a peerless saint. "You went out. Why didn't you go with him?" "That's right. Your body should be getting more and more uncomfortable, right?" Not wanting to pay any more attention to the busy doctors and nurses, Liang changed the subject and glanced at Su's belly meaningfully. Su's face turned cold, and she looked at Liang with caution and alertness. Liang smiled and said, "You are surprised why I know this? Su, if you don't want others to know, then you better not do it yourself. So, let's not talk too much today. When Yiyu comes back, you can ask him to report to me and bring his people with him. This way, maybe I can help you keep it a secret from him." Su was not surprised at all that Liang knew about her pregnancy, because she had never concealed the fact that she was pregnant. Even when Brother Pai asked her about it jokingly, Su did not deny it. Even someone like Brother Pai noticed some clues. Shouldn't Liang, who is so good at research, have confirmed that Su was pregnant long ago? But Su looked at the meaning of Li Ying's words today, and it seemed that she had clearly misunderstood something, and it seemed that Li Ying was threatening Su with a baby in her belly. What was she threatening? She threatened that if Su didn't let you go, Liang would tell you about Su's pregnancy. Liang doesn't think the baby in Su's belly is Yu's. Realizing this, Su smiled for some reason. She suddenly admired Li Ying's imagination. Naturally, she didn't mind whether Liang exposed this matter or not. Now Su's belly is getting bigger and bigger. She is forced by Su's father and mother to confess to you. Li Ying's behavior just fits the time, place, and people.
Oh.
Renha is still a little short of it. Yu doesn't know when he'll be able to come back. Tilting her head, Su was wondering whether Yu should be back for a while, and did not reply to Li Ying's words for a while. However, her contemplation turned into weighing and consideration in Li Ying's eyes. Li Ying smiled immediately, and her makeup was impeccable under the warm sunshine. She thought she had already got a hold of Su, and was very proud of herself for having a perfect handle on Su. So she was generous and stopped pursuing Su. With the good intention of letting Su relax, she turned to another topic and asked, I haven't been back for a long time. Why don't you see Wang Jun? This time I also found him a good position in the team, responsible for building the base, which is exactly what he likes and is good at. Wang Jun is gone. Su raised her eyebrows, and seeing the expression on Li Ying's face freeze, she continued, Wang Jun left on the same day you left. Really? But he didn't come to see me. He said he went to see his parents. At this moment, the perfect smile on Li Ying's face began to break apart bit by bit in the speechless silence. She stared at Su angrily, questioning her, You just let him go like this? Did he leave voluntarily, or did you just not like me and couldn't tolerate him, so you forced him to leave? You are funny, aren't you?
Su immediately countered.
Seeing the unfriendly look on Li Ying's face, she was too lazy to play nice. You left so abruptly. Have you ever thought about how Wang Jun feels? He came with you and always stood on the same side with you. You left, but you left Wang Jun behind. Where does he stand? Wang Jun can see it clearly. Even though my father tried his best to keep him, he is too embarrassed to stay here. Ling opened her red lips and uttered a word, but she found that she didn't know what to say next. She suddenly felt a little frustrated, as if a big tree that she thought she could see when she turned around suddenly disappeared, making her feel lost. Perhaps in everyone's life, there is always such a person who stands there forever like a landmark. No matter how far, how fast she goes, as long as she looks back, she can see this landmark. Then her heart will be stable, and she can continue to move forward. Wang Jun is Li Ying's landmark. In the past, Li Ying didn't think this landmark was important. Anyway, as long as she turned around, Wang Jun would stand behind her without any regrets. If she wanted to find him, she didn't have to try hard. She could find him at a glance as long as she turned around. So to her, Wang Jun was just an ordinary decoration. Li Ying didn't care much about it, and there was no need to care about it. But today, when she turned around and was about to use Wang Jun, she found that this decoration was gone. He left, and he didn't go looking for her. This shocked Li Ying, and she couldn't accept it. She glared at Su, turned around, got in her jeep, summoned the soldiers accompanying her, and sped away. Su stood there, shrugged her shoulders, and continued walking as if nothing happened. Nearing noon, Xia Yaosher's special ability team had finished seeing the injured and were discussing whether or not to have a few banquets with King Kong and the others to liven up the atmosphere. However, Brother Pai and the others were still busy in and out, helping to tidy up another villa, planning to move the 9 babies into the other villa. Given the current situation, there just aren't enough staff to open a large hospital. The 8 medical staff here are all doctors and nurses from the gynecology and obstetrics departments. They don't have much experience in surgery or internal medicine, but when it comes to simply suturing a wound, Zhuo Shijia and Junjiu are both good at it. They often perform cesarean sections, and when they suturing the wounds on the bodies of the psychics, they just treat the skin of their wounds as the belly of the pregnant woman. No matter how many or how complicated the disease is, these few people cannot treat it. People with serious diseases these days have long been eliminated and turned into zombies. The remaining people have minor illnesses in their bodies, such as headaches and fevers, and they can bear it themselves. Therefore, the main business of the hospital opened by Su and others is still bandaging, suturing, and cleaning wounds. It has just opened now, and Xie Yaoshe doesn't have many wounds that need suturing. Everyone is having fun and treating it as a delivery of some crystal cores and supplies to the hospital. The atmosphere is very relaxed. Su let them go. She took a leisurely walk, went home calmly to eat and sleep, and the days passed like flowing water. That day, Su finished her daily water release task. She wore a black sweater that didn't show her belly very much and a Korean-style tweed coat on the outside. She planned to walk around her area. She had just walked half a circle when she met a woman. This woman looked familiar from a distance. She was wearing a dark yellow tweed coat and a very stylish scarf on the outside. She walked over from a distance with an artistic temperament and greeted Su. Su. She tilted her head and took a closer look. It was none other than Xie Qingyan's mother, who had been rescued from somewhere by Xie Yaoshe a few days ago. Su's face turned cold, and she pretended not to know her and continued on her way. If a person always stays in one place, doesn't go out to exercise, and just wanders around in this small piece of land every day, he will either meet this person or that person. Just a few days after Liang left, Su met Xie Qingyan's mother again. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Should she find some time to go out to exercise and see new things? In fact, it was hard for her to dislike Xie Qingyan's mother. After so many years, she still remembered Xie Qingyan's mother. It was because when Su was looking for Xiao Ai, she met Xie Qingyan's mother once, and she still remembered the attitude towards Xie's mother at that time. This story is quite long. Su couldn't remember which year it was in the apocalypse. Anyway, it was after she arrived in Chuncheon, and Xiao Ai was sold by Xie Qingyan and by Luoluo a few years ago. At that time, Xie Qingyan and Bai Luoluo had already been killed by her. Su chased one of Bai Luoluo's followers all the way from Chuncheon to the Jingqing base. At that time, there was no Qinglong base, and the Jingqing base only existed as the predecessor of the Qinglong base. At the Beijing base, Su killed several people, got some clues about Bai Xueli, and got into some trouble. He was planning to go east to look for Bai Xueli when Xie Qingyan's mother came to his door. In that era, a woman with a little bit of beauty but no ability to protect herself basically had to either find a man to rely on or a group of men to rely on. A woman like Xie's mother, who was a little older but still had charm and a good figure, was not as delicate as other girls. One can imagine her situation. At that time, Xie's mother had several purposes for coming. One was to ask Su about Xie Qingyan's life or death, and the other was to hope that Su could rescue her from the prison in the Beijing base. But Su had gone crazy in order to find Xiao Ai. When she saw Xie's mother's face, which had been through many worldly affairs but still looked like Xie Qingyan, Su was filled with anger. You killed my daughter, and I killed you once, and then the grudges were clear, and we no longer owed each other anything? Obviously, Su did not have such an open-minded mind. During the countless lonely and desolate days, every day she looked for Xiao Ai. She hated Xie Qingyan a little more. She hated him so much that she hated him all her life in the last life and would carry it into the next life. So it was only natural for Su to vent her anger on Xie's mother and hurt her severely. After Su told Xie's mother the truth, she thought she would fight with her, but Xie's mother just listened in a daze. After listening, she sat in Su's room for a long time, from noon to night, and then she laughed sadly and said to Su, "So that's how it is. You deserve to be hated." Having suffered all kinds of humiliation in the misery of the apocalypse, Xie's mother's heart had long been hardened into steel. Who doesn't have a few relatives who die in the apocalypse? What difference does it make if you kill me, he kills me, or you are killed by zombies? After all, the relative is dead and no longer in this world. So the last bit of thought in her heart was cut off, like a sigh of relief. She never asked Su to save her from the brothel again, but just said, "I guess you have a lot of enemies now. I know I won't avenge you, so you can take care of yourself." Then Xie's mother got up and left. She had been out for a long time and was afraid what kind of torture was waiting for her when she returned. When Xie's mother left, her back trembled, which made people feel extremely desolate. That was the last time Su Su saw Xie's mother. As a mother, she naturally understood in her heart how deep-rooted the hatred was for someone who hurt her children, so she killed Xie Qingyan. No matter what the reason was, it was natural for Xie's mother to hate her, but Su Su naturally understood the state of mind of hating her but being unable to do anything about her. Of course, later I heard from Mei Zi that Xie Yaoshi, the #1 master in the apocalypse, found Xie's mother and took her back to the Suzaka base. At that time, Xie's mother could have used all kinds of means to stir up hatred between Xie Yaoshi and Su Su, but Xie's mother didn't. I only heard that Xie's mother was almost at the end of her life at that time, and she passed away without a few days of good life. These events, of course, had nothing to do with Su Su. At that time, in order to find Xiao AI, she traveled all over the country. She was crazy and her methods were sometimes cruel. She caused a lot of unnecessary trouble. When her enemies chased her, she fought back and hunted down her enemies. Those few years were like this, a bloody life. Mei Zi was well informed. Perhaps it was for her base points, or perhaps it was out of concern for her. She always mentioned Xie Yaoshi of the Suzaka base intentionally or unintentionally. She was also worried in her words that the #1 master of the apocalypse would lose his mind one day and join the army to hunt down Su Su. Su Su didn't care. She didn't care about anything except Xiao AI. Then, until now, the things that happened in the previous life seemed like a sad and long dream. When Su Su saw Xie's mother again, she had nothing to say except putting on a cold face. Moreover, it was unknown how much hatred would arise between her and Xie's mother in the future because of Xie Qing. However, Su Su's gesture of turning around and walking away did not stop Mother Xie. Instead, she trotted after her. As she ran, her shawl fell askew, and she was still shouting, "Su Su, wait a moment. Annie wants to talk to you about Commander Lu Yin." Hearing the name Lu Yin coming from Xie's mother's mouth, Su Su was surprised and stopped unconsciously. At that moment, Xie's mother caught up with her. She looked at Su Su with a breath that was a little uneven, smiled, and said, "Qingyan said he was afraid that you didn't want to see him, so he sent me here to be a lobbyist." Commander Lu Yin said he wanted to build a base in the suburbs of Xiangqing. This is a great event for everyone. Our Apple Villa area is already within the designated safe zone. Qingyan wants you to join the army so that you can be separated from Yiyu temporarily. As long as you join the army, no matter how powerful Yiyu is, he will not dare to touch Commander Lu Yin's people. Su Su could no longer find any excuses in her mind. She sighed at Xie Qingyan's ability to deceive people. She could only look at Xie's mother, who was panting in front of her in amazement. Needless to say, Xie's mother was the second person to be deceived by Xie Qingyan to come to Su Su after Xie Yaoshi. The first time was because Xie Yaoshi wanted to kill Yiyu. Why was Xie's mother deceived here? To persuade Su Su to join Lu Yin's army? This was so funny. She was pregnant with a big belly. She had a good life to live, but she ran into the army to work hard for Lu Yin. Was she crazy, or did she have no desire to live? No, let Xie Qingyan give up this idea. What do you mean as long as I join the army, I can separate from Yiyu? I think Xie Qingyan wants to sell me out in exchange for fame, wealth, and fortune. Su Su spoke too bluntly and did not give any face to Xie's mother at all. This attitude made Xie's mother unable to react for a moment. Logically speaking, younger people should have the most basic courtesy when meeting their elders. This time, Xie Qingyan did not dare to come to Su Su in person, but mobilized his mother to persuade Su Su. He also thought that no matter what, Su Su should give Xie's mother a little face because Xie's mother had been nice to her in the past. Little did she know that Su Su would flatly refuse and speak so frankly without any disguise or embellishment. She saw through Xie Qingyan's true nature at a glance. She tried her best to find someone to persuade her to join Lu Yin's army. Someone must have promised Xie Qingyan some benefits. Mother Xia had an awkward look on her face, and she forced a smile at Su Su, saying, although Qing Yan was entrusted by someone, you won't lose anything by joining the army. Base construction is a major trend in human development today. I heard that you are a water-based supernatural being, so you will definitely do a lot in the base in the future. This will also be a guarantee for your parents and relatives. Which girl doesn't want to live a stable life, right? Do you think that working under Lu Yin means you are a civil servant before the end of the world? In broad daylight, Su Su looked at Xia's mother with a gloating look. Xia Yaoshi has also been sold out by your Xia Qingyan. No need to say. You can guess it by thinking, ha 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 ha. I want to see, after Xia Yaoshi is tortured to death by Xia Qingyan, who will come to protect him. What do you mean? Xia's mother's face turned pale. She didn't quite understand what Su Su meant. What do you mean, can't you use your brain to analyze it? They have troops, guns, and bullets, so why do they need to recruit people with special abilities from all over the society? Naturally, they will pull people with special abilities to where there is danger. I don't care whether Xia Yaoshi of your Xia family dies or not, so don't drag me into it. Xia Qingyan has made a good calculation and sent you out as a lobbyist. How much face can you have? Go back as soon as possible to prepare for Xia Yaoshi's funeral and prepare for Xia Qingyan as well. The day after Xia Yaoshi dies, I, Su Su, will come to take Xia Qingyan's life. Su Su finished speaking in one breath, not caring about the pale and blue face of Xia's mother. She left without even glancing at Xia's mother. Someone like Xia's mother who didn't know a thing and still followed Xia Qingyan around would not live long. Without Xia Qingyan by her side, Xia's mother might be able to survive, but with a son like Xia Qingyan who acted like this every day, Xia's mother could only hope to live until next spring. Working in the base will give everyone the illusion at first that it is a job similar to that of a civil servant. Even those who are planning to build the base think so. But gradually, after the base is established, they will find out how stupid their original idea was. The salary given by the base civil servants is generous, but one has to be alive to get it. In fact, after the end of the world, it is the same to work in any base, but it is even worse to work under Lu Yin. He never takes the lives of people with special abilities seriously. He thinks that if he spends so much money to gather these people and does not use them to death, he would not be Lu Yin. Su Su's current body can't stand Lu Yin's exploitation, so she'd better hide aside, look for supplies, kill zombies, and live a life of comfort. The fame and fortune struggle and bloodshed outside are not suitable for her now. But when Su Su left, Xia's mother was left standing there alone, chewing over what Su Su said. She felt uncomfortable for some reason. She turned back in a hurry, intending to go to Xia Yaoshi's villa to find Xia Qingyan and ask him what this base that Lu Yin wanted to set up was all about. However, as soon as she entered the door, she heard Xia Yaoshi and Xia Qingyan arguing loudly. Xia Qingyan was very excited. He stood in the living room, holding a document in his hand, and asked Xia Yaoshi, who was sitting on the sofa, such generous conditions. As long as you are willing to bring your men to join the army, all of us will be properly settled. What else can you complain about? Brother, don't be so selfish. Do you know what Lu Yin is? What will we face after joining the army? What does he want us to do? You don't know anything, but you rashly agree to others. Xia Qingyan, what do you want to do? You agreed on my behalf. When did I ever give you such a right? Compared to Xia Qingyan's excitement, Xia Yaoshi's expression was a little listless, a kind of boredom from being tired of dealing with things, and his voice was a little slow, as if he was going to end the conversation and throw Xia Qingyan out the door without paying attention. Xia Qingyan was still unaware of this and was still arguing with Xia Yaoshi. Joining the army has all the advantages and no disadvantages. The salary is guaranteed, your family has benefits, and there are a large number of troops to back you up. Why do you want to refuse? Brother, can't you consider our future? Why should I consider your future? Xia Yaoshi glanced at Xia Qingyan and said lightly, after all, I don't know any of the survivors you brought with you. You want me to work for a stranger for their future. Is there something wrong with your brain, or is there something wrong with my brain? These words have the same meaning as what Su Su said. It's the end of the world. People's hearts are fickle, and no one is willing to sacrifice themselves for anyone else. Xie Yaoshi didn't say anything in the past because Xie Qingyan hadn't touched his bottom line, but now, Xie Qingyan actually came out of nowhere and tried to dictate his life, which Xie Yaoshi could no longer tolerate. Xie Yaoshi's tone somewhat hinted at the intention of parting ways. Standing at the door, Xie's mother felt a little panicked. She wrapped her cloak and scarf around her, walked into the living room, frowned, and asked, "Brothers, what's the big deal that you have to quarrel like this?"
Mom.
Xie Qingyan turned around with a feeling of grievance, looked at his mother, and called out, and his mother raised her hand to stop Xie Qingyan from complaining. She looked at Xie Yaoshi with a friendly expression and said, "If your elder brother doesn't want to, then forget it, right? Aren't we living well now? Why do we have to pursue fame and fortune and work hard for the base? Mom, if everyone thinks like you and Big Brother, how can this base be established?" Hearing what his mother said, Xie Qingyan suddenly became anxious, fearing that Li Ying's promise would ruin his future, and hurriedly said, "We are living well now and everyone has something to eat, but that is just to survive. We can't even meet the most basic standards of food and clothing. Lu Yin promised us that as long as Big Brother is willing to serve in the army, all of us will have a job that is enough to support ourselves." Xie Yaoshi, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, was wearing a black sports suit with a thin iron gray down jacket on the outside. He couldn't help but sneer after hearing what Xie Qingyan said. He raised his eyes. He was too lazy to say something at first, but now he couldn't help but say it. "If you are willing to mobilize those survivors you rescued with such good intentions to do some insignificant production and create some value of your own, why do you need to go out and find a meaningless job?" Xie Yaoshi has seen very clearly in the past few days that people do what they do in different eras. Today's society is almost going back to a primitive society. Those high-tech jobs, such as studying viruses and manufacturing high-tech weapons, are really not suitable for ordinary people with average IQ. So the Su family did a very good job. Those who had no skills and could not afford to move around could either stay at home to farm, cook, and build houses, or go out to transport supplies. Those who had skills could either fight monsters and level up to act as protectors, or open hospitals to demonstrate their own value. The whole atmosphere is very good. From the elderly in their 50s and 60s to the 2-year-old children, everyone is busy every day, doing their own job and keeping busy. The group of survivors led by Xie Qingyan, perhaps some of them would follow Yi Yu's special forces to go out and search for some supplies, but seeing that the supplies on this street were almost sold out, they did not have the courage to run away, so they had no choice but to come back and eat all the supplies. Those who finally had the courage to run away were unwilling to bring back the supplies they had collected with great effort to share with others, so those who mustered up the courage to run away never came back. As for the rest of the people, which made up the vast majority of them, including Xie Qingyan, the most common thing they did every day was to lie on the bed, sit on a chair, or wander around out of boredom. The greatest and happiest thing in their lives was to watch Xie Yaoshi organize the superpowers to go out, and then watch Xie Yaoshi lead the superpowers back. This kind of grouping is very unhealthy. Some people are exhausted, some are bored, and those who have the courage to leave never want to come back. To be honest, if these people can work harder, Xie Yaoshi will be willing to support them. But now looking at the mental state and thoughts of these nearly 100 or 200 people, Xie Yaoshi will definitely not be able to bear it and leave one day. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" Xie Qingyan's expression became a little ugly after hearing what Xie Yaoshi said, and he immediately asked, "Even you, brother, are beginning to think that we are a burden?" "We don't have to be a burden to you, brother. As long as you are willing to join Commander Lu Yin's troops and serve the troops, each of us will be properly settled." Playing the lute to a cow. Facing Xie Qingyan's words, Xie Yaoshi felt a surge of irritation in his heart. He felt that Xie Qingyan never understood what he meant, or maybe he understood but pretended not to understand. In short, Xie Yaoshi no longer had the patience to talk to Xie Qingyan anymore. He stood up, walked directly to the entrance, changed his shoes, and walked out of his villa amid Xie's mother's earnest call. Seeing Xie Yaoshi's disheartened look, Xie's mother became anxious. She ran out of the door and called Xie Yaoshi a few more times, but Xie Yaoshi walked too fast and disappeared in a short while. Xie's mother had no choice but to turn around and walk into the living room. Seeing Xie Qingyan sitting on the sofa with a sad face, she sighed and said, "Qingyan, what on earth has possessed you today? Why do you have to quarrel with your elder brother? Your elder brother has to go out to find supplies for us every day, which is tiring enough. Can't you be more considerate of your elder brother?" When speaking, Xie's mother's voice was very soft. Although she was reprimanding Xie Qingyan, she was reluctant to use a harsh tone, which made Xie's mother's reprimand have no effect at all. Xie Qingyan only frowned and replied, "Big brother is becoming more and more stingy now. He has left all the supplies he found to the few psychics under his command. Those psychics are very difficult to talk to. If this continues, we will starve to death sooner or later." The first 2 times they went out to look for supplies, Xie Yaoshi did not say who the supplies were for. Xie Qingyan was naturally overjoyed, thinking that he could dispose of the supplies freely, so he called on a few diligent survivors under his command to divide up all the supplies in the dozen or so vehicles. Later, perhaps because Xie Yaoshi's subordinates had given him some complaints, Xie Yaoshi took the recovered supplies to the villa where those psychics lived and had several of Xie Yaoshi's subordinates with psychics take turns to look after them. Those psychics were all arrogant, and it was impossible for the survivors to get some supplies from them without paying something. For example, a female survivor who looks pretty would get a few pieces of bread by letting the supernatural beings guarding the supplies take advantage of her. This has become a very common phenomenon. Xie Qingyan doesn't know how this trend will develop in the future. He feels dirty, but he can't do anything about it. He tells these things to Xie Yaoshi, but Xie Yaoshi just listens and doesn't show any intention of punishing his subordinates. In fact, from Xie Yaoshi's perspective, these survivors have no ability and value. The key is that they are lazy and eat nothing. They don't go out to kill zombies and don't produce anything. There is really no need to keep them. His subordinates will touch the women who come to his door and give them a few pieces of bread to eat. How can he manage it? It's those women who take the initiative to come to his door and let his subordinates touch them a few times in exchange for a few bites of food. But Xie Qingyan didn't think so. He just thought that Xie Yaoshi's subordinates were monopolizing the supplies and forcing women to fall into depravity. Aren't those women pitiful? How long did they have to struggle with their thoughts and how hungry they were before they chose to sell themselves? Therefore, Xie Qingyan had no sense of security. He urgently hoped to find a backer again, a backer stronger than Xie Yaoshi. If the way to find this backer required Xie Yaoshi, Su Su, and Fei Fei to serve in the army, then they would go. Anyway, there was no harm in joining the army. Xie's mother, who was standing by, couldn't stand Xie Qingyan's attitude. After thinking about it, she decided to persuade Xie Qingyan. She sat beside him and whispered, "Mom went to see Su Su today. I heard that they not only brought 9 babies, but also doctors, nurses, and a 2-year-old child. Guess what those doctors and nurses were doing? And what was the 2-year-old child doing?"
Huh?
What can you do? It's the end of the world. What's the point of having doctors and nurses?
Just keep them.
In Xie Qingyan's mind, although Su Su is already a person with superpowers, she must be living the same life as him, dragging around a large group of people, and must be worrying about how to feed them every day. I heard that there are babies among them, so their life must be even more difficult. Xie's mother shook her head, smiled, and said to Xie Qingyan, "Those doctors and nurses are busy running a hospital. Your eldest brother's subordinates need crystal cores to receive treatment. The 2-year-old child is carrying a kettle and watering a bush under the wall. His mother is drying clothes and quilts nearby and is also helping with odd jobs in the hospital. Oh, my eldest brother's subordinates are delivering crystal cores over there?" As if he didn't understand what Xie's mother meant, Xie Qingyan looked a little indignant. What kind of madness and evil had happened to his elder brother Xie Yaoshi? The people on his side didn't take care of him, but he actually ran to Su Su's hospital to deliver the crystal core? Could it be that the doctors and nurses in that hospital were all engaged in the flesh trade? It was too dirty. Yes, look at those doctors and nurses who you once thought couldn't chop zombies or carry supplies, but now they are big earners of crystal cores. 2-year-old children have their own value. Qingyan, you should actually think about how to plan for the survivors under your command. Mother Xie didn't notice at all that Xie Qingyan had been distracted by her words. She tried hard to express her opinion and persuaded Xie Qingyan to walk out of the villa and out of the ivory tower she had built for himself. Now is not the same as before, and she didn't want Xie Qingyan to continue dreaming. When people gather together, you can't just feed them with supplies. That would be tiring, and they will become useless after being fed for a while. Those who don't want to be useless have already found better jobs. Surprisingly, those who stay with Xie Qingyan are all those who just want to get by and do nothing. Mother Xie felt that the atmosphere at Susu's place was quite good. Even those gangsters who didn't look like good people were now helping the doctors and nurses with cleaning and chores. There were even a few gangsters who brought the babies out to bask in the sun, and their movements were so gentle, as if they had received professional training. And your elder brother and Susu are both right. What on earth did Commander Lu Yin want them to do in the army? They don't know. From what Susu said, it seems that Lu Yin is very good at exploiting people. Qingyan, don't let your elder brother take risks. We just stay at home, and our elder brother won't starve or freeze us. Seeing that Xie Qingyan seemed to have thought of something and remained silent, Xie's mother continued to persuade him. She had lived longer than Xie Qingyan, so she saw many things more thoroughly than Xie Qingyan. She understood Xie Qingyan's ambition and knew that Xie Qingyan was unwilling to be just an ordinary person. But the facts have proved that Xie Qingyan is just an ordinary person. This is a fact, and there is no way to change it. Since he is just an ordinary person, he should not do things beyond his ability. He obviously cannot afford to support that large group of survivors, but he insists on taking on so much responsibility and even asks Xie Yaoshi to do the same as him. These words were too straightforward. Mother Xie didn't want to hurt Xie Qingyan's feelings by saying them. She tried to be as tactful as possible, hoping that Xie Qingyan could understand that things were different now. Now they were both living with the help of Xie Yaoshi. She must not offend Xie Yaoshi too much. If Xie Yaoshi gave up and ignored them, what would happen if Susu really came to kill Xie Qingyan in the future? Humph, the two of them are in collusion. Listening to what Xie's mother said, Xie Qingyan snorted coldly. He didn't expect that Xie Yaoshi and Susu had become so close and had even spoken the same language. No wonder Xie Yaoshi always defended Susu and even sent his subordinates to send crystal cores to Susu. Why didn't Xie Yaoshi send the crystal cores to the survivors on his side? Xie Qingyan was as depressed as if he had discovered an adulterer. He couldn't listen to a word from Xie's mother. No matter what Xie's mother said, Xie Qingyan would push all the problems and contradictions onto Susu. Susu was getting even more despicable now. Not only did she hook up with a large group of Special Forces soldiers, she also reached out to Xie Yaoshi. Which? Mom, why are you like my big brother, with no ambition at all? I won't give up. I will definitely let my big brother join the army. Mom, as long as you are here, no matter what I do, my big brother will not be angry with us, don't worry. After casually comforting Xie's mother, Xie Qingyan was too irritable to listen anymore, so he got up and left, as if he felt that no one in the world understood him. In his heart, he had begun to resent Xie's mother's words. Now he was not hungry or cold, but this kind of life really made him feel depressed. Susu looked down on him and ran away with the beastie. Xie Yaoshi also looked down on him. He was eager to make some achievements to let everyone see that he was still the respected squad leader before the end of the world, and still the favored child of destiny that everyone revolved around. Susu didn't want to join the army, which was within Xie Qingyan's expectations. It didn't matter. Even if Susu didn't want to join the army, he still had Feifei. Feifei's wood-based abilities were very powerful now, and Feifei loved him. Regardless of whether Feifei joined the army or not, she was always under Xie Qingyan's control. And as long as Xie's mother was around, Xie Qingyan guessed that Xie Yaoshi would never be able to bear to do this, because the Xie family had raised Xie Yaoshi. Getting Xie Yaoshi to join the army was not urgent, and could be done through persuasion slowly. Xie Qingyan's only plan now was to capture Feifei and persuade her to join the army. Thinking this in his heart, he hurried out to find Feifei, leaving Xie's mother sitting alone in the living room, supporting her forehead with one hand, facing Xie Qingyan's stubbornness, her heart full of worry. She naturally knew what kind of person her son was. Xie Qingyan had lived in the spotlight since he was a child, and was the one that everyone vied to flatter. Suddenly, he became an ordinary survivor without any special powers and no strengths. It was certain that Xie Qingyan's heart was unbalanced. Now, Xie's mother just hopes that Xie Qingyan will not continue to develop like this. If he continues like this, who knows what kind of suicidal path he will take in the future. As a mother, Xie's mother is very worried about her son's future. Outside, Xie Qingyan, who was only thinking about how to make a name for himself, had just walked out of the villa gate when Feifei, whom he was going to find, hurriedly walked into the yard. Behind Feifei were several survivors of the night patrol. Their faces did not look good, and Feifei was even paler. Due to excessive consumption of supernatural powers for many consecutive days, Feifei's body had obviously been unable to bear it, and the cheekbones on both cheeks were clearly visible. Qingyan, we're just about to go look for you. The skinny Feifei called out Xie Qingyan. She now felt that her relationship with Xie Qingyan was growing by leaps and bounds, so she changed the way she addressed Xie Qingyan from class monitor to the relatively more intimate Qingyan. She brought a few survivors on night patrol and stopped by the iron gate. She reported to Xie Qingyan, who came forward. 2 more survivors disappeared last night. Again? Xie Qingyan seemed to find the word Feifei said quite strange. After thinking for a while, he remembered that Feifei had mentioned to him several times at some point that the survivors of the night patrol had disappeared one after another. However, he had a lot of things to do recently, and he was always busy. So Xie Qingyan had never taken the matters concerning these survivors to heart and just left all the arrangements for the survivors to Li Anxin and Feifei. However, Xie Qingyan needed help from Feifei at this moment. It could be said that Xie Qingyan's future depended entirely on Feifei. Therefore, even if Xie Qingyan no longer cared about the conditions of these survivors, he had to pretend to frown and then asked, "Do you feel that you have suffered enough with us and are seeking better development?"
I don't know about that.
Feifei shook her head, looking a little worried. She turned around and pointed at the survivors following behind her and said, "Wang Fan and the others were on night patrol with the missing brothers Zhong and Shou yesterday." Wang Fan said Zhong and Shou behaved normally the whole time yesterday. They also said they played cards together this morning and didn't mention leaving. No one wants to leave, so there will be a big farewell. Xie Qingyan didn't think so. He didn't care at all about who left and who stayed among the survivors. Now, he only had his own future in his mind, so he didn't seem as nervous as Feifei, Wang Fan, and others. He didn't even think about checking whether the survivors had left or disappeared inexplicably. He didn't take it seriously at all, and even comforted Feifei, Wang Fan, and others. "Okay, don't be too nervous. Let those who want to leave go. They think they will have a better future after leaving, so we shouldn't stop them. I have found a new way for you recently. As long as I develop this line well, everyone will have a job like a civil servant in the future, and we won't have to worry about food and drink." Really? Did those soldiers who came a few days ago promise to properly accommodate us? This is great. Before the apocalypse, I took the civil service exams several times and failed every time. I didn't expect that after the apocalypse, this opportunity would come to me. Yes, that's great, Chief. Please urge them to arrange it for us as soon as possible. The survivors, who were talking at once, had completely forgotten the tension they had felt before. The tension and pressure caused by the continuous disappearance of survivors instantly disappeared like dark clouds overhead, and the sky cleared up soon. They were excited and expectant in their hearts, as if they felt that the darkness had passed and light was in the not-too-distant future. Xie Qingyan was smiling, and turned to look at Feifei, who was still worried beside him. He patted her shoulder, tilted his head, and whispered to her, "Feifei, come here. I have something very important to tell you." Feifei didn't understand, and followed Xie Qingyan to leave, while the survivors behind were still discussing enthusiastically, and quickly told the good news to everyone in the Apple Villa district, so those people were eagerly waiting for themselves to become civil servants. In just a few days, the mental outlook of the entire suburbs of Xiangqing has undergone earth-shaking changes. The streets are full of patrolling soldiers, and military jeeps come and go solemnly. Because of the strong suppression of the army, there is no zombie on the streets designated as the safe zone. The survivors, who used to be afraid to go out, now dare to go out for a walk, and the police station outside the Apple Villa area has become a new command center. Outside the police station, there are several tables, and the survivors are queuing in front of the tables, waiting for the army to assign them jobs. Next to the table, there is a propaganda column which was specially used to promote various party and government slogans before the end of the world. Now there is a red notice posted on it, stating that this area has become a safe zone under the wise command of Commander Lu Yin, and that it will recruit unlimited numbers of people with special abilities and ordinary people to contribute to the construction of the base. Various preferential policies and benefits were then posted behind it. After a person with special abilities joins the army will provide them with food and drink, as well as 3,000 ordinary crystal cores every month. In addition, each person with special abilities will be allocated a suite in the safe zone and can accommodate their family and friends in the suite at will. Their families will also be protected by the army, which is a bit like first-class citizens in terms of grade. Moreover, these family members do not need to hand in supplies and crystal cores when entering and leaving the safe zone and can also enjoy priority medical services. After joining the army, those with stronger abilities will go to the Ability Vanguard team, while those with weaker abilities will go to the Ability Logistics team. In addition to enjoying the above treatment, those in the Ability Vanguard team also have additional rights such as the right to autonomous marriage, priority in resource use, and immunity. Perhaps because the two superpower teams in the Apple Villa district were too eye-catching, flyers with these preferential policies were sent to the Apple Villa district without stopping. Su occasionally received one, and casually took a look at the additional rights that the Superpower Vanguard team had. What about the right to autonomous marriage, the right to priority use of resources, and the right of immunity? In addition, the right of immunity means that if the superpowers of the Superpower Vanguard team kill someone, they can be exempted from any legal criminal responsibility. This treatment is quite generous, and it is no wonder that Lu Yin can attract so many psychics to work for him. As for the 3 preferential policies for the Psychic Vanguard team, they actually exist in every base. However, since they have already developed into bases, these preferential policies must be slightly modified and packaged in language so that people will not see them so straightforwardly. In order to prevent those psychics who work for the base from taking advantage of these privileges to disrupt the base's security, the base has also introduced many reward and punishment measures to restrict the psychics of the Psychic Vanguard team from undermining social stability. The Xiangqing base presided over by Lu Yin is just a very small base. Many of the preferential policies for people with special abilities are not summarized in a comprehensive manner. They may just be written down as they think of them. However, with only these 3 points, and without any reward or punishment measures to restrain these people with special abilities, chaos is doomed to occur in the future. Let's talk about the other type of people being recruited. In addition to recruiting people with special abilities, ordinary people can of course find jobs from him. Ordinary people who participate in pulling wire fences will have 3 meals and 2 snacks provided, but they will not get any crystal cores. But for ordinary people, it is enough to have enough food to eat. The end of the world has come, and the buying and selling system has not been fully established. It is useless for ordinary people to have crystal cores that they cannot eat or drink. Moreover, for ordinary people who have been hungry for a long time, having 3 full meals and 2 snacks is considered a generous reward. Just building the safe zone would still require hard labor, which was different from the general civil servant positions that Xie Qingyan mentioned. So the survivors under Xie Qingyan did not move, but just waited eagerly for Xie Qingyan to find them jobs similar to those of civil servants that were easy and well paid. As for the people on Su's side, whether they were psychics or ordinary people, everyone had things to do and had no worries about food and drink, so they ignored the flyers that were being distributed everywhere. These notices had been hung at the entrance of the police station for a few days and were getting more and more popular. Lu Yin seemed to feel that it was not enough, so in addition to distributing flyers, early one morning, A loudspeaker was hung on the military jeeps passing by on the street, broadcasting these recruitment notices over and over again, as well as the conditions and treatment for ordinary people and those with special powers, making it as lively and festive as Chinese New Year. Su didn't sleep well early in the morning. She was woken up by the loudspeaker outside. She went to the bathroom for a while and went downstairs with a pale face. She saw her parents with dark circles under their eyes, busy cooking in the kitchen.
Su felt angry.
She took a bowl of soup from the pot and drank it, then touched her already visible belly, went back upstairs and changed into a loose white long sweater, put on maternity pants and flat boots, and a dark jacket on the outside, put on a baseball cap, and went out. When she walked outside the wall, she saw that everyone looked like they were sleep-deprived. Brother Pai's subordinates were holding 9 crying babies and walking around outside to comfort them, while Ruerue was yawning pitifully and brushing his teeth while sitting on a small stool. Hurry up, speed up. Su was still confused and hadn't woken up from her doze when she heard King Kong hurriedly gathering his men. She was startled and looked back to see that King Kong's group of men were running out of the villa at the speed of an emergency assembly. Everyone looked like they were ready for a march, fully armed, with weapons in their hands, gun cases hanging on their bodies, and large marching backpacks on their backs. They lined up in a row, and King Kong was shouting slogans and counting. As he counted the heads with the sonorous and powerful voices, 1, 2, 3, 4, Su's heart gradually became heavy. With her slightly bulging belly, she strode forward, grabbed King Kong, who was about to jump out of the car, and asked, "What happened?" "Emergency signal. Yi Pa Pai is in trouble in the east." King Kong pointed at the sky, where there was a pink smoke that had not yet completely dissipated. The direction from which the smoke rose was the east. Su looked up, and her heart began to beat wildly. Without thinking too much, she jumped into King Kong's passenger seat. Zhuo, who followed her out, saw that Su had gotten into the car with a bulging belly. She hurriedly ran a few steps, opened King Kong's trunk door, and squeezed in.
You.
The fully armed King Kong stood there for 2 seconds, then he reacted and got in the car, sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away with the 2 cars behind him. Su's father and mother chased after him, but they only caught a trace of car exhaust, which made Su's mother scream in anger. Su, don't be anxious when things happen. Always take care of the baby in your belly. Before they could react, everyone who was left there was stunned. What did this mean? 3 cars, carrying 10 Special Forces soldiers, drove away. Su sat in the passenger seat of the first car, fastened her seatbelt, and was careful not to let the seatbelt squeeze her stomach. Then she turned around and looked at King Kong's car. For this emergency dispatch, King Kong and his 8 men drove a total of 3 off-road vehicles, so the space inside the vehicles was still spacious, just enough for her and Zhuo. The rumbling supersonic speakers on the street were still playing one after another, making Su feel very uncomfortable. In addition, she didn't know about Yu's situation, so she couldn't control her anger. She just thought that when she couldn't bear it anymore, she would destroy the torturous loudspeaker. The safe zone is not large, and the base has not been built yet. Some important road fortresses are still guarded by the troops. As King Kong rushed eastward, the sound of the loudspeaker gradually became smaller, replaced by the sparse and chaotic flow of people along the way and the sound of gunfire not far away. The more frequent the gunfire was, the more King Kong drove towards that place. Soon, they saw a heavily guarded obstacle. There were piles of soldiers with guns guarding behind the obstacle. Outside the obstacle was a group of zombies that were staggering towards them. On both sides of the obstacle were 2 buildings with snipers stationed on the windows of the buildings. Yu, who had sent out an emergency signal, stood in the center of the group of soldiers. He and his brothers huddled together. Each of them had a gun pointed between his brows, and Yu was no exception. Su was sitting in King Kong's car. Even from a distance, she could see Yu's livid face. There seemed to be sparks in his eyes. Although there was a gun pressed against his brow, his face seemed fearless. He was covered in blood and looked violent, with his hands on his waist. He took a step forward, and the soldier with a gun pointed at his forehead took a step back. Yu glanced at the 3 cars rushing over and said with a rather arrogant smile, "What's the matter? Are you scared? You have the guts to arrest my people, but you don't have the guts to fight me? You pointed a gun at my head, and I didn't even blink. What are you afraid of?" As King Kong drove forward, Susu tilted her head and saw that the special forces were surrounding an old lady in a black cotton padded jacket. The old lady's eyesight seemed to be not very good. She hid behind Li Xia tremblingly, giving people a feeling of being haggard. Her 10 fingers kept twisting a string of Buddhist beads in her hand. At this time, King Kong had already stopped the car. He jumped out of the car and shook all the joints of his body. Facing such a big scene, he and the brothers behind him walked forward calmly and went straight towards Yu. It seemed that they had known for a long time that King Kong and his 8 men were in the same group as Yu's 10 men. As soon as King Kong and his men got out of the car, guns were aimed at their heads. Su thought for a moment, sat in the passenger seat, turned around and said to Zhushijia, "I'll go out and take a look. Don't get out of the car. There will be a fight soon. You drive a car back first." Analyzing the situation alone, it was difficult for Su to judge who was right and who was wrong between Yu and the group of soldiers who pointed guns at him. But by looking at the blind old lady behind Li Xia and the 10 trucks full of supplies parked outside the barrier, it was basically clear that Yu and his 10 men had returned with Li Xia's godmother, but were blocked by Lu Yin's soldiers with guns in this place. According to Yu's arrogant personality, he might be asked to hand over some supplies when he passed the obstacles. As a result, Yu refused and was surrounded with guns. In fact, any force that wanted to set up a base and the survivors who wanted to enter the safe zone had to hand over some supplies. After all, Yu was experiencing the apocalyptic changes for the first time in his life, so it was normal for him not to understand. Already come to this, and there was no way Su could ruin Yu's plan in front of everyone. She could only follow King Kong and the others, slowly approaching Yu, wondering how she would clean up the situation in the future if a fight broke out. "Okay, take care of yourself and put the baby first in everything." Looking at the tense atmosphere outside the window, Zhushijia knew her own weight very well. She didn't get out of the car, not because she was not brave enough, but because in this situation, she would be a burden if she got out of the car. So Zhushijia was straightforward and just told Su that no matter what happened, she should run away and not take risks. If Su didn't take risks, it would be the greatest responsibility for the baby in her belly. Su nodded, opened the car door, and followed King Kong and others. King Kong led his men to the periphery of the soldiers and stopped. Some soldiers in front were still pointing their guns at Yu and his 10 men, while some soldiers had turned around and formed a confrontation with King Kong. King Kong didn't care. He just stretched his neck and asked Yu loudly through a group of soldiers, "What's going on? Do you want to fight or not? Yi Baopi, you rascal, you called me here just to watch you being pointed at with a gun. Are you a coward? Why not?" Yi stretched out his hand and slapped the soldier in front of him in the face. The soldier held the gun in one hand, still pressing it against Yu's brow, and the other hand was trembling slightly. He gritted his teeth and endured it, without fighting back or firing a gun. So Yu spread his hands, turned his head and looked at King Kong innocently. "Look, I want to fight, but they don't want to fight with me. You grandson." The situation was a bit weird. King Kong spat, raised his foot and kicked a soldier in front of him who was pointing a gun at him. The soldier fell back, stood up, raised the gun to King Kong's forehead, but did not shoot. "I've seen it. Today I've really seen it." King Kong was quite surprised. He walked forward regardless of anything, holding the gun between his eyebrows. As he walked, the soldiers in front of him retreated. The brothers behind King Kong followed him. Seeing this, Su frowned and followed him. When King Kong's group met up with Yu's group, before she could react, Yu stretched out his hand and grabbed her from behind. Yu's face was angry. He looked back at Su, and sparks flashed in his eyes. He raised his finger and flicked the gun on his forehead. He said to Su in a bad tone, "Are you bored staying at home and come out to find excitement for me? Su Su rolled her eyes at Yu, glanced at the few bloody cuts on his face, stretched out her slender white fingers, grabbed the gun pressed against Yu's forehead, and asked the soldier in front of her with a look of impatience, "Do you want people or supplies? If people stay, all the supplies can be brought in. If people don't stay, half of the supplies will have to be handed over." The one who said this was Li Xia. He stood beside Yu, protecting the blind godmother behind him. The old godmother had been keeping her head down, trembling as she counted the Buddhist beads in her hand. Upon hearing this, she raised her head slightly and muttered, "Amit Ba." Su Su smiled immediately and said, "Oh," and he had a general understanding of the current situation in his heart. Lu Yin had previously sent a recall order to King Kong and others through Liang, in which the intention was obvious to recruit Yi Yu and 18 others under his command, but King Kong refused. Now that Yu had returned from looking for Lao Ganma, it happened to give Lu Yin the opportunity to forcibly detain people. They said that if people stayed, all the supplies could be taken back, but if people didn't stay, half of the supplies had to be handed over. According to the rules of ordinary bases, 1/3 of the supplies had to be handed over, which was already a lot. Others fought hard, and Yi Yu also fought hard. Why should Yi Yu and his people hand over half of the supplies they found? So it was no wonder that Yi Yu was stuck here. They were blocking Yi Yu, but they didn't dare to take action seriously, because everyone knew that if they really fought with Yi Yu and his 18 people, they would never be Yi Yu and his opponents, and perhaps they would never be able to win Yi Yu without any losses. Su Su glanced around and found that among this group of soldiers, there was not a single one with superpowers who had energy fluctuations, while all 18 of Yi Yu's men had superpowers, so there was basically no suspense about who would win or lose. On the contrary, there was a powerful supernatural power fluctuation behind a window in the building opposite. Su Su frowned and looked up unconsciously. She happened to see an eagle circling in the sky. That was Lu Yin's eagle. It was said that it had a telepathic connection with Lu Yin. When Lu Yin awakened his supernatural powers, he lost an eye, and that eagle was Lu Yin's eye. Whatever the eagle could see, Lu Yin could also see. Su Su lowered her head, quickly analyzed the situation in her mind, then raised her eyes and smiled at Yi's back, saying, "It's okay. They don't dare to fight you to the death yet. They are people who want to do big things. Now that the big situation has not started yet, how can they lose their lives here? Tell your brothers to go out and drive the car back." In front, Yi Yu, who was standing in the way of Su Su, turned around and grinned at Su Su with endless arrogance and viciousness, cursing, "You didn't dare to do it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I even mobilized a large number of brothers to come over, thinking that we could have a good fight. Li Xia, pick 10 people, take your mother and Su Su with you, and go out and drive the car back." "Yes." Li Xia moved immediately, turned around and pointed at the 10 injured heads on his side, and said to Su Su, "Su Su, come with us to drive."
"No."
Su Su shook her head and refused decisively. "There are a lot of zombies outside.
"I'm scared."
I want to watch the fun here." "Burton." Yi Yu in front turned around and glared at Su Su. Su Su glared back at Yi Yu, not wanting to be outdone. She also reached out and tightly grabbed the backpack on Yi Yu's back. Seeing how frail and pitiful she was, like a daughter in a greenhouse, who had never seen the world, yet was determined to see the excitement to the end, and acted as if no one could pull her away, Yi Yu smiled unconsciously, then immediately frowned and threatened, "You'll be shot to pieces in a moment. I won't bother to care about you. Take care of yourself. Even if you've been shot to pieces, I can't do anything about you." Su Su stretched out her hand and pushed Yi Yu's head straight. There were several guns on his forehead, but he kept turning his head to talk to her. Wasn't he evil? Li Xia shook her head, feeling helpless towards the two men. With a cold face, she led 10 people, along with Lao Ganma, and moved out of the obstacle despite the dark bullet holes. King Kong and the others followed behind, seemingly slowly, but they actually made up for the gap left by Li Xia and the others quickly. The 8 people, together with Yi Yu, surrounded Su Su in the center, and in front of them, there was still a circle of soldiers with guns pointed at their foreheads. In front of the dark gun hole, King Kong took out a cigarette and fumbled in his pockets for a while. He didn't find a lighter, so he put the cigarette into the muzzle of the gun between his eyebrows and whispered to Yi Yu beside him, "Skin it, light a fire." Yi Yu tilted his head to glance at the cigarette that King Kong placed on the muzzle of the gun. The cigarette immediately ignited without fire. Red sparks appeared on the white smoke, and white smoke rose up. Under this leisurely attitude, there is a mysterious and tense atmosphere. Although Su Su is sure that Lu Yin will not hurt her vitality at this critical moment, she is also a little nervous in her heart. With so many guns, if a fight really breaks out, her side will definitely win, but what will happen after winning? Lu Yin has surrounded the entire safe zone. There must be more soldiers under his command than here. There will be a steady stream of soldiers from afar to replenish them. It is unknown how long it will take to fight. Moreover, if they kill other people's soldiers this time, will they still be able to live and walk in the Xiangqing base in the future? This base has not been built yet, and they have already made enemies with the future leader of the base. What should they do? But judging by what Lu Yin did today, it seemed that he had already started a conflict with Yi Yu's team. Given Yi Yu's habits, there was naturally no possibility for him to be Lu Yin's subordinate anymore. If Lu Yin annoyed Yi Yu again, he might even rebel against the entire base. She was a pregnant woman. She had no time to lead a peaceful life, but she was so confused today that she followed Yi Yu into this mess without thinking. Was she going to wander around with Yi Yu in the future, or what? On the other hand, Lu Yin was also stupid. He didn't understand the temper of Yi Yu's team at all. He wanted to recruit them right away. He first sent Liang to take the soft approach, but the soft approach was to send a recall order directly. Later, he planned to detain Yi Yu to take the hard approach, saying that if he didn't keep the people, he would keep half of the supplies. It was obvious that he was forcing Yi Yu not to leave. People like Yi Yu are soft-hearted and will not respond to tough measures. The more people detain him, the more Yi Yu will rebel. It is better to show weakness. Maybe when Yi Yu is in a good mood, he will help Lu Yin fight a few battles. Su Su scolded herself for meddling in other people's business, and then scolded Lu Yin for being stupid. After scolding each other, she looked at Yi Yu's back and thought about how Yi Yu and others came from the army. What kind of mood would they have now to face these soldiers pointing guns at them? She was a little confused and couldn't find the right way to keep her family safe and happy. In a tense and depressed mood, Li Xia had already led his brothers and Lao Ganma out of the obstacle. The zombies outside the obstacle had been almost cleared out by them. But now, due to the struggle among the people, no one was cleaning up the zombies wandering outside. Li Xia spent some time and led his brothers to start cleaning up the zombies outside again. Su Su, Yi Yu, and 8 other people were still surrounded in the middle. In the silent confrontation, Yi Yu turned around, stretched out his dirty and bloody black hand, grabbed Su Su's white and tender little hand that was holding his backpack, and squeezed it soothingly, as if telling Su Su to wait a little longer. Su Su's heart then stabilized, and he lowered his head and smiled unconsciously, then squeezed Yi Yu's hand hard and waited patiently with him. Looking at it in a positive way, perhaps this is a game without the smoke of gunpowder. What is being compared is who has better patience, perseverance, and stronger mental quality. Whoever gives in is showing weakness, and the superiority of the two forces will be immediately apparent. If Yu can't hold on any longer, he won't have to raise his head in front of Lu Yin in the future and can just listen to Lu Yin's orders. If Lu Yin can't hold on any longer, Yu can walk sideways in the base in the future. Time passed by minute, and in silence, Li Xia and his 10 men had already killed the zombies outside. 10 people and 10 cars, Lao Ganma and Li Xia's car, slowly drove into the obstacle. In full view of everyone, King Kong and others personally opened a door in the barbed wire, let Li Xia's 10 cars in, and drove away. The eagle in the sky screamed in anger, but did not make any extreme reaction. It pointed its guns at Yi Yu and his group of soldiers, and just kept pointing their guns until the 10 trucks full of supplies driven by Li Xia entered the safe zone and drove away. Okay, let's go too. Yi stared at the armed soldier in front of him, holding Su Su's hand tightly, and retreated step by step to the safe zone. King Kong and the other 7 people also slowly moved forward and backward, gradually forming a moving offensive and defensive circle. King Kong still had a cigarette in his mouth, and the ash fell on the barrel of a gun pointed at his heart. He smiled mischievously, raised his two hands to make a surrender gesture, and while retreating, he turned back and shouted, "Dr. Zhua, drive the car up." Zhua Shijia in the car was sweating all over. This scene made her, an outsider, extremely nervous. Suddenly, she heard King Kong, who was surrounded, shouting like this. Zhua Shijia immediately trembled and hurriedly climbed from the back compartment to the driver's seat, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed up. The car rushed forward, but didn't hit anyone. Next to the outermost layer of soldiers, Zhua Shijia stopped the car, turned a corner, and opened the door. Yi Yu, who was at the edge, grabbed Su Su's hand and kicked forward, knocking over a soldier who was blocking the way. He then quickly took Su Su's steps, opened the door of the trunk, and threw Su Su in.
Get in the car.
Yu turned around and blocked the door to prevent any gun from aiming at Su Su. He stood by the car door with two of fire in his hands, but did not throw them out. He just held them in his hands as a deterrent. King Kong then turned around and ran away with the remaining 7 brothers. As soon as King Kong ran to the side of the car driven by Zhua Shijia, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat, the remaining 6 brothers also ran away quickly. Before the soldiers with guns caught up with them, they ran into the remaining 2 cars and drove away. Go, Dr. Zhua, let's have fun. In the passenger seat, King Kong was in a state of tension. This moment was actually the most tense moment for both forces. Whether a fight could break out depended on this last moment. If Lu Yin really wanted to keep his life at all costs, the soldiers with guns would definitely open fire. Su Su was also very nervous. She stood up from the leather chair in the back of the car, hugged Yi Yu's waist, and looked over Yi Yu's shoulders at the soldiers outside chasing after her. Zhua Shijia stepped on the accelerator, and then she hugged Yi Yu's waist and dragged him in. Zhua Shijia did a tailspin and drove away. Lu Yin will never give up. This is the only thought in Su Su's mind at the moment. Although Yi Yu did not fight with Lu Yin's men this time, he has definitely given Lu Yin a big warning. It's just that Lu Yin has to build a base now, and can't spare any extra energy to deal with Yi Yu. Once the base is built, Yi Yu's leisurely days will probably be over. Yi Yu, who was in the back of the car, managed to steady himself amid Zhua Shijia's chaotic driving skills. He also pulled up Su Su, who was lying on the seat, and raised his head to ask King Kong in the passenger seat, "What's the other party's plan?" "I heard that a commander named Lu Yin appeared out of nowhere with an army and has been recruiting people with special abilities everywhere these days." "Oh, and he also sent Li Ying to give us a recall order, asking us to report to him." "You went? Bah. How can that be possible? Didn't we agree that we won't return to the army in this lifetime? I'm living a quiet life and am planning to keep my life alive. I'm thinking about getting married and having a son." When he said this, King Kong in the passenger seat secretly glanced at Zhua Shijia. Zhua Shijia was driving and had not paid attention to King Kong. But when he heard King Kong say, "I'm thinking about marrying a wife and having a son," he turned his head to glance at King Kong. The two of them happened to look at each other, and King Kong's face turned hot. He turned his head away shyly and looked out the window as if nothing had happened. Yi Yu, who was sitting in the back seat, tilted his head and thought seriously. He couldn't remember where he had heard of Lu Yin's name, so he told King Kong, "Go back and ask the scholar and the fortune teller. Those 2 guys like to ask questions. I always feel that Lu Yin's name is familiar." After explaining, Yi Yu put away his expressionless face, turned his head to look at Su Su, who was sitting quietly beside him, and with his big hands, he embraced Su Su's thin little body and held it in his arms, grinning and saying, "Sister, what are you thinking about?"
Fine.
Su Su raised her hand and pressed down the baseball cap on her head. She had no intention of disrupting Lu Yin's plan to build a base. It was true that building a base was a general trend in human development, and it was also greatly beneficial to the survival of the entire human race. It was just that Lu Yin's ambition was too big, and he did not know how to proceed step by step to conserve his strength. This led to the decline of the Xiongqing base after just 2 or 3 years, with no superpowers available. Therefore, it would take 2 to 3 years for the Xiangqing base to collapse. Susu's original plan was to give birth to Xiao AI safely in the Xiangqing base, make adequate preparations, and then take her parents and Xiao AI north. However, now Yiyu and his group, as well as Susu, may have already had a grudge with Lu Yin, so her plan would have to change. Yiyu, who was holding her, did not think so much. Amid Zhuo Shijia's terrible driving skills, Yiyu put his feet on the ground of the car, steadied his body, and sat steadily, holding Susu. The expression on his face was no longer as arrogant as before, but turned into a gangster look. He looked down at Susu and felt that this girl had become more and more beautiful after not seeing her for a long time. He wanted to bite her. Yiyu felt itchy in his heart, and he didn't notice Susu's slightly bulging belly at all. However, it was not Yiyu's fault. Susu was thin to begin with, and she was wearing a very loose sweater today, so her belly was only slightly bulging. If you didn't look closely, seeing her fashionable outfit, you really couldn't associate her with pregnancy. However, the scope of the safe zone was not large, and Zhuo Shijia was driving very fast in a panic. Before you could take a bite, they rushed all the way back to the Apple Villa area. Just after they left, in a tall building, the one-eyed Lu Yin was standing beside his desk. His face was grim, and he stared at the floor-to-ceiling glass in front of him with his one eye. He tilted his head and asked, "Who is that woman?" "The one Yiyu is protecting behind him." Behind him stood Li Ying, who looked solemn. Upon hearing this, Li Ying looked rather awkward and replied cautiously, "Her name is Susu, and she is the water-type supernatural being who can control 3 watermen." "Oh, that's her." Lu Yin turned around, stepped on his shiny high-top military boots, walked back to his desk, and sat down. He lowered his head to glance at the documents on the table. His beautiful fingers, like a woman's, gently tapped the papers on the documents and said to Li Ying, "Your work has ultimately disappointed me. My subordinates failed in their duties." Li Ying lowered her eyes. Somehow, she finally saw the commander of this team. It was her first time facing Lu Yin, and she always felt so nervous that she dared not even breathe. However, she only saw Lu Yin sitting tall, with bursts of low laughter coming out of his throat. He glanced at Li Ying and said to the adjutant standing next to Li Ying, "Wang Ziqiao, you have been with me the longest, and you know me well. I don't like to force people. Yiyu and Xia Yaoshi's teams are really tempting. Find an opportunity to invite the relatives and friends of Yiyu and Xia Yaoshi to come to my place and teach them about the benefits and advantages they can get if they join the special power team. As long as their relatives are willing, Yiyu and Xia Yaoshi will also be willing."
Yes.
Wang Zijiao listened with his eyes lowered, legs straight, his heart skipped a beat. He was Lu Yin's confidant, and he knew that Lu Yin's intentions were not as gentle as they seemed. Lu Yin was just speaking in a nice way. His real intention was to put Yiyu and Xia Yaoshi's relatives and friends under house arrest in order to control Yiyu and Xia Yaoshi, who are all supernatural beings. After the base is built, we need people to build the walls and go out to clear the zombies. Of course, water and food are also indispensable. An unfathomable light flashed in Lu Yin's single eye. He stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked to Li Ying's side. He raised his beautiful hand, which was wearing a ring with an eagle pattern on it. Lu Yin patted Li Ying's shoulder and said, "You don't have to be responsible for the collection of Yiyu and Xia Yaoshi for the time being, but I trust you and think you are a talented person who can be of great use. From today on, you'll be in charge of the superpower support team and gather all those water and wood superpowers who have little attack ability to provide water and food to the base." Then Lu Yin seemed to have finished talking and walked around Li Ying. Just as he was about to walk out of the room, he seemed to remember something and turned back to Li Ying and said, "That water-type ability user is called Susu. I have seen her ability. She is different from water-type ability users like you who have low abilities. She can actually control 3 water people. TSK, don't waste such a talent. Let Wang Zijiao recruit her into the Ability Vanguard team, and you don't have to worry about it." The so-called Superpower Vanguard, as the name suggests, is a force that acts as the vanguard. In order to establish a base, It is naturally necessary to clear out the zombies everywhere and clear out the territory, and this is the main task of the superpower vanguard. After all, Liang has joined Liu Yin's army for some time, so she naturally knows the hardships of the superpower vanguard team. Wherever the task is most difficult, there will be the superpower vanguard team, and wherever the superpower vanguard team is, there will be dead people. Ever since Liu Yin started to form the superpower vanguard team, there have been people with superpowers joining the team every day for the generous rewards. However, after many consecutive days, more than 20 or 30 people in the superpower vanguard team have died. Therefore, whether the conditions are harsh or not can be seen at a glance from the death rate of the superpower vanguard team. But even so, Liu Yin is still constantly recruiting people. In order to prevent the death rate of the superpower pioneer team from being exposed, which would lead to no one with superpowers willing to join and work for him, Liu Yin isolated the entire superpower pioneer team. Members of the superpower pioneer team are not allowed to meet with their family and friends casually, and the people in the team are said to be either on missions or undergoing rigorous training.
Liang knew Su's physical condition.
She was afraid that Su would not be willing to join the superpower vanguard team, let alone recruit her into the team. Now Su was almost 4 months pregnant, and she would never take the risk of running to Liu Yin's superpower vanguard team with such a big belly. But how could Liang reveal this trump card now? She has always had a plan in her heart to make good use of the child in Su's belly. Even though Liu Yin no longer allows her to interfere in the recruitment of high-level psychics such as Yi Yu and Xia Yaoshi, Liang still does not want to give up winning their hearts. What is the most important thing in the apocalypse? Personal connections are the most important. As long as she can gain the trust of Yi Yu and Xia Yaoshi, even if she is not directly responsible for their missions in the future, she can keep the resources here in case of emergency. After figuring it out, Liang turned around and smiled at Wang Zijiao as if she had no ulterior motives. She did not arouse Wang Zijiao's guard at all. Liang smiled with her red lips curved. Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Wang. These high-level psychics have really weird tempers, so please don't feel too wronged. No, as long as the base can be built, no matter how big the grievance is, it won't be considered a grievance. Wang Zijiao answered seriously and walked out of the office with Liang. Liang smiled sincerely and threw a few coquettish glances at Wang Zijiao. She said politely, "Okay, I'll go take care of the support team first. If there's anything you don't understand about these people in the Apple Villa district and you need my help, don't be polite to me, Brother Wang."
Good.
Wang Zijiao was dazed by Li Ying's seductive glances, and his expression was a little dazed. But Li Ying turned around and left in such a graceful manner. Wang Zijiao stood where he was, looking at Li Ying's back. His mind, which had lacked the attention of women for many years, began to become active. This Li Ying is very pretty, has a very popular personality, and is very motivated. Although Commander Liu Yin had promoted her position before and now doesn't want her to be responsible for recruiting people with special abilities in the Apple Villa district, Li Ying has no complaints in her heart. She also wants Wang Zijiao to come to her if he has any questions. This made Wang Zijiao have a very good impression of Li Ying. Of course, this very good impression was definitely due to those seductive glances Li Ying threw at him. Li Ying, who was leaving, seemed to be well-versed in the art of ambiguity. She was like a master at playing with ambiguity. Just by looking at Wang Zijiao's reaction, she would know whether this man could be successfully won over. Li Ying had no interest in a man who was too easy to win over. She had no intention of giving more to Wang Zijiao. Why should she use her whole body as a bargaining chip for something that could be done with just a few flirting glances? She considers herself to be the kind of person who uses her brain in everything she does. There is no need for her to use her beauty like a socialite to do everything. She can just leave Wang Zijiao alone, as she will always be useful. And since Liu Yin has assigned her another task, Li Ying plans to do the new task at hand with all her heart. As for gathering water and wood-type psychics to form a backup team, it is indeed quite difficult. According to the information Li Ying currently has, there is only one Feifei in the Apple Villa area, and her wood-type psychic ability is slightly stronger. The rest of the water and wood-type psychics who came to save their lives have pitifully low abilities. A dozen wood-type psychics combined may not be as powerful as Fei Fei. Therefore, the support team's work is bound to proceed very slowly. Without Fei Fei in place, the water and food produced by the support team are totally insufficient to feed the entire army. Ling also knew the importance of Fei Fei, so she followed Wang Zijiao to the Apple Villa district that afternoon, ready to put pressure on Xie Qingyan to send Fei Fei over as soon as possible. In the Apple Villa area, as soon as Yi Yu and 18 others parked the car in front of the Su family's wall, Yi whistled. He didn't realize the strange looks people gave him. He just waved his hand and called the fortune teller and the scholar. The three of them squatted in a corner and whispered. Su looked at Yi's back, turned around and went back to his villa, ready to eat, drink, and have a good sleep. As soon as she entered the door, Su's mother came to greet her. She looked Su up and down with a worried look on her face. The first thing she asked was, "Is my grandson okay?" "It's okay, Mom. I'm going to eat something and go upstairs to get some sleep." Su shook her head, feeling a little jealous about her mother's falling in love with someone else. She thought back to when her mother didn't know about Xiao Ai's existence. She took great care of her and took care of every detail. But now, when she saw her in the morning and evening, the first thing she said was to greet Xiao Ai, which made Su feel that she had fallen out of favor. "Go eat quickly, eat more, sleep well, and stop tossing and turning." When Su's mother heard that she wanted to eat and sleep, she was overjoyed and immediately ran into the kitchen to serve Su some food. She hoped that Su would be better and more obedient, not jump around, and it would be best if she could lie in bed until Xiao Ai was born. Su talked to her for a long time, and her mother kept nagging her for as long as Su had eaten. Even when Su yawned and went upstairs, she could still hear her mother downstairs constantly asking her not to do this or that. Alas, maybe people of Su's generation can't do this, or that when they are pregnant. Su was a little confused and worried. She felt that if she continued like this, her mother would go crazy first. She had to think of a way to make her mother not be so nervous all day long. It was just a pregnancy and giving birth to a child. Although it was difficult, she was also experienced. No matter how difficult it was, she was much stronger than those novice pregnant women. In addition, the feud with Lu Yin made Su feel that the suburbs of Xiangqing was no longer a safe place. She was going to give birth to Xiao Ai here, which was always a bit risky. Now she was not afraid of anything but the worst. She was already nearly 4 months pregnant and was not willing to take any risks. You could say she was timid or had no adventurous spirit, but for Xiao Ai, she must live well and unscathed. So, when Su thought of today's situation, she felt vaguely uneasy. This feeling of uneasiness made her feel that this place was dangerous. Su was thinking in her mind how to deal with what happened next. She took off her outer jacket, wearing only a tight-fitting long sweater, and lay on the bed covered with a quilt, and slowly took a nap. He didn't know whether he fell asleep during this nap or not. He felt that he had been awake the whole time, lying in bed thinking about how to deal with Lu Yin. But it seemed that he did not lie in bed for too long. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was dark. Who? In the dim light, Su suddenly turned around, sat up, and looked at the fluttering floor-length curtains with a vigilant look. She curled up one hand and protected her stomach with the other. However, when she smelled the familiar smell of gunpowder in the air, she suddenly felt relieved and sighed. "Yi Yu?" Yi Yu's sturdy figure walked in slowly from behind the curtains. In the dim light, his eyes seemed to be stained with fireworks. He looked at her with passion, grinning, and his white teeth bared. When he approached the bed, he looked down at Su, sat down, and smiled at Su. "What are you doing here?" Su frowned, looked at the outline of Yi Yu's face, and smelled the scent on Yi Yu's body. He seemed to have taken a shower, and the smell of sweat and blood on his body had dissipated a lot. "I had a meeting with them late, and you went to bed early. I wanted to stay outside your window and take a sneak peek at you, but I didn't know you were such a light sleeper." His voice was a little low. In such a quiet and dim space, it sounded like a series of dense drumbeats, gently knocking on people's hearts. Su stepped back a little, leaned back on the pillow, looked at Yu and smiled, and asked, "Hold a meeting? What's the point of the meeting?" "Well, the scholar knows that Lu Yin is not the same kind of person as us." Yu scratched his hair, sat a step closer to Su Su, raised his fingers, and gently rubbed Su Su's smooth cheeks with his rough fingertips. He didn't want to do anything, just paused, and suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Sister, these days, brother has missed you." Ahem. Su Su pretended to cough and turned her head away from Yiyu's fingers. She looked a little uncomfortable. She had some understanding in her heart. Was Yiyu actually saying sweet words to her? It seemed that he had always said these words very explicitly, but she always thought he was being a hooligan. She tilted her head, and her soft, long hair fell straight down and landed on the back of Yiyu's hand. He gently rubbed her hair, still holding Su Su's cheek with that hand, leaned over, tilted his head, and pressed his hot lips against Su Su's slightly cold lips. "Come with me, baby." Yiyu sat closer to Su Su, and with his other idle hand, he grasped Su Su's slightly thicker waist. With his eyes slightly closed, he ravaged Su Su's lips and coaxed her in a hoarse voice, like a big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go to the Sword Mountains and Seas of Fire and travel the world. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will protect you for the rest of your life. If I eat a bite, you will eat a bite too. I will never let you die before me. Su-ah, baby, I really like you. I still have friends who are parents." Su Su dodged back, avoiding Yiyu's entangled lips, and put her hands on Yiyu, who was moving forward, to stop him from going any further. Under her palms, she could clearly feel Yiyu's heartbeat even through the thick material of his camouflage uniform. This made Su Su's heartbeat faster, and her voice unconsciously became a little low, which sounded full of teasing to Yiyu's ears. "Take them with you. We will find a good place where we can make our own living and support ourselves. We won't need to rely on that base for protection. We brothers can definitely protect you."
"Why?
Isn't life in the base good?" Yu paused, a faint red light dancing in his eyes. He lowered his eyelids. Hearing this, the aura he exuded was not very good. He only said, "The scholar knows Lu Yin." He said that Lu Yin used to work in the city. When something happened in the city, Lu Yin happened to be transferred to Xiangqing. The transfer order that sent us to the city to kill, without mercy, had Lu Yin's signature on it. What this means is that the reason why Yiyu and 20 others were deceived to go to the city was that Lu Yin played a crucial role in it. It sounded like the situation was very complicated. No matter how many conspiracies and plots there were, that order almost killed Yiyu and others, and made Yiyu and others feel cold and heartbroken. This was a fact. In this case, no matter what Yiyu and others said, they would never submit to Lu Yin. She frowned in deep thought, and Yiyu's lips moved closer again, nibbling down her cheek. Su Su was startled, and then she reacted and quickly stepped back. Seeing Su Su avoiding him, Yiyu climbed onto the bed with his hands and feet and covered Su Su's body while talking. Su Su had no choice but to turn over and prepare to climb down from the other end of the bed, but it was too late. Yiyu's movements were not slow. Soon, like a wild beast, he covered her under his body. Just as he was about to bite her, Su Su helplessly lay down, protecting her stomach, looking at Yiyu above, and said, "Yiyu, don't touch me yet. I want to ask you something. Ask me quickly. I've been missing you so much these past few days that I just want you. Tell me, did you take any safety measures with me that night?" "No, that one is uncomfortable." Yiyu shook his head, baring his sharp fangs. He answered the question straightforwardly. He had nothing to be embarrassed about. "So, if no safety measures are taken and a man and a woman are healthy and have no major medical problems, there will be no chance of death, right? What life?" Yiyu, who was standing on top, supported himself with his hands and feet beside Su Su's body, and he looked impatient. After not seeing each other for so many days, what did Su Su want to say? "You're fine. You didn't get killed or maimed by your brother." Still not getting it? Su Su closed her eyes and protected her belly with both hands, fearing that Yiyu would suddenly go crazy and press down on her, which would hurt the baby in her belly. She felt that she couldn't delay it any longer tonight. After all, her belly was so big, and Yi looked like a lustful devil. She thought her parents were right, and she still had to tell Yu about this matter. If Yu was willing to take responsibility, she would follow Yu with her family. If Yu was unwilling to take responsibility, or showed even the slightest dislike for Xiao Ai, Su would part ways with Yu today. From now on, Yu will lead his team and go his own way, and Su will lead her family and friends and will never take any advantage of Yu again. I don't mean me, I mean for example. She thought about how to better organize her words to tell Yu about Xiao Ai's existence. Su lay on the bed, her black hair spread out like seaweed. She opened her eyes wide and looked closely at Yu above, and she was obviously a little nervous. As for Yu, upon hearing this, he pursed his lips and looked down at her. He blinked his glasses, frowned slightly, thought for a while with a serious look, and asked, "What do you mean?" "Honey, just speak frankly. I understand. You have something on your mind, and it's related to me." After saying this, Su took a deep breath. She really wanted to dig open Yu's head to see how many brain circuits this man had, or if he had none at all. Did he have to be so straightforward? She raised her finger and poked Yu's forehead hard. Just as she was about to confess directly, someone started making a loud noise outside the window. It seemed like someone was causing trouble. Su and Yu looked at each other. Yu quickly stood up and didn't want to bother with Su anymore. He swiftly returned to the balcony and climbed out. Su put on her jacket, found her slippers, opened the door, and walked out. Outside, the lights on the path were installed with solar panels, so they were very bright at night. In the small yard newly built by Su's father, near the medical building, there was a large group of survivors gathered. All of them were noisy, and it felt very lively. Yu quickly got out of the fence, waved his hand, gathered the team, picked up the guns, and quickly surrounded the group of survivors who were making trouble. In the baby building near the medical building, the 9 babies who were originally in a quiet state were disturbed again because of the loud noise and crying. Brother Pai was leading his gang of gangsters, holding the babies and preparing to move to another building. Su and her father and mother walked out of the walls of their villa one after another. Su was the last one. She touched her tight belly and looked at the group of noisy survivors not far away. She glanced and saw a jeep slowly driving towards a corner and stopped not far away. Liang walked out of the car gracefully. "Why don't you save us? Aren't you known as the angels in white who cure illnesses and save lives? Why don't you save us? Please save my husband. Please save my husband. You opened this hospital, and my eldest brother also contributed manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Now ordinary people here are in trouble. Isn't it your duty to lend a helping hand?" Among a group of noisy survivors, Su suddenly heard Xie Qingyan's voice. She suddenly became excited and didn't care why Liang came here. She touched her lower abdomen and walked closer to the group of survivors. She took a look through the gaps between the people. It seemed that there was a person standing in front of several medical staff of Zhuoshijia, and there was a woman kneeling on the ground crying. More people stood a few steps away, pointing fingers at Zhuoshijia and others and making moral condemnations. King Kong couldn't bear to see someone pointing at Zhuoshijia and scolding her, so he moved the gun in his hand and was about to fire a shot into the air, but was stopped by Yu. In order to stop King Kong from shooting here and attracting Liu Yin soldiers to intervene, she walked closer to Zhuoshijia next to Yu, took a look at the man standing in front of several medical staff of Zhuoshijia, and understood something in her heart. This man had sunken eye sockets, lifeless eyes, emaciated and staggering body, and a purple face. There was no need for doctors or nurses to check him. Su could tell at a glance that this man was about to turn into a zombie. In the dark night, the woman kneeling on the ground kept begging the doctor to save her husband. Facing everyone's accusations, Liang Xiaoqi kept trying to explain that it would be better to isolate this person first, and whether to save him or not, he needed to be observed for 24 hours. Zhuoshijia, Junjiu, Dr. Hong, and a group of young nurses blocked the iron gate of the medical building, preventing the man who was about to turn into a zombie from entering. But the woman on the ground and the survivors led by Xie Qingyan refused to listen. They insisted that the doctors and nurses take the man who was about to turn into a zombie into the medical building. The woman on the ground also cried and wailed, wanting injections, medication, and surgery. She was willing to do anything as long as the doctors and nurses could do something instead of coldly and ruthlessly blocking the door and not letting them in. The woman's wailing was very loud, and with Xie Qingyan and the others joining in, the area in front of the medical building seemed chaotic. The street lights above everyone's heads emitted a pale light, and a few buzzing insects flew through the white light. For some reason, this scene made Su feel inexplicably depressed, as if something big was going to happen. She began to feel something was wrong. She frowned as she looked at Xie Qingyan, who was jumping up and down happily. She also glanced at the noisy crowd and the group of Special Forces soldiers with guns. Behind the Special Forces soldiers, Li Ying was walking leisurely with two soldiers. A little further away, Xie Yaoshi was walking quickly with his special ability team. From the building next to the medical building, Brother Pai and others came out one after another, holding the babies. The baby building where the babies were resting and playing was too close to the medical building. Looking at the posture of the survivors, it seemed that they were planning to spend the whole night here. So, under the guidance of Su's mother, Brother Pai and others took the babies and temporarily took shelter inside the wall of the Su family villa. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Su sniffed it gently, and the smell was blown away by the wind. She lowered her head and rubbed her nose gently. She looked at the man standing in front of her, who was about to turn into a zombie. She felt that there was no vitality left in this man. She pointed at the man's increasingly distracted eyes and said to Zhuoshijia, "It's too late to save him. Solve it as soon as possible. If you don't hurry up, this man might suddenly pounce on you and bite you, and that would be a waste of time." Zhuoshijia nodded and gave one last explanation to the wailing woman on the ground. "Your husband's condition does need to be observed. We can't let him in because we hope he won't infect others. Take him back first, tie him up, and bring him to us after 24 hours, or let us take him somewhere else and isolate him for 24 hours.
Why? He can still be saved. He is not a zombie.
He is still a living person. Why do you have to wait 24 hours?
Why?
Cherish your time and hurry up to rescue him. He will definitely not turn into a zombie. How do you become doctors and nurses? What are you doing? We support you. Not for you to do nothing and shirk your responsibilities." One of the survivors roared at the top of his lungs. Su, who was standing next to Zhuoshijia, burst into laughter upon hearing what he said. Inside the wall of the Su family, Brother Pai seemed to have heard what this man said as well. He held his son in his arms, poked his head out, and had an extremely sarcastic expression on his face. As for those doctors and nurses, they had been supported for a period of time before, but they also put in their own efforts and took care of the 9 babies wholeheartedly. They also measured the blood pressure and body temperature of Su's father and mother and the young and dangerous guys in the morning and evening. Although Ruerue was young, the doctors and nurses also made a nutrition and health growth chart for him. Liang Xiaoqi and Wu Daomei took on the responsibility of taking care of Li Xiuyu. So how can we say that these doctors and nurses are being supported? They are working hard to reflect their own value. Up to now, it can be said that every doctor and nurse here has become an indispensable and important part of Su's team. Speaking of the word supported, even if we insist on saying that these doctors and nurses are supported, it is not the survivors under Xie Qingyan who support them, but Su and Yiyu who solve various zombie crises for them, and Brother Pai and his subordinates who carry supplies for them like little ants. What did these survivors who keep saying that they support the doctors and nurses do? These survivors simply captured Xie Yaoshi's team of superpowers and came to see the doctors and nurses whenever they had something to do, and sent some crystal cores and supplies by the way, and gave themselves the reputation of supporting the doctors and nurses. Zhuoshijia glared coldly at the group of survivors who were making trouble on the opposite side. Junjiu and Liang Xiaoqi, the younger doctors and nurses, were already shaking with anger. Junjiu shouted back, pointing at the staggering man who was about to turn into a zombie, and said, "It looks like this guy is about to turn into a zombie. We can't let him in. There's a patient inside." You must isolate this person. As soon as Junjiu made this assertion, the survivors immediately started to make a commotion, especially the woman kneeling on the ground. When she heard that the doctor didn't even give her a diagnosis or do a blood test, but just said that her husband was about to turn into a zombie, she immediately screamed, stood up, and rushed towards the iron fence. It looked like she was going to hit her head against the wall. Seeing that Su had already started to cry and threatened to hang herself, there was nothing more to say. She rushed over with a wave of water, knocking the man with zombie tendencies, blocking her way to the ground. The man never got up again and began to twitch all over as he lay on the ground. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan was so angry that his face turned pale. He pointed at Su and yelled, Su, you are killing people, do you know that? It doesn't matter. I've killed a lot of people anyway. Su shrugged, laughing indifferently. Seeing that the man on the ground had gradually stopped twitching, she looked up at Xia Qingyan, narrowed her eyes, and threatened, or I'll kill you too, so you don't have to worry.
You.
In front of everyone, Xia Qingyan didn't believe that Su really dared to kill him. He looked back and saw Xia Yaosher standing behind the special forces. He pointed at Yu behind Su and said angrily, Su, how did you become like this? Were you instigated by this beast? Look at what you have become now after being led astray by him. You were not so cruel before. Yu, who was suddenly pointed out as instigating Su, held a gun with an innocent look on his face. Next to him stood a scholar who took out 2 quail eggs from somewhere, peeled them, and was about to put them into his mouth. Yu leaned over and snatched one away. He glanced at Xia Qingyan, did not refute Xia Qingyan's words, but simply agreed and stuffed the quail egg into his mouth. How did he instigate Su? And was Su crooked? Even if she was crooked, it was not him who led her crooked. Su was crooked to begin with, and was bolder than the sky in killing and arson. Yu felt that he was led by Su. Su, this isn't a good idea. Suddenly, a female voice came out from behind the crowd. Everyone fell silent.
Eben susurró y stopped laughing.
She stretched her neck and saw that it was Li Ying who said this. She was with 2 soldiers. She was wearing a female military uniform that looked like a Kuomintang female spy. Under the narrow skirt was a pair of high military boots. When she walked forward, the crowd automatically made way for her. Everyone looked at her standing gracefully between Su and Xia Qingyan. Her beautiful eyes with thick eyeliner glanced at the motionless man lying on the ground. Based on her experience, this man was indeed about to turn into a zombie. There was no surprise, no if, and no possibility. But Li Ying was not here to help Su today. She turned around, glanced at Su's belly with a charming smile, and secretly sighed in her heart that Su's frame was too small and too thin. It was already this month, and she was only wearing a loose sweater, so it was impossible to tell whether she was pregnant or not. Wasn't it too early for her to play this trump card? But the timing was perfect. Xia Qingyan, the biological father of the child in Su's belly, was here. Yu, who was happy to be a father, was here too. Xia Yaosher was approaching. All the burdens following Su were here. Since everyone was here, how could Li Ying achieve a shocking effect if she didn't reveal this trump card? So, Li Ying said in a very comforting tone, Su, after all, Xia Qingyan is the father of the child in your belly. If you really kill Xia Qingyan, the child in your belly will have no father in the future, right? After hearing Li Ying's earth-shattering words, everyone was silent for a moment. Even Brother Pai and the others, who had already learned from Su's mother that Su was pregnant, were silent. However, in this silence, 2 voices suddenly rang out, full of surprise, shock, and disbelief.
Ah?
Are you pregnant? The first sentence was uttered by Yu, who had a quail egg in his mouth, and the second sentence was uttered by Xia Qingyan. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of Yu and Xia Qingyan were surprisingly the same, which made Li Ying, who was standing aside, very satisfied. Xia Yaosher, who was outside the crowd, also had an expression of surprise on his face, which slowed down his action of walking into the crowd to stop Xia Qingyan. Whose rascal is this? Whose? Xie Qingyan reacted and trembled with anger. He pointed at Susu's nose and screamed crazily. He then pointed at Susu's slightly bulging belly. Then, as if he remembered something, he pointed at Yu behind Susu with trembling fingers and shouted, "Is it yours? Rascal! Rascal! We can't keep it! Get rid of it! Get rid of it immediately!" Yu was still in a daze. Susu took a deep breath, and a murderous look gradually appeared on her face. Facing Xie Qingyan, who kept calling her rascal, she clenched her fingers into a fist. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Even though she had made an agreement with Xie Yaoshe before, she couldn't stand Xie Qingyan anymore. Suddenly, Susu turned her head and looked at Yu. At this critical moment when the secret was revealed, she had to see clearly what Yu's reaction was. After she saw it clearly, it would not be too late to kill Xie Qingyan. Yu had been in a daze. His eyeballs moved, and he opened his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, the quail egg in his mouth, which he had forgotten to chew, slid down his throat and got stuck in his larynx. He twitched on the spot, took a few steps forward, and slapped Xie Qingyan, who was rushing up to hit Susu, to the ground. Then, he covered his throat, rolled his eyes, turned his head with difficulty, and began to ask King Kong for help with his eyes rolled up. He was so frightened by what Liang had revealed that he was almost choked to death by a quail egg. Liang was a little confused, and turned to look at Xie Qingyan, loudly questioning, "Isn't the baby in Susu's belly yours? I haven't even touched this witch. How could she be mine?" Xie Qingyan looked at Susu with disgust, as if he was looking at something dirty. With an extremely hurt look, he yelled at Susu, "Abort it. This child cannot be kept. It must be aborted. I'll beat you to death." Susu didn't care about Yu's reaction at this moment. No mother could tolerate others calling her child a rascal. She rushed forward to kill Xie Qingyan. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The woman who was crying and trying to hit the iron fence, seeing that no one stopped her, turned around and started to fight with Junjiao and Zhuoshijia. Xie Qingyan was so angry that he had lost his mind. With half of his face swollen, he got up and wanted to beat Susu, the witch, to death. He felt like Susu had cuckolded him, and now he couldn't take it off. Susu had actually given birth to a rascal for him, and he couldn't allow this rascal to survive. He absolutely couldn't allow this rascal to survive. The scene was in chaos. Susu and Xie Qingyan rushed towards each other, and it seemed that a life and death fight was about to take place. Li Ying and Xie Yaoshe were so shocked by this unexpected plot twist that they stood there in a daze. Xie Yaoshe was less shocked than Li Ying. After all, he knew that Susu and Yu had such a night together, but Li Ying didn't know that. In the chaotic scene, she was bumped by Xie Qingyan, who rushed forward to hit Susu. She immediately reacted and pushed Xie Qingyan away, accidentally saving his life. Then Li Ying subconsciously followed the routine she had set before, ran to Yu, and comforted him. "Don't get excited, Yu. This matter is more difficult for men to accept, and Susu didn't hide it from you on purpose. Who in the end times doesn't want to find a strong team to rely on?" There was a quail egg stuck in Yu's throat. King Kong was standing behind him, doing the Heimlich maneuver for him. King Kong put his arms around Yu's waist, clenched one hand into a fist, and held the other hand with his fist, and lifted Yu up. Yu pointed at Li Ying with difficulty breathing. His eyes were wide open. His face was red. He couldn't utter a word, but his eyes were so angry that it seemed like he was going to spit fire. "Yu, calm down. Don't be angry," not knowing what Yu meant by this expression. Li Ying looked at Yu's painful appearance, wondering if this was too great for Yu, so much so that Yu wanted to kill Susu. She smiled in her heart, and was about to comfort Yu a few more words, when the scholar next to her blocked her forward. The scholar lowered his head and said to Li Ying with a smile, "Yi Ba Pai's meaning is to tell you to get out quickly, otherwise when he recovers, even if you are a woman, he will beat you to a pulp." Yu, who was lifted up again by King Kong's Heimlich maneuver, nodded with difficulty and pain, and cast a grateful look at the scholar. Although he was almost killed by the scholar's eggs, Yu was still grateful to the scholar because he was still a brother who understood him. "Don't move, cooperate. King Kong was so anxious that he was sweating all over his head, fearing that Yi would be choked to death by a quail egg. However, Yi was extremely uncooperative. He had difficulty breathing and was still trying to crawl toward Su Su. As for Su Su, she adjusted her route again and was ready to attack Xie Qingyan. However, Xie Qingyan still thought that he had Xie Yaoshi backing him up. Even though he was saved by Li Ying by accident, he was still fearless and wanted to rush forward to beat Su Su up. The survivors around him were also in a commotion. They all wanted to make trouble. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the chaos to grab something, and they used the excuse that the doctors and nurses were not doing anything and rushed into the medical building. Yi's brothers would never let these people get their wish, so they started beating them up in 2 or 3 hits. At this time, Junju screamed, and her hair was grabbed by the woman who was about to bang her head against the wall. Liang Xiaoqi saw this and shouted in injustice and rushed forward and punched them twice. The 3 women immediately started fighting. In the dimly lit ward in the medical building behind him, Su Xiaofeng, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and became extremely clear-headed when Junju screamed. The woman who was grabbing Junjio's hair outside had her face frozen by Li Xia, who grabbed her wrists and squeezed them hard. The woman screamed, unable to bear the pain, and immediately let go of Junjio's hair. Li Xia took this opportunity to throw the woman out. In the chaos, Junjio had long hair that was originally tied into a neat ponytail, but now her hairstyle looked like a bird's nest. She rubbed her scalp and looked at Li Xia's back. Just as she was about to say thank you to Li Xia turned around to look at Junjio, said nothing, and continued to throw away the troublemaker. Let's talk about Su Su and Xie Qingyan again. Xie Qingyan, taking advantage of the anger in his chest, yelled rascal and was ready to run out and slap the slutty Su Su a few times. However, his route forward was repeatedly interrupted by the survivors running around and the special forces who were grabbing the survivors and throwing them out. Xie Qingyan suddenly came to his senses. As soon as he came to his senses, he became timid and afraid. Seeing Su Su circling around and walking towards him with murderous intent on her face, Xie Qingyan shuddered and turned around and ran towards the direction where Xie Yaoshi was standing. Su Su quickly caught up with him, with her slightly bulging belly, and hooked Xie Qingyan's calf with one foot. Xie Qingyan lunged forward and fell to the ground. Su Su rushed forward, pinning Xie Qingyan down with one leg to prevent him from moving and pinching Xie Qingyan's neck with both hands, strangling him hard with her arms, hard, strangling. Dare to call her daughter Xiao Ai a rascal. Today Su Su strangled Xie Qingyan in front of Xie Yaoshi. It would not be an exaggeration. As a high-level psychic, why did she not use her psychic powers to kill people, but strangle them with her hands? People who have had experience in killing people will know that there is no way to kill people, which can make you feel the fun and excitement of killing more than strangling someone with your own hands. She intended to kill him, but in a moment, Xie Qingyan's whole face turned crimson-purple. His eyes bulged out as he looked at Xie Yaoshi and stretched out his hand, implying that he was asking Xie Yaoshi for help. Xie Yaoshi frowned and threw out an electric spark, but he was very cautious in his consideration. He didn't want to hurt Su Su, but just wanted to give Su Su a warning. Su Su raised her free hand and pushed it out, creating a wall of ice that blocked Xie Yaoshi's small spark. She raised her head and angrily shouted at Xie Yaoshi behind the ice wall, "Xie Yaoshi, haven't I said this countless times? As long as Xie Qingyan doesn't come to me to seek death, I can spare his life in the Apple Villa district. However, today he called me his child and kept calling me a rascal." Outside the ice wall, Xie Yaoshi closed his eyes. How could he not know that Xie Qingyan had been courting death? Sometimes Xie Yaoshi himself wanted to kill Xie Qingyan, but behind him, Xie's mother's terrified screams sounded without missing a beat. I don't know what Xie's mother heard, but she ran out of Xie Yaoshi's villa. When she got to Su Su's side, she saw Su Su behind a transparent ice wall, almost strangling her son to death. So Xie's mother ran to Xie Yaoshi in panic and begged, "Yaoshi, Yaoshi, please go and save Qingyan. Go and save your brother, please, Annie begs you." Those cries were filled with misery, and along with Xia's mother's grief, she knelt on her knees at Xia Yaoshi's feet. Xia Yaoshi's heart moved, and he threw out a large electric spark from his hand, which blew Su Su's ice wall into pieces. However, the electric spark was not over yet, and was reduced a little by the ice wall, turning into a small electric spark, which directly flew onto Su Su's shoulder. Su Su took advantage of the situation and flew up from Xie Qingyan's back, covering her lower abdomen and backing away to prevent Xia Yaoshi's electric sparks from hitting her. Her hair was flying up beside her cheeks, and she glared at Xia Yaoshi as she backed away. This small electric flower did not use up much of Xia Yaoshi's energy, and Su Su knew this. Even if she insisted on taking the electric flower, her shoulder would only be numbed by Xia Yaoshi for a while. But with her current physical condition, she couldn't fight against Xia Yaoshi. Even if Xia Yaoshi didn't want to hurt her, she didn't dare to confront Xia Yaoshi head-on. What a mistake. What a mistake. If I had known this would happen, why didn't I just kill Xia Yaoshi with one? Feeling a little sick, Su Su stared at Xia Yaoshi standing outside a pile of broken ice. On the broken ice, Xia Qingyan lay like a dead pig. It was unknown whether Xia Qingyan was dead or not, but he was motionless. Xia Yaoshi stood outside the cracking ice, looking at Su Su with firm eyes, revealing a hint of concern. His heart was not as complicated as Su Su's. He didn't regret not killing him or anything like that. Xia Yaoshi just wanted her to know that he wanted to save Xia Qingyan's life. That was all.
Ah.
In the distance, Yi Yu, who finally spat out the quail egg in his throat, shouted angrily and jumped out of King Kong's hands. When he met Li Ying, who was blocking his way, he slapped her without even looking. He quickly stepped forward, hugged Su Su, who was retreating, turned around, and the little electric flower belonging to Xia Yaoshi fell on Yi Yu's back. Yi was shocked by the electric shock and trembled. He put down Su Su and turned around. A dragon of fire rushed out from his body. He cursed in a rough voice, "You hit my woman again. Today I will teach you a lesson." The fire dragon was so big that the raging flames burned Xia Qingyan, who was dying on the ground, and he rolled away wailing. Xia's mother avoided the fire dragon and rushed forward, hugging Xia Qingyan, who was rolling on the ground. His body and face were burned red, and she cried, "My son, my son, my son." Seeing this, even though Xia Yaoshi didn't want to fight with Yi Yu, he had to go forward. Because Yi was too arrogant. The fire dragon that was originally coming towards him, Xia Yaoshi, didn't care about its size and let it grow. Not only did it hurt Xia Qingyan, who was on the ground, but even Xia's mother was probably injured. So Xia Yaoshi had to step forward to stop Yi Yu. Just when Yi Yu and Xia Yaoshi were fighting fiercely, Xia Yaoshi's teammates also came up to help. However, Yi Yu also had brothers on his side. The two superpower teams fought back and forth with their superpowers and had a hand-to-hand fight. Su Su stood in this small square with colorful special effects flying everywhere. Her soft and straight hair was slightly lifted. She blinked and turned around on the spot. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this scene was like fireworks, which was extremely beautiful. Not far away, Xia's mother was wailing while holding Xia Qingyan. A few lightning and thunder flew over her head. She looked up at Su Su and cried and complained. Su Su, Su Su, why are you doing this? Why do you want to hurt Xia Qingyan? Didn't you two have a good relationship before? I can't understand why you must kill Qingyan. Why don't you kill me? What hatred or grudge is there? If you kill me, it's a life for a life. Su Su lowered her head coldly, looking at Xia's mother, who was so eager to protect her son. Some things were difficult to explain, and the situation on the scene was too complicated. Su Su was too lazy to waste her breath, but if she didn't say it, someone else would say it for her. Su's mother jumped out from nowhere and protected Su Su to prevent her from being hit by the flying superpowers around her. Su's mother was also eager to protect her daughter, and she would not tolerate Su Su being blamed in the slightest. She only heard Su's mother shouting at Xia's mother, "Look at your son's madness today. If my daughter doesn't kill your son, he will definitely come and kill my grandson. Even if he doesn't kill him now, Will he let my grandson go when he becomes successful in the future? So there is nothing wrong with my daughter killing your son. You. Mother Xie held the dying Xie Qingyan and sat on the ground with a look of shock on her face. She arrived a little late, so naturally she didn't see the show that Liang put on. So she looked at Su Su in astonishment, and then looked carefully at Su Su's belly. She was an experienced person, and once reminded, she could see at a glance that Su Su was already slightly pregnant. So Mother Xie closed her eyes, and another string of hot tears fell. According to the current situation, the child in Su Su's belly must not be Xie Qingyan's. Otherwise, how could Xie Qingyan and Su Su fight like this? And how could the supernatural people of the Xie and Su families fight like this? She knew her son. Qingyan loved Su Su so deeply. How could he tolerate that Su Su was pregnant with someone else's child now? Just like what Su's mother said, even if Xie Qingyan endured it today and swallowed his anger, in the future, year after year, as long as Su Su insisted on giving birth to the child in her belly, Xie Qingyan would definitely be determined to kill that child. So this is a situation that cannot be solved, and it is stuck there. Snap, snap, snap. 3 gunshots sounded a warning, and the psychics who were fighting in a group stopped their fights vigilantly. Everyone turned their heads and found that a group of soldiers had come to the road in front of Xiaoping at some point. Each soldier held a gun in his hand, and on the small road behind the soldiers, there was a military vehicle parked with its headlights on, illuminating the sky and earth brightly. Everyone fell silent. Liang, who had been slapped away by Yi Yu before, forced a smile on her face, stood up from the ground, tidied herself up, and looked at Wang Zijiao, who came out from behind the soldiers. She slowly walked up to him and stood behind him. It was Wang Zijiao who fired the shot. He was wearing a gray-green military uniform and a dark green military coat. His eyes, full of righteousness, glanced at Xie Yaoshi, then at Yi Yu, and then at each of them one by one. Seeing their miserable appearance, he put away the pistol in his hand, frowned and scolded. Humanity is facing a great catastrophe. As the survivors, you don't think about how to work together to overcome the difficulties. Instead, you waste your talents and fight among yourselves. Aren't you ashamed? Yi Yu rubbed the corner of his mouth that was cut by Xie Yaoshi, glanced at the blood on his finger without caring, raised his head and grinned at Wang Zijiao. What are you talking about? We are full of energy and are practicing how to kill zombies here. How can this be called an internal conflict? Xie Yaoshi, who had fought him the most fiercely, was also in a very embarrassing state. However, upon hearing this, he did not refute Yi Yu's words. He just straightened his hair, which had a piece of scalp burned off by Yi Yu, pursed his lips tightly, and looked at Wang Zijiao under the bright light. On the other hand, Xie Yaoshi's teammate, the one called Zhang Anquan, reached out and hooked his hand on King Kong's shoulder. He showed no sign of fighting to the death with King Kong. He laughed and said, "What are you talking about? This is our Apple Villa district's business after all. It's not your turn as an outsider to point fingers." Wang Zijiao's eyes flashed with cold light as he silently looked at the group of psychics who were pointed at by guns. The psychics were too unruly. It seemed to have become a rule that the higher the psychic ability of a person, the more difficult it was to discipline him, let alone tame him. Human civilization is recovering, and the establishment of bases is a general trend. Now there is a lot of work to be done, and it is the right time for Commander Lu Yin to recruit people. You have the energy, so instead of training and fighting each other here, why not join the Commander's Special Power Team Vanguard, give full play to your energy, and contribute a little to the construction of the base? Don't get entangled with this group of superpowers. Whether they are fighting or practicing, Wang Zijiao has no right to care. He wants to persuade these people to join the Superpower Vanguard team to shine, but Yi waved his hand and called the brothers and Su Su around him. "Let's go. What are you looking at? Go home, take a shower, and go to bed. I'm so tired today."
I have.
Originally, Yi wanted to say to Su Su, "I have something to ask you," but before he could finish the sentence, he saw Su's mother standing next to Su Su. He immediately reacted, and facing Su's mother's unfriendly look, he scratched his head, not daring to call himself Lao in front of Sue's mother. Meeting, we have to have a meeting. Don't rush to sleep yet. Let's discuss how to better kill zombies. Zhang Anquan suddenly shouted at this time. Facing Wang Zijiao's fierce attack, he blinked desperately at King Kong and Yiyu. Today, Wang Zijiao brought his troops to surround them, just to get the psychics from the Su family and the Xie family to join the army, so the two sides now have a common enemy, and everyone has to sit down and discuss how to deal with this common enemy. I'm busy. Yiyu didn't understand the hidden meaning of Zhang Anquan's words. He was concentrating on having an in-depth chat with Su, and didn't even try to carefully analyze what Zhang Anquan meant. But he didn't hear it, but the scholar did. The scholar, with bruises all over his face, immediately stood up, touched Yiyu's arm, and said to Zhang Anquan, "It's time to discuss how to strengthen the cooperation between our two special ability teams in a harmonious and friendly manner." Wang Zijiao, who was watching from the side, let these superpowers put on a show without saying a word. Seeing that this group of superpowers did not take the men who surrounded them with guns in their eyes at all, and were about to leave in twos and threes, Wang Zijiao became angry and shouted at Yiyu's back, "Yiyu, you must obey. I order you now to return to the team with your death squad as soon as possible." Yiyu hooked the scholar's shoulder and glanced at Su, his eyes filled with unspeakable emotions. Then he turned his head and looked back at Wang Zijiao, grinning sarcastically. "Are you out of your mind too? The lives of me and my brothers have long been sold at the disease control center in the city. Now this life is given by this woman." He pointed at Su, who was standing in front of him, hooked his arm around the scholar's shoulder, and walked away. Everyone dispersed in twos and threes, talking a lot. Wang Zijiao stood in front of the bright car lights, his face shrouded in a dark shadow. After thinking carefully about Yiyu's words, his expression changed obviously. But he still kept his composure, and did not go to Yiyu to continue to complain. He just turned his head to look at the elderly, the weak, women and children who stayed there. After a quick glance, he stopped his gaze on Su. "Your name is Su?" Wang Zijiao asked knowingly, and looked up and down at the pale Su. Just as he was about to speak again, Li Ying beside him said, "Yes, she is Su, but..." Without waiting for Li Ying to finish, Wang Zijiao took 2 steps forward and shook out a piece of paper to Su. The paper stated all the benefits of the Superpower Vanguard team. Su, the commander thinks you are very capable. I hope you can join our Superpower Vanguard team and make a contribution to the construction of the base. Seeing this, Yiyu, who had just walked away, realized that Wang Zijiao was not coming for them today. They ignored him, and he turned to harass Su. So he was furious and cursed you, "Get away from me. I don't beat you up, but you're getting more aggressive, right?" He rushed forward, with a scorching airwave around him, burning the light around him and changing its shape. He really couldn't help but want to beat up this man named Wang Zijiao, who actually dared to set his sights on Su. Now this Su must be praised. Everyone must praise him. Yiyu. Su reached out and pulled Yiyu. Wang Zijiao took a step back, as if he didn't quite understand why Yiyu reacted so excitedly. Even when they surrounded Yiyu last time and pointed guns at his head for an hour or so, Yiyu didn't seem so uncalm. Wang Zijiao felt that something was unusual. The piece of paper in his hand that contained the preferential policies for the Superpower Pioneer team fell to the ground unconsciously. It floated and floated until it landed in front of Xie's mother, who was sitting on the ground and holding Xie Qingyan. No one would care about the paper now. The moment Su grabbed Yiyu, Ling took Wang Zijiao to the back and whispered, "Tonight is not a good night to collect taxes from these people. Let's withdraw first. Go to your meeting. There's no need to cause trouble now." At the same time, Su, who was holding Yiyu, frowned and stopped Yiyu's irritable figure. It was impossible for her to work for Lu Yin with a big belly, so there was no need for her to get angry because of Wang Zijiao's words. Since she had already made up her mind to leave, why bother to fight over these useless things at the doorstep? It is easy to kill Wang Zijiao now, and even killing Lu Yin is not a difficult task. However, for ordinary people, the establishment of the base has 100 benefits and no harm. If Wang Ziqiao and Lu Yin are killed, who will build the Xiangqing base? Everyone understands this truth. You can't deny the benefits of the base just because you are a superpower, and the establishment of the base is to use the lives of the superpower vanguard to build that wall. Some people are willing to work for Lu Yin's base for those generous preferential policies, while some people are unwilling to do so and think that cherishing life is important. This is really not about right or wrong, it's just a different way of living. As for whether Lu Yin would use force, or whether he would resort to trickery to coerce and lure the psychic to work for him, at least in Su Su's opinion, Yu had only been surrounded by Lu Yin's soldiers with guns once, and she had not gained any upper hand. Now Lu Yin had set his sights on her, and what would happen in the future would remain to be seen. Anyway, Su Su had already made up her mind to leave, so she had no intention of arguing about the short term. Waves in the waves, waves in the waves, no more waves. Yi was held by Su Su. He could have broken free, but when Su Su held him, his heart trembled and his head became more dizzy. He was so scared that he dared not rush forward. He was afraid that he would make too much noise and knock Su Su over. So he smiled and turned back, and hurriedly said, Okay, I'm going to the meeting. We'll talk later. Seeing Yi Yu's increasingly cautious attitude, as if he was holding a piece of tofu, Liang was puzzled. Was Yi Yu so angry that he lost his mind? Or was there something else going on? How could Yi Yu be so cautious about a woman who was pregnant with another man's child? No matter how many questions she had, it was not appropriate to ask them tonight. Liang hurriedly pulled Wang Zijiao away. Yi Yu also went to a meeting with his brothers and the supernatural people from Xia Yaoshi's side. Su Su glanced at Xia Qingyan, who was dying on the ground, and Xia's mother, who was protecting Xia Qingyan tightly and was still thinking about whether to kill Xia Qingyan. But Xia Yaoshi was standing next to these two people, and Su's father and mother were standing next to Su Su, silently urging her to go back. Su Su looked at Xia Yaoshi, feeling a little angry, and her expression was not very good. She would waiting for the day when Xia Yaoshi would be killed by Xia Qingyan. When Xia Yaoshi had a breath left, she would ask him whether he regretted protecting Xia Qingyan again and again today. Leaving Xia Yaoshi behind, Su Su followed Su's father and mother, left the medical building and returned to the villa. The doctors and nurses also began to clean up the mess. The survivors of the previous riot had already disappeared without a trace when the psychics started fighting. Dr. Hong was very interested in the cold dead body lying on the ground. While the body had not yet turned into a zombie and stood up, Dr. Hong called two nurses. The three of them found a rope, the body, and dragged it to an unused villa for Dr. Hong to study. Only Xia Qingyan and his mother were left there. Xia Qingyan was still unconscious, frowning and unwilling to wake up. Xia's mother held Xia Qingyan and looked down at the piece of paper in her hand that was full of preferential policies. It clearly listed the various preferential policies that could be enjoyed as long as one joined the Army's superpower Vanguard team. One of them was, the base army could protect the Vanguard team's families for life. The hustle and bustle of the night passed just like that. Su Su returned to the villa and was greeted by Brother Pai. He talked to Su's father and mother for a while, then walked out of the Su villa with his gangster and the baby in the gangster's arms. Su Su waved to Su's father and mother. The three of them were a little tired at this moment, so they went back to their rooms to rest before dawn. However, Su Su tossed and turned in bed, and she could not sleep well because of the inexplicable feeling of depression in her heart. Her five senses were very sensitive, and she instinctively felt that something big was going to happen. However, after meeting Wang Zijiao today, she found that this feeling of depression did not come from Wang Zijiao or Lu Yin behind him. What was that? She was a little anxious. She felt that it was not a good place to stay for long, and she had to leave as soon as possible. Then she wondered if she really had some symptoms of prenatal anxiety, as Rashurja said. She was thinking about all sorts of things, and her consciousness gradually fell into a light sleep. In the medical building over there, the doctors and nurses spent the whole night cleaning up and finally sorted out the medical supplies lying in the yard. They were afraid that the next time the survivors came, they would mess up the supplies again.
So they did what they needed to do at daybreak.
Dr. Hong brought 2 nurses to Brother Pai's place to take the temperature of the 9 babies. Zhuo Shijia, Liang Xiaoqi, and Wu Daomei went to see Li Xiaoyu in another villa, while Junjiu returned to the medical building for routine ward rounds. In fact, there is nothing to check during the ward rounds. This so-called hospital is actually just a medical building converted from a villa, with only 1 ward. In the room lies a patient named Su Xiaofeng. With the efforts of Junjiu and Zhuo Shijia, Su Xiaofeng's condition is now steadily improving. As long as there is no major fluctuation, there will be little deterioration. Junjiu turned on the light in the corridor, fixed her ponytail, and opened the door of the ward. In the dim ward, on a single bed covered with a white sheet, Su Xiaofeng, who should have been asleep, was nowhere to be seen. Junjiu was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly opened the door. Just as she was about to shout for someone outside to help look for him, she saw Su Xiaofeng's thin figure by the window. He seemed to have heard the noise. He turned around in a blue and white striped hospital gown. Behind him was the light of dawn. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Junjiu, who looked stunned and smiled slightly. "Hello, my name is Su Xiaofeng. May I ask who you are?" "Hello. I'm your attending physician." Junjiu didn't react for a moment, but then he suddenly came to his senses. He stepped forward, supported Su Xiaofeng's still unstable body, frowned and scolded. "Who told you to stand here? Your injury has only slightly improved. Don't move around, don't get out of bed, call a doctor or nurse if anything happens." With the support of Junjiu, Su Xiaofeng was very obedient, with a smile on his face, and slowly walked back to the bed. He was thinking about this female doctor, the one who had been talking to him when he was hovering between life and death. He remembered Junjiu's voice. She was young, like a girl who had just graduated from college, very youthful, very beautiful, very energetic, and very attractive. The story in the medical building had just begun. In the Su family's villa, Su's father and mother were still catching up on their sleep, but Su on the second floor turned over and suddenly felt that the fluctuations of water molecules in the air were not right. She suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Just as she was about to get out of bed, a pair of hot big hands pressed her shoulders. Su looked up, her hair fell on those big hands, and she saw the person sitting opposite her. It was Yiyu.
"You."
He hugged Su tightly, and his whole body seemed to be trembling, as if he was frightened. He lowered his voice and asked, Sua, please hug me. I'm feeling very anxious and unsure about what to do. I'm really panicking." Su didn't say anything and didn't have any other reaction. She had just opened her eyes and was a little confused for a moment, so she wasn't sure what Yiyu meant. "Is what Li Ying said true? Are you pregnant?" Yiyu, who was holding Su, leaned his face against Su's head. In the dim light, his eyes were filled with extreme fear. He held Su's body tightly with both hands and said, "Nonsense. I can't calm down. I can't hear what they said in the meeting. Su, just tell me the truth. You are not really pregnant?" Su hummed a word from her throat and frowned. Wasn't this matter already exposed by Li Ying? How long was Yiyu's reaction arc? It took almost a whole night for him to come and confirm with her. In fact, she really wanted to see Yiyu's face at this moment and want to know how Yiyu would react, but Yiyu hugged her tighter, and then he buried his face in her shoulder and didn't move. "Is it my brother's? If it's not yours, then whose is it?" Su's voice was a little shrill, and she asked Yiyu back. If Yiyu also thought that Xiao AI was not his like Li Ying, Su could kick this man out in the next second. Is it interesting or not? The time she and Yiyu had adult love, there was bright red blood on the bed, and Xie Qingyan had just denied it in person, so Xiao AI was not Yiyu's. Could it be that it was from a third man? Yiyu didn't say anything. Su started to get angry again. She moved her struggling body and suddenly stopped. She felt 2 drops of hot tears falling on her shoulders, burning her neck. Su was a little surprised and asked, "Yiyu? Yiyu, are you crying?" "I didn't cry." Yiyu's voice was a little floating, and suddenly it sank. His face was still buried in Susu's shoulder, and he cursed. You stinky woman. You kept it a secret from me. You must be 4 months pregnant, and you didn't tell me. If Li Ying hadn't told me today, when would you have confessed to me? It was so hateful that you felt like strangling Susu to death. It was too much. Such a big thing, someone died, but Susu didn't tell him. If Li Ying hadn't said it today, he would have been kept in the dark forever. Realizing this, Yu began to tremble again. He cursed Susu, but held her even tighter with his hands, as if he wanted to crush her into pieces and put her into his bones and blood. Suddenly, he choked in his throat and sobbed softly, like a wild beast. Susu was rubbed by Yu's strength, which made her feel a little painful. She was about to resist and raised her hand to slap Yu, but she stopped at the moment. She listened to Yu's cry, which was low and suppressed and echoed in her ears. Her heart softened and she sighed. Why are you crying? I don't intend to ask you to take responsibility. Stop crying. You are a grown man. Why are you crying over such a small matter? Do you think you are still a child? Did I say I'm not responsible? Yi was so angry that he straightened his head and yelled at Susu's ear. His face, which was like a knife, was full of anger. His eyes were wide open, and his red eyes were full of grievances. How could he not feel aggrieved? These days, thinking of how he threw and threw Susu, and how he pressed and teased her when he had nothing to do, and thinking back to the days when Susu jumped and rummaged through boxes and cabinets in the past, Yi was so scared that he couldn't stop shaking all over. He is such a rascal. After yelling at Susu, Yi looked sharp-eyed and saw that Susu couldn't stand his loud voice. She tilted her head and frowned. Yi calmed down again, hugged Susu back and comforted her softly. Sua, I didn't say I'm not responsible. This is my fault. I've been apologizing to you all along. You hate your brother, but there's no need to use this method. How about we try another way? Or you can just take a knife and stab your brother a few times, anywhere you like. After a while, he paused and said, You shouldn't have kept it from me. If I hadn't discovered it early today, would you have planned to keep it from me forever? Yi became angrier and angrier as he spoke, his voice getting louder again. I'm sorry for you. You said you didn't hate me about this. I was wondering why you didn't hate me. It turned out that you were waiting for me here. Tell me yourself, are you planning to retaliate against me like this? You can't retaliate against me like this, sister. I feel really bad. Susu listened coldly, thinking that Yi's current state was a bit like mental disorder. Could it be that he couldn't bear this and went crazy? Otherwise, why would he be angry and scared at one moment, hug her, and yell at her at another moment? Sure enough, Yi kept cursing and talking and realized that he was out of control. He quickly lowered his voice and said softly, I have finally understood that neither of us can leave each other in this life. This is also good. I love you very much. I originally thought that if you hate me and really don't want to see me, then I will leave, take the brothers, and stay away from you. This time, the child came at the right time. You will be the mother of my child in the future. You can't live without us, and we can't live without you. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. When Xiao Ai was still in Susu's belly, Yu had already considered Xiao Ai his. Susu frowned and couldn't help but interrupt Yu's madness and said, So now, are you going to take responsibility or not? Don't you think this child is a burden to you? Look at you, what are you talking about? Yu shouted, staring at Susu like he saw a ghost, and asked loudly, When did I think this child was a burden? You said that yourself? When? What year, month, and day? Tell me clearly. If I said that, I'll chop off my head and use it as a toilet for you. You still don't admit it? You said that you didn't know when you would die, so you didn't want to have a child to be a burden. Susu took a deep breath and forcefully pushed away Yu, who was holding her. She clenched her hands into fists and started to hit Yu, saying angrily, You haven't said anything yet. You haven't said anything yet. Why are you so shameless? Think about what you said at the repair shop. Think about it. I wanna. Don't move, Auntie. I beg you to stop hitting me. In order to prevent Susu from hitting him too hard and hurting her hands, Yu quickly rolled off the bed. Seeing Su Su jumping up and trying to hit him again, Yu's heart trembled and he was so scared that sweat broke out on his head. He quickly rushed back, hugged Su Su, and gently trapped her in the bed. There is no way these words came from my mouth. If you said something else to make me feel relieved, I would admit it. But these words are not in line with my most basic principles as a human being. Even if you kill me today, I will not admit it. Yu had no recollection of this at all and felt that he had said, the baby in Su Su's belly is a burden. He pressed Su Su on the bed, held Su Su's arms with both hands, and pressed one leg on Su Su's knees. He was very careful not to press on Su Su's belly. Yu's expression showed that he was really thinking hard, and then he shook his head again. I never said that. How could my child be a burden? You just hate me, so you deliberately accuse me of such irresponsibility, right? Su Su, who was forced to lie on the bed, took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She felt a strong sense of powerlessness in her heart. So she tilted her head, closed her eyes, revealing the graceful curve of her snow-white neck, and stopped talking. Yu, who was standing above, leaned over and looked at Su Su for a long time. He was puzzled. How could someone who was so lively just now be so well-behaved now? He lowered his head and put his lips closer to Su Su's neck, rubbing it. When he wanted to say something, Su Su suddenly spoke with her eyes closed. Yu, I don't hate you, and I have never thought of hiding Xiao Ai's existence and using her to take revenge on you.
Xiao Ai?
Yes, her name is Xiao Ai, and she's a daughter. Su Su turned her head, and in the dim light, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Yu above her. She stroked her slightly bulging belly with both hands, and suddenly, she smiled and said, Do you want to touch it? Yu opened his mouth and looked at the expression on Su Su's face. He was in a daze for some reason. Before he could react to what he wanted to say, Su Su took one of his hands and placed his hand on her belly. Through the thin sweater, Yu's hand trembled slightly. He felt that Su Su's belly was hard, so he said unconsciously, Yesterday, I thought you had extra fat. Oh, what is it? Suddenly, Yu felt something under Su Su's belly gently stirring his palm. It was very weak, but he was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. His eyes were full of surprise. He sat up straight, looked at Su Su's belly, then at his palm, with an expression of disbelief. Xiao Ai is saying hello to you. Su Su half sat up, stepped back on the bed, found the pillow behind her and leaned on it, touched her belly with one hand. The tenderness in her expression was obvious, and she pinched her voice and said to Yu, She is saying, Hi Dad, how are you?
No, 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 no.
Yu got up in a panic, walked around the bed, waving his hands. I don't know what he was refusing. Could it be that he was refusing Xiao Ai to say hello to him? Su Su's face gradually turned cold. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she heard Yu say incoherently, Xiao Ai?
Yik Xiao Ai?
What kind of name is that?
Shu Xiao Ai. Su Su corrected Yu.
Her child had been called Su Xiao Ai for the entire 10 months of pregnancy in both lives. Why should she change Su Xiao Ai's surname as soon as Yu showed up?
Ye Xiao Ai.
Yi was very persistent about the question of whose surname the child should take, and he did not argue with Su Su about whether he should call the child Xiao Ai. He sat back on the bedside of Su Su again. This time, there was no need for Su Su to hold his hand. He directly put his hot big hand back on Su Su's belly, stared at his hand, shook his other hand, and said softly, Hi, Yi Xiao Ai.
Su Su's belly ballad again.
Yi pulled his hand back and looked at his palm. He didn't know why he started crying. 2 strings of tears hung on his face. He looked at Su Su with half surprise and half astonishment. She can actually hear me talking. What a fuss. Looking at the tears on Yu's face, Su Su sighed, stretched out her hand, wiped the tears from Yu's face and asked, Didn't you just say that you didn't cry? What's this? Hey. He smiled in an extremely embarrassed manner, lowered his head, sat closer to Su Su, and reached out to touch Su Su's belly again. This time Yi Xiaoai didn't kick his palm, so Yu got a little anxious and asked, Why isn't my girl moving? She's too small. She gets tired after moving a few times. She needs to sleep. Oh, Then you sleep too, and let her sleep well. Yu quickly helped Su Su lie down, and then he shrank like a child, shrinking his body until he shrank to the side of Su Su's belly and whispered softly, "Girl, you sleep well, hee hee hee." For some reason, seeing Yu so happy, Su Su's eyes suddenly turned red, and her heart was very sad. Before today, Xiao Ai had never moved in her belly. As soon as Yu touched her, Xiao Ai became happy. It seemed that this child still needed a father. How lonely must the little love in the previous life have lived? Su Su tilted her head and closed her eyes. She didn't want Yu to see the expression on her face, so as to avoid any complications. As she tilted her head, Su Su really fell asleep. In a daze, she felt that Yu had been guarding her for a long time. When she woke up, it was almost dark, and Yu was no longer by her side. Su Su felt a little better, so she went into the bathroom to wash up, put on some clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. She went downstairs and took a look around the kitchen. Su Su smiled, found a pair of bowls and chopsticks, and sat at the dining table to prepare to drink the porridge. She wondered if the frozen meat in the refrigerator was almost finished. Just as Su Su scooped out a spoonful of porridge, she suddenly felt a little strange. Why were both her parents not in the villa today? It was also very quiet outside the wall, as if there were no signs of people moving around. Her heart suddenly sank, and the feeling of depression from yesterday came back. Su Su just refused to drink the porridge on the table no matter what. People who have been in the apocalypse for too long would easily have wild thoughts at the slightest disturbance. People could say she had paranoid delusions or that she was too nervous. Anyway, this was the situation now. Xia Qingyan was eyeing Xiao Ai covetously, and Lu Yin was not a good person. Su Su couldn't be so careless. The surrounding environment was obviously not right, and she didn't dare to put the food on the table into her mouth. Realizing that the environment was too quiet, Su Su immediately went back to her room, changed her sweater, put on a tweed jacket, went out to change her shoes, took Yu's 2 sabers that were placed on the shoe cabinet in the entrance, and walked out of the villa. The Su family villa was originally surrounded by a high wall, but recently Su's father started to make trouble again. He wanted to enclose several residential villas nearby, so he started to build a new wall next to their house. Su's mother still has 6 greenhouse vegetable plots, and she dare not expand anymore because the rice and vegetables are growing more vigorously and faster and faster. It used to take a day and a night to grow one crop, but now the seed sown in the morning can be harvested in the evening. If she expands a few more vegetable plots, Su's mother is worried that the grain and vegetables will become a disaster. In fact, in Su's opinion, Su's mother's worry is completely unnecessary because Su's mother is now farming on a small piece of land. She only farms 6 small plots of land by herself. With a small amount of land, the amount of grain and vegetables to be grown is also small. Su's mother's supernatural energy has nowhere to go, so it can only accelerate the growth of grain and vegetables. If we plant more land in the future and increase the amount of grain and vegetables, the growth rate will naturally not be as fast as it is now. But Su didn't say anything about these things. She just thought of Su's mother as an ordinary person, and Su's mother also thought of herself as an ordinary person. Since they all thought of themselves as ordinary people, the rest of the people were naturally brainwashed by Su and Su's mother and thought that Su's mother was also an ordinary person. This undoubtedly gave Su's mother a layer of protection, so that the outside world only focused their attention on Feifei, who was beside Xia Qingyan, and did not even look suspiciously at Su's mother. After taking a look at the heavy ears of wheat in Su's mother's vegetable garden, Su looked at the gate of her own wall. The gate was locked from the outside by Su's mother. It was obvious that she was not at ease with Su sleeping in the house when she left, so she locked it on purpose. Su touched the baby in her belly, took a few steps back, took a running start, climbed over the wall, and ran out. As soon as she landed, she heard a faint sound coming from Li Xiuyu's villa. Su took 2 quick steps, holding a military knife in one hand, and walked into Li Xiuyu's villa yard, only to see Dr. Hong, Liang Xiaoqi, and Wu Daomei picking up the silk fluff from a large white cocoon. The person lying in this huge white cocoon is Li Xiaoyu. No one knows what kind of special ability Li Xiaoyu has. White silk has grown all over his body, and he has wrapped himself into a big cocoon. Looking at this, he looks quite similar to those insects that turned into butterflies before the end of the world. Su Su walked in. Liang Xiaoqi was holding a tray with a wisp of white silk in it. When she saw Su Su come in, she smiled and greeted her. Su Su, you're awake. Where are they? Where are my parents? Where did they go? Approaching Liang Xiaoqi, Su Su lowered her head and glanced at the tray in her hand. She felt that the white silk floss in the silver tray looked snow-white and bright. Under the setting sun outside the window, it even reflected a hint of orange-red light. Suddenly, Su Su felt that these silk floss were a little unusual. There is a trading house outside. You can use your supplies and crystal cores to exchange for what you need. So I left a few people to patrol the area, and the rest of the people took the supplies they didn't need to exchange for things. Oh, Su Su nodded, her eyes fixed on the coil of silk thread in Liang Xiaoqi's hand. She frowned at Liang Xiaoqi's words. So many people, but only a few were left. Although according to Liang Xiaoqi, a few people were left for patrolling, it was too careless. Now is different from the past. Because of the depressed feeling in her heart, Su Su thought that she should talk to Brother Pai Yiyu and at least leave enough armed forces in the future. As for whether her parents would be taken hostage by Lu Yin after they ran away, Su Su was not too worried. At least before she and Yu had a complete falling out with Lu Yin would not do such a stupid thing as to destroy his own Great Wall and forcibly take hostages, which would provoke a strong backlash from Su Su and Yu. Immediately, Su Su tilted her head again, looked at Dr. Hong, and asked, "What is the great use of Li Xiaoyu's silk floss?" Dr. Hong was wearing a white mask and a white doctor's uniform. He was holding a pair of tweezers in his hand and carefully picking up a piece of white silk. He was observing the sunlight outside the window. He paused after hearing the words, tilted his head and thought for a moment, then looked at Su Su and replied, "For now, we have only discovered that these silk fibers are very resistant to high temperatures and are tough and not easy to break." "I see." Su Su withdrew her gaze from Si Su and said to Dr. Hong, "Then you study it slowly. Study it thoroughly." Li Xiaoyu's cocoon was surprisingly resistant to high temperatures and not easy to break. Su Su was somewhat interested. She seemed to remember that among the pile of garbage that Brother Pai dragged back, there was a handmade loom, which seemed to have been bought from a shop that made Hunan embroidery artworks. At that time, no one expected what this loom could be used for. Su Su asked Brother Pai to throw all the artworks, embroidery looms, etc. that he had picked up into a villa so that they could be used to hand in supplies when entering and leaving the safe zone in the future. Now it seems that it is a good thing that she did not hand it in. Isn't it just right to use this loom now? But she is planning to take the silk floss that Li Xiaoyu used to make cocoons and weave cloth. I wonder if Li Xiaoyu has a psychological trauma. Su Su thought that she should wait for Li Xiaoyu to wake up and ask whether these cocoons can be used to weave cloth. She would first find the loom and study how to operate it. If Li Xiaoyu absolutely disagrees with others touching her cocoons, Su Su can also look for mutant silkworms. As long as one can use the loom, anyone's silk can be used to weave cloth. In fact, it was too early for Su Su to raise silkworms and weave cloth. After all, before the end of the world, human beings were in an era of abundant material development. What kind of clothes could they want? Why should they go back to ancient times and cut cloth and sew clothes, spin yarn and weave cloth? After all, the silk spit out by mutant silkworms is different from ordinary silk. After disinfection, the silk of mutant silkworms has a series of advantages such as fireproof and waterproof, cool and breathable, tough and durable. How great would it be to use the cloth woven from mutant silk to make a few small close-fitting clothes for Xiao AI? Su Su, do you want to go out for a walk later?
Beside her, Liang Yaoi interrupted Susue's thoughts.
She couldn't help but feel excited and yearning for the hustle and bustle outside. She said to Su Su in a babble, "I heard that it's very lively outside today. There are many things waiting to be exchanged in the trading house. The army even built a wall with missing person notices all over it. Young nurses of Liang Xiaoqi's age naturally have parents and relatives, but on the day of the end of the world, several of them, Jun Jiao and Dr. Hong, were on duty. They were not allowed to bring mobile phones into the blue light room and the neonatal intensive care unit, as they would interfere with the operation of the equipment. So until they were rescued by Su Su, Yu and others, Liang Xiaoqi, Jun Jiao, and the others had not contacted their parents and relatives. Later, they were safe and had mobile phones at hand, but so many days had passed since the end of the world, and the mobile phone signal was intermittent. When the mobile phone signal was good, they called their parents and relatives, but none of them answered the phone. So this wall covered with missing person notices really attracted Liang Xiaoqi. She couldn't wait to run over and see if there was any news about her parents or relatives. "Oh, sure, I can go and take a look." Facing Liang Xiaoqi's excitement and anticipation, Su Su was not very interested. Her parents were both there, and her daughter was well in her belly, so Su Su had no one she wanted to look for. Moreover, this base was only a prototype, and it was still a safe zone that had just been established. The so-called wall covered with missing person notices was just an information wall that could not be scaled up. Compared with the information center of the future base, this wall was actually a trivial matter. But for the survivors now, having such a wall is already very exciting. Survivors who want to find out the whereabouts of their loved ones must be full of hope for this wall. The reason why Su Su wanted to go and take a look was that she thought it wouldn't hurt to take a look. She didn't know if this trading house was located in the same place as in her previous life. Moreover, all her parents and friends had gone to see this trading house. Su Su felt heavy in her heart and didn't know what was going on. It would be good to go out and relax. She made an appointment with Liang Xiaoqi to meet in front of the wall half an hour later, and then they went their separate ways. Liang Xiaoqi and Wu Daomei went to deliver the silk floss in the tray to Dr. Hong, while Su Su went to the villa where the supplies were stored to find a loom. But as soon as she entered the villa, she was frightened by the various furniture and electrical appliances in the mess. Brother Pai and his group would go out for a walk every day, and at Su Su's instruction, they would bring back all kinds of messy things, so the villa was filled to the brim. It was hard to figure out where the so-called loom was placed in the villa. She decided to ask Brother Pai to take some time to clean up the mountain of supplies, then turned around angrily and went back to the wall of her villa, waiting for Liang Xiaoqi to come out. After a while, Liang Xiaoqi came out skipping in casual clothes. In fact, Liang Xiaoqi was not very old. In the early spring, she took off her monotonous nurse uniform, put on a denim jacket, and carried a black riveted shoulder bag. She looked very youthful and beautiful, just like an ordinary girl before the end of the world.
Su Su, let's go.
Liang Xiaoqi walked forward and excitedly took Su Su's arm. She paused, not used to such intimacy with others, and her face froze. However, Liang Xiaoqi walked forward with Su Su's hand as if there was no barrier, saying as she walked, "Brother Pai knew that the trading house was open today, so he paid us wages in advance. I got 3,000 ordinary crystal cores this month. I'm treating you today. If you like anything, just tell me and I'll give it to you." Brother Pai is now in charge of the entire hospital. Although he used to be a gangster, he is good at management and accounting. Not long after the hospital opened, he implemented his previous management methods in the hospital and divided the hospital's profits into 3 parts, one for Su Su, one for Brother Pai himself, and one for Yu. In addition, every doctor, nurse, and Chinyu Ruerue who helps with odd jobs in the hospital receives a monthly salary. However, Liang Xiaoqi's monthly salary is only 3,000 crystal cores, which she received before a month has passed. This treatment is comparable to that of Lu Yin's Superpower Vanguard team. There's something wrong with your salary of 3,000 crystal cores. Compared to Dr. Zhua, Dr. Jun, and Dr. Hong, their salaries are not bad. With the current price, you can rent 100 houses with that much. Su Su, who was holding hands, pursed her lips and smiled softly. It took her a short time to adapt to Liang Xiaoqi's intimacy. She couldn't help but start to tease the little nurse. Liang Xiaoqi pursed her lips, her eyes curved into 2 small crescents with a smile, and explained, "Originally, I didn't have such a high salary. There were only more than 1,000 crystal cores on the payroll. But Brother Pai said that I had worked hard to take care of Su Lei, so he gave me more than 1,000 crystal cores in his personal name, so the total is 3,000 crystal cores. Wow, the price is so cheap now. 30 crystal cores can rent a house. Wouldn't I be a high-income class before the end of the world? She was enjoying herself and got into the car with Su Su. Considering that Su Su was now 4 months pregnant, Liang Xiaoqi took the initiative to go to the driver's seat and drive. Su Su sat in the passenger seat. They were not driving the military jeep that belonged to Yiyu, but a city SUV that Su Su had found casually near Brother Pai's villa. There were troops everywhere outside, and the people in the army drove military jeeps when they went on official business. Su Su didn't want to be confused with Lu Yin's people, so naturally, he didn't want to drive a military jeep to show off. The two chatted and laughed as they drove out of the Apple Villa district before it got dark. Liang Xiaoqi was playful and had already learned about the situation outside after Wu Daomei went out for a walk. So while driving, she said to Su Su in the passenger seat, the commander named Lu Yin set up his command post opposite the Apple Villa district, which is the police station before the end of the world. The trading house is 2 or 3 streets away from here. I heard it's quite big. Hey Su Su, look, there are many survivors on the road. TSK, I heard that the safe zone is going to put up barbed wire again, and they are recruiting a large number of ordinary people to put up the barbed wire. Liang Xiaoqi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was like a little sparrow. She kept talking about things that Su Su knew in her previous life. She responded intermittently, and soon, Liang Xiaoqi drove the car outside the trading house. Lu Yin's barbed wire fence was pulled up very quickly and had to be re-pulled every 2 days because he was expanding his territory very aggressively. The scope of the safe zone was getting bigger every day, and people from the Superpower Vanguard team died every day. Correspondingly, many ordinary people who were pulling the barbed wire also died. It's not that there are crowds of people outside the trading house, but there are still quite a few people. Many survivors took unnecessary supplies to exchange for things they need. If they don't want to exchange things, they can also sell the supplies to the trading house. The trading house will give the survivors corresponding crystal cores based on the value and the needs of the safe zone. In the suburbs of Xiangqing, which is still just a safe zone, there are not many survivors. A large number of survivors are isolated outside the safe zone because they cannot or do not want to pay supplies and crystal cores. As the prototype of the base takes shape, the management of the safe zone becomes more and more strict. It was estimated that because a trading house opened today, all the survivors in this area ran out. Su Su looked out from the car and saw 2 groups of soldiers with machine guns lined up outside the trading house, and some survivors crowding around outside the trading house. In addition, a piece of land was specially cleared and surrounded by a circle of soldiers. Those soldiers surrounded some survivors squatting on the ground. Found it, Su Su, look, they're over there. Liang Xiaoqi parked the car, lowered the window, and waved in a certain direction outside. Su Su looked in the direction Liang Xiaoqi was waving and found that Yiyu and his group, Pai Ge and his group, her parents, Qin Yu Ruerui, Zhuoshi Jia Junjiu, and a few others were all gathered together and standing on top of the trading house. The trading house was located in none other place than the place where Su Su had met Qin before. It was a commercial center before the end of the world. There was a square above and a supermarket below, and the trading house was located inside the supermarket. She observed from the outside and found that there were quite a lot of people crowded in the trading house, and some survivors were standing or sitting in groups in the square, just like Yi Yupi and the others. As for the group of survivors squatting on the ground surrounded by the soldiers, there was no need to speculate too much. They were probably some people who were causing trouble in the trading house and were caught and surrounded one by one. This order was quite standardized, which made Su Su feel comfortable. So after Liang Xiaoqi jumped out of the car, Su Su also got out of the car, supported her waist, and slowly walked towards Yiyu and others. After she walked up the stone steps to the square, she found that many survivors were setting up stalls here, and the information wall that Liang Xiaoqi praised was on a billboard on one side of the square. The billboard was very large, but in just one day, it was covered with missing person notices. Sue's father and mother moved some unused supplies, a few old clothes, etc., and set up a stall in the square. There were countless people setting up stalls like them because if they sold these supplies directly to the trading house, they could only exchange them for some crystal cores, and a large pile of supplies could not be exchanged for a few crystal cores. If time was not urgent, they would just put them in the square and use the barter situation to exchange for the supplies they needed. Zhua Shijia and Jun Jiujing took a few pieces of bread and squatted on a nearby stall to exchange them for medical supplies. There was a lot of band-aids on the stall, of all kinds of brands such as Haichuang brand and Yunnan Heiyao brand. Before the apocalypse, all kinds of band-aids of various brands and prices were available on the stall. The stall owner put up a sign, hoping to exchange them for some food. Yi Yu and his brothers were standing in twos and threes, without any food or clothes in their hands. They just came to watch the fun. The supplies they found had everything, and they lacked nothing. Brother Pai's brothers were quite excited. They just took some controlled knives they found earlier, exchanged for some cigarettes, and then prepared to go back to take care of the babies. Most people ran out, and at the Su family's villa, only Dr. Hong for young nurses and the people who stayed on patrol were left. So Brother Pai didn't plan to stay outside for long. He took this group of gangsters out for a walk and planned to go back to change shifts and then let the patrolmen come out for a walk again. As soon as the group of people turned around, Brother Pai saw Liang Xiaoqi running up with a bag on her shoulder, followed by Su, who was walking slowly. Brother Pai called out, "Why aren't you at home looking after the children?" Su Lei has fallen asleep and won't wake up for 3 hours. Dao Mei and the others are watching him. Liang Xiaoqi, who had short hair, answered Brother Pai from a distance. Yi listened to the voice and glanced in the direction of Liang Xiaoqi. He just saw Su climbing up the last step with her bulging belly. A person came hurriedly towards her from the opposite side and was about to bump into Su accidentally. Su turned half of her body on the spot, jumped down several steps from the top step, and lay on the handrail beside her without moving. Yi Yu's face suddenly changed, and he rushed over anxiously. Su still didn't move. She turned around. It was nothing serious, but at that moment when she was lying on the handrail, she happened to see a familiar figure at the bottom of the stairs. So she lay there motionless and continued to watch. Below the stairs was the side door of the trading house, and the person Su saw was none other than Xie's mother, who was wearing a well-fitting slim tweed coat and a colorful scarf. At this moment, Xie's mother was standing there, talking to a man in military uniform. Haha, this shouldn't be called a hostage. You should think of it this way. You're going there to enjoy yourself. The man in military uniform was not Wang Zijiao. He had a friendly expression on his face and was less rigid than Wang Zijiao. When he smiled, he looked a bit like a fox. He continued, "As long as Xie Yaoshi lives, the preferential policies he brings to you will always exist. So, Auntie, why don't you take your son and enjoy yourself and also look forward to Xie Yaoshi living forever?" Su knew this man with a fox-like smile. He was one of Lu Yin's think tanks, named Chu Xian.
Sigh.
In fact, no matter whether it was Wang Ziqiao or Chu Xian, no matter how these people jumped around in the end, Xiangqing only existed for 2 or 3 years, which was very short. With the destruction of the Xiangqing base, these people either dispersed or died, so there was nothing much to say. The reason why Su continued to lie here and watch was because she was quite interested in what Xie's mother did this time. From the look of it, Xie's mother probably knew that the army wanted to capture her and use this to control Xie Yaoshi, the lightning superpower. Was Xie's mother offering herself to the army on her own initiative? Su. Behind her, Su was watching with great interest when Yi Yu suddenly shouted. She was startled and turned her head, just in time to see Yi Yu rushing towards her from a distance. Su raised her hand and greeted Yi Yu and glanced at Yi Yu helplessly, then lowered her head to look at Xie's mother and Chu Xian. The two of them had already entered the side door of the trading house. At this time, Yi Yu had already rushed to Su's side, nervously holding Su's waist, and asked, "Are you okay? Is my girl not hurt?"
Ill.
Su reached out and opened Yi Yu's hand. Have you ever seen such a man? The first thing he asked was not whether she was hurt, but whether his daughter was hurt. This pregnant woman is pregnant. Of course the pregnant woman will be hurt first, and then the child will be hurt. The pregnant woman is standing here fine. How could the child in her belly be in trouble? Seeing this, Sue's mother, who was following behind Yu, actually showed a very satisfied expression on her face.
Mom.
Sue ignored Yu, who came up to help her again, and called out to Sue's mother behind Yu. She walked around Yu, took the initiative to walk in front of Sue's mother, and asked, "What are you doing here? I'll go get you anything you need." "Oh, please calm down." Mother Sue waved her hands at Sue, holding a big bag in her hand. She blocked Sue's hands with her other hand as she was about to lift the plastic bag for her. She walked down the stairs and said, "Go back. We don't want you to do anything now. Just stay here and give birth to my grandson. As long as the child is born, I will let you go to heaven or Hades." What she meant was that Sue's mother had nothing else to ask for now, except that Sue should stop making trouble. As long as Sue gave birth to Xiao Ai safely, Sue's mother would no longer care about Sue. Yi followed Sue and nodded repeatedly to what Sue's mother said, agreeing very much. Sue walked behind her mother and glanced at Yi standing beside her with his hands and feet supporting her mother. She immediately glanced at Yu. Yu paused and immediately gave Sue a very flattering smile. Following closely behind Yu were Li Xia, Wandashan, and others. King Kong stayed with Sue's father and protected Shushurjia. Brother Pai had originally planned to go back with Yu and the others, but since Liang Xiaoqi came out and wanted to hang out outside, Brother Pai stayed and only sent a few gangsters back to the villa to drag supplies. They have too many supplies, and they take up too much space in the villa. Those Hunan embroidery works, art paintings, and various decorative ornaments can only be looked at but not eaten or used. It would be better to take them out and exchange them for some crystals. This time the group drove out several cars. Sue was grabbed by her mother and got into one of them. Yu was the driver of that car. Sue sat in the back seat with her mother. She tilted her head to look out the window. She felt that she had just been out for a short time and was being dragged back again. She seemed a little unwilling, so she struggled and said, "Mom, let's wait for Dad. Dad is still setting up a stall." "No need, Mom will go back and cook for you. Your father is protected by someone, so don't worry about him." Sue's mother lowered her head and was sorting the plastic bag on her knees, turning it over and over, making a loud noise. Sue pulled her gaze back from the car window and looked at the plastic bag on Sue's mother's knees. She found that it was full of plastic wrap, rolls of it that had not been opened yet. It was obvious that it was bought in bulk from the supermarket. "Mom, where did you get so much plastic wrap?" "I just exchanged it with someone for an old coat." Mother Sue's face was somewhat happy, as if she was holding a large bag of treasures. After searching for a while, she saw that there was no one else in the car except Yu who was driving, so she said to Sue, "Daughter, do you know that I just checked the price of vegetables in their trading house? The purchase price of a cabbage is 10 ordinary crystal cores. Here are 10. This is an era when vegetables are more expensive than meat." Sue raised her eyebrows and glanced at her mother's beaming face. In the end times, meat is actually not difficult to obtain. Although animals will mutate, the mutated animals are not only more difficult to kill, but the meat of some mutated animals can be eaten after being killed. As long as you overcome the psychological barriers, the meat of mutated animals is actually more nutritious than the meat of ordinary animals and contains more energy. However, meat is easy to obtain, but vegetables are hard to come by. In this era, those who can eat vegetables and rice are all the upper class in the base, because all the wood-type mutants who can promote the growth of plants are controlled by the base. Such resources will definitely be supplied to the upper class in the base first. Not only are vegetables sold at extremely high prices on the market, but there is also no market for them. So, recently we have too many cabbages at home, and even the pigs are tired of eating them. Mom thought of wrapping them in plastic wrap and pretending that Yu and his friends found them in the supermarket freezer outside, and then selling them to the trading house to earn some crystal cores. Mother Sue was thinking, there are so many vegetables at home, it is not a good idea to sell them all out. What if Lu Yin's people find out that their land is a feng shui treasure land that specializes in producing vegetables and rice? So she just needs to sell a little bit outside.
That's fine, Mom.
I didn't realize you had such a business mind. Don't sell too many vegetables, but you can sell as much water as you want. Anyway, I exist, I'm cool, I'm happy, and I'm high profile. Sue frowned at first, wondering if her mother's behavior might be too eye-catching. But she immediately smiled and decided not to stop her mother. Her mother herself had said that they should wrap the vegetables in plastic wrap and pretend that Yu and his friends had found them in the freezer outside. Since her mother had come up with such a good idea to earn crystal cores, Sue should not discourage her enthusiasm. The current situation is that Lu Yin can only survive for 2 or 3 years at most. This year is the first year. Even if someone suspects in the future that the vegetables that Su Mu sells are self-produced and self-sold, and that they are led in the wrong direction by Su and Su Mu, they will only suspect the land and seeds, and will not think that it is actually Su Mu herself who has mutated. Once it is discovered that Su's mother is actually a wood-type mutant, I'm afraid the Xiangqing base will be almost destroyed. But before it is destroyed, is Su still in the Xiangqing base? Su's mother needs a protective color because she is old and can't stand Lu Yin's exploitation. But Su is different. Lu Yin already knows that she is a high-level water-based psychic, so why is she still hiding it? Naturally, she will sell as much water as she wants. As long as Lu Yin has a crystal core, she has water. Sell until Lu Yin goes bankrupt, and she has it all. The price of water is not as high as vegetables. For example, a 7.5 L bucket of purified water before the end of the world only costs 5 crystal cores. The decorations sold by Brother Pai are even cheaper. 10 paintings are packed for only 1 ordinary crystal core. Su's mother sighed a little. In the society before the end of the world, a piece of Hunan embroidery could be sold for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. A cabbage piece would cost about 2 yuan, and at most the cabbage would be packaged nicely and sold in the supermarket refrigerator for less than 10 yuan. A 7.5 L bucket of mineral water would cost no more than 12 yuan at most, and the cheapest brand would only cost 6 yuan. Now that the end of the world has come, the whole society feels a bit chaotic, and many things have overturned Su's mother's cognition. She suddenly feels that her own land is like a mountain made of crystal cores. It is as precious as it can be. She was not surprised by her mother's words. She and her mother were just discussing the matter of earning Lu Yin's crystal cores by farming cabbages and purifying water. The car had already arrived at the gate of the Apple Villa district. When she came out, it was not completely dark yet. When she came back in, it was already pitch black. Su was still talking to her mother, but her eyes inadvertently glanced towards the Apple Villa district. She felt that it was pitch black in front of her, as if she was drilling into a bottomless black hole. Su's relaxed and comfortable mood suddenly became heavy again. She began to feel that something was wrong. Su couldn't tell what was wrong exactly, but this Apple Villa district always made her feel depressed. When she saw the gate, a voice in her heart told her that it was unsafe, and unsafe. Under the dim streetlights, the car gradually approached the gate of the Apple Villa district. Several military vehicles were parked at the gate, and several soldiers were standing outside, talking to the survivors at the roadblock. This roadblock was set up by Xie Qingyan's people in order to confiscate the survivors' supplies. Now that the safe zone has been set up by Lu Yin, private roadblocks are naturally not allowed in the safe zone. If the survivors want to hand over their supplies, they cannot hand them over to Xie Qingyan, but have to hand them over directly to Lu Yin's troops. Having lost the right to confiscate supplies, the survivors on Xie Qingyan's side were somewhat unhappy and were trying to make trouble with those soldiers. They accidentally blocked the road leading to the Apple Villa district. Yu thought that Su might not have had dinner yet and wanted to send Su's mother back quickly to cook for Su, so he got out of the car cursing and walked forward to mediate. As soon as he left, the door of a military vehicle next to them opened, and Liang came down wearing high military boots and knocked on the back seat window of Su. Su opened the car window, tilted her head to look at Liang, raised her eyebrows and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" "I have a question." Liang smiled at Su with her red lips bent, nodded to Su's mother as a greeting, and then asked directly, "Whose child is in your belly?" Liang couldn't figure out this matter. Logically, she thought she had a big handle on Su, which could be used to alienate Su and Yu. However, she didn't know that after throwing out this trump card, the relationship between Su and Yu became closer. So, Liang couldn't figure it out.
Why?
She went back and thought about it all night, and felt that the problem was still with the child in Su's belly. The child should be Xie Qingyan's, but Xie Qingyan denied it, so it was another man's. But if the child was another man's, why was Yu so nervous about the child? Could it be that this child is Yu's own? But that shouldn't be the case. Yu and Su have only known each other for 4 months, and Su has been pregnant for 4 months. How could it be Yu's? Before I tell you whose child it is, I want to ask you a question. Su's eyes contained a faint cold light. She looked at Liang outside the car window and asked, "What is your grudge against me? Why do you want me to die in the superpower vanguard team with a big belly?"
This.
Liang tilted her head, frowned and thought carefully, shook her head, and told the truth. "I didn't make any such associations. I instigated Xie Qingyan to persuade you, and the commander wanted you to join the superpower vanguard, but I didn't think you would agree. But if you really join the army, I will have a chance of promotion and there will be no loss for me. As for whether Su was pregnant or not, and whether she could handle the extremely intense work in the superpower vanguard team, that was not within Li Ying's concern. You are becoming more and more honest." Su in the car tilted her head to look at Li Ying and sneered twice. She didn't know what to say to Li Ying at this moment. When this woman first teamed up with them, she was still trying to get close to her in a secretive way. Now, maybe she felt that the incompatible relationship between them had been made public, and she was too lazy to even make the most basic modifications. Instead, her attitude seemed extremely frank. He is becoming more and more like a real villain.
So, whose child is in your belly?
Ignoring Su's sarcasm, Liang insisted that she only wanted to know this. Su blinked and suddenly smiled. "It doesn't matter if I tell you. Anyway, if you don't know it from me, you will find a way to find out from other places. This child is Yu's. How is that possible? You and Yu have only known each other for 4 months. Li Ying's face, which was covered with a layer of BB cream, looked extremely pale under the streetlight. She stared at Su closely, not wanting to miss any small details on her face. Then she said, "The time doesn't match. Yu and I went to bed when we didn't even know each other."
Shushu laughed again.
Seeing the incredible expression on Li Ying's face, she was actually very happy. So she said a few more words to Li Ying in a good mood. "You are too pragmatic, so realistic. People who are too realistic are too lacking in emotions. Before the end of the world, it's not bad for women to be more realistic, but after the end of the world, being too realistic makes it difficult to make true friends. There's nothing wrong with striving hard, but you've tried too hard, and you seem to be too heartless and ungrateful." Li Ying's face became paler and paler. Before she could recover from what Su said, she was scolded by Su directly. She only heard Su continue to say, "Everyone has his own way of living. You will live a long life, but in this life, you are alone on your own path, without relatives or friends, without someone you are willing to sacrifice your life for, without someone you love so much that you want to spend your whole life trying to find out. With an empty heart, you just keep trying to climb up, and finally you have money, power, and influence. However, living to that level is meaningless." That's all I have to say.
Goodbye, Li Ying.
As soon as Su finished speaking, Yu opened the car door and got in. He turned around, looked out of the car, glanced at Li Ying standing outside the car window, stepped on the accelerator, and drove into the Apple Villa district as if Li Ying didn't exist. Li Ying was left standing there, her face turning pale and blue. She felt that she had been like a monkey for the past few days, thinking that she could be the king of the Monkey Mountain because she got a banana. In fact, the tourist Su was just standing outside the Monkey Mountain in the zoo and watching her show off. Did Li Ying regret what Su said? Did she realize her mistake?
No, she didn't.
She just felt that Su's pregnancy was still a good card, but she just got it wrong. If she had known that the child was Yu's, it wouldn't matter. She could create a smokescreen and let you think the child was Xie Qingyan's. But it is too late to assume all this now. Yi Yu and Su Su are now becoming more and more inseparable. Xie Qingyan also denied it on the spot. It is too late for her to jump out and create this smoke bomb now. Originally, the roadblock at the entrance of the villa area should not have existed after the safe zone was established, but Xie Qingyan's group of survivors actually wanted to set up this roadblock privately, continue to collect supplies from the survivors, and live a life of getting something for nothing. These people had been enjoying themselves too much recently, so they refused to give in even when the army arrived. And ever since the fight between Yi Yu and Xie Yaoshi, two gangs of superpowers, an order was issued in the safe zone strictly prohibiting private fighting in the safe zone, so the soldiers only came to persuade them. Persuading the survivors at the gate of Apple Villa District to put down the roadblocks in a civilized way would not achieve any effect. Yi walked over with a dark face and threw a few fireballs, and the survivors quickly made way. All the way back to the Su family's villa, Su's mother came down and said to Yi Yu, who was getting out of the car, kindly, "Xiao Yi, Annie is going to make dinner now. You can come eat later. We are all family. Come and eat whenever you want in the future. Don't be polite." "Thank you, Auntie." "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." "Thank you." Yi Yu closed the car door, looking like a beast in human skin, a promising young man of the motherland. He put on a smile, thanked and nodded repeatedly. It was not known whether Yi Yu had a talk with Su's father and mother, or what they talked about. Anyway, Yu had a good attitude towards Su's mother, and Su's mother also had a good attitude towards Yi Yu, and even included Yi Yu in the category of family. Originally, Su's mother was responsible for the food management of Yi Yu's team, but later, Pai Ji's team came, and Su's mother could not cook for so many people alone, so she simply ignored both sides and only gave these people water and vegetables. No matter how Yi Yu and Pai Ji's teams prepared the meals, Su's mother only needed to take care of her own fields and the food for her family of 3. After asking Yi Yu to come over for dinner later, Su's mother entered the gate and went straight to prepare dinner. Yi Yu quickly slipped to the back seat, bent down and entered the car, grabbed Su with both hands, and tried to help her out of the car. "Oh, go away, don't help me. I'm not that fragile. Go away, go away." As soon as Su's mother left, Su's true colors were revealed. She waved her hand and hit Yi Yu's hand. She was annoyed by Yi Yu's attitude of treating her like tofu. She was only 4 months old, and he treated her like this. There were still 6 months left. How was she going to live like this? Okay, I won't help you. Auntie, please be gentle. Be careful when you get off the car. Don't jump. It's over. Yi Yu's heart was shaking. He closed his eyes and stood a few steps away from Su, watching Su deliberately jump on the spot. The expression on his face could be described as despair. When he was sure that Su was fine, Yi Yu almost knelt down in front of Su. "Ancestor, can you be my ancestor? I beg you. My heart is weak, and I can't stand your fright." I said it's okay. I know what's going on. If it weren't for Xiao AI, I wouldn't be able to fly today. Su waved her hand and pointed a finger to the sky, making a flying gesture across the sky. Then she supported her waist and strode forward with her hands swinging. He was about to say something when Su suddenly stopped and stood by the wall. Under the bright moonlight, a row of mutant bushes had grown at the base of her wall. The growth of this bush is very strange. It grows around the base of the wall and does not spread to other places. When it senses someone approaching, it will automatically grow sharp thorns. Those thorns glow green in the moonlight and look particularly creepy. There were still a few shriveled insect corpses on the leaves of the bushes. The corpses looked like long earthworms, white and flat. It looked like they had accidentally touched the bushes and were pricked by the thorns. It was impossible to tell what kind of insects they were. This bush actually has such an effect? Su thought it was very useful and thought about talking to Brother Pai's people, asking them to cultivate these bushes well and to dig up these bushes and take them with them when they move to a new place in the future. When the time comes, they can plant a circle of bushes outside the house they live in to prevent theft. Be careful. There are thorns. Yi stretched out his hand and saw that Su looked thoughtful and was looking down at the bushes. He then held Su-Su's arm and pulled her back. His strong gesture showed that he did not want Su-Su to take the risk. Su-Su nodded and let you take a few steps back. She turned around and was held in Yi-Yu's arms. She frowned, thinking of something very important, and asked in a rare serious tone, "Yi-Yu, what did you talk about in the meeting with Xia Yaoshi's people yesterday?" "I don't know. It seems like we got to know each other." Yi was a little confused. He had a meeting with Xia Yaoshi's people last night. His mind was wandering the whole time, and he didn't remember exactly what was talked about. He only vaguely remembered that both sides introduced themselves, and then Xia Yaoshi's people came out to speak one by one. Go back and ask King Kong and the others what Xia Yaoshi's plan is. A cool breeze blew, and the temperature in early spring was still a little cold at night. Su-Su shrank her neck, and Yi-Yu raised his hand, pulled Su-Su into his arms, and protected her tightly. He only uttered and didn't say anything while holding her. Su-Su was thinking that when she saw Xia's mother coming to Chu Xian today, she probably understood in her heart that Xia Yaoshi would probably work for Lu Yin from now on. But if he wanted to work for Lu Yin, it was up to him to do it himself. Su-Su had to make plans for her family early. "Yi-Yu, I've thought about it and feel that we should make plans as soon as possible. Lu Yin has set his sights on you and me. We will definitely not be able to live in peace in the future. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I want to find a safe and secret place outside to store some supplies in case of emergency." Now, there are not many kinds of supplies to be stored. When people store supplies, they just think of food, vegetables, water, and the like. However, as long as Su-Mu and Su-Su are there, these things can be produced at any time and will not be a problem at all. What Su-Su wanted was to store some solar panels, gasoline, pots and pans, as well as baby diapers, milk powder, and some medical supplies for future use. These past few days, she always felt that something was going to happen, and she had a heavy feeling of depression in her heart. Just now, she deliberately followed Liang Xiaoqi for a walk outside. Strangely, as long as she stood outside the Apple Villa district, the feeling of depression disappeared. After coming back, she felt extremely depressed again. So Su-Su was thinking that no matter what, she had to prepare another nest. Just in case if something really happens and they can no longer live in the Apple Villa district and Lu Yin is really annoying, then when they leave this safe zone in a hurry, they will have a place to stay so that they won't be in too much of a hurry. Yi-Yu tilted his head and thought for a moment, then looked down at Su-Su in his arms and said, "Originally, I was planning to take you away immediately and not stay under Lu Yin's nose for a moment, but you are already 4 months pregnant, so the plan has to change. I still want you to give birth to my daughter in a safe and stable place, and then we can leave." "It's too late." Su-Su frowned, shook her head, took a few deep breaths, and looked like she was having a hard time breathing. Yi-Yu quickly loosened his hand, fearing that he had held Su-Su too tightly. However, Su-Su smiled and continued as if she didn't mind. "I can't wait for 6 months. I'll go out with you to look for a place tomorrow. We have to prepare this nest in advance so that we can leave whenever we want." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Hearing this, Yu had no choice but to agree, but then he shook his head and said, "I'll go." "You don't have to go. You can't see well." Su-Su opened her mouth and rolled her eyes. "With your dull 5 senses, you can also see the good places? What does this have to do with the 5 senses?" "Of course it matters. What era is it now? It's the end of the world. Do you know what's buried in the ground? Mutated plants and what else? Snakes, insects, rats, and ants all make their nests in the ground. Even though this house looks beautiful, you still have to feel it. Feel whether this place poses a threat to you. Do you feel comfortable standing on it?" Looking at Yi-Yu's confused face, Su-Su felt like she was talking to a cow. Well, it was enough as long as her 5 senses were strong. She immediately left Yi-Yu and turned into the villa. Yi-Yu touched his head, still not understanding. Can he feel whether a new place to live is safe or not just by feeling? He turned around and felt it carefully. He only felt that the wind was very strong and he was very hungry. Apart from that, he didn't feel anything else. Their team judged and handled danger by listening, seeing, judging the speed of danger's arrival and their physical abilities. No one relied on feeling. If feelings were so magical, two of them wouldn't have died in the city. While Yu was standing outside the fence, wondering what this feeling was, Sue's mother was already busy in the villa. She casually fried pork with green peppers, stir-fried beans with oil residue, and stir-fried Shanghai greens with garlic. When she saw Su coming in, she tilted her head and asked, "Why didn't you eat the porridge I cooked for you?"
I didn't eat it.
The environment was not right. You and Dad were not here. I was afraid that someone would poison me. Hearing this, Sue's mother paused, holding a wooden spatula in her hand, turned around, looked at Su, who was already sitting on the sofa in the living room, and asked, Su, has the situation become so serious? Although Sue's father and mother were held in the Apple Villa district by Su, they were not completely ignorant of what was happening in the outside world. They probably knew that Xie Qingyan hated their grandson very much and had dealt with the commander of the safe zone, Luin, to force Su, Yu and others to join the superpower vanguard team and work for them. But even so, is it serious enough to require precautions regarding food? On the sofa, Su nodded, turned around and looked at her mother, her face solemn. Mom, this world is far more complicated than you think. Zombies and mutant plants and animals are not scary. People are always scary.
Oh.
Mother Su looked at the solemn expression on Su's face. She also felt that this matter really needed to be prevented in advance. Things like today where no one was left in the villa must never happen again. So she nodded and said to Su, "Then from now on, your father and I will always leave someone to look after the house. We will be careful about food and clothing. Winter is cold, but it will pass. Thank you to all of you who have given me warmth. Dry your tears and keep moving forward."